Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 201, A Chilling Answer. The next day began just like any other, except this time, once again, most students in the castle had fallen sick. However, this time, the sickness was exceptionally prevalent and several students suffered bouts of vomiting and fever. Loki felt something trip the ward he'd set up in the random classroom, so he quickly abandoned breakfast to get Sirius's letter for him. The letter was short and didn't even contain a salutation. I received a letter in a parcel from the Aurora Order. Have you gotten any news about Peter Pettigrew yet? Ignoring Sirius's question, Loki pulled out the second letter, the one from Aurora Order, and began to read it carefully. I have included the first half of the payment, 50 galleons, in the package for half of the information. I have a new task for you. Leave with Gehrman Sparrow the item that is inside the package. Loki looked at the 3 short sentences that were on the letter with a little disappointment. He was careful enough not to let any information slip from his plan. But I did get a weird item that I have to give to myself. Perhaps I can analyze it better and learn something about all this by understanding what it is supposed to do. Loki stuffed the package into his pocket and decided he would examine its contents later. He quickly walked back to the Great Hall and slipped back into the crowd of students waiting to be escorted to their classes by a teacher. His first class of the day was herbology, and Loki was escorted there by the herbology professor, Miss Pomona Sprout. The classes went swimmingly well, and Loki eventually moved to a random empty classroom ready to examine the package he had been given. Opening the package, Loki found a large stuffing of newspaper that surrounded a simple bronze canute. Pulling out his wand immediately, Loki separated the newspapers from the coin using a simple levitation charm and placed it on the table for him to examine. Loki observed the coin from all angles for a while as he tried to see if he could spot anything weird about it, but there seemed to be nothing life-threatening. But Loki wasn't convinced just yet. Pulling out his topaz pendant, Loki performed his first divination of the day. The coin is a beyonder item. 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 Loki opened his eyes and looked at his pendant. It was spinning clockwise rapidly. Then he stopped the pendulum and performed his second divination. It is safe for me to touch it. Loki asked 7 more times, and opening his eyes he got his answer. The pendulum was spinning anti-clockwise slowly. So dangerous, but still something I can handle. I see. Then Loki moved on to his third divination. I can examine this item by wrapping it in my spirituality. Loki stilled the pendulum and asked it a new question 7 times. Opening his eyes, Loki looked at the pendulum with a slight apprehension, since he needed this to have a positive response. He needed to be able to use his spirituality to interact with the item so that he could examine the runes that were used in making it, so that he could learn exactly what the item was supposed to do once it came in contact with him. It was a crucial step to understand how he could defend himself and learn more about this mess he was in. As soon as Loki's eyes lay on the pendulum, his heart sank. The pendulum was spinning anti-clockwise, rapidly. Rapid enough to stir up a small breeze. So definitely not her. Taking a deep breath in to calm himself and analyze the situation more carefully, Loki looked at the coin that was in front of him. After a few seconds, he used his divination to ask another question. There is a way to safely touch the coin with my spirituality to examine it. There is a way to safely touch the coin with my spirituality to examine it. There is a way to safely touch the coin with my spirituality to examine it. There is a way to safely touch the coin with my spirituality to examine it. Loki opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum in his hand. It was spinning clockwise. His heartbeat sped up and a smile emerged on his face. So, I can do it. I just have to figure out how. I see. I see. With his mood back on track, Loki did a 4th divination to figure out an answer to a question he had. I can use spirit vision to examine the coin. I can use spirit vision to examine the coin. I can use spirit vision to examine the coin. I can use spirit vision to examine the coin. I can use spirit vision to examine the coin. His answer was simple. The topaz pendulum spun around anti-clockwise. He couldn't. The phrase, "You must not directly look at a god," rang in Loki's mind, but he pushed it aside and performed his 5th and final divination. I can take this coin to the puzzle room without suffering any grave consequences. Loki asked the question 7 times and slowly opened his eyes. The pendulum was spinning anti-clockwise in a similarly rapid fashion. So that confirms it. The Aurora Order is planning to do something with the founders. Affect them perhaps. Or maybe even corrupt them and take control over them. With his old questions answered and new ones leading him in his search for more answers, Loki repacked the item into its original packing and carefully stuffed it into his pocket. After re-adding all the tape around the coin, Loki carefully wrapped it in small walls of spirituality so that no one would be able to detect what was inside the box, and any attempts at finding it using divination would be for naught. Walking out of the classroom, Loki began to go to the dungeons to go back into his dorms when, after turning around a bend, he knocked into someone. Ouch! Loki whispered, rubbing his nose that was hurt. Just as Loki was about to complain further, he saw the person brush past him as if he wasn't even there and continue walking at the same pace they were before. A piece of paper had fallen onto the floor and Loki bent over to pick it up. "Hey, Dash!" Loki shouted to return the piece of paper to the person, but he paused when he read what was on it. "Keep the item with you at all times. It will keep you safe from the sickness." Although the message did make Loki pause, really it was the handwriting that grabbed his attention. "Ah, it's Mr. X who wrote this letter. But why is it with this girl?" Loki looked at the girl who was mindlessly walking the corridor and chased after her while tiptoeing and staying mostly silent. Once he was in front of her, he recognized her even though her eyes were blank and she appeared to be possessed. "It's the same girl who asked me about Gehrman Sparrow, Mary Jackson. One of the girls hired as a mercenary to find me." Loki stayed silent, covering himself under illusions, and followed the girl through the corridors, occasionally taking out the Marauder's map to check if any teachers were around. But not so surprisingly, Loki could see the girl avoid all teachers who were on patrol, even Miss Norris and Peeves. Soon, there were two more people, both students, who were walking in a similar fashion with their eyes rolled back. Loki didn't have to use spirit vision to tell that they were all in the same state. But he did nothing to help them out of it, not because he was apathetic to their lives or he had a grudge against them for helping the Aurora Order, but simply because. "I'm no match to whatever entity is doing this." Loki was scared. His palms had turned sweaty and his lips dry. His throat was parched and he couldn't find it in himself to even try to stop what was happening. After all, when the great Adam couldn't realize that someone was working right under his nose, how could he, a measly Sequence 7 cryptologist, aim to defeat such a thing? Loki carefully watched them all step out of the Hogwarts castle and slowly make their way towards the Whomping Willow that did not react in any way to their presence. They vanished soon after, entering its roots. Well, I know what the coin does now, I guess. Chapter 202, Baby Steps. Safely back inside his dorm room, Loki sat on his bed with a prominent frown on his face. What is it that the coin made them do? How did it possess them and make them go to the roots of the Whomping Willow? And why did it take them into the Whomping Willow in the first place? Is Sirius the one really behind all of this? No. That doesn't seem to be the case. Why would he have gotten captured by me if he could do such crazy things? And why would he play along with me to fight against the Aurora Order? On top of it all, why didn't the tree react to their presence? I've heard plenty of warnings from both Professor Sprout and Snape about its violent tendencies. Sigh. Loki dropped into his cushiony bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. He was losing hope. He was against an opponent he could not do much against, yet. Lampooning does nothing. I should take this in smaller steps. I'm too eager and trying to jump to conclusions without laying down proper foundations. Yes. All knowledge is built only on solid foundations. Loki felt his potion react to the rule he just affirmed in his mind and digest by 1%, bringing his potion to 42% digestion. Alright, let's take this slow and steady. Let's list all the things I know. Aurora Order is planning something, and this something is closely tied to me for some reason, which is why they want to get rid of me. Except Aurora Order is also cooperating with a different organization or an entity, likely to be her, since it is related to plague and sickness, that is doing something which is closely connected to the founders. Maybe to accommodate their pathways and rise into a dual pathway god, or even an attempt at becoming a pillar. Perhaps it is trying to induce corruption in them, a side effect of which is students in the castle falling sick. And then there's Salazar Slytherin himself, who needs to be woken up from his slumber by placing something inside the bowl. The object that currently is my best guess is the Slytherin locket. Complicated. Last but not least, I possess a coin that can take control over my will and send me into the Whomping Willow, from where I doubt I will ever return. Loki stared at the blank ceiling and began to wonder what he would do. If there's a person that can infect so many students at once, with or without the help of a Beyonder item, it stands to reason that they are at least a demigod. In such a scenario, the only people I can depend on are Professor Snape and, like it or not, Salazar Slytherin, who is asleep. If I choose Professor Snape, I won't need to explain him much, but I doubt the matter will only remain until him. I could claim that the hidden sage was pestering me with information about this case, but it would be risky, and I'm half sure Adam will be involved and he might learn my secrets, and I don't want to meet him anytime soon just yet. I don't know what he might do to me, or what plans he might wrap me in. It'd be very irresponsible of me to join hands with him when he can manipulate me into stabbing my own back somehow and kill myself. Okay then, the option of asking Professor Snape or any of the other teachers for that matter is out the window. So the only other option is to handle the matter by waking up Salazar Slytherin. There's not much else I can do if he decides to kill me after waking up, but given how he's acted so far, I guess I can only take the risk and wake him up. Especially since he might be able to help Walburga later. Then to wake up Salazar, I am in need of an artifact that I do not currently possess. The Slytherin locket. So my current aim is to find the locket. With his aim figured out, Loki wondered about the things corresponding to it. Can I divine the location of the locket? Loki immediately went above the grey fog so that no matter what he gazed upon, he'd still be protected by the Sapphira Castle and not suffer any adverse injuries. With his sights set on the question, where is the Slytherin's locket? Loki began to perform a dream divination. A blurry vision of something, as if he was watching through a glass mosaic, came into view. Anti-divination. Loki tried to focus his vision and soon enough he could see something. A small dark cupboard came into view. The style and familiarity. The Black Manor. Inside the cupboard was a white cloth that was wrapped around an object. Because of how tightly it was wrapped, Loki could easily make out that inside it was an 8-sided item which was about an inch thick. But as soon as Loki tried to see anything else he saw the object wrapped in cloth quiver, causing the hair on the back of his neck to rise. Abort. Breaking out of the vision, Loki calmed himself down and took a few deep breaths before checking his body to see if anything was wrong with him. After he was satisfied that there was nothing wrong with him, he calmed down and left the Sapphira Castle with a frown on his face. Loki wrote a quick letter to send the next morning before he fell asleep out of exhaustion. He was waiting to send the letter to Sirius because if there really was a demigod under the Whomping Willow, it was too dangerous to go anywhere near it even in the spirit world. He divined to check if something would happen to Sirius, and when he found nothing too dangerous he opted to just sleep and deliver the message the next day. Later the next day, Sirius opened the letter he had just received via a school owl from Loki. Don't use the path under the Whomping Willow. Get away from the Shrieking Shack as soon as possible and find somewhere else to hide. Something unspeakable is happening there, literally, and it would be in your best interest to move from there. Sirius became confused as he read the letter. Move away. But why? Sirius looked at the door that led out of the Shrieking Shack and pondered if he should just walk into the tunnel and see exactly what was going on. But then he stopped and thought about it a little more. Something unspeakable. Like you know who. A demigod. Sirius's face wore a frown and his brows furrowed. TSK. Just as I was getting comfortable. He kicked a random piece of broken wood that was lying around on the floor and began to pack up his meager possessions. He had a stolen wand, the ring Gehrman Sparrow had given him, and a little bit of food he'd stolen as a dog from the residents of Hogsmeade. In London, inside the Black Mansion, Creature looked at the window where a familiar owl sat and snapped his finger to magically open it. Master needs something. Creature asked, looking at Rowley, who was busy pecking on the breadcrumbs he held in his hands. Creature untied the letter that was attached to Rowley's feet and unfurled the letter to begin reading it quietly. Creature. I hope you have been able to contribute to keeping the Black family's name high by keeping the mansion clean. I would like you to do something for me. I want you to find any information you have on the whereabouts of the locket of Salazar Slytherin that exists in the Black family mansion. I am currently searching for the locket and need your help finding it. Again, I hope you are doing the Black family proud and working to the best of your ability. Loki. Creature's hands trembled as he read the letter, and the picture of an all-too-familiar locket sprang up in his mind. Master Regulus, Creature whispered unheard words as he brought his hands closer to his face and wiped the tears leaking from his eyes. Is it time to reveal your secrets? Chapter 203, Locket. The breakfast in the Great Hall was stifling, but only for Loki. The 3 students he'd seen vanish into the Whomping Willow just the other day had reappeared in the Great Hall. They laughed and talked to their friends like nothing was wrong and ate a hearty meal. One of them looked slightly more pretty, but Loki didn't find it noticeable. How are they so normal? Do they not remember what happened yesterday? Loki's hands trembled as he remembered their eyes that had rolled to the back of their heads. If so, what happened to them after they vanished into the tree? Loki wanted to turn on spirit vision and examine them, but his mind warned him against it. They could still be holding the coin, and I don't want to get affected by whatever is in it. Loki spent the day attending classes with a heavy burden on his mind as he continued to think about what could have happened to them. What does the coin do exactly? How did it take over them and make them do things they don't seem to remember? Does it contain the will of an evil god? Like the one-eyed Jesus planted on Klein while in the forsaken land of gods to open the giant king's court? If it does, how do I confirm it and counter it? Will using Salazar Slytherin's rune help in protecting my mind from it? Continuing to think about the same things throughout class, Loki started to plan how he would protect himself from whatever was inside the coin. Eventually, getting bored of the repeated thinking, Loki pulled out the Marauder's map and began to scour it for Peter Pettigrew's name. Oh. He's there. He's back. Well, at least Sirius has some good news. Loki nodded and was about to put away the map, but out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed something peculiar on the 7th floor. There were 3 names on the corridor on the 7th floor. Mary Jackson, Frank and Lewis. Loki's blood chilled. So they were turned into sentinels. Loki calmly closed the map and let out a sigh after stuffing the map back into his pocket. What happened, Loki? Hermione asked, having heard him sigh. The two of them were looking at Professor Lupin, who was teaching them about the creature in the cage at the center of the classroom, a red cap. I was thinking of a new story, and the problem is the story isn't going the right way, Loki whispered. Why don't you try and tell it to me? Maybe I can help you out. Maybe that's what I will do. The main character in the story currently doesn't know how to fight the main villain. He's just too powerful. And he seems to be getting more powerful by the day. There was a soft pause, causing Loki to think even Hermione didn't have an answer for him, but after a few seconds, when Loki was about to give up and continue doing what he had planned, Hermione whispered. That's a simple situation, isn't it? All the main character has to do in that case is to do all that he can. I'm sure other people around him in the story would do their best to pick up where he stopped. If the villain is much stronger than the hero, you just have to drag an even stronger character into the fray to protect the hero. Ah. Loki, while looking at the frantic red cap in the cage, felt some of the fog in his mind clear up. Yes, I don't have to fight all of them on my own. I just have to give Adam and the professors enough hints so that they take up after me. I just have to give them a reason to step into the fray after giving them all the information I have. But how? How do I drag them into the fray? Trap a student. But they didn't do much when Ginny Weasley was captured in the second year. Even when Hogwarts was closing because of it. Thanks, Loki mumbled to Hermione, and she went back to paying attention to the lesson with a smile on her face. Eating dinner in the Great Hall, Loki glanced at the owls that were flying in with parcels and post and soon spotted Rowley. The small fluffy owl dived and landed on Loki's shoulders, pecking a piece of tuna on the fork while Loki untied the parcel and letter attached to Rowley's leg. When Rowley flew away, Loki put down the parcel and began to read the letter, written with handwriting that looked like a toddler had scratched on it. Master Loki. The package contains the item you asked me about. Oh. Loki's eyes widened and his eyebrows raised. Creature found the locket already. It's barely been a few hours since I wrote him the letter telling him about it. How? Loki felt a little dissatisfied with Creature since he hadn't written down anything else in the letter about the locket, but chalked it up to his paranoid self since letters could be intercepted. But just as Loki was about to put away the letter, he spotted a small drop of water on one corner of the paper that lightened the yellowish color of the parchment. Scanning through the parchment more carefully after holding it up against the light, Loki grew slightly shocked. He cried writing this. There were several drops of water on the paper that Loki assumed were teardrops. Sitting in the Great Hall dumbfounded, Loki couldn't believe his own deduction. Creature crying. But, why? Loki was suspicious about the letter and then thought. There's a hidden message. I better check it out when I'm alone. But instead of spending more time thinking about Creature's out-of-character behavior, Loki first picked up the parcel and, after saying a short goodbye to his tablemates, walked away from the Great Hall to the Slytherin common room. He had to walk back with a group of students being escorted by the prefect because of Dumbledore's orders to keep the students safe. But as soon as he reached the dorm, Loki immediately created a wall of spirituality to isolate himself as he pushed a little bit of spirituality into the paper and watched as runes emerged into view. A hidden message. It took a few seconds, but Loki immediately figured out what Creature was trying to do. He was using the sound of the runes to spell out various words, a common method to encrypt information in the wizarding world. Scribbling on a new piece of parchment, Loki quickly figured out what Creature was explaining. Master Regulus was the one who stole this locket from the Dark Lord. It contains a piece of the foul man's soul in it. Please destroy him. Master Regulus gave his life for it and asked me to destroy it, but I have been unable to do so until today. Only the destruction of his soul will allow Master Regulus to rest in his grave. Loki was shocked. You know whose soul is in this? What the heck, why? Suddenly Loki felt much more conscious around the package. He could also swear that he could feel an unhealthy aura around the package that would attack him if he did something strange to it. Chapter 204, Solution. Stepping out onto the Quidditch pitch, Loki, under a disguise, moved towards the betting stations. How can I help you today, good sir? A student asked politely as Loki moved to the front of the line. I'd like to place a bet supporting Hufflepuff. Oh. And how much would you like to bet? 3 galleons under the name Gairman Sparrow, please, Loki said with a friendly smile. 3 galleons. The boy shouted, losing all his composure, but managed to turn it into a whisper at the last second. Yes, you heard that right. I'd like to bet 3 galleons. Loki repeated with a smile. What do you think? Is it possible? The boy stared at Loki for a few seconds with an open mouth, but then frantically picked up a quill and dipped it in ink while simultaneously speaking to Loki. Yes, please don't worry about it, you're in safe hands. Oh good, thank you. Dropping the money, Loki left the betting area and walked up to the stands after taking his receipt for the 3 galleons. The odds are about 6 to 1, meaning my 3 galleons should turn into 21 in the total payout. Damn, no one expects Hufflepuff to win this match, do they? I mean, I understand where they're coming from. Any match Harry has been a part of, Gryffindor has always won. Too bad they don't have a friend they can conveniently use to know the future. I want to see too, how Harry loses this game. Is it because of the rain? Did it obstruct his vision? But haven't they been practicing all month long for this event? Good thing I wore a coat with a warming charm on it to keep me out of the cold. Can't imagine how numb all the players are feeling. The match started with both teams flying onto the pitch, doing their best to keep steady under the heavy pitter-patter of the unending rain. Wearing goggles to keep the rain out of his eyes, Loki cast the impervious spell on it to keep his vision free from rain. With a clear vision of everything going on around him and his exaggerated vision that gave him a clear view of everything like he was a hawk, Loki spotted the golden snitch as it wove around the pitch. Should I try my hand at Quidditch? As Loki pondered meaninglessly on meaningless questions, he found his mind drifting away from the game. Or at least it remained adrift until the excited commentary entered his ears. And there goes Harry. Has he found it? The snitch. That was when Loki's eyes shifted towards Harry. He's flying high. Did he really spot the snit dash? Loki's eyes followed Harry and spotted the snitch about 50 feet higher than him, except that wasn't all that they spotted. Between the clouds, Loki spotted thin dark robes fluttering as they moved in a rapid dash towards the stadium. The clouds cleared a little as they rushed ahead, allowing Loki to see something not even the teachers had seen yet. All of them. Loki stood aghast. A drop of rain slithered on his spine, causing him to break out of shock. His hand moved to his wand and he pulled it out faster than he ever had. In the fraction of a second that it took for Loki's hand to move to his wand and pull it out of the holder, his mind came up with several combinations and permutations to figure out the best possible approach for this situation. I can't use the Patronus charm. I can't reveal my own creation. Not that it would do much against an army. I can't inform someone about it before something happens. I'm stuck dash. Right then Loki remembered Hermione's wise words. You just have to drag an even stronger character into the fray. As if a spark had ignited in his eyes, Loki's brain worked faster than it ever had to produce an entirely new spell modified from the simple sparks charm. All I need to do is buy time. As long as I buy time, someone will be able to respond in time. To buy time, I don't need to defeat the Dementors but set them on a short pause. Vermilius Ruptus. Loki shouted at the top of his voice while standing up. Red sparks emerged out of Loki's wand and shot towards the sky at a speed that had to be faster than Harry's Nimbus 2001 since it caught up to him in no time. The sudden action caused most students in the stadium to become shocked while the rest were confused and even angry at Loki for interfering with the game. Especially the players themselves. Harry ducked under the spell as it wished past him and illuminated the dark clouds above. The red light expanded like a flare and under everyone's gaze exploded into a shower of bright white light. All the clouds that came in contact with the light exploded and vanished as if they were balloons that had been pricked by a needle. A large circular hole became available to everyone underneath, making the rain vanish for a few seconds. The golden sunlight that emerged through the clouds looked like a pillar that had been dropped down from the heavens. Except along with the heavenly pillar, all the teachers and the players on the field spotted the army of floating dark-hooded creatures. Not even moments later, when Harry tried to brake to stop himself from flying into what appeared like a death-filled sky, a burst of white light dragged everyone's attention. Dumbledore's wand was flicked and a large bright white ethereal heavenly bird flew up from the grounds. It moved faster than Loki's spell did and flew into the ocean of encroaching darkness without fear, and under everyone's stunned gaze dispelled it all. The Dementors rushed to try and at least get Harry, but the bird created an invisible shield around him. The Dementors tried for a few seconds until the ethereal bird snapped its beak and broke a Dementor's arm. The rest scattered almost immediately and rushed towards the castle. Loki was looking at Dumbledore and his only thought was simple: strong. That wasn't only Loki's thought. Everyone in the stadium suddenly understood just how powerful Dumbledore was. Impossibly strong. They didn't know how much stronger he was on a scale, but each one of them felt the vast chasm between him and them, especially since they could all feel the waves of happiness and positive emotions the Patronus exuded all throughout the stadium. Even as the rainfall slowly returned and started to fall onto Loki and all the other students, the Patronus radiated a sense of warmth and comfort. It did all of that while flying nearly 100 feet high in the sky. Loki was shocked, yes. But along with the shock, he'd also immediately grasped a key to solving one of his problems. The fog in his mind that Hermione had cleared a little became more transparent as a small but bright light emerged in it. I can use this. The key was surprisingly simple. How did I never think of this? I just need to involve Harry Potter in my plans somehow. Chapter 205, Mystery Prior. Sitting in the office with McGonagall, Loki paid attention to her words as she explained calmly. The entire Ministry of Magic is closely tied to the Beyonder world. However, the Beyonders themselves do not have an official designation. In a tryst to keep the identities of Beyonders a secret, the Ministry simply deals with them as if they are consultants from the Unspeakables department. Loki frowned at this information. Why? Wouldn't it just be much easier to give them official positions? I mean, I'm sure no one would question orders from a higher-up. I doubt the Aurors and the consultants work together well if they simply appear out of nowhere. McGonagall sighed audibly and then spoke after gathering her words. What you say is right, but it isn't so easy. To answer that question, we will first have to understand what pathways are controlled by the people in power in the Ministry. Loki leaned in, interested. The two pathways that are dominated by the Ministry of Magic are the Lawyer and the Arbiter pathways. Amelia Bones handles the Arbiter pathways. She is a demigod of the pathway and she has quite a few subordinates. Those of the Arbiter pathway are usually described as eager, outgoing, and just people. They are some of the sweetest justice-oriented people you will find, even if they're a little hard-headed sometimes. Then, the trouble comes from the other pathway. The Lawyer pathway. Those on this pathway are the worst offenders of justice. Their entire pathway works on trying to bribe through the laws around them. In a few words, they would be described as corrupt and unfit for a just society. They thrive in gray areas and are intent on propagating them, unlike the Arbiters who thrive by turning all the grays white. Then why don't we just support the Arbiter pathways Beyonders like Miss Amelia Bones to grow stronger and take over the Ministry? McGonagall smiled at Loki's naivety and explained clearly. Because you cannot get rid of the several Beyonders of the Lawyer pathway that are deeply intertwined with everything else. But that isn't the worst part is that the Lawyer pathway Beyonders are supported by most of the purebloods and nobles around Britain. Loki frowned as he heard this but still asked something that was bugging him a little. But still, I'm sure with the headmaster's support Madame Bones can become the Ministry of Magic, can she not? McGonagall almost laughed but kept herself from doing so since she knew she was dealing with a child who did not understand much about politics and business of the real world. The trouble isn't the headmaster's support. It is the lack of support from the other Beyonders in the Ministry itself. Most people do not like living in a just world. If everything would happen according to the rules, there wouldn't be any room for personal interpretation. But above all, it isn't like Arbiters can't be corrupted, can they? What's to say that the Arbiters won't act just like the Lawyer pathway Beyonders once they get into power? Loki's eyes widened slightly and he nodded in understanding. I think I get what you're saying. You mean to say that the Arbiters are currently only good because that is all they can do, since all the gray and bad is dominated by those in the Lawyer pathway? Precisely. Now back to the topic I wanted to discuss with you. The work of Unspeakables and how Beyonders above the third year all participate in missions to gain real-life experience before officially joining them. Loki gulped a little and then looked at McGonagall. This is the closest thing to the Nighthawks in this world. The Unspeakables are responsible for managing various Beyonder artifacts traded worldwide through legal and illegal means. Each Beyonder artifact has its own uses and is hence recorded and strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic. Loki frowned when McGonagall said this, since he had a million objects in his hold that were never registered. In fact, all the items he made under Randolph were never registered. McGonagall looked at him and instantly picked up Loki's question, to which she responded with. Of course, people don't like to explain what objects they carry and from where they obtained them, so nearly an estimated 70% of the world's Beyonder items are undocumented. Other estimates made by people who don't work for the Unspeakables put this estimate at 90%. That makes more sense. But I'm still surprised that no one told me about it during the apprenticeship. I guess the rules around this are really lax and not obeyed at all. As you can guess, the rules regarding this are very lax, since the Unspeakables are mostly dominated by the pureblood factions, which means that they wouldn't like to audit themselves. Loki nodded and McGonagall continued. The main work of the Unspeakables is to target and neutralize any sort of situation that can threaten the International Secrecy Pact of the magical world. As a rule of thumb, as long as things are done in secret, they are usually glossed over unless the result would be disastrous, like causing the descent of a mad god or unleashing an evil entity. Loki looked at McGonagall's meaningful eyes and nodded with a little fear. So even human experiments and the like are not taken seriously unless they threaten the International Secrecy Pact. Surely she must be exaggerating, right? McGonagall could read Loki's furrowed brows like an open book as she spoke calmly. No, I'm not joking and I'm being serious. Although the White faction in Wisengamot does its best to curb any malpractices, there are several areas guarded by the Dark and the Grey faction that allow for rather disturbing things to happen. Very rarely are any White faction Badeners allowed in such areas, since there are many secrets that need to be kept here. And I hope you'll remember this. Loki was stunned. Any questions? Loki thought about it for a while, before asking. Actually I have a question. It's not directly related to the topics we discussed today though. Don't worry Mr. Loki, I don't bite, so ask away. Loki smiled and spoke. Over the past few days I've been repeatedly hearing things I should not hear and seeing things that I should not see. I keep hearing someone crying and wailing as they offer themselves to the true creator. McGonagall's brows shot up, but Loki didn't relent. He continued to speak. Along with his name, I also hear the name of Gehrman Sparrow very frequently. Although I don't know much about the boy, from my dreams, which might be my spirituality giving me hints, I always see him dressed as a Hogwarts student. I don't really understand all this, Professor. Can you help me make sense? It was McGonagall's turn to be surprised as her lips quivered. She stared at Loki for a second as he suddenly felt rather weird from having a demigod or St. Hugh spirit vision on him. McGonagall stayed silent for a bit before speaking softly. It would be best you do not give in to any temptations, Mr. Loki. Especially not with the true creator. Ah. Why especially him? What's so special about him? McGonagall frowned as she closed her eyes because bad memories showed up, but she spoke nonetheless. Because one of the abilities of a Sequence 5 Shepherd of the Secret Supplicant pathway is that they can graze the souls of other Beyonders and use their abilities. Loki was confused for a second before his eyes widened and his jaw fell loose. You mean Dash? Precisely. The Beyonders of the Mystery Prior pathway are a favorite for them because of our divination capabilities. I've lost many good students to them because they became involved in this, which led them down a rabbit hole because of their acting as a Mystery Prior. I hope you do not go down the same route, Mr. Loki. Loki gulped audibly before nodding. Good. Chapter 206, Only Option. Loki was a little disappointed that he didn't learn more about the true creator from Professor McGonagall, which made his only viable option for protection from the Aurora Order, waking up Salazar Slytherin. He could have asked Professor McGonagall for more protection, for example by cooking up a slightly different story about the true creator trying to pursue him or tempt him. But Loki wasn't very keen on trying to get a baby monitor attached to him for his safety. He carried plenty of secrets already, and each one of them could have rather drastic implications if revealed. So Loki stared at the locket in front of him and then at the golden bowl, that he had started to call the begging bowl, hanging from Salazar's crystal. What happens if I just drop it into Salazar's begging bowl? Can't he fight out you-know-who spirit and do whatever he has to with it? Loki had a frown on his face as he thought about these things and then looked at the topaz pendant that was by his side. Can't even divine about it since the locket can sense it. Loki's frown only turned deeper. How do I purify the locket then? Couldn't you have created a manual to handle situations such as this, you fool? Loki cursed and kicked Salazar's crystal. Lampooning will get me nowhere. With the weight on his shoulders, Loki sunk into the only chair in the room and stared at the precious locket that was kept inside a glass case. When Loki first saw the locket, it almost got him to touch it through faint whispers. Luckily, keeping the unicorn blood on himself kept the evil intentions of the soul that was inside the locket at bay. After that, Loki kept it inside a transfigured glass box that had walls of spirituality on all sides, so its influence could no longer be felt outside. Along with it, Loki always placed both the cards of blasphemy he had with it so that no one could divine about it. Not that anyone was trying, since it had been left inside a cupboard in the Black family mansion for decades at this point and no one knew about it. Yet, Loki did it because prevention was better, lest an unholy Beyonder suddenly gain interest in the locket. Changing his gaze from the locket to the coin that was being given a similar treatment, Loki sighed again. It had been a month since the Quidditch match with the swarm of Dementors. Loki had gained a total of 21 galleons from the match in total. Yes, Cedric Diggory had still gotten the snitch in spite of the conditions during the play. It happened before anyone interfered in the match and Madame Hooch had seen it. Madame Hooch even signaled for the game to stop by blowing her whistle. But everyone was just too enamored by the Dementors and Dumbledore's Patronus and did not hear the whistle for the end of the game. The Gryffindors blamed Loki for interfering with the match, and his being a Slytherin didn't help the situation. But it did give him some more cred in his own house. For the first few days of the month, Loki tried to solve the puzzles, which were the locket and the coin, but he had no idea how to inspect either of the items without either damaging them or getting infected by them. Quite a few times throughout the month, Loki was brought to the point where he wanted to send Mr. Folly the locket so that he could dissect it and kill Voldemort's soul which was inside it. Loki had searched the Hogwarts library high and low for books related to soul magic but found none. In the end, he only stopped because he asked Creature to send him books regarding the soul from the Black Manor library, and some of them did contain information about what the locket was. A Horcrux. I can destroy it with the help of the basilisk's venom. But, I can't damage the locket, so I can't use it. As for using the creeping hunger again, well, I have enough trouble sleeping with one part of Voldemort's soul in my ring. I don't want to have even more trouble bringing another piece into it and potentially making it stronger somehow. After staring at the locket for a bit longer, Loki sighed and stood up from his chair. La 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 la. Slap slap slap. Come on, Loki. You can do this. Hyping himself up and getting his blood pumping, Loki finally acted on the last plan he had thought of. The plan involved him doing something he was best at. Stealing. Except one part of it was stupidly insane. Closing his eyes to calm himself, Loki took deep breaths for a while and started the sacrificial ritual to send the locket above the grey fog, into the Sapphira Castle. This wasn't the stupidest part of the plan. And this step wasn't without reason. If it took Amon so much jumping through hoops to wrestle away the control of the Sapphire Castle from Klein, and Klein was able to bring the Beyonder characteristics corrupted by the true creator into the Sapphire Castle, I don't think you know who will be able to usurp the Spheroid from me. There was another important reason for choosing the Sapphire Castle as his battleground. It can heal me if I suffer any egregious wounds. With the altar set up, Loki started to light the candles on it from left to right, signifying that God he was worshipping, himself as Mr. Error, then himself and then this ritual. Loki was doing everything very carefully because he didn't want Voldemort's soul to use whatever mistake he might make to wrestle away the control of the castle from him. Once the ritual was performed, Loki stepped into the Sapphire Castle and looked at the crimson star that was pulsating brightly in the jaded background of the grey fog standing out from the other crimson stars. With patience and a calm movement, Loki spread his spirituality over the pulsating crimson star and expanded a gateway for his spirit body to enter the ritual area. Without any further delay, Loki stepped into the gateway and picked up the locket encased inside the glass box, inside a wall of spirituality. Nothing's gone wrong so far, Loki said, examining the locket inside the box that was sitting patiently, completely oblivious to its surroundings. With a deep breath, Loki moved towards the locket and dispelled his wall of spirituality around it. He waited for a moment to see if the locket would react in any way, but nothing happened. Good. Then, setting aside the glass case, Loki pulled out the error card of blasphemy that was in it. He assimilated the card into his astral body and stood as a regal Beyonder. His clothes had transformed into regal deep blue robes, a giant witch's hat, a plague doctor's mask, tight black gloves, a cane, and a monocle. Even still, Loki was deathly afraid of the soul that was inside the locket. So he carefully used a pair of tongs to slowly pull out the locket from its glass case, set it on the table in front of him and observed it for a few seconds as if making up his mind to do something. Now for the dangerous part. With a serious look on his face, Loki performed the one task the LOTM novel ceaselessly reminded must never be done. If Klein can look at the sun god directly for a little bit of time, then I can look at a demigod. Loki activated his spirit vision. Chapter 207, Wounded. A ghostly grey ball of smoke came into view. It appeared to be inhabiting the locket. It took Loki a great deal of focus not to act on the fear he instinctually felt as his gaze locked in on the piece of soul trapped inside the locket. In the same moment when Loki's gaze locked onto the resident soul, it grew eyes, realistic eyes that were frantically spinning around above a mouth that started whispering forbidden knowledge. Loki felt someone stab his brain repeatedly and blood dripped from his nose in excess like a torrential river of red. But he boldly dove through it all since there was a reason Loki was going into the fight bare without even using Salazar Slytherin's concealment rune. His only preparation was accommodating the card of blasphemy. Because Loki had accommodated the error card of blasphemy, his sequence was forcefully raised from a meager sequence 7 Cryptologus to a sequence 6 Prometheus. This allowed him to see everything in his spirit vision as runes which could be stolen. There were several different runes, ones to describe locomotion, others to describe the languages one knew, there were even runes that corresponded to various unknown abilities, and last but not least there were runes that corresponded to his target, the soul itself. Loki started to quickly use his spirituality to shift through all the runes he was seeing. Fool. Loki heard the soul speak directly into his mind. Voldemort had established a connection with Loki as soon as he had locked his sights on his soul and could now use it to exercise his abilities and target his attacks on his astral and mental bodies. The soul glowed and morphed as it appeared out of the locket and manifested with the help of a dark fog. A large face composed of only a pair of bloodshot eyes and lips that appeared as thin as sticks manifested in front of Loki. A smirk played on the lips of the gigantic face in front of Loki as they slowly parted to speak in Latin, death. Loki instantly spat out blood from his mouth, yet his gaze remained firmly planted on what was in front of him. Almost there. Loki was just a few small pinpricks away from shifting through and comprehending all the runes that were floating around the locket to recognize which rune belonged to the soul. Loki's knowledge of runes and what the symbols meant came into quick use as his mind decomposed the various figures of strokes he was seeing in the air to their corresponding runic symbols. The complicated structures were broken down bit by bit. He was working through the pain and using his superior mind to analyze everything visible as he ruled them out one by one. These are not what I am looking for. I am looking for the runes that the idiot in front of me engraved on his soul to anchor it to lock it. Loki's brain felt like it was growing hot under the mental assault that Voldemort was performing, but also under his own overuse. It felt like his mind was a stone's throw away from crumbling under its own weight. Sequence 3 Blathererha. A strong sense of suppression overtook Loki's mind as he gazed at the figure of a saint of the abyss pathway, but he did not give in. He had one goal from the beginning and he focused on achieving it. And he did. Decomposing the runes engraved directly onto Voldemort's soul, Loki near instantly grasped it with his sight and never let it escape no matter how the fog around it swirled or boiled. Pouring his spirituality into the necklace of giants on his neck, Loki felt a burst of strength encompass him as a twilight glow radiated from him. Loki forcibly raised his hand to perform the theft. But as soon as Loki's hand postured for the theft, the assault he felt on his mind and astral body doubled. Yet, keeping his focus, he began to act by utilizing every last drop of the energy in his body. How funny. An ant thinks he can take on a saint. Voldemort snarled. The dreadful one-sided deadlock that had existed between Loki and Voldemort had started to take a toll on Loki. Added to that the sweet words filled with corruption Voldemort was using, Loki felt overwhelmed. His astral body started to mutate, his skin wriggled, his muscles spasmed, his vision turned red from the blood that leaked out of his eyes and his organs felt like they were ruptured and bleeding internally. Above all, his mind felt like a million knives were stabbed into it, only increasing by the moment. Getting worse and worse as Loki started to go in and out of consciousness. Looking at his condition, Voldemort smirked. Victory was closer for him than it was for Loki. You are pathetically weak. Give up and I will let you serve me as a slave. Maybe I won't destroy the lives of your loved ones. Voldemort spoke in a voice that resembled the grating of glass against one's eardrums. Except in the spur of a moment, the second Beyonder ability in the necklace of giants exploded outward. A twilight halo emerged with Loki as the center, spreading around into a 10-meter radius causing the entirety of Voldemort's soul to freeze as it became trapped within the purification ring. An unholy scream emerged from Voldemort's soul as it started to burn under the constant assault of the purification ring filled with twilight light. Since there was no body, the purification circle directly assaulted Voldemort's bare soul. But that wasn't all that Loki did. He immediately focused on the concealment rune in his mind, turning his body of heart and mind completely invisible. The action broke the connection that Voldemort had with Loki until now. This was why Loki had gone in blind. So that any connection Voldemort would build up could be momentarily distorted. Loki didn't trust that the concealment rune would protect his mind from Voldemort the entire time with him being right in front of him. And so he chose to bet it all on one fully planned coordinated moment that needed it the most. It paused Voldemort's dreadful attack, leaving him stunned and confused. Loki took full advantage of this pause and increased the pressure on the rune that was anchoring his soul and managed to knock it out of the locket by flicking his wrist, causing it to fly towards him. Strike! A smile finally formed on Loki's battered and tired face, but he didn't stop yet. No. Not yet. Although Voldemort had been knocked out of the locket, it still did not mean Loki had won yet. He could still attack Loki or worse realize exactly where they were. And that is exactly what happened. Voldemort's focus shifted from Loki, something Loki had done his best to prevent from happening from the beginning by using himself as juicy bait that was completely unprotected from Voldemort's assault. The grey fog that was lying completely still until just now began to churn. No. You. Who are you? Voldemort screamed as he dove towards Loki, trying to stop him from controlling the grey fog by possessing him or using his Beyonder abilities to slow Loki down, but it was too late. A hurricane created by the fog emerged inside the purification ring of twilight. The towering hurricane made out of the grey fog forcibly sucked Voldemort's soul into it, not giving him even a single chance to retaliate as it was immediately torn to shreds. And just like that, the saint that had arrogantly proclaimed Loki's death just a few seconds prior had vanished, eliminated. Loki stayed still for a few moments, doing his best to use the grey fog all around himself to make sure that the Dark Lord wasn't coming back from oblivion and to heal his wounds. Is that it? Can I give the locket to Salazar now? No, not yet. I need to do something before that. Loki summoned his topaz pendulum. The piece of soul that attacked me has been vanquished. The piece of soul that attacked me has been vanquished. The piece of soul that attacked me has been vanquished. The piece of soul that attacked me has been vanquished. But Loki didn't open his eyes to check on the pendulum that was spinning clockwise. They remained close as his breathing slowly changed from heavy to light, from frantic deep inhales to pump his ruined body with oxygen to calm slow breaths as his body relaxed and he fell asleep because of the calm and relaxation of cogitation. Chapter 208, Beaten a Saint After All. Waking up groggily, Loki felt like he'd been hit by a truck. He looked around while slowly opening his eyes. Oh. I'm back here. Did I run out of spirituality and get kicked out of the castle? Pushing himself off the ground while groaning and adjusting due to the pain he was feeling from both the terrible battle he had with Voldemort's soul and his odd sleeping posture on the hard floor, Loki looked at the altar that he'd set up for the ritual. The candles on it had melted away and the fire had long gone out, but there was nothing else on it. Did I leave the locket in the castle? Loki stood up and relit the candles and quickly performed a bestowment ritual to bless himself with the locket, which was just lying on the table inside the castle. Beside the locket was, however, something that Loki had completely forgotten about. Beyonder characteristics. Which sequence is it? Sequence 3, Blatherer. The characteristics looked strange. They looked like a set of small teeth bones, shaped almost like a jaw, but every tooth was aligned in a different jagged way, making it quite hard to believe that it could be an actual jaw. Simultaneously, a dark mist swirled around it like a pack of flies around rotting food. Loki grabbed the jaw and stuffed it inside the glass case the locket was inside earlier and sealed it under a wall of spirituality. With the locket now in hand, Loki looked at it carefully for a while, seeing if there were any remnants of Voldemort's soul still attached to it. He remembered having already done this before he fell asleep, but he didn't want to take any more risks. Once he was sure, he left the Sapphire Castle and his eyes dragged themselves until he was looking right at Salazar through the crystal. I hope he wakes up when I drop this into it. Loki, however, didn't go to Salazar's crystal. He left the locket on one of the shelves filled with books. There were several precautions he had to take before he would give Salazar his locket. And so Loki pulled out the Marauder's map to check if there were any people outside the room, patrolling it. Ever since Loki had noticed the 3 people patrolling around the 7th floor, he'd become borderline paranoid about monitoring their presence. He'd always keep his eyes on the map to see if they were anywhere near him. The only times he'd come into the puzzle room would be when there was no one there, and even then he'd hide himself using his illusions with the Marauder's map out so that he wouldn't run into them. Luckily there was currently no one outside the room. Probably because they have to attend classes. Loki reasoned, since he had fallen asleep and woken up after a proper nap. Loki pulled out his topaz pendant and performed a divination. Now is the best time to sacrifice the locket to Salazar Slytherin. Now is the best time to sacrifice the locket to Salazar Slytherin. Now is the best time to sacrifice the locket to Salazar Slytherin. Now is the best time to sacrifice the locket to Salazar Slytherin. Opening his eyes, Loki looked at the result and was surprised because the pendant was spinning anti-clockwise. Ah, is it because he is of the darkness pathway? Meaning his domain is the night? I understand. Satisfied with his reasoning, Loki calmed down and walked out of the room, leaving everything inside as it was. He had classes to attend and he was already running late. Loki rushed to his room under the cover of illusions and took a quick cold shower, which had the added effect of freshening up his mood and getting his blood pumping. A smirk eventually made its way onto his face. I beat a saint. Hee 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 hee. Arriving at potions class, Loki entered the classroom and ducked behind students to arrive at his place in the room beside Hermione. Loki. I thought something happened to you. Hermione exclaimed in a whisper. Haha, as if anything could take me down. These bones have been through a decade and will live through a million more, Loki said with pride, a little loudly since he was still feeling excited that he'd beaten a saint, all on his own. Seeing Loki was all right, Hermione rolled her eyes at his antics, but someone else wasn't pleased with his boasting. Bang. This is a classroom, Mr. Loki. Not a place for you to live through your delusions. Snape slapped the back of Loki's head with his textbook. The class snickered at Loki, everyone doing their best to not break out in full-blown laughter while Loki just ducked his head and began to focus on the potion Hermione was making, helping her by slicing the ingredients and such. Class ended gracefully and Loki passed through the rest of the classes with equal excitement until it was finally the end of the day and Loki could entertain the idea of going back into the puzzle room. Except, there was just one problem. Damn. Why aren't they moving away from the spot? Do they know that something is going to happen today? It had been a couple of hours into the night and the 3 students were still patrolling around the puzzle room's entrance. HMPF. They don't know that I've defeated a saint. As if 3 mere brats will be able to stop me. With a determined resolve, Loki walked around the castle collecting chalk from different classrooms while consulting the Marauder's map to check where everyone was so that he wouldn't get caught. Once he was done with his preparations, Loki ran up to the 6th floor where Finch was and while masking his face with illusions. Hey! You're a squib, aren't you? Loki shouted while modifying his voice to be high-pitched. Who are you? Finch shouted and began to follow Loki up the stairs where he tried to chase him through to the 7th floor. Rushing through the corridors at a steady pace, Loki smirked. All right, now to reveal the hiding spots of these 3 fools. The students were under a disillusionment charm, something that kept them invisible, but Loki knew their locations through the map he was holding. Finch moved behind Loki, following him through, but he didn't expect Loki to suddenly throw chalk powder into the air, making it form a white cloud. Finch stopped, thinking it was something that might harm him since students had done this sort of thing before, but soon he noticed 3 distinct outlines form from the chalk powder Loki had tossed into the air. The invisible students and Finch froze for a few seconds before Finch and Miss Norris jumped at 2 of them, holding onto them tightly while the 3rd one escaped by breaking into a run. Loki watched all of this action while hidden in the shadows until he scanned the Marauder map and saw all those involved either rush back to the dorms or be taken to Finch's office. Too easy. Of course it is, I've beaten a saint after all. HMPF. Distant away in faraway lands, a ghost-like soul shivered as it felt a part of itself suddenly vanish from the world. Voldemort searched around in confusion for a while, trying to understand the source of this feeling, but only settled after possessing an unsuspecting traveler to perform a simple ritual. Who did it? How did my failsafe fail to inform me how it happened? Was it him? No. Not even he could do such a thing. It is a part of me after all, we share a bond deeper than anyone else. And no one could have just killed me. That was the strongest one of them all. It was a saint after all. I need her help. Voldemort used the unsuspecting traveler's body to perform a new ritual. The response to it was a single piece of paper that floated out of the candle fire after it flared for a second. Voldemort caught the piece of paper and looked at it with a frown. A spherote. Like the one she wants me to conquer for her. I need to speed up the plans for my rebirth. Chapter 209, Rude. Stepping into the puzzle room, Loki looked around and found everything arranged just as he'd left it. Clearing away the altar and making himself presentable, Loki walked up to Salazar's begging bowl with the locket in his hand. Damn, the locket's heavy. The locket had a see-through amber glass cover beneath which was a series of emerald stones set in the shape of an S forming a snake, likely to represent Salazar himself. There was something written around the snaking figure in the center, but Loki found it hard to read. It was as if it was written in an entirely different language. Loki guessed it was Parseltongue and that only Salazar could read it. But why would snakes need a written language? Is there a secret society of snakes in this world or something? Lizard people. Glancing one last time at the locket and its several intricacies, Loki let it slip from his hands and fall into the bowl. The moments when the locket slid through Loki's fingers stretched in time as Loki's brain performed one last check, thinking about all the facts related to the matter and wondering if this was the right thing to do. I guess I've done everything I could. Now all that remains is to see the fruit of my labor. Clink. The locket finally landed in the begging bowl and its chain slithered on top of it, collecting like a coiling snake, forming a small pile. Loki looked with bated breath as the crystal began to hum once again as soon as the locket fell into the bowl. An ethereal wispy mist parted from it and crawled into the bowl, weaving through the air like a dog smelling its meal. Suddenly the mist flinched, recoiling in what Loki thought was rejection, but he couldn't have been more wrong. As soon as Loki was about to write this try off as a failure and before he felt the frustration inside him explode, the mist grew thicker and denser. It shot towards the locket and immediately crept into it. Loki saw a storm form within the locket's confines, while simultaneously, the entire room dimmed in brightness as if the spirituality being used to power the room was being directed elsewhere. Clink, clink, clink. Loki heard several cracks form in a glass, but he couldn't find any cracks on the locket. The amber cover was perfectly alright from what he could see, except that was when his eyes landed on the crystal that contained Salazar Slytherin. Cracks like spiderwebs had formed in multiple places on the crystal in which Salazar Slytherin lay. Loki stepped back and shielded his face with his hands to protect himself from any stray glass pieces, but a sudden wave of spirituality emerged from the locket and burst forth throughout the room, knocking him off his feet. Now on the floor, Loki dragged himself backwards and put some distance between himself and the crystal as the storm that had originally remained in the locket's confines was now bursting forth around the crystal, growing by the second. Loki watched the storm grow to cover up the entire crystal in which Salazar Slytherin lay. All Loki could hear now was the roar of the storm brewing inside the slowly darkening room. It felt like the wind was roaring inside his ears. This is loud. I'm quite sure everyone in the castle is up and awake right now. Loki wanted to get up and rush towards the exit, but that was when it happened. From within the storm that had taken over the room, Loki felt a powerful force of suppression. It pushed him into the ground with pressure enough to make his bones groan under the weight. Loki worked harder than ever to keep his eyes open to see what was going on while scraping the marble on the floor to drag himself away from the impromptu hurricane in the center of the room. It was hard, but after what felt like a million years, Loki reached a bookshelf and proceeded to take shelter behind it. But he need not have, since as soon as Loki's back touched the bookshelf a sudden bang caught his attention. Leaning over to look at the crystal, Loki felt a sudden rush of wind blow past his face that forced his cheeks open and close his eyes. When he opened them, everything in the room had returned to be perfectly normal. Except the crystal containing Salazar Slytherin had vanished and looked like it never existed. What? Loki stood up, albeit with some difficulty, and walked over to the center of the room where only 3 blue crystals remained. All the other crystals were still the same, with one of the crystals containing a woman while the other 2 remained empty. But there was a short change where the 4th crystal with Salazar Slytherin used to be. In its place, hovering without any support, now was the golden begging bowl that Loki had placed the locket into. But instead of the locket, it now contained something else. Puzzled about what the strange card-like object was, Loki bent over to get a closer look. The card was drifting in and out of view by becoming translucent and turning pitch black as if it existed but at the same time didn't. Loki felt a sense of suppression from the item. It made him realize that it was a beyonder item of the error pathway or one of its neighboring sequences. Yet he did not pick it up carelessly. Loki stared at the card some more and felt a little confused by the familiar symbol on it. Where have I seen this before? The symbol was the drawing of a curling shell with 4 clocks with different times on the 4 cardinal directions around the shell. Time. Time. Loki's brain clicked and he instantly performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual behind a few bookshelves to go back into the Sapphire Castle where he summoned the chair he used to sit on. He immediately looked at the symbol behind his chair and it was exactly as he'd remembered it to be. A snail's shell with clocks on the cardinal directions showing different times in them. Loki became shocked. He exited the Sapphira Castle and moved back to the begging bowl. Is this my reward? An item from the Error Beyonder pathway. But what does this mean? How did Salazar Slytherin have a Beyonder item of the Error pathway? Is it the same way he learned to call me Mr. Error? But instead of joy for the first time since coming to this world, Loki felt a genuine sense of anger boiling in his chest. What does the idiot think? That I can fend off the true creator and whoever else is working with him with a charm? Seriously? The hell is wrong with this man? Fool used me to wake him up. And then I am given nothing but a charm in exchange. What does he think I am? His personal assistant who wakes him up like an alarm clock. I was naive. Too naive. Thinking that these idiots would have helped me in some way. HMPF. Just let them wait until I become a true god, then I'll make sure they pay for everything. Rude bastards didn't even thank me for waking him up, rebirth epic. I'll make sure it is changed to the vengeance epic if they don't compensate me appropriately. But what am I supposed to do with the true creator and his sidekick now? Loki was frowning. He didn't like what was happening one bit. Chapter 210, Reward. After performing a multitude of divinations, Loki decided he would pick up the item and send it above the grey fog since that was the safest place for it. I also need to figure out what that charm does. Was it made by a previous angel or god of the Error pathway? But how is it possible? Aren't there no other Beyonders of the Error pathway? I mean, Walburga didn't even know about any of the Lord of the Mysteries pathways. What exactly is going on? Does it have something to do with Salazar Slytherin? Looking back at the charm in the begging bowl, Loki carefully picked it up. As soon as Loki picked up the charm, the begging bowl melted away into a liquid. The golden liquid streaked across the marble floor until it reached the other crystals from where it climbed those crystals and merged with their begging bowls. The room trembled a little and the crystals, as if having a mind of their own, buzzed as they realigned on the floor, crawling as they rearranged themselves into a triangular formation. If before they looked like a pinwheel with 4 blades, they now looked like a pinwheel with 3 blades. Loki stood confused, but he soon ignored it and pulled out the Marauder's map. Huh. Why is there no one outside? Well, except for the one student that escaped from Finch, he seems to have returned, but it's just him. No other students, no professors, and not even the headmaster. Everyone was still sleeping soundly inside their beds in their dormitories. Is the map broken? The sound produced by the entire fiasco after Loki dropped the locket into Salazar's begging bowl was loud enough to make Loki feel like he would lose his sense of hearing. Yet it looked like the sound hadn't been carried out of the room. I guess the room's just that good at keeping things that happen in it within its bounds. Loki looked at the student who was loitering outside the doors and shrugged. I guess, I'll just stay here for now and leave tomorrow morning when he has to go for classes. But I wanted to take a shower. Suddenly, Loki felt the room around him shift. The bookshelves slid across the room and in one of the corners, a fancy bathroom with a large tub in its center was built. Oh. Putting his hands together behind his back, Loki began to examine everything about the new addition to the room. There's body wash and shampoo too. From where did it get all of this? Eventually, Loki just sat down in the tub after filling it with water and just let himself soak in the water for a while. He was tired and submerging his whole body into the water gave him a sense of relaxation he hadn't gotten in a long time. Time passed and once Loki was satisfied he cleaned himself up using a body wash and slipped out of the tub after wearing new clothes that seemed to have been conjured just to fit him. Why am I being treated like royalty now? Loki wondered but paid no attention and assumed it was his reward for helping Salazar. He was currently very mad about helping Salazar, but he kept quiet for now so that he could first examine everything that had changed. Once he was tidy, Loki finally embarked on a quest around the room to check the one other thing he was interested in. The books on the shelves. Have any of them been unlocked for me to read through? Pulling on a book with a red cover titled, Stories of Valor, Courage and Sacrifice. Loki found that it wouldn't budge like it was glued to the shelf it was on. Really? Still no. Maybe the green books are free since I helped Slytherin. Loki walked up to a different book titled, Horrors of the Dark, and tugged on it lightly and to his happiness and surprise the book slid off the shelf like it was on butter and moved into his hand. Good. With giddiness in his heart and a wide smile on his face, Loki cracked the book's spine and began to read through it. Except. The abyss is but the seabed of darkness. Get lost in the darkness, and the abyss will make you a demon. There was a warning on the front page that creeped Loki out. Turning the page, Loki began to read through the section titled, Note from the Author. This book deals with my experiments to make a wand. Based on Rowena's experiment in creating magic, I suspect that Beyonders will slowly shift towards using wands in favor of easily being able to manipulate their spirituality. I'm probably just tired so I read that wrong. Let's think about what Salazar wrote after that. So Salazar Slytherin was the one to delve into the art of wand making. Surprising, I'd have expected Rowena to be the one to do it. So Ollivanders learnt the art of wand making from him. A little confused, Loki continued to read ahead since he had nothing else to practically do. There is still a little bit of time, about 100 years before Rowena makes magic available to everyone, and so I want to perfect the art of wand making before then so that Beyonders and other spiritually sensitive people that I've come to term wizards and witches will be able to take part in this grand experiment of ours. What? Helga has already started experimenting with Rowena's magic for cooking, while Godric has begun experimenting with it to make things explode, so this study will be my contribution. At least it is something more useful than what the two other bumbling idiots are doing. What? Though, I must confess, using a wand will probably give me the edge to beat Godric and finally take control of the Sephi. Never mind, I'm sure Mr. Error has something better planned for me. What the dash? I think Mr. Error would be proud of me for doing this. Loki almost stumbled when his legs went limp. He could no longer ignore what was staring him right in the face as Salazar Slytherin was trying to do his very best to slap him with the fact. Rowena made magic. Not like a spell or a charm. The real magic that everyone uses today. Loki stared at the book expecting it to speak something or say something about the maddening information it just revealed, but like any good book it remained inanimate. Loki felt his mind spin as he turned to look towards the crystal that still remained. He expected any of them to validate the information in the book or even burst out laughing and tell Loki that all of it was a joke. But nothing of the sort happened. With a soft sigh, Loki covered his face and placed the book back on the shelf. He thought about a faucet and a luxurious sink appeared in one corner of the room. Walking to the sink, Loki did his best not to think about what he'd just read. He washed his face, but even the cold water droplets running down his face couldn't break him out of his shock. Loki then requested the room for a bed, and once it appeared in front of him, he sunk into it. I need a break. Maybe everything Salazar does won't end up disappointing me further after all. He's a crazy old man. But I'm still angry at him. Did he take offense to me kicking his crystal earlier when I was mad at him, and that's why he didn't give me a better reward or help? Whatever, still rude. Chapter 211, Monotony. Waking up the next morning with a slight headache, Loki tumbled down from his bed and reached for his clothes that were hung on a hanger after his bath last night. Patting the pocket in his robes, Loki pulled out a vial that should have been filled with the ethereal silverish unicorn blood. Damn, Loki whispered as he looked at the vial. It had turned so red that it looked black. Loki thought it made sense since the ethereal spirit that escaped from the crystal was out of it for a longer period before it vanished. Could I have used walls of spirituality to reduce the interference from outside? No, I doubt my spirituality would have been enough to suppress whatever was happening inside the room last night. I probably would have just suffered a severe headache and fainted. I hope everyone else in the school's alright though. Changing into his robes, Loki checked the Marauder's map and found no one outside the room, much to his relief. Sipping on the tea that contained the same properties as the rejuvenation potion to heal himself, Loki cast one last glance at the room as the events of last night played through his head. This room seems to be more special than just a room built for the puzzle set by the founder. Maybe I can call it the Room of Wishes. No, it can't fulfill my wishes, or can it? I wish for immortality. As soon as Loki made the wish, the lights in the room dimmed imperceptibly. Loki stared at the room for a few seconds expecting something miraculous to happen, but nothing did. The lights came back to normal and Loki became dumbfounded. Did the room just get disappointed with me? Well, if it could really perform miracles, it would have been unexpected. I guess I can call it the Room of Convenience then. Since it makes living in it convenient. Alright, from today I'll call you the Room of Convenience. With a nod to himself as he was satisfied by the name, Loki was about to push the door open and leave, but he stopped. Can you make me an exit that will let me leave from here unseen? Perhaps near the exit to the greenhouses. In one of the broom closets. The room buzzed for a few seconds and a small, less grand door formed in front of Loki. Oh. You can. You really are convenient. Loki nodded and made his way out the door. Stepping out, the door soundlessly closed behind Loki's back and vanished after it blended back to become a part of the wall which was part of the broom closet. Loki looked at the Merryweather's map to reorient himself, and once he was sure he was near one of the exits of the castle, Loki slipped out of it. Entering the greenhouse, Loki found an empty spot beside Daphne where the Slytherins were standing and slipped to be beside her. Classes progressed as normal, but throughout the day, each time he was asked to use magic, from the slightly complex cheering charm in the charms class to the simple fire charm to threaten dangerous plants in herbology, Loki's brain pounded. Rowena made magic. Loki's head was stuck on the simple sentence that shook the framework he had created about the world. And didn't Salazar say, Mr. Error would be proud of me? Who is this other Mr. Error? Is there already a true god in the error pathway? But if there is, then how come no one knows about him? Wouldn't there be some record of him somewhere? Unless he wants to keep himself hidden. But why? What reason would a god have to hide? And above all, didn't I conclude before that the Lord of the Mysteries pathways were taken by her who rules the abyss? So how's there another Mr. Error? Is the other Mr. Error hiding because of that? But, it's not like the rest of the world even knows about the founders and how specifically Rowena Ravenclaw was the one that invented magic. Maybe there's someone out there that knows. But, I doubt there's someone like that if even the oldest and most ancient House of Black didn't know about it. Or maybe Walburga didn't know because she was just a demigod and not even a saint. Perhaps you know who and, Adam, know something about it. Who are the other high-sequence Beyonders in this world? Perhaps they too know about it. Loki's mental inspection ended with that question because a student stopped him on his way to the dormitory after dinner. Yes. Loki asked as he looked at the senior. Professor Snape has called for you. Professor Snape? Yes, he's waiting for you in the potions classroom. I see. Thank you for letting me know. Loki nodded with a smile and changed his direction from the dormitory to the potions classroom in the dungeons. Knock knock. Come in, said a soft voice from inside. Loki entered the classroom and closed the door behind him. His eyes naturally found Snape, who was right behind his desk, brewing a potion. Loki calmly made his way towards the professor, wondering what he'd needed him for, but Snape's words made him stop. Why weren't you at the hospital wing today? Loki sighed and pulled out a vial from his pocket. Carry this thing around all the time since the first day the attack happened, Loki said, tossing the dirty vial towards Snape. Snape flicked his wand and the vial stopped midair, floating just above the cauldron it would have fallen into otherwise. Snape looked at it and frowned as his brows furrowed. Unicorn blood? He asked, unsure about his guess. Yep. Got it off of the unicorn that I saved in my first year. Loki explained. Snape said nothing after that, as if expecting something more, so Loki elaborated. I have an item that belongs to the fighter pathway, I mean the warrior pathway. It helps me purify the vial each time it's corrupted by whatever's causing the calamity. There was a short silence after that, which Snape broke by speaking after flicking his wand, causing the vial to shoot back to Loki. Help me make Rejuven Dash. Sure. Loki nodded and interrupted even before Snape could finish his sentence. Loki rolled up his sleeves to bring himself the required materials. He felt this was just the kind of thing he needed right now. Something monotonous and repetitive to take his mind off things and distract himself. As Loki started to make the potion, he asked Snape a random question. Does the headmaster know what's causing all this? Snape said nothing for a while, but in a few seconds he whispered, yes. Then why hasn't he taken care of it already? There was a soft silence for a while, interrupted only by the simmering of the potion in the cauldrons and the popping of bubbles, but Snape then spoke, I do not know. Perhaps, because it is not time yet. Not time yet. For what? For someone to actually die? Loki asked lightly while cracking a joke. One does not simply question a god's intentions, Snape whispered as if he were talking about forbidden knowledge. After calmly evaluating Loki's potion and feeling satisfied with it, he explained, seeking knowledge you should not possess can drive you to insanity. Loki just rolled his eyes and went back to making the potion. His mind partially wondered about the meaning behind the words Snape said, but he soon lost himself in the monotony of the task presented before him. Chapter 212, Shit. Exiting the potions classroom late into the night, Loki hid under illusions and slipped back toward the 7th floor. Checking the Marauders map, Loki couldn't see any students lingering there like last night. Did they give up because of yesterday? Probably. Loki nodded to himself and continued walking toward the 7th floor, yet he still donned an illusion to keep himself from being recognized by the paintings. Walking up to the wall he recognized morphed into the doors, Loki began to walk around the corridor while focusing on the riddle Salazar had given him, but then even before he finished his first round he stopped. The air is distorted. Loki thought as he saw the air behind him shift like something hot was making it wave. The hair on the back of his neck rose as he looked around himself with his enhanced night vision. He couldn't see anyone or anything out of place in the corridor, yet his instincts were blaring at him like sirens on a seagull. Ducking for what appeared to be no reason at all, Loki collapsed to the floor and rolled away from where he was just standing. And it was good that he did, because as soon as he stood up and looked back, he found, to his horror, a girl standing with a particularly foul-looking bone knife in her hand. Loki's brain fired at the new information and he came to a single conclusion. They tricked the Marauders map somehow. Rolling away from the place he was standing on instinct, he felt heavy vibrations pass through the floor. Loki found the stone on the spot he was just squatting smashed into pieces. A little distance away was a boy holding his wand pointed in his direction. Wand. I need to use my wand. Loki reminded himself and forcefully ripped his wand from his sides while dodging the spells the boy cast on him. Jumping away to dodge the latest spell, Loki pointed his wand at the girl who was getting super close to him while holding the mean-looking knife. For some reason, I feel like getting stabbed by that knife wouldn't be good news. Loki ducked under the girl's swipe and pointed his wand at her face. Velox Acus. Loki exclaimed, sending a spiraling needle of wind and lightning right at her head. The girl, in what could only be described as a feat of gymnastics and inhumane flexibility, bent backwards while balancing herself by extending her leg into the air, dodging the spell Loki had unleashed at such a close distance. Imperio. Loki jumped back, away from the girl, and narrowly dodged the spell from the boy behind her. Damn. They want to capture me alive for some reason. Is it to open the damn room? Loki dodged another blow from the boy holding the wand before he ducked low and jumped backwards to keep both the boy and the girl in his view. To trick the Marauders map, they would have to trick the castle. I don't think it is quite possible to trick the castle, at least not as easily as being able to do it without coming in contact with the castle wards. But then, how? Loki was forced to halt his thoughts, which were nadering, and dodge another swipe from the girl holding the mean bone knife. Possibly a Bjodner item from the darkness pathway. No, I doubt they could have gotten their hands on such a thing. Then someone higher up in the castle is helping them. Adam. But why wouldn't he just directly stalk or attack me if he wanted me? No. There's some other method. But Loki wasn't given enough time to think about it. The boy suddenly let out a guttural growl as he landed on his forearms and started running at Loki like an animal. I've won against a saint, you fools. You think you can take me down with just this much? Loki cursed in his mind as he jumped over the boy running at him like a rabid lunatic dog. Then with a swipe of his wand, Loki shouted, Voridus Ruptus, sending a fast-moving torrent of green sparks towards the girl who was also running at him. The girl tried to dodge the sparks, but Loki smirked. That's what I wanted you to do, you fool. Bang. Creating a loud sound, Loki exploded the torrent of green sparks that flew toward the girl, creating a large explosion right above her face. Much to Loki's horror, however, at the last moment, right when the explosion was set off, the girl threw the knife in her hand right at Loki. The explosion boosted the knife, increasing its speed to turn it near invisible, as it shot through the air, flying at Loki's torso. With a quick step to the side, Loki barely dodged the knife as it made a small scratch on his face. Loki felt fine for a second, but then almost collapsed to the floor. His entire face felt like it was on fire. The single scratch drew a thin line of blood all across his cheek, but he couldn't beat out the immense pain that it caused. Loki brought his hands close to his face in an attempt to tear it off, but he controlled his actions somehow and dodged sideways just in time for another one of the boy's charges to narrowly miss him. Sweat immediately formed all across Loki's body because of the terrible pain, and his vision began to blur while his mind felt like it wanted to knock itself out to escape the pain. More than the physical pain, Loki felt himself being consumed by mad ravings while his body started to bubble and wriggle from the inside. It felt like someone had put his organs into a blender and poured back the resultant slushy into his body. Loki felt terrible. Without casting a new spell, Loki jabbed his wand backwards purely out of instinct as the tip of his wand penetrated the chest of a third student who was sneaking up behind him with the knife the girl had tossed in his direction. Loki felt a splash of blood tint his fingers red, but he didn't have any sense of stability inside his mind to care about it. In a completely inefficient and pain-filled struggle, Loki pushed his spirituality out of his body, into the air, and brought his focus entirely on an explosion. In the next few moments of silence, Loki saw the girl push herself off the ground and run to him, while the boy behind him recovered from his stab and raised the knife to stab him again, while the third boy raised his wand to cast the imperious charm again. Loki felt the moment stretch to eternity, but in the blink of an eye all the three students were knocked backwards, all three hitting the walls in different directions as they collapsed, momentarily knocked out. Loki bolted, but as he did he bent low to pick up something for himself. At this moment, he could do nothing else but run. Simply keeping his illusion up, something that had been second nature to him until today, was making his breathing harder and heavier. Still under the cover of shadows, Loki ran, but given the amount of noise he was making running through the corridors, it was a surprise that he didn't get caught. He rushed into the dungeons and entered the Slytherin dorms, running into his room, before closing it and locking the room away with a wall of spirituality that he barely managed to set up. Looking around himself, Loki felt the world spin. Everything looked so distorted in his perception that he felt like he was simultaneously inside the depths of an ocean while tossed into the depths of space. Lost. His body felt like it was being compressed and expanded at the same time. With terrible focus, Loki took the 4 steps counterclockwise to enter the Sapphira Castle. The ravings and wailing that he heard almost made him lose control, but Loki somehow entered cogitation and prevented himself from losing control. Once inside the Sapphira Castle, the grey fog stirred to help his body calm down, and once he felt he was stable enough, Loki activated spirit vision and examined his body in a mirror he conjured. He could see the cut on his face, but that wasn't what caught his attention. It was the small web-like system of lines and cracks that had spread from the wound, all over the right side of his body. Shit. I've been corrupted. Chapter 213, Determination. The webs were thin and looked malnourished, but Loki still felt all the pain that those web strands burrowing into his astral body caused. Grinding his teeth in pain, Loki exited the Sapphira Castle and arrived back inside his room. He set up a quick ritual to sacrifice the necklace of giants and, Loki poured in his spirituality to activate it. He turned on the ring filled with dawn light around himself to battle against the corruption that had grabbed hold of his body. Loki's blood sizzled and he felt his body being ripped apart, but he bit down on the chair to muffle his screams, not that anyone would hear them in the hollow castle, but because he didn't want to feel weak after beating a saint. He was being stubborn, but that was the only thing that was stopping him from breaking down into a rapid mess of sobs and tears. It was a slow but a steady process. Loki could feel the webs that were initially rapidly spreading all around his body start to recede. He could feel his astral body unentangling from the corruption. But it was far from being painless. It felt like walking through a rose bush with each thorn catching and peeling away his skin slowly. But Loki bore through it. And by the time it was morning, Loki had gotten rid of all the corruption that had occupied his body while the grey fog had healed much of it. Shit. But there was still bad news. The wound had infected Loki with the will of a god. Like when the true creator had infected Klein to make him go to and open the giant king's court to meet Sasser. As soon as Loki turned on his spirit vision, he could see something had melted inside his spirit body and become one with it. Moreover, now that he was a little more mentally stable, he could make out constant whispers inside his mind. "Come and meet me under the whomping willow tree." The line repeated ceaselessly without end. The voice that spoke it was feminine, and Loki could feel a sensual undertone in the voice that caused him to constantly have his thoughts diverted towards unleashing his desires. On the surface, Loki felt free and exhilarated, as if unleashing his desires was the true purpose of his very being, as if his purpose for being born was to take part in such an act, yet in his core, Loki still felt repugnant and disgusted. The voice was plenty annoying and was constantly causing Loki to feel on edge, as if something would suddenly happen and he'd lose control, but he powered through. He turned off his spirit vision and forced himself to divert his attention away from the seed. He reasoned that the more he thought about it, the likelier he was to give in to its demands. So he stayed away. Damn. They got me good. I didn't expect the Marauders map to be wrong. Does this mean they have a way to hide from the castle wards? Well, at least they didn't completely corrupt me. The seed that was planted into me can be ignored, not for long, but for now, I can power through it. And it was good that I snagged the knife. Loki thought, looking at the bone knife that was tossed haphazardly on a table. It had blood on it. Loki felt fear looking at the knife, but he also felt satisfied that he'd gotten one over the trio of students who had attacked him. Loki closed his eyes and replayed the fight inside his mind, trying to understand what he could have done better and what he should have noticed earlier. At least I had enough sense to cover myself in shadows as soon as the fight began and didn't give up on my illusion. I doubt they'll be able to recognize me given how I didn't leave behind any blood on the scene and even changed the color of the spell that I created from red to green. And because it was used in such a close range, the spell felt more like it was a variation of Bomarda instead of the typical Vermilius charm that sends out sparks. I should carry with me the blasphemy cards for a just-in-case situation so that they don't use other divination methods to find me. If my connection to the Sapphira Castle was stronger, I could have used a bit of the grey fog to cover the seed of corruption inside my body so that it couldn't be used to divine anything about me, but for now, the cards of blasphemy will have to do. But if I ever get close to either of the students who were corrupted by her, I'll probably get easily found out. It's better I stay away from the room of convenience for now. I probably wouldn't be able to do anything in there anyway. The other founders also probably need something close to them like Salazar's locket. And even if I am able to quickly find an item that they need, they might just turn out to be a dud given how Salazar bailed as soon as he was woken up. Tossing the bone knife to his random pile of items and getting the cards of blasphemy to protect himself, Loki was done for the day. With a deep sigh he walked over to his bed and tried to fall asleep but couldn't, because as soon as he felt his grip on reality loosening he began hearing the faint whispers that were lulling him to danger. Eventually, with no other choice, Loki blew on his whistle to call Sunny. "What do you need?" "Put me to sleep," Loki requested bluntly. What? "I do hate you for not paying me more, but I don't hate you so much that I want to kill you, human," Sunny complained, causing Loki to laugh a little. "No, it's not that. Due to some stupid reasons, I am having trouble falling asleep. I need you to force me to sleep if possible by soothing me," Loki explained, tossing a galleon towards Sunny. "I see, then you should have said that from the start. And remember, I'm not doing this for the coin, you know. I'm doing this as your friend," Sunny complained. "Oh. Then give me back my galleon," Loki asked with his hand outstretched. "Do you want to remain my friend or not?" Sunny calmly asked, making Loki laugh and wave his hand. "No, I was just joking, Sunny. Who wouldn't want such a trustable and kind friend as you?" Sunny raised his chin with pride and began to use his spirituality to make the air resonate to sing various poems. Loki remained awake for about a minute, but soon after he slowly gave way to Sunny's voice as it penetrated him on a spiritual level and forced him to sleep. Waking up the next morning like he hadn't been attacked the previous night, Loki calmly took a shower, dressed himself and left for classes. "Not coming to eat breakfast with us, Loki?" Astoria asked with a sad frown on her face when she saw Loki walking in a different direction than the one that would lead them to the Great Hall. Not for a while, Tori. I have some work to do and I'm already late. Sorry. I will make it up to you later. Loki said, waving his hands and moving towards the kitchen. Throughout the time he spent in the castle, Loki avoided any areas that would let him brush against the 3 students who were corrupted. He didn't have any meal in the Great Hall and neither did he go to places like the library or the courtyards. Loki spent most of his time shut inside his room, behind his door, and only ever came out to attend classes to appear normal to the teachers and to Hermione, who he kept oblivious by attending classroom 2 to 21 regularly. But Loki was cooking. His mind hadn't stilled. It was constantly working with a single goal in his mind. I will come out of this. No matter what. Chapter 2:14, Their Intentions. Over the month Loki had grown to be more and more suspicious. It was all due to him remembering a single phrase Snape had uttered on the night he was corrupted. Because it is not time yet. Although Loki had skipped over the statement then, thinking it was a random thing Snape was using to brush away his question, a stray comment from Hermione made him reconsider. A month earlier, Hermione was working with Loki on the newspaper when she asked Loki a simple question: when are your new cards going to get ready? Why? Want them for your collection? Loki teased. Hermione blushed softly and she opened her mouth like a goldfish. How? Haha, although you're terrible at the game, I know you love the designs on the cards. And don't you already know? I'm a bona fide seer. Nothing can escape from my sight. Arg. Hermione stomped her foot and looked away with folded arms, but then she eventually spoke in a mumble: when are the cards going to be ready? I'm asking because I have to include a promotional article about it, not for myself. Loki smiled, amused by the girl's audacity to attempt to do damage control, so he said, not now. Why? Because it's not time yet, Loki said, words that reminded him of his conversation with Snape. Not time yet. What do you mean? There's still a couple of months left for school to end. I just wanted to surprise everyone with the new cards during our last publication for this year. ***Fini. Upon thinking about his conversation with Snape more carefully, Loki felt the gears in his head turn. So, Adam is waiting for something to happen. A special event. Something that she and the Aurora Order have planned to do. What would Adam need from her and the Aurora Order though? The question had irritated Loki for a few days, since he couldn't just use divination to figure out its solution by peeking at their lives, but when he did figure it out, it left him at a loss for words. The answer was staring me right in the face all this time and I didn't notice it. TSK. I'm dumb. Loki chided himself. Although it is still a guess and not something that I have concrete evidence to support, it makes the most sense. But it isn't like I'm trusting my reasoning blindly, there's something even more damning than evidence that backs my reasoning. Beads of sweat rolled off Loki's forehead as he looked out the window and toward the Whomping Willow. Come to me. Come to me now. Loki turned his head away and went back to focusing on his work to make more cards for the Arcadia Royale. It was a hard task to constantly keep changing the meta of the game to keep players interested in the game. Just a few weeks earlier, Loki had an idea for a new series of cards which he wanted to use to surprise the players of the game at the end of school. Except his perfunctory plan shocked and scared him when he realized that one of the cards he was making rough sketched for included her. One of the cards had the drawing of a fair maiden. One that seemed tempting and elusive to get. The event reminded Loki about Klein's conversation with Emperor Roselle. It was the fact that Emperor Roselle had warned Klein about his warning for Klein to stay away from the moon card, suspecting it was filled with corruption from Mother Goddess of Depravity. The defiling seed that was planted into Loki's body had started to dig deeper without his knowledge. Loki hadn't even realized when the seed in him had started twisting his thoughts and perception. He had to get rid of it. But it isn't like I can just ask her to remove it like a good child and expect her to agree. A certain amount of anger was bubbling within Loki after he'd unlocked all the secrets about what the gods were doing this year. Nutters the lot of them are. How could they decide to risk the lives of all the children at school to achieve their goals? Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. I'd have to be a daft cow to believe such a thing. Even a true god. Salazar Slytherin bailed the second he was awoken. Running away from the very school he and his friends created. You would expect child-risking behaviors from her and the maddened one-eyed Jesus, since they're probably mad. But not from Adam, at least. If only half the people knew about what he was trying to pull off at the school, parents would probably leave on a witch hunt to take his head. Calming himself by taking a deep breath, Loki introspected himself and checked on his potion digestion. It had risen to a whopping 82%. A total of 40% from before, when it was only 42%. This was the main reason Loki trusted his reasoning of how the events were playing out. It was only after he uncovered the secrets of the games the gods were playing out that his potion had digested to such an extent. Thinking back to the time he had figured everything out, Loki made sure that nothing about his conclusion was wrong since his plan to take advantage of the gods' games had already been set into motion. A stray thought had been the first thing that had set off a cascading ripple. What if Adam is not really the son of the ancient sun god? In that case, would the one-eyed Jesus and he truly be on the same side? Since Adam has a clear history of being born in this world and he isn't some secretive god that has lived for millennia. This thought inspired Loki to think back to what Professor Snape had casually said when Loki asked him why Dumbledore hadn't fixed the problem yet. Perhaps because it is not time yet. If I go with the theory that Adam is not really the son of the ancient sun god, then that could mean they are on opposing sides. Perhaps Adam is waiting for the right opportunity to weaken one-eyed Jesus. In that case, is he waiting for one-eyed Jesus to descend, so that he can kill him and make him lose some of his Beyonder characteristics? Or it could also be because Adam is wondering exactly where the founders are. Perhaps he is simply waiting for her to find out and then stealing the information from her mind. Or maybe even setting up a deal to know about it. Loki thought about it for a while, a serious frown marring his face, but then he slowly shook his head. No. That seems too simple. Although that might be his aim, he could do that in other ways too. For example, fighting the true creator to weaken him, why not just go directly to wherever his real body is kept and consume him after fighting him? I'm sure Adam has more than enough friends to be able to gang up on the guy who is currently suffering from madness. And learning about the founder's location in the castle, he is literally the headmaster of Hogwarts. I doubt that much about the castle could remain hidden from him if he truly wished. He probably already knows where they are. But he is unbothered by it or doesn't want to interfere in it. So, Adam's aim is likely to find out to use this confrontation to earn something from the two others involved. Let's start with what the true gods involved in this want. They likely want a way to regain their sanity because the method to do so is probably held by the founders, who have clearly not gone mad and still communicate with their pathway beyonders. But what would Adam do in this? If he's waiting for the right time, it is possible he expects them to fail so that he can be the sole provider of a solution for those gods. This means the right time to step into the situation for him is when the true gods give up chasing after the method to regain their sanity from the founders. Either way, things on this level are going to be dangerous and full of a key ingredient, madness. I've already suffered from the stray interest of one of them, I don't want to be dragged into it further. All I need right now is the ability to fix myself. As soon as Loki concluded this much, his potion was digested by about 15%. The rest of the 25% was when he'd figured out about her involvement in these matters. Chapter 2:15, all according to plan. Loki deeply and clearly remembered the pattern the corruption took when he was affected by it. He remembered the web-like structure that felt almost like it was turning his soul over to the domain of an unholy creature waiting for him. The constant feeling of unburdening his desires, the constant feeling of respect and infatuation towards the sensual voice in his head while feeling disdain towards those outside, the deep sense of love and regret that followed as he continuously denied himself the relief of listening to the voice. It all made him think about a single thing. The person who had corrupted him was probably the primordial demoness. Loki could continuously feel that as long as he was not the owner of the Sapphire Castle, he would have been consumed and drowned by the torrential emotions of pleasure and love he felt towards the source of his corruption. But that wasn't all that Loki used to confirm for himself about the two true gods that were involved in this matter. No. Suddenly everything happening around the castle started to make more sense. Students snogging with each other in broom closets, the star-T-line rise of discarded cigarette packs, the lazy feeling that Loki infected the entire castle with each time he tried to free Salazar Slytherin all pointed towards one of the two deities. The impromptu sickness everyone was given was likely because of the abilities of a demoness of despair who had let out a weak plague that sapped everyone's spirituality. The constant tumbling of students into degeneracy also probably indicated the realm of the true creator. Given how Loki had previously concluded that the two gods were likely trying to find a way to cure their madness, Loki assumed the sudden attacks at the school were likely just them acting out under madness. The troubles that the students might have faced could have been greater, but Loki was sure the professors and Dumbledore himself probably took the brunt force of the attacks and softened the blow through several means, both Beyonder and magical. But Loki didn't stop there. With a theory on what was going on at Hogwarts this year, his mind started to form bits and pieces of a plan that would help him get rid of the corruption that had taken hold of his body. Except for his plan to be of any help, he needed to know the exact date that the gods' play would begin. And to figure this out he took a rather risky step that he wasn't willing to take before. If I am going to die sooner rather than later, I'd rather do it having tried every means of escaping, rather than die afraid and regretting the things I didn't do. And so Loki took the coin that he was given by Mr. X, and sacrificed it to the Sapphire Castle. With the coin inside the Sapphire Castle, Loki finally took the risk of examining it and laid it bare in front of himself, prying open all its secrets by wrapping it in his spirituality while making sure to protect his mind with the concealment rune. And to his mighty relief, he didn't get corrupted any further as he was expecting it to do. Perhaps the coin didn't corrupt anyone who would just wrap their spirituality around it because otherwise, it would corrupt whoever made it too, or maybe there was a different reason that Loki didn't know about yet, but he was relieved nothing happened. And he was glad he did this because it gave him a lead, a direction to further dig into to understand what he was dealing with. Through his extensive exploration, Loki discovered something peculiar. The coin had an expiration date on it. Whoever had made the coin had only put in enough spirituality to last for a month more. So one-eyed Jesus will descend in a month. He'll probably descend to try and force Adam into helping him regain his sanity by taking students hostage, but that's not the main point. No, I need something else to make sure this date isn't just a fluke or a mistake. To validate this information, Loki recognized a new way he could experiment. And the object of this new experiment was none other than himself. To be more precise, it was the seed of corruption that had been planted into him after the blade scratched him. Paying close attention to the seed of corruption over the next half-month, he quickly extrapolated from the data he collected from its rate of dissolution into his body and came to find the exact date the corruption would fully meld with his body. He'd figured out the exact date it would make him fully lose control and surrender to the primordial demoness. The date was the same as the date the coin would go out of commission. It was May 31st. There was a peculiar thing about this date that furthered Loki's potion digestion by 20%. The date May 31st was roughly 9 months since September 1st, the day the school had opened. Enough time for a baby one-eyed Jesus to create a decent vessel for his descent. With their plans and motives unraveled, Loki concluded a maxim for the cryptologist sequence: the world is a stage, with all its actors involved in their own schemes and selfish desires. My role is that of the actor who uncovers the trajectory of all their fates. With that in mind, Loki worked on a plan that would guarantee his safety and help him get rid of the corruption in his body. The 5 key pillars of this plan were his acting skills, the charm he had gotten from Salazar Slytherin, Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger. Each one, for a different reason, was responsible for helping him successfully complete each section of the plan he had created. Harry should have gotten the little gift I sent for him already. I wonder how much longer it'll take for them to notice that he's missing. I hope I didn't drink the exhaustion potion too early. It would be awkward if I did. Loki looked out of the window of his future-telling room. His view was directed right at the Whomping Willow, a strange gleam in his eyes that trembled in anticipation at the plan he had created. Will it work? Bang. Loki. Loki. Help me. Hermione walked into the room with an exaggerated look of fear on her face. Her hands were trembling and she was taking rapid breaths. She ran here. Loki thought as a flicker of anticipation arose in his mind. What happened, Mione? Loki asked calmly, grabbing the girl by her shoulders to calm her down. He wasn't faking much since he was already quite worried about his plan working. It's Harry. Harry Hermione started but paused to take a deep breath to fill her burning lungs with some air. What happened to Harry? Loki asked, looking right into her eyes, empathizing with her but remaining calm so that Hermione wouldn't become more worried than she already was. Harry's gone missing. I think Sirius Black has gotten him. Could you use your divination to find him, Loki? Please. Hermione rambled while Loki put on a simple smile on his face. That's what makes me the most dangerous, doesn't it? If I'm the actor that knows the trajectory of all their fates, I can manipulate them to behave exactly as I want them to. Calm down, Mione, I'll do it, just calm down for a second. Hermione finally calmed down a little, taking deep breaths since Loki's admission of help comforted her. Sitting down on his chair, Loki closed his eyes after muttering a sentence 7 times. Where is Harry Potter currently located? 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 While his eyes remained closed, Loki suddenly found beads of sweat started to form on his forehead as if he was carrying out a particularly difficult task. Within moments he violently rocked on his chair as he opened his eyes with a deep gasp, trying to swallow air like he was just being drowned. Hermione's complexion paled since she had never seen such an adverse reaction from Loki. What happened, Loki? This is not good, Mione. What happened? Just tell me. Harry's been put under the Imperious Curse. He's being controlled by Sirius Black. He's guiding him to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. There's a pathway under the Whomping Willow that goes there. Loki revealed with wide eyes. Before he could even blink his eyes, Hermione shouted a "Thanks for the help, Loki," and rushed out of the room to find a professor. While sitting on the chair, Loki smiled. All according to the plan. Chapter 216, Cheek. Closing the door and locking it after he placed a ward on it to prevent it from being opened easily by anyone, Loki stepped inside his fortune-telling section in the room. Once inside, Loki looked out the window at the school grounds. Harry was walking like he was in a trance, taking step by step on his own as he moved towards the Whomping Willow. The sun was setting, casting an orange fiery glow over the entire tree. Loki waited by the window, watching as Harry slipped under its roots. The Marauder's map open on his table showed Loki the names of the several other characters rushing behind Harry. Dumbledore was the first to arrive at the tree as he stepped under the roots and followed behind Harry. Seeing him enter, Loki smirked. Looks like he's freaking out. I guess I'll know exactly how he's feeling soon enough. Waiting a little more, Loki saw Hermione rushing towards the Whomping Willow along with Ron and Lupin. Soon Loki ruffled his hair and put on a worried frown on his face to appear scared. He then pulled out the flute that Snape had given him and blew on it. There was no change in his surroundings for a moment, but immediately after a sharp tear opened up beside him from which a dark bony and furry hand emerged, its nails sharp like knives. Appearing scared, Loki spoke with a soft trembling voice. Could you deliver this letter to Professor Snape, please? It's urgent. The hand of the invisible creature moved nimbly, picking up the letter in Loki's hands with its nails. Its large dark yellow eyes looked out of the tear in the fabric of space, right at Loki for a few seconds, before vanishing. A little later, after the sun had fully set, Loki saw Snape and himself following everyone into the roots of the tree. A soft smile emerged on Loki's face as he watched the events proceed, and his previous fear-filled face vanished like smoke from incense in the wind. In the soft darkness of the recent sunset and pink sky, Loki left from the window side and patiently performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual. Loki pulled out a simple potion he'd brewed inside the Sapphire Castle over the last month. Loki looked at the small vial of molten gold liquid and stared at it with a little apprehension. This is it, huh? The vial contained a potion that was still incomplete, but Loki was willing to consume it anyway, not because he wanted to fall sick or something, but because he had to rush to make this incomplete potion that would enhance a single aspect of his abilities. Uncorking the vial, Loki quickly drank the entire potion in a single gulp, before closing his eyes and crewing the effects. A few minutes ago, a little before Harry Potter entered the roots of the Whomping Willow. What's happening? Harry exclaimed inside his head as he watched from his eyes his body move unnaturally and beyond his control. No matter how hard he tried to resist, he couldn't regain control over his body. He tried shouting for help, making even the smallest twitch on his body, yet he couldn't move. Did someone use the Imperious Curse on me? Was it Sirius Black? Is he going to kill me just like how he killed my parents? Where is he taking me? Although Harry was fuming on the inside, externally, he looked totally normal. His body marched with steady steps, passing by Hagrid's hut without even a single call escaping him, alerting Hagrid for help. Soon Harry recognized he was stepping towards the Whomping Willow, causing him to feel a little fear. I remember Fred and George telling me this was one way out of Hogwarts, but it was blocked because of the Whomping Willow. Does Sirius Black know of this secret passageway? Where am I being taken? Will Headmaster Dumbledore be able to find me? Is this all happening because of that coin? The Whomping Willow did not attack Harry as he expected it to. It looked like it was asleep, uncaring for anyone who was using the passageway underneath it. Harry's body walked through the roots of the tree and descended into the depths of the secret pathway that seemed to stretch beyond them. The walk for the next 15 minutes was dark and uncomfortable. Harry could barely see anything inside the tunnel as he tried his best to make out the faint outlines of whatever was in front of him. Soon Harry saw a faint glimmer of light in the distance, and within moments he arrived by its side. A bright torch was on fire and lit up the surroundings under the roots, where Harry found himself looking at a beautiful young girl who had a bloated abdomen and looked like she was pregnant. Yet she appeared extremely delicate and beautiful, like a flower dancing in the wind. Harry lost his mind simply by looking at her, without recognizing it himself. Her hair reached her ankles and appeared perfectly silky, like streams of clear water running across stones. Her hands looked delicate and the fiery flames painted her cheeks with an almost reddish blush. The girl's hands trembled slightly as they brushed over her belly while she looked at it with a mesmerizing smile. Had Loki been here, he would have recognized the girl as Mary Jackson. She wasn't this pretty when he'd first seen her, but her facial structure was indiscernibly the same. But what was distinctly different from her usual self right now was the unique way with which she carried herself. She looked proud. Her shoulders were soft but squared, and she stood as if there was nothing that could realistically harm her. There was a maddened look in her eyes, as if she were waiting in anticipation for the fruition of something that would happen soon. Something she had painstakingly prepared for a long while. The entire area was covered in what looked like spider webs, which made Harry think that no one had bothered to ever come down here, making him feel exceedingly eerie. Will I be killed here and no one will ever know? The flames on the torch flickered and the shadows danced. A sweet smell invaded Harry's nose as the girl walked closer to him. It felt sedating and comforting, yet something about her made Harry feel afraid. Hello, young man. I've been waiting for you, the girl said, caressing Harry's face slowly. Although the girl with a seductive smile should have made Harry feel comfortable and safe, he felt nothing but pure unadulterated fear when he felt her ice-cold hands touch him. She looked into Harry's eyes and appeared to be looking into something much deeper than just his eyes. She seemed to be peering into his soul. Harry tried to scream and kick around in his mind to escape from the clutches of the girl in front of him, but all his attempts went wasted since he wasn't able to control his body. Suddenly the girl who was cuddling his face froze and a prominent frown appeared on her face. You. It's not you. You were not the boy that I was supposed to gain. Suddenly the girl looked at her stomach and then cursed at the baby inside. This is not what you promised. You said he was destined to be connected with him. You said he was his blessed. You said I would be able to prevent him from returning. The girl was turning more and more frantic with each statement she uttered. What do you mean you hadn't anticipated this? I spent an entire year searching for them so that I could get my hands on his blessed. The girl suddenly in a fit of anger started to slam her fist into her own stomach. Thud 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 slap slap slap. Bad. Bad. Bad baby. Harry was certain he could hear the whimpering of a child from inside the girl's body, but although a part of him was shocked, appalled and even more afraid, since he couldn't comprehend which girl would beat her own baby, most of him was supportive of the girl and her actions. He felt like whatever she did was meant to be done. He felt like she was the only thing that was right with the world. And you? Who are you? What do you have to do with him? The girl looked at Harry with a fierce frown on her face. Harry suddenly felt like his heart had frozen and shattered when he looked at the beautiful girl frowning while looking at him as if he'd broken the heart of an inconsolable young maiden. He felt worse than a bum who'd taken advantage of his wife's money to gamble some more. However, Harry suddenly felt reprieve. All of a sudden he felt like the girl in front of him was no longer as pretty as before, returning the control over his thoughts back to him. That will be enough. A sudden voice distracted her and made Harry mentally sigh in an excited relief. Professor Dumbledore. Oh. This boy is worth enough to bring you out of your shell, Albus. The girl said with a polite smile, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she re-evaluated Harry standing in front of her. Maybe, I should make this boy mine then. The girl asked as she looked at Dumbledore, giving him a coy smile. Believe me when I say this will not end well for you, Dumbledore warned as a feeling of suppression spread from his body causing Harry to feel lightheaded. Oh. You are willing to go to such an extent? The girl said, her smile deepening. You've only been able to stay hidden here because you remain on no side, it would do best if you remembered this fact. Are you threatening me, Albus? After all I've done for you. After I worked tirelessly to help you bait out the boy who you desire to meet so much. The girl asked with a sickening smile after she pretended to feel shocked. Dumbledore's eyes glimmered dangerously as he looked at the girl. How I wish you were really here. Oh. Why's that? Has my charm finally started to affect you too? The girl asked with a cruel smile. Like it did your lover all the times before. Dumbledore turned silent, but his lips turned thin. It was the first time since he'd known Dumbledore had Harry seen him angry. He could practically feel the hostility being radiated off of him. And it made him all the more worried to be close to the girl he was standing with as if he'd be caught in their crossfire. But Dumbledore managed to control his anger quite well since he asked a simple question once again. The Founders won't help you. But I can. You should know by now how stubborn they are about their ways. I know what I'm doing, Albus. At least I'm not like you who was abandoned like an orphan. Oh. Suddenly two more students, Ron and Hermione, walked into the area along with Professor Lupin, but surprisingly they ignored Dumbledore, Harry, and the strange girl as if they didn't exist at all and continued walking deeper into the tunnel. After which Snape and Loki rushed into the darkness of the tunnels, similarly ignoring everyone present there. Looks like there are a lot of people worried about this boy, it makes me want to take him for myself even more. It is my protection that keeps you hidden from her. Dumbledore said with a certain finality. Is that a threat, Albus? Are you really willing to compromise the future because of a single boy? The girl asked in a fierce tone. Her face held a deep prominent frown and her hands clenched into fists. Just a reminder. The girl's frown suddenly turned into an amusing smile as she spoke softly, so much for your act of being the White Lord, I guess darkness is the only thing that's eternal. Why don't the two of you join hands then? Aren't you becoming similar? The girl said, placing her hand on her bloated stomach. I mean, what do you think is faster? Me giving birth, or me losing control? He is quite eager to meet you, I think. He hasn't been able to remain quiet ever since I told him that you need our help for your little project. Don't you, Albus? Aren't you planning to overthrow the Founders too? Betraying them like they betrayed you? Albus and the girl stared at each other for quite a while before a sudden voice interrupted them both. Cheek! Who would have guessed it'd be the Minturned girl that was hiding behind the old man like a rat all this time? Chapter 217, Boo! The girl immediately turned towards the men who somehow none of them had noticed until this point in time. There was a tense moment of silence in which the girl's eyes widened in horror. She spared a glance at Dumbledore that confirmed that he didn't know who this monster was. The man was standing with the support of his silver cane and had a golden monocle on his right eye, the only eye that was currently open and looking at them. Before anyone could react, the webs in the area wound into sharp spears piercing the man's body. Ha ha ha, what a cute little welcome for me, Cheek, the men said while laughing at the silky white spears that had pierced him. Harry, who was afraid for the men, watched in absolute shock as not even a single drop of blood escaped from his body. I was wondering which numbskull it was that tried to corrupt my blessed and color me surprised. I didn't expect it to be you, Cheek. TSK, TSK, TSK. There was silence for a moment that not even Dumbledore chose to break. Dumbledore simply looked at Cheek and then at the Newman carefully and analyzed him a little slowly. He wore black knee-high boots, a dark robe and a pointed black hat, while the most intriguing of all was the golden monocle fixed over his right eye. "Who are you?" the woman asked as she glared at the man who hadn't introduced himself yet. "I doubt you don't know me, so I assume this is just your attempt at performing humor, though your jokes are just as bad as ever, but I shall humor you. My name's Amon, or maybe you could call me Mr. Error. Worry not, I won't do anything bad to you, aren't we all on the same side? Against those pesky outer gods." The girl trembled slightly, and Dumbledore, performing his role of a spectator, noticed it easily. But seeing Cheek stuck in her position as if she'd seen a ghost, Dumbledore asked the next question. "Who? What? I've been away for a few years and the two of you've already forgotten me. Sigh, I understand you haven't had as much time as me in this world, but you still haven't learned anything about me. Just how weak are you guys? And you still decided to mess with my blessed. Naive." The man shook his head in an amused disappointment. There was silence in the air as Amon finished his rant, but seeing no recognition from him, he spoke again. "And here I thought Cheek, being your acquaintance, would have told you a little about me. TSK. I gave you more credit than you deserve. Foolish kids. I guess the founders were right in ignoring you for the numbskulls you are." Dumbledore's eyes widened at the random information drop, and he almost immediately pulled out his wand and waved a spell out of it. A red bolt of light flew at blinding speed, traveling through the air until it reached Amon, who just swatted it away with his staff like he was casually waving away a fly from his face. The spell landed on the roots behind Amon and instantly exploded into a fiery inferno, which Dumbledore had to wave his wand to direct away from them, since although they could bear it, Harry's body would have been burnt to ash. "Is that a way to treat someone who's speaking?" Amon asked with a polite frown on his face. It was at that moment that Cheek swiped her hand and caused a wave of black flames to flow over Amon. Except when she waved her hands, nothing came out of them. "What are you trying to do with waving your arms in the air?" Amon asked, looking like he was puzzled, and then his lips moved up ominously as he waved his hand. "Did you want to make these flames?" And caused a small black flame to appear in it. "Yo, you. You're really here?" the woman gasped as she took a step back. Dumbledore too was looking at the men with a slight frown, yet he appeared to be far more composed than Cheek, who was clearly panicking as her hands trembled in fear. As expected of a spectator. "My bless told me you've been tormenting him all year, Cheek. He told me you keep trying to get him to surrender to you. He said if he wouldn't come to you, you would have caused him to lose control." Amon looked at the woman with narrowed eyes, and then with a dangerous glint in them he asked, "Is that true, Cheek? Did you really do this?" Cheek composed herself and spoke with a kind smile that gave her the aura of a kind elder sister who cared very much for you. "I wouldn't have done anything if I knew he was your blessed. I need to charm him. That's the only way to leave." I understand," Amon said, as if having been charmed by the girl's attempt, which caused her smile to deepen, except that was when he said, "But I suppose punishments do. So that you don't even think about repeating what you just tried to do to me." Amon then adjusted his monocle and, with a sinister smile that promised he was up to no good, suddenly vanished from in front of the three people. "Where did he go?" Cheek immediately asked Dumbledore with a sense of despair on her face. Just as Dumbledore was about to reply, his eyes shifted to her protruding belly, and Cheek's attention shifted to it too. "Oh. He is ready to come out. I guess he wanted to meet him too," Cheek said sarcastically as she carefully caressed her belly by punching it. "Who is Dash?" "No. I'm not talking about him. I'm leaving. You can handle the aftermath, whatever it is. I'm not going to get involved in this further. The warning was enough for me. You are under my protection." "Ha. I knew you'd try and bring this up again. What do you think I've been doing all year? Sitting around twiddling my thumbs. I've figured out how to reach the founders. They can keep me safe from her. But you know what? It doesn't matter how hard you try. You will never be able to keep me safe from him. Dumbledore frowned deeply. "He is stronger than her." Dumbledore's lips turned thin and shifted into a frown, and just when he was about to open his mouth again, the weight in Cheek's belly shifted. There was a splash of water that made her robes wet, after which suddenly something fell out in between her legs. Stepping back a little, Cheek allowed a small pink-faced baby to come into view. The baby's hands danced around in the air for a few seconds before its mouth opened, and instead of a cry, a shrill scream of death erupted. Cheek stepped back and shielded herself while Dumbledore immediately rushed in and dragged Harry away from the center, protecting him just as his body began to spasm and mutate. Harry suddenly lost consciousness when Dumbledore pointed his wand at him. Once Harry was safe, Dumbledore walked back toward the baby. Cheek was bleeding because of the terrible speed at which the baby separated from her, but her eyes constantly scanned around the area as if she was afraid of suddenly being eaten alive by her shadows. I can't leave this body behind. I've suffered enough from doing so once. She quickly pulled out a mirror from her pocket and tossed it into the air. Her hand punched towards it and she was about to enter it and escape away into the mirror world when saw Dumbledore place Harry a little away and walk towards the now transforming baby. Dumbledore looked at the baby and calmly flicked his hand. Cheek's vision suddenly blurred as she felt her sea of subconscious suddenly be hit by a storm. Her body bubbled as her hair flew into the air as if it were alive and trying to rush away from her head. Dumbledore had used the ability, Mind Storm. It caused a storm in the sea of subconscious surrounding them. It was a hard ability to deal with for demigods since there were plenty of weak points in one's psychic body. Especially in gods who were already maddened. It made them easily hear the sounds of at least 1,000 people screaming knowledge into their ears. It was torture. Especially when the knowledge itself was corrupted from beings both on the planet and from deep within the cosmos. As if someone had pressed the fast-forward button on the baby's life, along with its scream and its features started to change. First, its reddish skin slowly turned pale, and then its height and weight started to increase. Slowly the baby was no longer a baby but appeared as a toddler that stood on his 2 legs. After which with his first step he raised his hand. It was at this point that both Cheek and Dumbledore froze in their spot as they realized something was wrong. The toddler with its arms extended screamed and wailed in the most unholy way imaginable. Both Cheek and Dumbledore immediately understood that the cry was no longer a cry of pain from corruption but one of fear. Asterisk. Asterisk. The ability Dumbledore had used wasn't strong enough to cause this effect. Even if it was a maddened god. This was the scream of someone fighting death. The toddler grew, passing from about 4 years old to about 10 in an instant, and then slowly until it aged to 13 before it slowly moved rapidly towards the age of 25. Clothes sprouted out of nowhere and covered the man who had long stopped screaming with his head bowed low as thin black hair fell on his face and covered the eyes on his face that were further hidden by his tall wide hat from everyone else. Dumbledore clenched his wand tighter while Cheek gulped audibly. That was when the man finally opened his eyes as a mischievous smirk played on his lips. His fingers twirled as a golden monocle formed in between his fingers which he calmly placed on his right eye. And then the man looked at Dumbledore and Cheek, opened his mouth, speaking for the first time, as he simply said. Boo. Chapter 218, Phase 1. Chills traveled up Cheek's and Dumbledore's spine but the man cared little for it and conjured a cane in his hand that produced a crisp tack as it was tapped on the ground while he walked away. That's your punishment for hurting my blessed. Be careful next time, I might not let you leave with your sanity intact. And before Cheek could recover from her shock or react to what had happened in any way shape or form, the man vanished from in front of her eyes as if he were the wind. As if he never existed. Beside her Dumbledore was watching with furrowed brows as he mumbled, he didn't have a body of heart and mind. A few meters away inside the castle, the man appeared out of thin air and before anyone could see him, he went on his merry way, walking towards the 2nd floor. Once in front of room 2-21, he easily unlocked the door just by tapping his wand and letting out a bit of his spirituality in a particular pattern. He entered the room, locked it just like it had been a few seconds ago and stepped in front of the body of a young boy who was standing in a weird posture. It looked like the body was postured and frozen while mid-stride. Suddenly the cane, the monocle, and the clothes the man was wearing vanished, creating a peculiar outcome as his facial structure changed and now looked completely different than it did before. The peculiar thing about the frozen boy inside the room was that he looked like a nearly exact replica of the naked boy who had entered after his face morphed. The naked boy quickly set up an altar and performed a sacrificial ritual. His item to sacrifice was the body of the boy who was standing frozen in a weird posture. Taking 4 steps counterclockwise, the boy's spirit body vanished as he entered the Sapphire Castle. Gasp. As soon as the naked boy entered the Sapphire Castle he gasped and took a deep breath. Ooh. I freakin' did it. Dropping to his knees, Loki let out a guttural shout that stirred the grey fog, causing it to rumble as waves spread out around him. Loki hadn't felt so much joy in a long time. He almost felt he'd fall unconscious because of how happy he was feeling and how much adrenaline was being pumped around his body right now. Quickly responding to the crimson star which was pulsating to represent his prayer, Loki moved into the real world and picked up the sacrifice he had made, his older body, while leaving behind all the clothes on it, and brought it into the Sapphire Castle. With his old body back in his grasp, Loki started to relax since there was not much that could go wrong from now on. Looking at his hands, Loki continued to repeatedly clench and unclench them. I can't believe I did it. I can't believe I pulled that off. Loki's plan had been simple. From the moment he figured out the answer to the question, what was Adam waiting for from her and the Aurora Order, Loki had immediately thought of his plan. It was a gamble, one that Loki was literally willing to bet his life on. His plan was simple. He would swindle the primordial demoness and the true creator by using the charm that Salazar Slytherin had given him and use the new body of the true creator as his own body. This was possible because Salazar Slytherin had handed him the Fate Siphon charm. He would use it to swap their fates during the true creator's time of rebirth. The plan was a gamble. But a gamble that Loki did his best to turn into a perfect plan. To swindle the primordial demoness and the true creator, he first needed to distract them because he could in no way, shape or form put up any resistance if they actually tried to capture or harm him. And his distraction was simple. It was Dumbledore. He would use the coin that Mr. X had given him to corrupt Harry and make the primordial demoness control him to bring him into the Whomping Willow. And if Harry went into the Whomping Willow, that was where Dumbledore would go. Then he would use a sacrificial ritual to float out of the castle using his spiritual body and float over to the spot where Dumbledore, Cheek, and the true creator were meeting after having accommodated the error card of blasphemy to forcefully rise to sequence 6 Prometheus. Once there, he would just have to find the opportune moment to activate the charm and switch his fate with the true creator and take over his body. The plan wasn't foolproof, yet. It had too many variables. One of them, for example, was that either Cheek or Dumbledore would attack him and blow his cover when he wouldn't be able to defend against them. But Loki was slightly prepared for this. Physical attacks like the one Cheek pulled off by transforming her spider webs into spears wouldn't work because he was in his spirit body. Another variable was that Cheek and Dumbledore would recognize that he wasn't a true god because he had no suppression aura. But Loki fixed this by using the error blasphemy card. Simply by using this card, he immediately gave himself a partial divinity aura that would stand surface-level inspection. But what about magical or beyonder attacks that could touch his spirit? Loki covered that aspect too, because holding onto the card of blasphemy for the error pathway bumped his own sequence up by 1. It gave him the ability of the next sequence, Prometheus. It gave him the ability to steal Beyonder's abilities, which was how he managed to steal Cheek's black flames. He could also now see the runic composition of spiritual abilities like Beyonder abilities and magic. So when combined with his eloquence of languages, he could see their weaknesses. Allowing Loki to catch onto the weak point of Dumbledore's spell and redirect it by tossing it in a different direction. But there was a problem that Loki hadn't considered. Loki assumed that the corruption induced in him by Cheek would be enough to hold the true creator back after he swapped bodies with him and so activated the charm. What he hadn't anticipated was the true creator resisting the effects of the charm and managing to overpower it to obliterate Loki when his soul tried to wrestle away the control of his body. Once Loki was in the body of the baby, he immediately felt a second consciousness inside the body, the consciousness of the true creator. And so did the true creator. But the true creator was slightly shocked to discover that there was someone else inside the body he had spent months fleshing out to be his perfect vessel. Loki used this moment of shock to use the baby's body to kick Cheek on the inside and then focus entirely on the concealment rune to keep his mind shut from any corruption that might get induced by the true creator's screams. But Loki knew this wasn't enough. His soul, which was right by the soul of the true creator, was laid bare and helpless, waiting to be attacked and killed or worse, corrupted. But it was at this point that Loki felt a calming wave of energy pass over him. It was Dumbledore, who at the last moment of his transformation attempted to attack him with a mental attack. But because Loki's body of heart and mind was concealed with the concealment rune and the true creator's soul was that much more prominent, the attack fell on the true creator. It forced him to shift his attention, and Loki used this moment in full stride as he took direct control of the baby's body while Dumbledore's attack duked it out with the true creator. Others would have claimed that Loki stealing Cheek's ability and being able to deflect Dumbledore's attack and Dumbledore's mental attack helping him was lucky. But it was not. Or rather, it was not unplanned luck. Since Loki had drunk a partially enhanced Felix Felicis, the luck potion, before he embarked on this journey. However, the potion wasn't complete in the traditional sense since it took nearly 6 months to make the potion using normal methods. Loki only had half a month, but with his mastery of potions, it was perfected differently. The potion he made was perfected to work only in conditions when death was a guarantee if it didn't work. So the potion would always save him until he was on a path of sure death. It was a delicate balance and a nerve-wracking adventure that Loki did not want to go on again. I don't know if I was just really lucky or not. But whatever it was, I don't want to do it again. But this is just phase 1. Now I need to go through with phase 2 to perfect my alibi. Chapter 219, Flash. Just a little bit more and this will be perfect. Dropping the error blasphemy card onto the table, Loki exited the Sapphira Castle. Once outside, he wore the clothes he had borrowed from his previous body and immediately set out of the room. With short but quick steps, Loki walked towards the Gryffindor Tower. He set up a short ward that would produce a loud noise upon being activated and walked toward the closest exit from the tower. He waited there patiently for about half an hour while consulting with the Marauder's map every few minutes to see if his target was walking back to the castle. It didn't take long. Loki soon saw Harry Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Severus Snape along with Peter Pettigrew, Hermione Granger, and Ronald Weasley appear on the map. Curiously, a different name also existed on the map which was moving along with the somewhat large group of people, Loki. They were heading straight back to the Gryffindor Tower. Loki quickly used illusions to hide under the cover of darkness inside a broom closet as he held his breath and waited. The sound of shuffling footsteps reached his ears, but Loki did not emerge from his hiding spot. A sliver of gap in the broom closet was all he used to carefully peer through the darkness and look at who was passing by. Bang. SSSSRREECCCCHHHHHHH. A loud noise distracted everyone for a second, which was enough for Loki to open the door and pull Hermione into the closet as soon as she walked past him. Hermione attempted to scream, but Loki held her mouth and brought out his wand and cast a dim Lumos charm, making a light that was just bright enough for Hermione to see him. "Mione. It's me," Loki said, slowly letting go of Hermione's mouth. "Huh?" Hermione appeared shocked. But you were just..." "Yes. I know, that's why I need your help." "Help? But I'm not a Bayo, no way." "You knew all along." Hermione suddenly whispered harshly. "I mean, I'm a seer, it wasn't that hard to figure out what you were using to get around to so many of your classes," Loki said, shrugging his shoulders. Hermione's mouth opened and closed like a fish for a few seconds. There was a sense of frustration that lay in her gaze as she looked at Loki, but then she spoke slowly. "I'm coming with Dash." "No. I only saw myself traveling alone." Loki immediately shut down the thoughts Hermione was having. "But Dash. You know the rules, Mione, you don't mess with time as you like. You're one to tell me, I should be telling Professor McGonagall that you knew about it all along." "Please," Loki said with a funny smile. "Arg. Whatever you want. You don't tell me anything anyway," Hermione said, pulling out the golden chain around her neck and wrapping it around Loki. Although Loki felt a little weird about her last remark, he shouted a thanks and immediately pushed her back out of the broom closet while whispering into her ear, "Go to the women's lavatory. I planned for you to meet everyone over there, they'll be distracted by something else so you can go ahead of them." "The women's lavatory? Shameless. How did you go in there?" Hermione complained. Loki just laughed and said, "Myrtle is a good friend. Charming, aren't I?" Hermione rolled her eyes and did as Loki told while leaving him to his devices. With Hermione gone, Loki looked at the little hourglass at the end of the pendant Hermione had given him and covered it with his spirituality. Then while holding its knob, he turned it once, turning the hourglass inside its gyroscopic container once too. Loki felt a smooth shift. The light that entered the broom closet through the crack shifted and spun as if Loki was thrust into a ride through the rainbow. The sound that filled Loki's ears felt like he was listening to an orchestra under the pool. In but a moment more, everything stabilized and Loki sighed audibly. He pushed open the broom closet and stepped out calmly after pressing out any creases that might have formed on his robes. Walking a little in the corridor, Loki came to rest at the exit from where he could step into the grounds of the castle. Not long after, Loki heard soft footsteps burden his ears, causing him to turn around and look at who had arrived. "Oh. Professor Snape. So glad you were able to make it. I suppose you've read my letter." "Yes," Snape said after looking at Loki with some seriousness. "I saw Ron and Hermione entering the pathway under the Whomping Willow along with Professor Lupin." A scowl formed on Snape's face, but he said nothing else and started to walk ahead. "I'm coming along, Professor, just in case I'm needed to do something," Loki said in a slightly unsure voice, making Snape pause and look at him. But then Snape said nothing and just looked away after a short nod. Loki internally smiled and without wasting any more time, began to follow Professor Snape as they walked under the Whomping Willow. As they walked closer to the Whomping Willow, Loki saw Snape wave his hands and shoot a freezing charm at a particular spot on the tree, causing it to freeze while they quickly stepped through the tunnel under the tree. Walking in silence, Loki felt goosebumps rise up his arms as he passed by the area he remembered was where Dumbledore, Harry, and Cheek were. Even though he mentally recognized the area around him, he couldn't see a single one of them without the rune of concealment covering his mind. But Loki maintained his composure and continued to follow Snape, who hadn't indicated he could see anything else otherwise. Walking through the darkness, Loki found himself stopping a little behind Snape when he froze stiff. In the silence, Loki could hear the argument between two students. "Where's Harry Sirius?" "I don't know, Lupin." "Why do you think I took him?" "Because my friend is a seer and he saw you guiding Harry using the Imperious Curse." Loki held his breath like Snape and paid attention to the conversation that was going on inside the Shrieking Shack. Counting down, Loki soon found himself tensing as he slipped into cogitation, and it was a good thing he did, because SSSRREECCCCCHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHAn unholy scream filled the tunnel, reaching Loki, and Snape, who were both immediately feeling the effects of losing control. But the scream vanished as soon as it arrived. Snape immediately turned around and looked into the depths of darkness beside Loki while Loki did the same. Turning around and looking at Snape, Loki raised his eyebrows in worry, indicating he was asking for what he should do next. Snape just raised his finger and silenced him by putting the finger on his lips. That was when a confused voice came out of the shrieking shack. Blimey, what was that? Suddenly, a crisp crack was heard behind Loki and Snape inside the darkness of the tunnel, but before they could react or even turn around they felt a wave of calmness pass over them. Loki and Snape froze on the spot as their eyes closed while their brains stopped functioning for a few moments. Snap. Loki opened his eyes along with Snape and the two remained silent, as if nothing had just happened, paying full attention to the argument that was going on in the shrieking shack. I know why you brought me here. Harry said accusingly. Chapter 220, Revealed. As soon as Loki heard Harry's voice, a calm smile spread to his lips. He wiped it away from his face just as quickly, however. Looks like Adam took the bait. He rearranged things to happen according to his plot for the year. Snape pulled out his wand and calmly swung it to cause the door to open soundlessly. No one noticed the door opening since it was behind a bend, allowing Snape to enter the shrieking shack with soft steps, his wand pointed at Sirius Black, who was looking away from him. Just give him to us, Harry. We can prove it. Lupin pleaded. Prove what? That you're here to kill me. To finish the work that you left unfinished 13 years ago. The night you killed my parents. Harry screamed while Hermione and Ron kept their wands pointed at Sirius and Lupin. No, Harry. He isn't after you. If only you'd let us prove ourselves. Lupin pleaded once again, but before Harry could speak a third voice interrupted them all. I've been trying to explain to the headmaster that you've been helping your friend enter the castle, Lupin. A shame he isn't here to personally see just how much you've let him down. Snape exhumed in a serious tone with a smirk on his face. Sirius and Lupin immediately turned around and so did the children. Severus. Sirius spat as his face, which was scowling and maddened, somehow turned even uglier. Why am I not surprised? Come to ruin someone else's life. Black. Snape spat back, his wand pointed right at Sirius. And what are you here for? Make new sacrifices in the name of your madness. Both Sirius and Severus wore deep scowls on their faces as they looked at each other. Now, why don't the two of you calm down? Lupin tried to be the voice of reason within the brewing conflict, but the two immediately shut him down without even looking at him. Shut it. Eventually, Loki slipped out of the corner behind Severus and peeked his head into the room. What is everyone doing? Loki asked as he looked at the three parts the room had inadvertently gotten divided into. Loki. Hermione said with some excitement. Has it not been solved yet? Loki asked, looking at Hermione. No. They keep telling us that they want to prove something to us. They're trying to trap Harry. I hadn't expected Professor Lupin would join them too, but... Hermione rambled on until her eyes shifted from Loki and fell upon Professor Snape, who just sneered. So you figured it out too. You hit it well, Miss Granger. Snape praised. You've almost made me happy enough to give you 5 points for Gryffindor. Loki looked at Snape with a sense of betrayal, his mouth agape, but Lupin interrupted once again. Please, let's keep out personal biases for other races out of this. This is a question of life and death. Let us show it. Let us prove it. Look. I don't even have my wands out. I can't possibly harm you. We both know that's not true, Severus said with a frown while keeping his wand pointed at Lupin, whose eyes widened since Snape was hinting at their beyonder abilities. What does he mean, Professor? Harry asked while keeping his wands trained at Lupin and Sirius. You don't need to drag them into . The headmaster has kept them blinded for long enough. Their stupidity has led them into enough situations where their ignorance remains at the crowns of their heads. Snape said each word with pause, his tone strict and his chin lifted in arrogance and pride. James and Lily wouldn't have want . Sirius started, but Snape interrupted him ruthlessly. You wouldn't know what Lily would have wanted even for the life of another. You filthy traitor. Snape spat, his anger palpable, while Sirius recoiled in horror at having been reminded of something. All the children in the room became shocked seeing how Snape lost control. His eyes had turned red and his hands trembled. Snape's overall calm or spite didn't show. He looked angry and no child knew why. You knew my mother, Professor? Harry asked softly, creating a tense pause where no one spoke, everyone waiting for Snape's next words. She was a beyonder. In the same pathway as me. Snape finally said, his voice trembling, recalling faint memories he held close to his heart. A beyonder? Harry asked as he turned around and looked at Hermione, and for the first time even she didn't have a proper answer to something a teacher had said. Snape looked at them for a while and then spoke softly. Did you never think how your very dear friend, Loki, got his ability to peer into the future from, Miss Granger? Loki's eyes widened and he looked at Snape sharply for dragging him into it, but didn't say anything to interrupt him. How a normal student who doesn't stand out in much else than his academics can suddenly tell people's fortunes? Snape asked again. I thought it was just a bloodline ability, like Professor Trelawney. Hermione said, unsure. Bloodline. I thought you were better. Do you really think that purebloods have superior bloodlines? When the dunderhead in your group is one. Everyone looked at Ron, who uncomfortably squirmed under their gazes. Beyonders gain their abilities by drinking potions of their corresponding pathways. There are 19 officially recognized pathways, each different, unique in its own way. Your friend here has drunk the potion corresponding to the mystery prior pathway. The children all looked at Loki, who just glared at Snape, but nodded softly after looking at them. I did drink the potion for the mystery prior, it gave me the mystical ability to perform divinations. I'm a Beyonder. Hermione's mouth hung loose, as did Harry's and Ron's. I didn't know. Hermione said softly. It was meant to be a secret. Loki said as he carried on Snape's explanation from there. Beyonders keep their identities a secret, not only because normal people would grow jealous of them, Loki paused and looked at Sirius and Lupin. But also because it can help us in tough situations since our abilities do not require the use of a wand, like them. Loki said, pointing at the two with his wand. They could very well be Beyonders and hurt you without their wands. Loki ended his explanation and looked at Hermione. Ah. Hermione had an epiphany, causing everyone to look at her. You mean Professor Lupin? What's wrong with Professor Lupin? Harry asked innocently. Hermione looked around the room as she looked at Lupin seriously and a little scared, but then she gulped down her fear as she spoke out. He doesn't need a wand to hurt us because he's a Beyonder of the werewolf sort. Loki frowned since he had known about it, but he was pretty sure Adam wouldn't have allowed Lupin into the school if he wasn't a good guy. And all his experiences, from the train to the classes and the help Lupin had given him regarding the Patronus charm, were all nice and made him stand out from the dada professors who had arrived at Hogwarts before. Yet to keep up the pretense, Loki kept his wand trained on Lupin. Also because he was on Snape's team through and through, even though he'd revealed his identity of being a Beyonder. Chapter 221, Drama. The room had stumbled on a deafening silence after Hermione's words as everyone looked at Lupin to see his reaction. Sigh. I know it seems as if I'm this big bad monster that's out to get you, but I promise, it's not like that, Lupin said, wiping his face with his hands. Raising his hands behind his head, Lupin looked at Sirius and suggested he copy him too. With both of them holding their hands above their heads, Lupin spoke, we'll take steps backwards until we reach the end of the room, all while Professor Snape here keeps his wand trained on me. And what do you want us to do? Harry asked. The rat that's hanging around in his pocket, Sirius said, quickly pointing at Ron, but then put away his hand so that they wouldn't think he was attacking them. Scabbers? Ron asked with confusion as he pulled out the rat from his pocket and into his hands. What did he ever do to you? Lupin looked at Professor Snape and then spoke, how about you do the honors, Severus? Blaming your defection on rats. What more could I even Snape started but was interrupted by Lupin. Please, Severus. This is important. Wouldn't you like to know who actually betrayed James and Lily? Snape's eyes instantly widened and raged with anger, but he kept calm and held himself as he found the right words to speak. What do you want me to do? Snape asked, but instead of Lupin responding, it was Loki who spoke first. An animagus. The room fell into a confused silence once again as everyone looked at Sirius and Lupin. You'll know when you see it yourself. Now why don't you place him in the center of the room, Ron? All of a sudden, Ron shouted, "OUCH." Everyone saw the rat jump out of his hands and rush towards the exit under Snape's feet. Just as Snape raised his wand to capture the rat, a fairly large gate appeared in the center of the room. It had a bone frame while an ethereal white veil appeared in its center. The gate had incredible sucking power. The wooden floorboards tore out of the ground and were sucked into it, the roof caved in and tore away, revealing the full moon outside. Everyone held onto the closest thing they could to prevent themselves from being sucked into whatever gateway had just appeared. Sirius and Lupin dove towards the students and held them down since they weren't strong enough to hold their own. Fortunately, Loki held onto the door that he had used to get into the shack and closed it just in time before the rat could escape outside. But under his stunned gaze, the rat jumped into the air, completely unaffected by the suction of the gate that looked like it led to the underworld, and began to transform. Much like his own transformation from a baby to a man in a few seconds, the rat transformed into a short, petite, bald man whose teeth were all crooked. During the time the man transformed, Loki looked around trying to search for something that would help him, but to his misfortune, he only saw Lupin's body mutating. Is he losing control? Because of the full moon outside. The rat had finally finished transforming and he dashed right at Loki in an attempt to push him away, but just in time as the man was about to touch Loki, a blinding flash of darkness caused everyone to stop. The shadows cast by the full moon outside grew and wrapped around the small bald man. But to everyone's dismay, the bald man immediately transformed into a rat again, sprinting in a completely different direction. The extensions of shadows immediately vanished as Professor Snape broke into a cloud of bats that all crashed into the rat and lifted it entirely off the ground. The pain that came from being pinched in a bat's mouth must have startled the rat, because the door that was sucking everyone and everything into it vanished. Professor Snape's body reformed holding the rat, but just before everyone could calm down they heard a threatening growl. Out of fear, everyone looked at Professor Lupin, or rather the werewolf who was now drooling above Hermione's hair. Hermione, Harry, and Ron waited with bated breath as Loki wondered, did he lose control? But to everyone's surprise, Professor Lupin was growling at the rat. Seeing it firm in Professor Snape's grasp, the werewolf started to recede, and soon only the men who Professor Lupin was remained. Everyone let out an audible sigh of relief. "Do you believe us now, Snape?" Lupin asked as soon as he was back. "Yes," Snape said, but everyone could see how angry he was. Who is that man, Professor?" Harry whispered in horror. "Did my rat just turn into a bald man?" Everyone heard Ron mumble, clearly traumatized given how he was close to puking. "Peter Pettigrew. The man I'm accused of killing and the man I will make sure I kill today." Sirius growled with anger as he immediately pointed his wand at the rat that was trembling in Snape's grasp. But I thought you killed him. Wasn't that why you were sent to Azkaban?" Hermione asked. Sirius looked at her and turned away, pointing the wand at the rat once again. "I'll answer your questions later. Throw him down, Severus. I want to kill him. I want to do the one thing I've been dreaming of doing all this time. I want to remind the rat that snitches get stitches." Snape remained calm under Sirius's barking and then looked at Peter too. Both their eyes were gleaming with anger and untold pain, each having lost one of their closest companions to the filthy rat. But a voice suddenly interrupted. "Stop." It was Harry. "Huh." Everyone turned to look at him. "Can someone tell me why you are hell-bent on killing him?" Sirius looked at Harry and controlled his anger. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths and spoke with caution. "Because he killed your parents, Harry. But I thought you were the secret keeper." I might have as well killed M. Sirius sighed. Everyone's gaze was now focused on Sirius, who was looking off into the distance as if he was remembering something painful, and after a little bit, wiped away a tear that escaped his eye. "I wasn't the secret keeper that night, Harry. I went against Dumbledore's words and made James change it to Peter. Thought no one would predict it was him and they'd all come after me. Thought it was quite funny too, since no one knew he was a Sequence 5 gatekeeper other than us. So it would help him digest his potion too." Sirius looked down as more tears escaped his eyes, then he shook his head and laughed. It was out of self-pity and contained much pain. "Too bad, it turned out he really was a rat. A snitch that sold the location of your parents' house to that freaky bastard. Took him right to it." Sirius wiped away his tears and pointed his wand at Peter Pettigrew once again, his eyes more resolved than ever and his anger burning more fiercely than it ever had. "And now I want to kill him." Chapter 222, Caught. Everyone in the room looked at the rat that was squealing in Snape's hands with at least a little hatred. Did Professor Snape do something to stop him from being able to transform? Loki wondered, bored of Sirius's retelling of the story since he had already figured it out long ago. Can it also stop people from revealing or turning into their mythical creature forms? Wouldn't it also help in preventing loss of control in that case? I should get him to teach me about it. No. Harry spoke up again. "Don't kill him," he said, placing his hand on Sirius's wand hand and pushing to lower it. "Harry. It's him. He killed your parents. He was the disgusting rat that caused their deaths. I've spent all my time in Azkaban wondering how I would get him. There can't be a better way for him to die." Harry's eyes trembled, but he closed them for a few seconds and with a soft sigh spoke up. "I don't think Mom or Dad would have wanted you to become murderers. Even you, Professor Snape," Harry said, causing Snape's lips to tremble. Both Snape and Sirius remained silent as they eyed each other, and in a moment of understanding Snape let Peter Pettigrew go. But before he could escape by rushing down the cracks that had formed all over the room, a thick beam of light rushed out of Sirius's wand and struck the rat straight in its chest, freezing it in the air as it was forced to transform. Everyone watched in disgust as the rat slowly morphed into the man Peter Pettigrew was. It felt morbid and unsettling, but no one took their eyes off it. The man landed on the wooden floor with a thud and began to look at everyone with trembling fingers. "Sirius." Peter Pettigrew spoke. "Lupin. Don't you remember how close we were? I've been waiting to meet you again. Get away from me, you filthy rat," Sirius said, waving his wand, almost whipping out the killing spell from it. "Harry. Please. Let me go. I promise I will be useful to you again. Just imagine. You'll have someone close to him who will keep you informed." Harry's face scrunched up and he nearly kicked Peter in the stomach, but Lupin held him back just in time. "Severus. I'm sure you know just how terrible he is. You know I didn't have a choice. You know it better than anyone else." Snape's lips quivered as his eyes turned bloodshot. He pointed his wand right at Peter and before anyone could do anything swiped his wand. An orange fiery whip erupted from his wand and wound around Peter's legs. Then like a tentacle, the whip thrashed Peter around the room, until more floorboards came loose and dents formed in the walls. No one made a sound since it felt justified and let Snape thrash Peter for the next few minutes until he stopped making any sounds. With another flick of his wand, the whip retracted back into his wand and Peter Pettigrew rolled onto the floor in the center of the room, in between everyone. Lupin stepped up and without even checking if Peter was alright since he was a Sequence 5 Beyogner, flicked his wand to conjure ropes that wound all around him and bound him in an impossible-to-move posture. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly and Ron spoke up, "What now?" "We take him to the castle and turn him over to the Dementors." Snape looked at Ron with a sharp gaze and for the first time, "Do you sell your brains before coming to the potions class?" praised Ron in his own twisted way. Ron was stun-locked, he didn't know what to do, causing everyone else to snicker and stifle their laughter lest Snape's mood turn sour once again. With a wave of Sirius's wand, Peter floated into the air still silent while Sirius spoke with a slight tremor, "Am I going to be free?" The words sent a tremor through Harry's heart. Can I stay with you if... I mean I heard you were my godfather, I mean only if you have a place because the Dursleys aren't, I mean not to come off as a brat or something, I just dash. Pat pat. You don't have to be so nervous around him, Harry. Lupin said with a warm smile as Harry looked at Sirius who was now frozen stiff. Just as Harry was about to feel even more terrible as he assumed Sirius was going to reject him, "You'd like to stay with me?" Sirius exclaimed. Snape was frowning looking at them but almost everyone ignored him. "It's all right, Professor Snape, I'm sure I can live with you if you want me to," Loki said with a polite smile. Snape just looked at him and scowled before turning away. Loki just giggled and started to walk out of the room, following Sirius and Harry who were already immersed in talking with each other, making plans about summer while Peter Pettigrew floated behind him, unconscious. "By the way, Sirius, why did you use the Imperious Charm on me to bring me here if you actually wanted Peter?" Harry asked, causing everyone to pause in their conversations and hear what Harry had to say. Loki panicked as soon as he heard Harry ask the question since this part of his plan depended on Dumbledore and how he'd handled things. Even if he was able to lead him down a path earlier, he wasn't sure he'd be able to do so easily again. "I thought he'd wipe that memory away from him. Does he intend of leaving it behind to find the cause too?" Loki had made a few preparations regarding this part, but it was yet to be seen if Dumbledore took the bait he'd let out. Perhaps meeting Amon did scare him a little, just enough to overlook the coincidences. "Ah. The Imperious Curse. When did I use that?" "I just arrived here because I received a letter from a close friend of mine to arrive here." "Sirius. Don't you dare betray our secrecy pact." "Huh." Harry froze, he could distinctly remember being controlled into walking towards the Whomping Willow, his body walking as if it was out of his control until he reached the Shrieking Shack. "You did not?" Snape questioned from the back, causing Sirius to turn around to look at him. "No. I was called by a student. He figured out midway through the semester that I was innocent and helped me stay away from the authorities and guided me here using a letter." "Why don't you just tell away my name then?" "Well, at least I used my alter persona so I should be safe." But Hermione turned around and looked at Loki, as did Snape. "I swear I just said it as I saw in my vision. I saw Harry walking while he was unable to control his body and Sirius was waiting for him in the Shrieking Shack," Loki said, raising his hands up. Everyone froze in their positions as Snape turned back toward Sirius and asked him a question. "Which student was this? That was helping you without informing the teachers?" "Ha. You want me to turn into a rat?" Sirius said with folded arms and in an arrogant tone causing Snape to scowl. "Way to go, Sirius," Loki exclaimed inside his mind. It's important, Sirius. Maybe that student has some particularly nasty plans for us," Lupin said, trying to be the voice of reason in the matter. "Damn werewolf. Bark up some other tree, why don't you? Leave me alone." "Well, if you put it that way, his name's Gehrman Sparrow, I remember how he looks." "Safe. Gehrman Sparrow? There's no student like that at Hogwarts if I remember correctly." "Perhaps he gave you the wrong name," Lupin said and Snape nodded. In that case, I remember how he smells, since I was in my dog form when I met him." "Damn, I did not think about that." "Dog form?" Harry asked. "Yes. I can turn into a large dog. It was my animagus transformation. Each one of us had one." "You mean my dad too?" "Yes. Even your dad, he was a stag," Lupin interrupted with a reminiscent smile. While Loki felt a little afraid of suddenly being recognized by Sirius, he was still glad that the topic of the conversation had changed. Surely there are few potions out there to change your body's natural odor if there's one to change your looks, right? Chapter 223, Stay Back. Their way back to the castle was eventless. Harry and Sirius spoke to each other about their plans for the summer while Loki ruminated on their words in the background. How am I going to explain Sirius that I live in the Black Manor? How am I going to make Creature shut up about me in the first place? And Walburga, what about her? Do I tell Sirius that she's sleeping and needs to be rescued? Does he even know the prophecy that Grandma was talking about? Do I get a new home? Why is it so hard to hide my identity? While people kept misunderstanding Klein's identity all the time. Is this the power of plot armor? Walking into the Gryffindor Tower to enter the castle, everyone walked past a certain broom closet when all of a sudden SSCCREEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee illusion took Hermione's place while she was dragged away into the broom closet. Snape waved his wand in anger and silenced the sound temporarily by placing a sound barrier around them. What was that? Ron asked, shaking his finger inside his ear to prevent the ringing pain raging in it from getting any worse. You sure it was not your brother's Weasley? Snape commented, but his eyes remained on Peter Pettigrew, checking if he was the reason for the sound and wanted to escape. Loki stepped out of the silencing spell's range, not before shouting, I'll check it out. Must be another one of Zonko's pranks. And Hermione quickly followed behind him saying, I'll follow him just in case something might happen. The rest remained inside the group, watching Peter Pettigrew. Moments later, Loki came back out of the corridor, Hermione walking back with him, and showed everyone a plate that had runes engraved onto it. Some prank item the twins were testing probably. Loki said as he stepped inside the silencing spell barrier again. I stopped it by scratching out a small piece of the circuits, maybe you can inspect it. Lupin peered over the plate and looked at it along with Snape, but seeing there was nothing too important about it and that Peter Pettigrew hadn't even attempted to escape, they stepped back thinking that it was probably something unrelated. Let's take Peter to Headmaster Dumbledore first, Lupin said, and everyone agreed, walking slowly toward the headmaster's office, this time more prepared for any sudden assault. Once at the Griffin stairwell gargoyle, everyone stopped. Cockroach clusters, Snape spoke, causing the gargoyle to spring into life as it acknowledged their presence and spun around, revealing a spiraling staircase on which everyone stood. Arriving at the door on the top, Sirius was about to knock, when an aged voice spoke from inside. You may come in. Loki gulped as he thought, first time meeting him, let's see how this goes. Stepping into the large office one by one, everyone gathered in front of the semicircular table that was placed beneath a staircase that took one behind a large wall at the end of the room. The entire circular office was filled with a variety of magical trinkets and knickknacks that interested Loki greatly, but currently, all his attention was on the white-bearded man who sat on his long, royal, comfortable-looking chair. His entire attention was on Albus Dumbledore. Is there a reason I shouldn't be surprised seeing one of the most wanted criminals inside my office? Dumbledore asked. Could I offer you some lemon drops? He said, picking up a bowl of pale hard candy. No, have had too many of those in the last year, Sirius said, casually shaking his head. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and looked at the figure that had been revealed behind everyone, Peter Pettigrew. Everyone remained silent as Dumbledore examined Peter Pettigrew from his seat. But he slowly stood up and moved closer, making his way through the large group that had invaded his office as he bent low to look at the unconscious bound men. Everyone waited with bated breaths. Dumbledore slowly stood up. He's alive. Everyone felt the footing under their legs slip for a second after hearing Dumbledore's comment, but they still didn't say anything. Except Loki. Loki was admiring Dumbledore's acting skills. He was shocked by how well he acted, his confusion even though he knew that he knew everything there was to know about the situation. Dumbledore's eyes rested on Snape as if expecting something from him, but Harry interrupted. Headmaster. It wasn't Sirius. He didn't reveal the location of my parents. It was Peter Pettigrew that did it. Dumbledore looked at Harry and then back at the bald man who was unconscious. I see. And then Hermione spoke, trying to bring more clarity to the situation. Harry had been missing for some time after he left the Great Hall, with no one seeing where he went, and so I got worried. I went to Loki to see if he could divine Harry's location, and then we learned that he was going to the Shrieking Shack. So I went there along with Ron and Professor Lupin. Dumbledore nodded. When Hermione rushed out of the room, I got a little worried if she was going to be all right, so I asked Professor Snape for help and went to the Shrieking Shack with him, Loki explained. Finally, Dumbledore's gaze rested on Snape once again. We verified the claims Black made and decided it was best to bring that matter to you. I see, I remember giving Peter's mother the news about a decade ago. Broken-hearted she was. She sobbed quite a bit that year if I remember right. At least she's gone thinking her son was a hero. There was a soft silence to Dumbledore's words that made them carry some weight and reality to it all. We shall discuss further about this matter later. Harry, if you would go to Madame Pomfrey, I'm sure she would like to see if you are well. Your friends may escort you there. Dumbledore said with a soft smile, nodding his head at Hermione and Ron. Sirius, Snape, and Lupin, please stay here. Seeing Dumbledore had not stopped him, Loki breathed a mental sigh of relief and started walking back. Ah. You too, Mr. Loki. I would need you for a second. Shit. I spoke too soon. Hermione gave Loki one last glance and walked back with Ron and Harry. At least, he doesn't know about me using the T, no. I won't jinx it this time. Turning around, Loki looked at Dumbledore with a smile. Yes, Headmaster. What do you need from me? Nothing you wouldn't be able to provide. I have a pensieve in the office that we could use to scrutinize memories. Dumbledore said with a smile as he waved his wand and caused a section of the wall to flip on itself. It revealed a thin bowl with a shimmering milky white liquid as plain as a mirror inside it, and Loki's blood froze. My memory? Loki asked, doing his very best not to show anything wrong with him. He used every last bit Walburga had taught him about manners, his confidence in his abilities and his understanding as a swindler to manipulate his pitch and tone while he spoke, maintaining his body relaxed and inviting. Yes, we would have liked to be able to analyze the memory of your divination, Dumbledore said with a smile while the gears in Loki's head spun like a pinwheel in the wind. But unfortunately you are not skilled enough to be able to separate your memories, and it would be impossible for us to do it for you. Dumbledore continued, causing Loki to relax a little. So I would have to ask you to remember everything about the divination that you can remember, every small detail, everything possible. Could you tell me about the vision you had? It will help us immensely. Especially if there were any visits from the hidden sage. Loki sighed mentally and a smile sprouted on his face. Of course. Time to swindle Adam once again. Chapter 224, Fear. A brief thought passed Loki's mind, but it was too brief for anyone else to capture. If I want to swindle them, I have to begin by swindling myself first. Especially since I am probably an open book to him. Loki looked at everyone in the room, Lupin, Severus, and finally Dumbledore. Believe it or not, I didn't hear or see anything related to the hidden sage this time, at least not that I know of. Loki began. When I performed the divination earlier, the first thing I saw was a deep darkness. I didn't understand what this darkness was, since the more I looked at it, the deeper it seemed to suck me into the abyss. There were trees around me, ones that I could see because of the darkness, but ones that I could hear because of the rustling of leaves. Was it Tom's location that he saw? Did he divine about the shard that Tom exchanged with Harry on that night? But to be able to divine about even a hint of the prophecy that ties the two together, a prophecy I created. A lie. But his body of heart and mind is clearly recounting the same events he speaks of. The hidden sage helped him break the anti-divination measures. Or perhaps directly gave him the information in some way. Why? What no one realized was that Loki had never mentioned whose location he had divined. He was currently recounting the location of Voldemort that he had tried to divine just to confuse everyone. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed softly, but Loki didn't let it affect his practiced speech. And then he continued speaking about what he'd already know about Harry through divination in the Sapphire Castle. Loki was using facts from the divination in the Sapphire Castle to sell his importance. To give off the impression that his divination was somehow special. Somehow empowered by the hidden sage because of some special unknown reason. If I keep them chasing after lies, they'll never think of looking at the truth. Before I could investigate any more about the scene, I was kicked away from it and began to see something different. I saw Harry Potter opening an all-mail and picking up a coin to pocket before I saw him suddenly standing stiffly as he stared in the direction of the Whomping Willow in the Hogwarts grounds before walking up to it in a daze as I saw the inside of the Shrieking Shack with Sirius Black in it. Although that was all I saw, I was left with a deep sense of danger and worry when I finished the divination. As if I'd been the one that was actually turned into a puppet and not just Harry. Loki ended by focusing on his memories of being corrupted by the bone knife that scratched him earlier this year. Coming in contact with a will would likely do that. It was perhaps coming into effect to work to and corrupt the boy as soon as he saw it in his divination. But the hidden sage must have helped him break it. Again, why? What's so special about the boy? Apart from the deep sense of misfortune that is related to altering his fate. There was a soft pause before Dumbledore nodded and asked a simple question that answers a few of my questions. I apologize for taking you down a harsh memory lane. Not at all, Headmaster, it would be my pleasure to be of any help. Dumbledore nodded before looking at Loki and asking him with a smile, would you perhaps happen to know anything about Gehrman Sparrow? If someone as powerful as him was acting in the school this year, the hidden sage is likely to have shared information about him with what is possibly his blessed. But Loki almost froze when he heard that name from Dumbledore, but a timely interruption from Lupin saved him from the awkward pause that was about to develop. Yet it didn't escape Dumbledore's trained eyes. Shock dominated by surprise and distrust. Did the hidden sage tell him not to trust anyone else with this information? So this was what he wanted to really ask me about. Loki thought, loudly enough for Dumbledore to read it. I guess he heard about it from Professor Snape or McGonagall, and he's probably come across the true god himself. He wants to learn anything he can about him. Gehrman Sparrow? That was the same name Sirius gave us when he said that a student in the castle helped him. Lupin interrupted. Dumbledore then slowly turned to look at Loki once again. If I'm not wrong, you were looking for information about him at the beginning of the year in your divination office. Dumbledore asked again. Loki matched eyes with Dumbledore and nodded. He let some of his fear of being questioned by a spectator show since he wanted to sell his next lines fully. The reason I was looking for Gehrman Sparrow at the start of the year was because after I learned about something, I became afraid. During this statement, Loki simply littered his body of heart and mind with thoughts about the hidden sage to make Dumbledore conclude that it was the source of Loki's information. And so Loki continued. From what I understand, Gehrman Sparrow is an alias of a student at Hogwarts who is connected to a true god's family directly. I don't know much else about this family or even the student behind the alias itself since any divination about them is easily deflected. This was the source of my fear and the reason I wanted to seek information about Gehrman Sparrow. Since I suspected that a true god's family should best be avoided completely unless one wanted to get entangled with them. I wanted to know more about them to prepare to avoid them. Loki added. But things don't always go as planned. The more I learned about the true god, the more afraid I became of him. I'm sure Professor Lupin can attest to it since that is what the boggart turned into when it confronted me. Dumbledore turned to Lupin and he nodded. I can produce the memory if you want me to, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded and turned back to look at Loki, his eyes swimming across Loki's thoughts on his body of heart and mind, thoughts of fear of being parasitised and thoughts of suddenly finding he wasn't who he thought he was all along. His abilities relate to parasitism. Is that how he took over his descent vessel? Snape frowned since Loki had never informed either him or McGonagall about this, and so he asked Loki the most logical question in that moment, something that Loki was betting on from the beginning. What was the name of this god? Loki was betting on it, since everything that he had said till now didn't point to any dangerous outer deities, and given how knowing about the god hadn't killed him or turned him into some sort of corrupted monstrosity, Loki felt that Snape would think it was safe to know about. Dumbledore froze when Snape asked this question. He almost wanted to flick his wand and wipe away everyone's memories of the question ever being asked. Loki looked at Snape, gulped nervously, and then looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was quick to capitalize on Loki's fear to stop anything from happening without making it seem like he was afraid himself. You don't have to speak if you're afraid. But do remember, Hogwarts is always a safe place for those that reside in it, since they will all always be protected irrespective of their status. Amon. Loki interrupted and closed his eyes in fear as he uttered the word. Loki was trembling. Most of his fear came from thinking about how he'd almost died when he contested for the body with the true creator. But what none of the people in the room could see was that Dumbledore's hands trembled slightly at the mention of Amon. He almost had to placate himself to keep his emotions in control. Everyone in the room was slightly unnerved by Loki's reaction, and they all felt the hairs on the back of their necks lift for a few seconds, but when nothing happened, they all relaxed a little. You can stop here, Mr. Loki. I can see it makes you uncomfortable, you don't need to continue. Dumbledore asked, his eyes gleaming as he studied Loki's swirling thoughts on his body of heart and mind that was completely unprotected. With a light self-pitying smile, Loki spoke after he nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Professor. But I think everyone should know about it so that they can better protect themselves. Is there anything else you've heard about the Amon family from the Hidden Sage? Snape asked again, irrespective of Dumbledore's stance on the matter. Loki gulped, smiled wryly while looking at everyone in the office as if he were evaluating something, and then spoke softly in the silence that amplified his voice 1,000 times. Well, I don't know if this is true or false, but I did learn that he was closely related to the founders of Hogwarts. Loki, with his enhanced vision, clearly saw Dumbledore's pupils dilate, as if he'd just been given a shocking piece of information that defined his life. But Dumbledore was quick to cover it all up with a grandfatherly smile as he looked at Loki and nodded before speaking. That will be all, Mr. Loki. Thank you for staying back and answering this troubled old man's silly questions. Let me know if you ever have something that you need help with from me. You may leave now. Loki looked at Dumbledore and smiled happily. The pleasure was all mine, Professor. Thank you for making Hogwarts such a pleasant school. It feels just like home. Loki bowed and was going on his way out before he noticed a hat on a stool inside a glass case wink at him as he left. Chapter 225, Unexpected. Once again, Loki entered the familiar golden doors in the middle of the night and strolled around the room of convenience until he came across the book that he had read earlier. Horrors of the Dark. A book bound in green leather with a hardcover on which the title was engraved in golden lettering. Loki pulled the book out to himself and sat down on the chair with his legs on the table to read relaxedly. Tink. Ah. Tea. Nice. Loki held the book in one hand after opening it to the right page and the teacup with the other while slowly taking sips from it. Leaving it to hang in the air to give his hands some rest, Loki began reading through the book from where he had stopped earlier. Looking at the note from the author section that had creeped him out, Loki turned the pages to see if that was the end of the note, and after confirming it was, he turned to the next page. Chapter 1, Why Am I Making Wands? With the advent of magic that Rowena will unleash upon the world, humans will try to manipulate their spirituality to perform the various magics that true gods will be able to bestow to the world. What? Loki's eyes froze again as he read the paragraph once again. What does it mean by magics that true gods will bestow on the world? Loki stared hard at the sentence, trying to think up theories to understand the meaning of the sentence, but he stopped thinking after a while since he hoped the book would answer the question for him. So he read further. Given how the barrier keeping them out will collapse in another few centuries, I hope to empower humans with the ability to defend themselves as Mr. Error did for us. And making wands that use materials from magical species of animals is a crucial step in that direction, since if I am able to pull out the quality of instinctive control over spirituality that magical animals have and give it to the humans, they should become a formidable force, since lack of control will no longer be an issue and they won't have to contend with the madness of becoming a beyonder. A force that not even their followers can hold back. ****. Loki placed the book on the table, took a sip of tea and rubbed his eyes. Barrier keeping them out will collapse in another few centuries. Does this mean that there's no barrier keeping the outer gods out of the planet? But everything seems too ordinary for such a calamitous event to have happened. Loki pondered over the issue for a while until a thought surfaced. Didn't Adam, while speaking with her in the tunnel, say something along the lines of her being safe only because she remains on no side? Was he talking about keeping the outer gods' influence out of the planet? Is he protecting the planet by making something similar to a barrier? No, that seems too far-fetched. When I saw him, both as a spirit under the Whomping Willow and as a student in his office, he definitely had a divine aura around him, but godly. No. I'm pretty sure he is just a king of angels or a normal angel. Loki's potion suddenly digested by 10%, bringing him up to 92%. Moving on. So someone else is keeping the planet protected from their influence. But who? And most importantly, how? Loki's fingers drummed the table as he became lost in thought, wondering about any other famous figures in the history of the magical world that might fit the role of a divine being that was protecting the planet. It could be Mayor Dash. Damn, that was close. Loki performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual and slipped into the Sapphire Castle, where he continued contemplating the mysterious information he had just uncovered. So it could be Merlin, who's a deity and is protecting the entire planet. What pathway could even achieve such a result? If all the founders are sealed in the room of convenience, and Salazar was only freed recently, which gods is he partnering with to stop the outer gods? Loki felt like he was hanging by a cliff with the question, like he was striking the crux of the matter and he just had to listen to it in the right way to figure everything out. Which gods could he be partnering with? Zeus could be the god of lightning. But that's still just one god from the Greek pantheon. Maybe there are more gods like the Norse ones and such that I don't know about yet. But where are their temples? Why aren't there any temples for them to maintain their sanity? Jesus has a church. But why don't any of the other gods have one? Loki frowned, deep in thought, as a stray thought came to him. Perhaps the gods are using magic to maintain the barrier. And they're also maintaining their sanity somehow with its help. Maybe it makes it safer and is the more preferred option. Given how a clemency is possible, maybe there are better ways to maintain sanity using it somehow. But there are still several mad gods, so it is likely that magic isn't the solution if there are restrictions on who's using it. Or, is it some great old one? Maybe Merlin along with other true gods are secretly great old ones and have accommodated their Sephiroth. Which is why they're able to fight off the outer gods. But which pathway could they be from if they've accommodated the corresponding Sephiroth? Not the Sapphire Castle, since I have that. Probably not River of Eternal Darkness, since Salazar is likely the true god of the darkness pathway. Not the Brood Hive, since that's hers, and not the Tenebrous World and the Nation of Disorder, since that belongs to outer deities too. That leaves the Chaos Sea, City of Calamity, Knowledge More, and the Key of Light. But those many great old ones, the world would have probably been much different if that was the case. It is not likely to be true. Loki struggled to think up any more without shooting off into random conspiracy theories without facts. Exiting the Sapphire Castle, Loki went back to reading the book that Salazar had written. Chapter 2, Aim. I aim to make a wand like Mr. Error's. It was perfectly what a wand should be, a weapon capable of perfectly killing the enemies of its owners. I have chosen to use the bone of a Dementor because that is what Mr. Error's wand was made out of, and I can't help but want to imitate it. Loki slumped back into his chair. His eyes trembled as he looked at the book in front of him and then back at his wand. Didn't Ollivander sell it? But Loki knew he felt otherwise. His brain had already considered a solution. Ollivanders were perhaps the first people to learn the process of wand making under Salazar. Right then, his potion digested by another 5%, bringing him to a total of 97%. Today is not a good day for my heart. Chapter 226, Spectre Specs. Sitting under a tree in the center island on the Black Lake, Loki watched the curious little bowtruckle steal honey from the jar in his hand as he kept his eyes nearly closed while watching the shy tree people. Playing with the bowtruckles had become something of a pastime over the last month for Loki. A sort of ritual that would allow him to unwind after reading Salazar Slytherin's book about making wands. The bowtruckles got honey and Loki got funny hairstyles from them since they loved tying his hair up as a pastime. In fact, the routine had turned into a bit of a game between Loki and bowtruckles. He'd keep his eyes closed, and as long as he didn't notice any of them messing with his hair, Loki wouldn't open his eyes. Anyone who was noticed was caught and hung upside down with their legs attached to the tree using honey which they consumed slowly while watching their other friends play the game. Crunch. The sudden crack of a tree branch scared away a lot of the bowtruckles and caused a frown to appear on Loki's face. "I'm sorry. I hadn't seen you here. I was searching for waxbirds." A bright chirpy voice that seemed lazy floated into Loki's ears as he opened his eyes and looked up. A face with absurdly designed paper spectacles appeared in his vision. The glasses looked like the face of a fly but had glitter all over them, while the glasses in them had psychedelic patterns that appeared blue on one side and pink on the other. The body of the spectacles themselves had several psychedelic circles drawn on it that shimmered in the light, making it feel even more confusing and disorientating. But the frown on Loki's face was only momentary as the words the girl had spoken entered Loki's mind. "Waxbirds. Those invisible things that were in my first potion ingredient." "Waxbirds?" Loki asked with surprise. Ma'am. I was looking for them. Your head seems to be filled with them. All the trails in the castle lead me to you." The girl said calmly, her tone felt like it was a perpetual expression of finality. "There are waxbirds inside my head." "Why? How?" Loki asked, confused and a little shocked. "They just increased." "Huh." Loki couldn't keep track and became a little dumbfounded. "I feel fine though." "Are you feeling down?" The girl asked as if she were speaking to a puppy on the side of the road. "I'm a little confused," Loki admitted, still wondering where this was leading. Waxbirds are known to inhabit a confused mind. They thrive among those that think too much, since we sabotage ourselves sometimes. Do Dementors have a lot of waxbirds in their little heads then? No. Why would they? They are always happy. They eat happiness. I fed a little bit of mine to a friend I made this year. Unfortunately, he had to leave when the grim dog was found. You mean serious? Wait a second, how did you know Dash? I am a biologist. Huh. A biolo dash. Loki was about to ask what she meant by that, but his words froze mid-sentence. She's a sequence 6 biologist from the mother pathway. I can't stay here, lest she do something to me that involves mushrooms, fishes, cows and an ungodly amount of wine. I like plants. And animals. I know an animal when I see one. Loki looked at the girl who had just barged her way into his sanctuary and had started spitting out random facts, each one hitting harder than the other with suspicion. What do you want? Waxbirds. All the trails lead to you. Luna's messenger is with you, the girl said again. Loki could swear he could hear a little bit of annoyance in her tone, but even his supreme senses told him he was imagining things, so he let it go. Loki stared at the girl dumbfounded and then decided to ignore her while he stood up and used a spoon to leave behind globules of honey at all the entrances of the bowtruckles' houses. Do you know why you are confused? The girl asked, inserting herself into Loki's pathway as he tried to avoid getting any honey on her hair by accident. Of course, I know why I am confused, Loki thought while trying to dodge the girl and get rid of her. Wrong. You are confused because you don't know the source of your confusion. Loki froze in his steps, but then he started marching again after shielding his mind with the concealment rune as he had a frown on his face. Ha! Try reading my mind now, you fool. I'm not reading your mind. The waxbirds told me you were lying. Loki froze when he heard the word waxbirds again and properly looked at the girl who was following him. She had straggly waist-length dirty blonde hair and was walking barefoot in the forest. Where are your shoes? Oh. I'm sure they'll find their way back to me. They must have just gone out on a jog. Look, could you just tell me why you're here? Waxbirds. I'm here for the waxbirds. And you're going to keep following me as long as they're in my head? Yes. I understand. Do you know how I can get rid of the waxbirds then? How can you see them in the first place? Those paper glasses special. They aren't glasses. They're called specter specs. They allow one to look into the spirit world. Waxbirds come from the spirit world? Loki asked, surprised. Yes. They can become messengers if you were thinking about that. They're tiny but they can carry thoughts of any length in them. As you can see, they like to gossip. I see. And how do I get rid of them? You need to know the source of your confusion. Loki frowned, unsure of sharing his rather secret troubles with someone who he'd just met randomly. You can tell me about it. I won't tell anyone. Most wouldn't believe me anyway. They call me Loony Lovegood. Loony Lovegood? Loki asked with raised eyebrows. The girl nodded. You're Looney Lovegood. Even Myrtle calls you that. Loki suddenly said with surprise while Luna just stared at him, causing the conversation to turn awkward. Ahem asterisk, I didn't mean it that way. I don't trust the rumors much. So you can rest assured. So do you know what you are confused about? Luna would like to have her messenger back. Luna asked again, a little more monotone than before. Chapter 227, Plans. Loki stared at Luna for a while, his mind still uncertain about sharing his troubles with her, but then he decided to talk, not out of annoyance at being followed. He could just lose her and hide using his illusions if that were the case. But out of his memory about the mother pathway, the pathway Luna was a beyonder of. A beyonder of such a pathway was quite important to Loki, especially because if he had such a person by his side earlier this year, he wouldn't have had to take such ridiculous risks to get himself rid of corruption. A Sequence 8 doctor could very easily cure a person's soul from corruption and other illnesses. And Luna wasn't even a Sequence 8 but a Sequence 6 biologist. It was highly likely that in the future when she advanced to the corresponding Sequence 4, her abilities would have strengthened enough to cure him of the direct corruption from a god. It's better to have such people on my side. Who knows, perhaps our meeting today is a coincidence arranged by fate. But, if I advance further, I'm likely going to be able to cure myself of corruption anyway. Are you going to stay with those glasses on your face the entire time? It makes you look kind of funky, to be honest. Luna looked at Loki unmovingly as if she didn't care about his most recent comment. Fine. I'll talk. You don't need to be so stiff. Or sigh, I guess that's just how you are. I'm worried about a play I've been writing. There's a character in the play and he doesn't know what to do about the information he was given. He's worried that if he makes one wrong move, a few dangerous people will recognize who he is. I see. Luna said with a soft pause, and then she looked back at Loki and spoke with determination. Isn't that simple to solve? If you can't do something by yourself, then you should ask someone else to do it for you. Loki was about to argue instinctively, asking how he was going to reveal his identity to someone else for them to do such a thing. But then his brain spat back an idea that caused him to think deeply about it. Huh. I can do that, can't I? That surprisingly makes sense. It looks like you figured it out. Luna said with a soft smile. Oh. The wax spurts are leaving my head. Loki asked, Luna's smile taking his attention. Yes, they are. Would you like to see them before they're gone? Luna asked. Oh. Yes. Sure. Why not? At least I can see the buggers that fed on my confusion. Luna pulled out another pair of specter specs from the pocket in her robes and handed them to Loki, who quickly put them on. Oh! Loki exclaimed when he spotted the tiny wispy alterations that happened around him. There were hundreds if not thousands of small glittering deformations in the space around Loki as they slowly retreated away from his head and flew off into the sky. Each individual alteration in space felt like glitter had suddenly grown transparent wings and was able to fly. They're pretty. Loki praised. They are. You know what? What? Just like you helped me out with a problem, I have a solution to yours, Loki said as he pulled out his wand. Luna just stared at Loki without any expression as he spoke in exaggeration. Oh, come on. Be more excited. Show an expression or something at least. Luna kept giving Loki a deadpan stare while not speaking anything. From an outer perspective, it looked like Loki was bullying the innocent Luna with his wand out, but fortunately, there was no one around to see it. Loki shook his head and without worrying about much else, pointed his wand at the stones beside Luna's feet. The stones soon morphed and folded in on themselves until they finally expanded and formed a sneaker made of strawberry-patterned cloth with white laces and trimmings on them. Luna looked at the shoes and then back at Loki, repeating the action for a few seconds before she said, "Thanks." Luna has never gotten transfigured shoes before. You're welcome. I hope you find me in room 2-21 if you're ever free. It was fun talking to you. Now if you'd excuse me, I have something I need to do. Loki said and began to walk back to the castle, taking the boat he had tied to the shore and rowing across the Black Lake. Reaching back inside the castle, Loki entered the room of conveniences and walked up to the book that was on the table just like how he'd left it the last time he was there. Loki, however, ignored the book on the table, pulled out his own notebook and began to write down a variety of ideas inside it. Do I just follow Klein and make a tarot club replica in this world? It would be useful, but I don't need to make a club to gather mysticism knowledge. I need it to be more like an adventures guild so that I can assign its members several missions for them to complete. For that, although I could easily pretend to be a god like Klein did and assign the members missions, it wouldn't last long without me giving them proper rewards. I could give them money, but that probably wouldn't keep them interested for long. A better option would be if I give them a Beyonder item that is customized to them. I could pretend that the Beyonder items I'm giving them have something to do with the history of this world and that they were used or created by some important people, but if I get any of it wrong or if I'm caught lying, that would ruin my image as a mysterious god that has merged with the shadows of history. I could make a school for mysticism that is filled with advanced mystical knowledge that I gain from the books in this library, but I haven't read enough of it myself this year. Well, I could recreate them in the Sapphire Castle as I read them one by one. That would also keep the expectations of my members in control while also improving my image as a benevolent god that bargains with his members. But there might be several errors in the books which would once again question my integrity. But I could explain those off as the writer of the book being biased in their view of the events. Do I just copy Klein then? But to get the participants of the Tarot Club to take part in any of my plans I would need time to earn their trust for them to act as I say, especially if any of them are stronger than me at this point in time. Loki looked at his book which was now filled with random ideas and closed it, leaving the problem to future him so that he could go back to focusing on Salazar's book which felt slightly more appetizing at this moment. I didn't know my wand could do that. Chapter 228, Butler. The book had taught him a lot about his wand, or at least what he thought was his wand since he still couldn't pull off any of the abilities his wand had. Loki looked at the list of abilities that his wand was supposed to have and focused on the first and easiest one of them that he should have been able to pull off. Despondent Call. Alright, let's try this one more time. If I can't do it this time then it means that Salazar did not make my wand. Following the instructions Salazar had written in the book, Loki poured his spirituality into the wand and held it in there. It felt like he was filling a water bottle and he could, instead of hearing it filling to completion, feel it tighten like a rubber band as he poured in his spirituality. Once the wand was primed and filled with his entire spirituality, Loki, just like how the book said, imagined the wand resonating and calling out to the owner of its bone. In front of Loki's eyes, the bone-white wand trembled and emitted a hollow purple glow, giving it an eerie feeling that chilled Loki's hand slightly. This had happened multiple times now and was exactly as the book had described it to be. Loki read the corresponding passages in the book once again while holding the wand primed and wondered if there were any mistakes in what he was doing. But he found none. Bloody hell. What's wrong with this? What am I missing? Is there a secret step that is not written in here? Perhaps feeling Loki's frustration, the teacup floated toward Loki. He spared it a glance and took a sip from it before going back to staring at the book and then his wand. The descriptions of the wand were exactly the same. The wand is 13 inches long, has a pointed tip, is made out of dementor bone and has unicorn hair as a core. That was exactly how Ollivanders described his wand to be, and that was how Salazar Slytherin described the wand in his book. There were extra details in the book, like how the dementor's bone was treated specially by bathing it in unicorn's blood and allowing it to soak the light of the moon and sun, but those details weren't something Loki could easily check without damaging the wand. Is this really not my wand? Maybe I'm just hallucinating. Loki drummed his wand on the table while continuing to think if there was something he was not paying attention to. And he did. He figured out exactly what he was missing out. Merlin's beard. How did I not think of that? Loki quickly checked the Marauder's map and rushed outside when he found that there was no one standing out and moved to a window. Standing by the window with his wand sticking out, Loki began to pour his spirituality into the wand, once again filling it to the brim. As Loki focused his mental ability on the wand calling out to the owner of its bone, the wand began to tremble in his hands as it slowly began to acquire a hollow purple glow. And this time, within moments the space around Loki twisted as a bony skeleton hand emerged out of it, slowly floating out along with a frail body covered in robes that spread around it an aura of suppression with it. Loki immediately recognized the intruder. It was a Dementor and not just anyone, it was the one that had violently attacked him while he was on the train and was about to suck his soul. Loki felt a little scared, but trusting Slytherin's book he spoke, "You are not to attack me under any condition." The Dementor that had been floating toward him after it emerged out of the spirit world suddenly froze as if its strings were cut. Ha! It works. I now have a way to control a Dementor with my wand. A sinister idea suddenly popped up into Loki's mind and he acted on it. "You were attacking me on the train, right? So from now on as punishment you'll be my personal butler, bring me food each time I call you out." Loki didn't know if the Dementor understood what he was talking about since it just stood there frozen, but Loki didn't mind. Instead, he gave it another order. "Come closer," he said, and the Dementor floated close to Loki. Once within his range, Loki extended his hand with the Ring of Harvest on it and allowed it to pick out one soul from within the Dementor's stomach. The Dementor stood still while it all happened as the Ring of Harvest greedily devoured the single soul. "Did you see that?" Loki asked while the Dementor stood still. "Bring me souls each time I call you. And if you do good, maybe I can even reward you with something," Loki said in a proud tone. "You may leave," Loki said after getting into a staring contest with the Dementor, which slowly departed into the spirit world to return from where it had come. "Ha! Now I have a solution to the problem of feeding you," Loki said, looking at the Ring of Harvest that burped softly after having its most recent meal. Loki entered the room of conveniences once again and collapsed into the chair as he let out a content sigh. "So Salazar Slytherin did create my wand," Loki concluded, and caused his potion to digest by 7%, bringing it up to 99%. "And this room is able to block the outside world from interfering in it." His eyes then went to the crystals in the center of the room where the founders were trapped. Makes sense that the founders wouldn't want someone peeking into their resting place. But to still think I hadn't thought of this earlier, I guess I really was stressed about facing everything alone later in the future. Everything went silent for a while and Loki drank tea in peace while looking out the window, recollecting everything that had happened this year, from the matter about Sirius Black to the matter regarding the true creator's descent. It all felt like it had happened so long ago, but Loki could still feel the tremors running down his spine as he thought about those events. Although I was worried about the future, I'm slowly getting more and more worried about the past too. Loki looked at Salazar's book and then at all the other books in the library. Am I Mr. Error? Did I travel to the past and set all this into motion? Loki didn't need a voice to answer the question. His potion digestion increased by the remaining 1% and that was good enough as an answer for him. The completion of his potion digestion left Loki feeling refreshed, causing him to stretch and relax. I guess there's one last theft that I have to perform this year then. Can't end the year without stealing it. Too precious to give up because of some silly reason. Chapter 229, Stalking. That was a great performance, Loki. Professor Lupin encouraged while nodding at Loki after he exited the final trap chamber that was designed to test the students against boggarts. I hope you'll keep my fear hidden from everyone else, Professor, Loki said, returning a slightly embarrassed nod. Haha, don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Lupin nodded politely and Loki sighed in relief, leaving through the doors so that another student could enter the testing room. Thank you, Professor. I hope you have a great end of the year. Haha, goodbye. Walking out of the classroom, Loki spotted Snape talking to several Slytherin students who were waiting in line ready to enter the classroom to take the test. Loki didn't mean to, but he inadvertently eavesdropped on their conversation, especially since Draco was being particularly loud. No way. Wait till my father hears about this. Professor Lupin is a werewolf. Loki froze in his footsteps, as did Snape, who had just informed Draco. All the students looked at Draco and Snape with shock, wondering if they were speaking the truth. It looked like Snape was taking all his restraint not to snap outright and bash Draco's head into the wall. He took a deep breath, and then very slowly turned around without saying another word and walked away. Loki shook his head. Just as I was thinking, we would be getting a half-decent professor next year as well. Can't have good data professors at Hogwarts, I guess. With a disappointed sigh, Loki began to walk to his destination. A broom closet. Sitting down in the closet, Loki began to think about his current most important problem. How am I going to break it to Sirius Black that I am his housemate? Creature told me that he's already been living in the house for quite a while now. He doesn't go to anyone else's rooms and is just there to sleep while he spends the rest of the day drunk and womanizing. Though. Can I just spring it upon him that his collaborator is also his roommate? But won't Harry be living in there too? I don't want to come into Adam's radar just yet if that's possible. I'm sure he'll be keeping a close eye on everything related to him, especially the house if Sirius is actually going to let him live there. Perhaps it's time I get a house of my own. But that'd be expensive even if I rent one. Loki kept pondering about meaningless things until he saw Hermione take her data exam on the Marauders map. Once she was out of the classroom, Loki turned himself invisible and got out of the broom closet. If I am right, it is going to happen now. Loki saw Hermione speak to her two friends, Harry and Ron, who were waiting for her to finish the test. She seemed sad and disappointed. Did her data test not go well? Oh. Maybe she couldn't scare away her boggart. Loki's deepest fear after having fallen prey to corruption from a deity had promptly turned into that instead of a mon. And to conquer it he'd given himself super muscles which somehow trapped the corruption and squeezed it out of existence like a cartoon muscle flex. So Loki looked at her with some understanding of how hard that part of the test could be. She's just learned about people possessing superpowers in this world. She's probably imagined some eldritch horror doing something to her with its super dash. And you know what the boggart turned into? Hermione shouted as Ron and Harry got closer to where Loki was standing. What? Harry asked, worried that Hermione had gotten scared and needed to go to the hospital wing. Probably just turned into Professor McGonagall handing her a report card that was filled with T4 troll or something, Ron said, shrugging his shoulders. Haha, although that'd be funny. No offense, Hermione. No way that's true, Harry said, but Hermione wasn't following the two boys anymore. She was standing behind them, glaring at Ron. If you knew that was going to happen, why didn't you tell me about it? I could have been so much more prepared. Agig. Now Professor Lupin thinks I'm some failure. Loki became dumbfounded, as did Ron and Harry. Hermione, on the other hand, smashed her bag into Ron and started walking away. Should we follow her? Harry asked with confusion. You mad? Why would we follow her right now? She's probably only going to use us to take out her frustration. You know her. She'll probably say something like, Harry, your hair is too untidy. Fix it or I'll tell Professor McGonagall about it. Ron said with a frown. Loki almost broke his cover by laughing at the surprisingly close retort, but he stayed silent and quickly rushed behind Hermione to follow her. Hermione first went to the washroom, outside which Loki waited patiently until she came out and then started to follow her again. And his following around paid off when he saw her walking towards Professor McGonagall's office. Knock knock. Come in. An old but stern voice sounded from inside the room and Hermione pushed open the door for her to enter, but Loki quickly followed her inside. The inside of Professor McGonagall's office was cozy but austere. One could easily tell the room belonged to a professor and not anyone else. Professor McGonagall was sitting behind her table, but there was also someone else in the room, a man with a stern face and a thin mustache. He immediately stood up as Hermione arrived and looked at her with a stern expression. "Good afternoon, Miss Granger. I suppose you've done well in your tests." Hermione's eyes twitched a little seeing McGonagall ask her this when just a few minutes ago she was handing her a report filled with T for troll. But she managed to keep her composure and nod. "Yes, Professor, I did well." "Let us get to the matter, Professor, I don't have all day," the men said, and both McGonagall and Hermione shot him a sharp glare. Yet the men didn't back down. Loki, however, was eager for everyone to get to the matter since it meant he could execute what he'd come here for. Ahem, let's do it then. "Miss Granger, I suppose you will not be needing the time turner anymore." "No, Professor, I will be dropping Muggle studies along with divination. I don't think I will be needing it anymore." "Good. I understand. And you have the time turner on you, I presume?" "Yes, Professor," Hermione said, pulling out the golden chain around her neck, attached to which was a tiny hourglass inside a gyroscope-like mechanism. Loki's eyes twinkled as he stared at the contraption that he had only used once and greedily wanted to use many times more. But it seemed like this would not be for him when the man stretched his hand out. "Please hand it over." Hermione did as she was told and gave the man the time turner. "You haven't damaged it, I suppose?" the man asked with a frown as he inspected the time turner. "No. And you haven't used it for doing any circusy tricks with time? Like allowing your friends to use it to see their dead parents or something?" "No." "I see. Good then. I will be off." The men slipped the time turner into a velvety box and started to walk out of the room without any fancy questions or salutations. Hermione and McGonagall stared at the men as he walked out of the room, but Loki quickly rushed behind him, following him out. Finally. God, I was wondering what was taking him so long. Chapter 230, Stolen. With the men out of Professor McGonagall's office, Loki executed his well-thought-out plan. Looking at the time on his pocket watch, Loki counted down until he reached 3:29. A fluttering piece of paper came down from the dark tall Gothic roof and landed on the man's hand, causing him to pause. He looked around and, not finding anyone else, picked up the paper that had landed on his hand. "This is you from the future. A boy will walk into the corridor from the right." The man read the short letter and then looked to his right where there was no one standing. Just as he was about to raise his guard up and contact his colleagues for immediate help as per protocol in this situation, a boy stepped into the corridor. He looked around confusedly while searching for something in the corridor. A slight chill ran up the man's spine. He immediately looked around everywhere but didn't find anyone else there with him. His grip on the box holding the time turner tightened. Then he felt the paper in his hand burn. He looked at it immediately and read the new words that had formed on it. "The boy is there to steal the time turner. Turn around and calmly pretend you didn't notice him. Once he bumps into you, drop the box. We will teach the boy a lesson on what happens to those that mess with the unspeakables." What the note said did not make much sense, but having proved its validity, the man did as he was told and turned around and began walking patiently until the boy started moving in his direction. Once the boy bumped into him, the man dropped the box as he was told to by the short letter. He turned around to immediately pick it up, but he felt the letter in his hand burn again, so he shifted his attention to it instead of the boy. Let the boy hand you the box, and once he gives it back to you, take the time turner back from his left pocket. The man looked at the boy and realized he hadn't even seen him slip the time turner into his pocket. He's good. I would have been fooled had it not been for this note. But how did he open the box? Well, whatever, I'm so smart to use the time turner to help myself. I should be given a raise. The man waited and the boy calmly handed the box back over. I'm sorry for bumping into you. I was just looking for Professor McGonagall's office. The man opened the box and found nothing inside it. No worries, the man said calmly before pulling out his wand and sticking it to the boy's throat. Listen here, you little shite. Give me back the time turner now. And if you don't tell me who ordered you to do this, I will break every bone in your body and force you to live. The man was about to continue cursing at the boy and torture him when suddenly he saw him smile. Were you now? How cute. Well, goodbye. And next time, don't take orders from a piece of paper. The boy said and vanished, just like that, causing the man to become rooted on his spot. The man quickly opened the box to check if it was empty or if the time turner had really been stolen, but he couldn't find the box he was just holding. Wow, where did the box, huh? The man was surprised and quickly checked everywhere around himself, and to his surprise, the box was still lying at his feet. He quickly opened the box and looked at the time turner that was right there. No one had taken it out. He then looked at his hand trying to find the note that he was reading off of, but found nothing. Did I just hallucinate everything? The man quickly looked at the time turner again and verified that it was still inside the box. No. This has got to be the work of some beyonder or someone using a mystical item. I have to report this. The man increased his walking speed and rushed towards the Hogwarts gate so he could immediately apparate away to the secure location of the Unspeakable's office. With a pop, the man arrived at the emergency location as he rushed towards his superior's office. Agent. You have to state your purpose before you can enter his OFFI-. The receptionist shouted from behind, but the man ignored her and rushed into the office. Ma'am. USP code 007 reporting. I have urgent news to deliver. Ma'am, I'm sorry. But the men just started to run and there was not. The receptionist who was trying to stop the men from entering entered the office, but the boss already inside just raised her hand and silenced her. You may leave us alone, the woman said, and the receptionist fearfully nodded before leaving to go to her desk. USP code 007, you said. Weren't you sent to retrieve the time turner from Hogwarts? What happened? Did he do something to interrupt you and keep the device? No, ma'am. USP 007 said with a salute, and after receiving a short nod from his senior he continued, the image of a child interrupted me on my mission. He vanished shortly after, but I managed to keep the time turner with me. A child? The man asked, confused. Yes, ma'am. The child was about 160 centimeters and appeared to use illusions. I couldn't confirm what beyonder pathway he was from, but I am quite sure he was a beyonder. The woman's eyes suddenly narrowed when she heard about it. You said you got back the time turner? Give it to me. Yes, ma'am. The man saluted again and, loosening his iron grip on the case, transferred the item to his senior. Let's see. The woman slowly opened the box and looked at it. Huh. Her pupils dilated quite a bit before shrinking down to a pinprick. What happened, ma'am? You said that you kept the time turner protected. Yes, ma'am. Then why's this here and not the time turner? The woman slowly turned the box on the table around and let the agent see exactly what she was seeing. Inside the velvet box was a small piece of paper with the words, "You got jebated." There was a picture of a green frog wearing clown's makeup and hair while looking off into the distance with a smile. At the end of it all was a small verse, "The error got you." The agent felt a shiver run down his spine as he pointed his finger at the box and said, "Boo, but I checked. It was right there. The time turner, it was right there. The box cannot be opened by anyone else other than an unspeakable agent." The woman said as politely as she could, but the agent's hand still trembled. Boo, but. The woman took a deep breath and exhaled a soft sigh like she was looking at something tiresome. USP 007, who had just delivered the news, felt a chill travel down his spine. A sense of authority suddenly befell him as he felt the shadows in the room exaggerate until all he could see were the glowing eyes of the woman in front of him. Unable to bear the weight, he collapsed onto the ground as he simply stared at her wordlessly. The woman didn't care much about it. She simply flicked her wand and caused a small ethereal bird to form out of her elegant wand. The bird gave her a short nod before leaving the room through the door. The woman then spoke a single word in ancient Latin. Imprison. The man suddenly found himself trapped in a small section of the room, surrounded by transparent walls that were nigh impenetrable. Outside the office, a man looked at the little bird that had flown into his room with a calm gaze as he snuffed out his cigar. The bird opened its mouth and instead of a tweet spoke in the voice of a woman with tremendous calm and patience, inform her that the time turner has gone missing in Hogwarts. Why waste her time just for that? The man interrupted, disappointed at having snuffed his cigar, but the bird continued to speak. The target can use illusions and uses strange terms like jebated. The man froze in his place before he slowly turned to look at the bird with wide eyes. The hell? The man quickly shook his head and patted his cheeks before gulping down a shot and penning a letter. After all the infiltrating we did on our own strength, we finally have some results. Amelia will be happy to finally find information regarding him. Chapter 231, Albus gets a task. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore paced around as he usually did, walking to and fro while talking to the various portraits on the walls. You need to figure out who handed that coin to your boy Albus. A particularly solemn voice spoke while sipping tea casually. No. By Merlin's trap. You need to figure out everything you can about the one you called Mr. Error first. He's clearly the one that needs our attention. Another voice called. The two portraits looked at each other through their frames and started an argument that ended in the top portrait pouring his tea down and dousing the person in the portrait below with hot tea. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Dumbledore waved his arm and all the portraits were covered by a curtain, muffling any sounds of their fighting. Looking around his office, Dumbledore walked to a wall and tapped on a specific spot on the wallpaper, opening up a secret compartment which housed a rather magical mirror. "Respected Rhodes, do you know who Mr. Error is?" The mirror remained still for a moment, like it was dead before words suddenly appeared on its face with all the liveliness of a toddler. "Yes, I do. Based on the principle of reciprocity, would you like a question or a punishment?" Dumbledore's brows furrowed as he looked at the magical mirror in frustration while cursing himself for having forgotten that one couldn't just carry on a normal conversation with the mirror. "Punishment," Dumbledore said, knowing whatever it was that he chose it would be equally embarrassing since the mirror just worked like that, and at least by choosing a punishment he could maintain his image in the staff's eyes by simply saying that the mirror made him do it. "In front of all the students, put on a monocle on your right eye and say the following: Mr. Error is the greatest and he is coming back." Dumbledore froze, his mind rippling with the political and social consequences his words would have, especially how he might have to convince his staff that he hadn't been corrupted or worse. He looked at the mirror with wide eyes and then slowly calmed himself down. Looking at it with a little anger, he slowly asked, "Could you tell me about Mr. Error?" "Mr. Error? Of course, I can tell you about the greatness of Mr. Error. How can I not? It took me a lot of self-control. Believe me, when I say this, it took me a great amount of self-control to not start telling you about him the first time I spoke about him. And why does a mirror have more self-control than me?" Dumbledore lampooned while tossing a lemon drop into his mouth. He paid close attention to the mirror's next words since he was paying a great price for it. Words made out of a grey fog began to appear on the mirror and Dumbledore read them as they were. "Mr. Error is the greatest being in all of history and is the originator of the world as you know it today. He is the cause behind magic and is also the cause behind the school you are currently the headmaster of, Hogwarts. Mr. Error's list of achievements over history is so great and magnanimous that it would take an entire year to write them up. Most of the gods and goddesses alive today wouldn't even be able to maintain their sanity today without his help. Although you have worked on keeping the planet protected, it would not have been possible without his loving grace." The words on the mirror stopped appearing and wiped away before one final sentence came up. "He is the one who has been at every difficult moment in history while deciding the course it should take." Dumbledore frowned reading the sentences. Rhodes had never given such a jubilant description of anyone he had asked about before. It was strange and mysterious. Dumbledore looked at the image on the mirror that had shown up and found a man looking fairly similar to the one he had seen along with Cheek. Except the man's face was covered by a grey fog. Dumbledore's brows furrowed as he remembered Rhodes showing a similarly concealed face the last time he had asked it about a student. Are the student and he the same? Or perhaps the student is his blessed as he told us. But a student wouldn't be capable of stopping the divination of Rhodes. Or is it just Rhodes that is helping the student and the men by protecting him with the grey fog? The image went away as new words appeared in the mirror. "Would you like me to ask you a question or punishment?" Reminiscent of his recent task, Dumbledore cautiously chose, question. "What is your favorite way to trick Minerva McGonagall into doing tasks she doesn't want to do?" Dumbledore frowned, but knowing he would never be sharing this memory with anyone else, confidently spoke, "I just dust myself in catnip before summoning her to the office dash." Knock. Almost immediately there was a knock on the door which was interrupted to become a soft long pause. Dumbledore looked at the door to his office and wiped his hand across his face. He pushed the mirror back and it slipped back into its position behind the wall, hidden in its secret location as Dumbledore spoke calmly, "Come in." The door opened slowly, creaking as it did, turning the moment even more awkward. Behind it was Professor McGonagall, who just stood there with her brows raised and her lips twitching, trying to act completely normal while also somehow completely failing at it. "Yes, Minerva. How can I help you today?" **Ahem** cough cough Albus, the Ministry of Magic has sent us a letter indicating that a student stole the time turner. A student? Dumbledore asked, confused. Don't agents from the Unspeakables handle time turners? They are all at least mid-sequence beyonders. How did a student steal from them? Yes, and it seems the student left behind a note. A note? Was it the twins? McGonagall sighed and said, I think not. I think it is best if you see it for yourself, Albus, as she moved towards him and handed him a photograph. You got jebaited. And a frog? Dumbledore asked, confused, prompting McGonagall to move her finger which was covering the rest of the message up. Dumbledore fell silent as he read the rest of it. I suspect one of our students has convened with this evil god. I think using spirit vision throughout the dinner should suffice to check all the students and see if either one of them is corrupted. McGonagall said, trying to offer up solutions to the problem. As the gears in his head turned, Dumbledore asked McGonagall a key question. Did they say what abilities this child had? Yes, the letter that came in said he was good at turning invisible and stealing. I see. Thank you, Minerva, you may check upon the students, I will join you a little later. McGonagall nodded calmly and started to leave, but she stopped at the door and turned back to look at Dumbledore. Is it true, Albus? Wah, oh. Yes, it is Minerva. I hope you don't judge me too harshly for it. Dumbledore said, tilting his head low and looking at McGonagall from above his half-moon spectacles. HMPF. McGonagall huffed and rushed out of the room, her face slightly flushed. Chapter 232, Upset Stomach. Sitting inside the grey fog, Loki looked down at the item in his hand. The time turner. It shimmered dully under the crimson light of the stars all around the grey fog, but that wasn't what captured Loki's attention the most, neither were the complex runes drawn all around it that glowed under his spirituality, nor the intricate craftsmanship that resembled his own but looked even more polished and advanced. The one thing that caught his attention was the sense of familiarity that emerged from the small sand granules inside the hourglass. Is it even sand? Loki felt like the materials inside the hourglass were calling out to him, like they were meant to be a part of him, but he didn't know where they were missing from. It felt like someone had stolen a part of his body and trapped it in a clever way. Why does it feel like this? Why does it feel so familiar? Tossing away the time turner into the junk pile that had collected in the Sapphire Castle, Loki left and returned to his dorm room. I'm hungry. To the Great Hall, it is then. Loki nodded and stood up after setting his clothes right. He walked along with Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria to the Great Hall, talking about random things like how they felt they'd done their exams. The Great Hall was drowned in green and silver decorations, and all the Slytherin walked along with pride. Some even turned to congratulate Loki because it was his play that had caused several teachers to give them points. Loki brushed them away since he knew they would turn on him at the drop of a hat, attacking like hungry wolves fighting for bones to lick him clean. With grace and practiced manners, Loki started eating at the table. That was when everyone heard a sharp clink that caused them to look at the teacher's table. Dumbledore slowly stood up and caused a frown to appear on the Slytherins' faces. Is he going to add more points to Gryffindor again? Students from all the houses thought. And although Gryffindor hadn't won any of the times in the last 2 years, everyone felt rather annoyed when they would be handed out brownie points and suddenly overtake everyone else in the race. Another year has passed, and might I say it has been quite educating for all of us. A few students snorted at the joke, but most stayed frowning. I have a short announcement to make, and I hope all of you pay close attention to it. Even the professors looked at Dumbledore with rapt attention. They all wondered what the announcement was going to be about, and how they hadn't been informed about it before. Is he really here to dish out more points again? I only have to say a few simple words. Here it goes as follows. Dumbledore paused and looked at everyone with a serious expression, and just as everyone was starting to get tense about what he was going to say, when he adjusted a monocle that suddenly appeared over his right eye before blurting out, Mr. Error is the greatest, and he is coming back. Most of the student populace stumbled as their tense muscles were suddenly loosened, and multiple questions began to pop up in the students' minds. Mr. Error? Who's that? Is Mr. Error someone famous in the field of magic? Why haven't I ever heard of him before if he is so highly praised by the headmaster? The teachers meanwhile all had different reactions. What? Snape thought, meeting eyes with the other professors to see if they knew anything about all of this, but they were just as confused as he was. While McGonagall was just short of holding her head and sighing. How long will he keep using that stupid mirror? I'm sure Mr. Error is a nice gentleman to talk to if the headmaster thinks he is the greatest. I would love to meet him. Where did he graduate from? Hogwarts. Is he our senior? He would be very old then. Astoria rambled and concluded for everyone else on the table while speaking her mind. Meanwhile, beside her, Loki felt like he was about to shit bricks. His stomach had cramped and his fingers were trembling. It's over. He's got me. He knows who I am. Are you all right, Loki? Astoria asked from across the table, snapping Loki out of his daze. He looked at the girl with hollow eyes, but then snapped out of his thoughts when he caught a glimpse of her. Ah. I am fine, Tori. I was just wondering what the headmaster meant is all. Loki nodded perfunctorily and continued to eat his food even if his stomach said otherwise. For the rest of the meal, Loki kept his head bowed down and pretended that nothing was going on in his mind while stuffing himself with food and cracking the odd joke here and there. Coming back to his room, Loki immediately did the ritual for the Sapphire Castle and slipped above the grey fog. What in the world? Loki's hands trembled as he stared blankly at the sea of fog around him. Does he know? Loki closed his eyes and recalled Dumbledore's words clearly. Mr. Error is the greatest and he is coming back. What did he mean by this? Why is he pledging allegiance to me? Did I do something to him? Reverse psychology. Am I going to do something for him in the future? Seeing himself lose control of his questions, Loki put a pause to his thoughts and took several deep breaths in as he recalled every detail of the scene when Dumbledore spoke those words to see if he could glean something he had previously missed. He only said his speech when the Great Hall was filled with students and not at the start of the meal like all announcements are usually done. So he wanted all the students to hear it from him. But wouldn't they have spread the news among each other anyway? Could it just be a coincidence? Maybe he forgot that he had to announce something, but then he remembered midway through lunch, so he announced then. No. He was too serious for that. He couldn't have forgotten, at least not when he's from the spectator pathway. Loki frowned hard as his brows furrowed in concentration. What does this mean? He shouldn't know about Mr. Error in any other way other than when he met me in the tunnel along with her. Maybe there's some record of me that he found when I spent time with the founders. But I'm pretty sure he'd have already found such records before I showed up in front of him if they existed at all. So it shouldn't be any new historical documents. Even if it were, why did he announce it in such a way? Like he was my fan. I'm quite sure any wizard with even a little bit of power will start to search for information about Mr. Error after his casual fanboying words in the Great Hall. Was his aim to figure out who Mr. Error is that way? Try and see if anyone else learns about me. No, that feels a little convoluted. He wouldn't have to reveal he was a fan of mine in the Great Hall if that was the case. He could have just reached out to them through more secret channels. I can't think of anything that fits the scenario properly. Maybe he just lost a bet or something and had to say those words. Who'd even make a bet with him? Loki shook his head and left the Sapphira Castle to pack his trunk and prepare for leaving Hogwarts. This place, why does it only get worse each year? Chapter 233, I'm still weak. Leaving the castle with the train, Loki soon reached King's Cross Station. With a simple glance, Loki scanned the crowd and found Creature wasn't there to pick him up. I guess he finally agreed to my plan of keeping Sirius Black in the dark about me. Taping his trunk with his wand, Loki caused it to become light, allowing him to drag it along as he left the station and called for the night bus. The purple triple-decker bus arrived in front of him, allowing Loki to climb into it and find himself a seat. Where do you want to go, young man? Stan Shunpike asked after helping Loki find a seat. Could you take me to the Leaky Cauldron? I want to spend some time in Diagon Alley. Oh. The world's your family, eh? Ernie. To the Leaky Cauldron. Shunpike shouted for the bus driver to hear, who just nodded before sending the bus rocketing through London's busy streets. That will be 11 sickles, unless for 2 more you want a cup of hot chocolate and for 2 more a bottle of hot water and a toothbrush. I'll go with the 15 sickles option then, Loki said politely and pulled out 15 sickles from his pocket, handing it over to Shunpike. Thank you for choosing us. Shunpike casually walked over to the shelf at the front of the bus while Loki was holding on for dear life to keep himself from flying off. Returning with a cult of hot chocolate, a bottle of hot water and a toothbrush packed in a paper box, Shunpike handed the items to Loki, who just held onto them with care, trying not to squish them because of the sudden and random turns the bus took. The bus stopped in 5 more minutes and Loki breathed a sigh of relief. With Stan's help, Loki to board the bus with all his luggage. Entering the bar that was Leaky Cauldron, Loki walked up to the counter where he spoke to Tom, the bartender. I'd like a room here for a week if that's possible, Loki asked while sipping calmly on his hot chocolate. Of course. That will be a galleon and 11 sickles. Loki exchanged the money for keys. Do you want me to help you with the trunk? Nah, I'll be alright. It's light. Alright. That's all then. I hope you have a pleasant time upstairs. Your neighbors in room 10 are a bit loud sometimes, but they should be out by tomorrow, so don't worry about it. Thank you. With his trunk in hand, Loki walked up the stairs, leaving the bar behind him as he reached the room his keys opened. Entering the room, Loki collapsed onto the bed provided after locking the door behind him. He looked up at the wooden ceiling and stared at all the rough bumps and burrows in it. Would I be telling Walburga about what had happened to me at this time if I went to the Black Mansion? Hoot hoot hoot. I'll find some time to tell it all to her later. Loki thought as he looked at the window where an owl was hooting to gain his attention. Pushing open the window, Loki allowed the owl to drop the letter inside and leave. Picking up the envelope, Loki examined the seal on its back and became slightly serious. The seal was of a broom flying through the air along with a few bits and bobs around the edges. It was one that Loki recognized since he had spent plenty of time in the place it represented. The Follies. But why did they write me a letter? Loki quickly unsealed the letter with a butter knife and pulled out the letter inside it. Dear Mr. Loki. I hope you are doing fine and that this letter has found you at the right time. If you don't have any prearranged plans this summer, I would like to consider an opportunity to study crafting under my mentor for the next 2 months. I cannot in this letter reveal his name, but I assure you he's not someone you will want to miss learning about the art under. I hope you clear the schedule for the rest of your holiday because this is going to be amazing for you. With regards. Folly Sr. His mentor. Who would that be? He's already a mid-sequence beyonder himself, so a saint or an angel then. How do they have nothing else to do other than teach a bunch of kids about enchanting? Even with all these questions, a faint feeling of happiness had spread across Loki since he recognized just how much Mr. Folly was sacrificing by allowing him to attend this opportunity instead of Mr. Spudmore, who it must have originally been for. Is there anything that might not allow me to leave? Loki thought for a few seconds and he immediately had an answer, yes. I still haven't gotten the ingredients to my Sequence 6 Prometheus potion. A frown formed on Loki's face and he decided he'd go to the black market the next morning to see if he could find the materials from there. He didn't want to miss an opportunity as important as this one. The materials this time weren't very unknown and were parts of the bodies of two famous magical beasts, the Zowu and the Akami. Loki had already checked with Hagrid before leaving school to see if the gentle giant had any of the materials he required, but he didn't, and so Loki was forced to scour the black market for its trails. Waking up early the next morning, Loki went on a hunt through Nocturne Alley after modifying his appearance to appear older using illusions. He spoke to street hawkers and camped near several of them, waiting to see if there would be any wizards that came near these vendors to sell these ingredients. The sun rose and set once, but Loki found no gain. He still had to respond to Mr. Folly, and with no natural solution in sight, he had to go to the one place he detested going into since it felt like he was always being scammed here, ROB's warehouse. Even though the owner hadn't done anything rude to him or anything unexpected, it always felt like the person on the other side of the counter was playing with him. As if he were dancing in the palm of their hands. For some reason he always felt like he was being seen through entirely. Am I just being paranoid? Loki looked at the niffler in his pocket, who hadn't done much this year and had hence not digested much of his potion, and tickled the little guy's stomach. Squeak, hey. Squeak, what are you doing? I'll have to spit out everything if you keep tickling me. But Loki was relentless until the niffler finally gave up on changing Loki's mind and vanished into the spirit world. What if I jump into the spirit world with the error card of blasphemy accommodated in my spirit body? Won't I come across error pathway beyonders in that case then? No, I'm not strong enough yet to directly fight anything that I come across. I'm pretty weak still, huh? Even after I fought multiple true gods, I'm still weak. Chapter 234, Where did he go? Hello. Loki greeted the person behind the counter, who appeared just as well disguised as he did, maybe even better. Back again we are, I guess. What do you want this time? You remember me? Of course I do, you're the only one that comes in dressed like a stiff nail. You have so many items on you that make it hard to discern your identity for protection that I'm starting to think you own a factory of them. Loki became stunned at the snappiness of the owner of the store as he threatened. I'll leave and never come back if you keep this up. Oh. Gods. No. What will I ever do if my one, single, itchy, customer walks away and never returns? The person said, playing up by bringing their hand to their forehead like it was a soap opera. Loki's lips twitched and he decided it was easier to simply get his work done here and leave. Where can I find the ingredients? Birth tail feather of an Akami and the first mane hair of a Zowu. Thud. Before Loki even finished his question, the person behind the counter slapped down a piece of paper onto the counter. 20 galleons. 20 galleons. Why don't you just take my organs? Why don't I get a discount for coming here the last 2 times too? If I ever gave you a discount, it would either be because I was drunk, or God forbid I needed some help from you. And if you ever do, I'm sure as hell never going to help you out. Loki said, dropping 20 shiny gold galleons on the table before snatching the strip of paper that had the required information on it. No refunds. The person behind the counter called out after Loki began to walk out of the store. Once inside his room in the leaky cauldron, Loki read exactly what was on the note and his lips trembled while his brows furrowed. The words written on the paper were simple, too simplistic to the point Loki felt there was a joke he'd missed somewhere along the line. Accept it. Accept what, you crazy person? Loki shouted, but then saw the letter from Mr. Folly on the table beside him and he looked back at the letter. How did that person even know that I had an offer pending that I hadn't responded to? Do they know my identity? No, I don't think so. Or everyone else would have probably learned about my identity. Then do they use a Beyonder item with powerful divination capabilities to get the information their customers need? Loki's face was furrowed in annoyance, but he sighed and turned around after burning away the note by sparking it with his spirituality. There was no point lampooning about things that weren't under his control, he could only move on and do the best on the other things that were. Picking out a parchment and an inked quill, Loki started to pen down a response to Mr. Folly's letter. I would be delighted to accompany you on this opportunity, Mr. Folly. Please let me know when and where I have to be, along with all the things I need to prepare, to make it the most convenient for us on this journey. I hope everything is going swimmingly with the store and the sale of the brooms. I had the opportunity to see one of them function in a Quidditch match at Hogwarts last year and I was delighted. Thanking you. Loki. Loki spent the next few days of the week corresponding with Mr. Folly and they met up over the weekend. Why aren't you living in the Black Manor? I thought I'd have to pick you there. Can't be too small for you now, is it? Folly asked while stroking his mustache and tapping his cane on the stone floor of the street in Diagon Alley. Well, you probably already know about Sirius Black being freed, right? Loki said with an embarrassed expression while rubbing the back of his head. No way. Did that lad kick you out? Don't worry, I will go there and fight him for . No. No. Don't worry, Mr. Folly, he didn't do anything like that. I just didn't want to reveal my abilities and adoption to him for now. So I'm avoiding the Black Manor until I feel better about letting him know about it. Folly looked at Loki with squinted eyes but then nodded to himself as if he understood something and said, I understand. I suppose you don't fancy the headmaster if you don't want to reveal your abilities yet. Loki's eyes widened slightly, but he supposed it was rather easy for a person of his capabilities to figure out such an issue, so he just nodded. It's not that I don't fancy him, it's just that I don't want to be burdened by so many expectations so soon. That's good. Good. Well, I thought that you didn't like the headmaster. If you didn't, you might not fancy where we're going. Where are we going? Loki asked with a confused frown. To the headmaster? No, you wouldn't say it like that if we were someone related to him. Folly just smiled and said nothing to Loki as he continued to walk through the street towards his store, while Loki followed as he was murmuring to himself, trying to figure out where they were going. Once they were at the store, Folly sneaked Loki into the workshop where they met up with both Bilton and Randolph. Loki. You're finally here. I was waiting for you. Randolph said, giving Loki a loose hug. Mr. Spudmore. It's so nice to see you again. I have much to discuss with you regarding runes and the likes of wards. I learnt much during my time at Hogwarts this year. Bath's Haida taught you about wards, eh? You know Professor Babbling. Haha. Of course, I do. We studied the subject together. Now that you mentioned her, I should try and get back in touch with her. Yeah, didn't she say something like that about him too? Come on now. Talk later, you'll have plenty of other opportunities to talk to each other through letters, you love birds. Come to the fire and do exactly as I do. We're going to be late otherwise. Mr. Folly said, pulling Loki away as he gave a sorry smile to Randolph. Don't worry about it. Keep me up to date on what happens. I'm dying to know if you make it through the first round. First round? Loki wondered, but something else left his mouth. Thank you for letting me take this opportunity. Don't worry about it. Good luck. Loki nodded in gratitude and turned around to focus on what Mr. Folly was going to do in the fire while wondering what Randolph was wishing him good luck for. Take a pinch of the powder and toss it into the flames after saying your destination loud and clear. You know how to do it, right? Mr. Folly asked with a serious look on his face. Yes, Mr. Folly, I know how the flue works. I can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before they invented flue powder. Loki nodded. It wasn't that inconvenient, we knew how to apparate. I'll see you on the other side. Mr. Folly splashed the powder into the fire and spoke with a bold tone, Primus Ignis. The flames in the fireplace turned emerald green and rose into the air, covering Mr. Folly entirely and then vanishing along with him. I'll see you later then, Mr. Blimes, Mr. Spudmore, Loki said with a nod and stepped into the fireplace. He tossed the powder he was holding and spoke in a similar bold tone while trying to keep out the smoke and soot from entering his lungs. Primus Ignis. Chapter 235, Shock. A tugging sensation pulled on his navel, pulling on Loki's body and thrusting him into what felt like a thin plastic pipe. Scenes fluttered past his peripheral vision as an artist's palette of colors occupied much of his dominant sight. There were several scenes of people sitting and relaxing by their fires, while at other times Loki thought he saw people he recognized from his visits to Hogsmeade. Soon, however, the structure of the rooms he was seeing changed, as did the decorations in them. Instead of plain wallpapers and portraits, there were now sleek designs that expressed intricate metal work which Loki found amazing. It felt like he was in a different place altogether. Faces whizzed past along with several empty rooms as Loki finally came to a stop, his suit covered in dust and soot. Stepping out of the fireplace while trying to reel back his senses from the disorientating journey, Loki dusted himself off with his wand and searched for Mr. Folly standing before him. Come here, Loki. Mr. Folly said and pulled Loki towards himself as he stood beside a row of other groups of pairs. Once everything in his vision stopped spinning around, Loki saw that there were both women and men in the room, most older than him, and the only person closest to him was a girl older than him by at least 3 years. The girl was strange. She kept drawing the attention of every other man in the room just by virtue of her presence. Loki's hair stood on end as he connected the dots and immediately used the concealment rune to close away his mind from being affected by the girl's charm. A witch. Where exactly are we? And what is a witch doing here? Did Mr. Folly get charmed by one or something? Loki immediately looked toward the fireplace but frowned as he noticed the coals had already died down and there was no possibility of escape through the route he had used to arrive here. Rubbing his index finger over his thumb, Loki activated his spirit vision but missed when he noticed that he was rubbing his middle finger instead. Missed. Loki's hands froze. Is this a warning from the spirit world? Loki's back broke into a cold sweat as he wondered exactly what was going on in this place. But why? Surely there can't be a god amongst us. Loki put a pause to his thoughts and looked around him carefully to check and analyze just what was going on around him. All the people that had arrived in the room were split into pairs just like him and Mr. Foley, and in all those pairs, one person was always impatient like him while the other maintained a calm outlook as if they knew exactly what was going to happen next. There was no exit anywhere in the room. They were all surrounded by walls on all sides as if they were inside a box. No windows existed to give the view of the outside, and only a diffused light throughout the room kept everyone lit and visible. What's going on? Just when Loki's brain was going to start spitting theories at him, a part of the wall began to morph. The morphing wall started off as an abnormal protrusion. And for a few seconds, it looked like a piece of art before everyone realized it was a human pushing through. As if the wall were a cloth that had been wrapped tightly around the person inside it. The wall stretched like an elastic cloth until it snapped as the man walked straight through it, but what made him seem off to Loki were the sounds his body was making that got revealed as soon as he stepped through the hard surface. Loki could swear that he could hear a few clicks and creaks in the men instead of muscles contracting and expanding. But the men looked perfectly normal in every other way. His skin looked supple and properly moisturized. His eyeballs looked realistic as they spun around in their wet fleshy sockets. His chest rose and dropped with each breath. The man looked like a butler aged around 60. He had a straight back, a silver inlaid walking cane and a silk hat with a blue ribbon tied on it. Only the sounds the man's body made put off all the newcomers in the area. Loki looked at Foley to see if there were any hints of worry or fear, but found him to be standing calmly and smiling with recognition. So Loki chose to remain calm too. Before anyone could speak or ask a question, the butler spoke, looking at his pocket watch. "You have 1 second to answer." It took Loki half a second to get out of shock and push his brain to start working. Answer. Is this related to what Mr. Randolph said? Something about this being the first round. Are we in a competition? But what am I supposed to say? Have we already been given the question? Loki's brain played back everything he'd seen so far about the room. The fireplace, the smooth walls, the number of people in the room, the butler's dress, and even how the wall had morphed open to let him walk through it. Yet nothing struck his mind as a question. A quarter of a second had passed during all of this. Loki spent another moment looking around and saw that no one had opened their mouths yet. So at least I have a chance, for now. With less than a fifth of a second remaining, Loki's brain started firing like it had never done before. Is it about the words Mr. Foley used to get here? Primus ignis. Translated as the first fire. Is that the answer? Loki opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself and immediately changed his answer as a new train of thought crossed his mind. This is a gathering related to crafting, so is it related to some crafting myth? First fire. Crafting. Hephaestus. Prometheus. Loki said in excitement while nearly all the others said, first fire. Loki said Prometheus since he'd researched his next potion's name in the Hogwarts library. Prometheus was the person who stole the flames from Hephaestus's workshop and passed them to humanity. The butler looked right at Loki and then scanned the crowd for a few seconds before speaking in a calm monotone. Prometheus is the right answer. Bloody hell dash. All the groups openly cursed at Loki while Mr. Foley ducked closer to Loki and whispered, good. I knew you'd get it. You even confused them about the right answer. Loki, embarrassed, could only take the praise with a slight smile as everyone else in the room glared at him, confused by his first syllable and giving the wrong answer. That was not my intention, but whatever, I guess I won. Now what? What did I win anyway? Before Loki could ask his question out loud, the butler spoke up again. Mr. Foley, you and your apprentice may go inside and meet Mr. Flammel before the following tests. Mr. Foley nodded calmly and started walking while Loki was just confused. Mr. Flammel. Nicholas Flammel. No way, that'd be too silly. Loki remained quiet and followed Mr. Foley, who was smiling with satisfaction as they stepped past the butler and moved towards the wall. The wall then split open, revealing a long narrow corridor that was evenly lit by the same invisible source of light as the room. Loki paid close attention to everything, just in case another test involved this trip. He paid close attention to the paintings and the various enshrined weapons as he walked by, trying to see if he could recognize any of them and their parts in history. Even though his senses blared at him about the value of these antiquities, Loki found his knowledge of history insufficient. Arriving at a simple wooden door that had been carved to represent multiple magical artifacts, Mr. Foley stopped and slowly knocked. Loki stood just like Mr. Foley and waited for the door to open. The door first opened soundlessly by a crack and then swung open quickly, creating a short breeze. A man with pristine gray hair stood there with a smile on his face, dressed in the most regal robes Loki felt he'd ever seen. The amount of spirituality running through those robes made Loki feel like the man was on fire, and it caused his jaw to drop a little. The hell requires so much spirituality to maintain. Welcome dash, the man's words froze as he looked at Loki. Foley and Loki watched as his smiling face slowly turned into a frown. Similar, so similar yet so much farther. The man whispered, but his words were clearly audible to both Loki and Foley. Chapter 236, Idea. Feeling the depth of the gaze that was digging deep into him, Loki frowned. He felt like someone was looking at his very soul. It felt weird and icky. In fact, if not for Mr. Foley not saying anything yet, Loki held himself back and didn't pull his wand out on the old man. Nick, stop it. You're making him dislike you. A faint, feminine voice spoke from beside the old man as thin hands wrapped around his shoulders, snapping him out of whatever state he was in. The man blinked quickly and Loki felt the gaze that was on his soul vanish, causing him to breathe a faint inaudible sigh of relief. Foley, you're here again. I didn't think I'd get to see you so soon again. The man said as a woman dragged herself into view by pushing the man backwards. Foley. It's good to see you again. I've been so very bored because of the previous mentors who've arrived here. None of them could even hold a conversation about anything outside alchemy. Mrs. Flammel. It's good to see you too. I've missed those custard honey tarts too. I've searched for them all over. You need to give me the recipe. Oh. I've told you plenty of times to call me Prenel, young man. Don't disappoint me already. You'll teach the young boy beside you to do the same if you keep at it. Haha, Loki, meet them. They are Mr. and Mrs. Flammel. You will be spending some time with them starting from the end of the week if you succeed in the remaining rounds. Loki's eyes had stayed on the old man all throughout Foley's conversation with Mrs. Flammel, his thoughts branching off in multiple directions. What did he mean by that? Does he recognize me from somewhere? And what sequence is he? For him to be able to give me the feeling of being able to see my soul. Even though Loki no longer felt that someone was staring at his soul, he could still feel that there was a sense of suppression from the old man. So, even though it was a little rude, Loki asked full-heartedly, "Are you a saint or an angel?" The old man's eyes widened a little and both the man and the woman looked at Loki with some surprise, but they immediately smiled. Of course I am. But if it were up to me, I'd have to say she was the angel instead. Haha, the old man joked while the woman playfully slapped his shoulder. I'm sorry for his manners. Foley started to apologize for Loki, but Prenel stepped in. Don't be a fool, Foley, I already like him more than you. Let him be like he is. I don't want another noble that wants to curry favor with us. Foley shut up while smiling, but he still playfully slapped Loki's back. Come in, boy. Don't stand outside. The door's going to change destinations if you don't step in soon. Huh. Loki became confused, but Foley pushed him in just in time along with himself. Turning back, Loki found the door suddenly vanishing from being connected to the long corridor and opening instead to a vast garden filled with flowers and butterflies. What dash? Makes you wonder how it works. Doesn't it? Nicholas said with a smile on his face. Loki turned back to him and looked at him with suspicion. Why are you here? His underlying meaning was clear from his tone. Don't you have anything better to do than spending time with a teenager? Nicholas rolled his eyes as he collapsed backwards. At first Loki thought he was going to fall to the floor, but to his surprise, the cushy gray sofa that was 2 feet away slid over and caught him before he fell. Were there little feet that just sprouted underneath that thing? The sofa's alive. I've lived longer than your entire family generation probably. I deserve to relax while spending time with whoever I wish to. Nicholas gave a soft pause and then sent Loki a diabolical expression as he continued speaking. And shouldn't the question be the other way round in the first place? You're in the presence of the world's greatest alchemist. Why are you just standing there instead of trying to learn from me? This is bad. Loki thought. Why is he making so much sense? Aren't I wasting time by just breathing right now? Shouldn't I be asking him all my doubts about the subject? Suddenly Loki started feeling nervous. It wasn't the part about Nicholas being an angel that got to him, but the title he had, the world's greatest alchemist, that sent him for a little spin. He knew just how much higher above him Foley was in terms of achievements in alchemy, but to meet someone that was even farther than that. To even look at such a great person's works would be a huge boon to him and would teach him more than he could ever read himself. Not to mention clarify his own doubts about the subject. It suddenly felt like there was very little time. Ah. For my sake, dear. Don't tease the little boy. His head's probably already spinning because of you. Come here, little fella, leave him to it. I promise you that you have a lot of time to learn from him. Let's drink something to refresh ourselves. Prenel complained while pulling Loki to the couch. Sitting down on the couch, Loki's eyes shifted from Nicholas to Prenel, who was smiling at him like a kind lady. Now tell us your name. You haven't introduced yourself. And I get the sense that you aren't a beyonder of the savant pathway, so tell us which pathway you belong to too if you wish. Loki took a slightly deeper than normal breath and turned to Prenel. My name's Loki and I'm of the sleepless pathway, currently a sequence 7 nightmare. Oh. Sleepless. Wasn't that the blacks? Are you a black? Prenel asked with confusion since Loki hadn't stated it explicitly. Well, I did get adopted by Walburga. Loki nodded and continued to explain. She said it was a prophecy that I would help the black family regain its lost glory. Since it was Folly's first time hearing this, he appeared slightly shocked, but it was Nicholas who responded first. Uff. I do hope that the Black family's glory remains lost to history. Most of them were mentally deranged idiots, or as close to a Dark Lord one could get without directly being one. Nicholas started to say, but Prenell elbowed him. Loki pretended as if nothing happened and continued, I hope to do so as well. So I'm not quite the commoner you'd hoped I was. I apologize for that. Although Loki had revealed a little more than usual about himself, it wasn't something he had done unplanned. He had a simple reason for this, and it was to leverage the help of Mr. and Mrs. Flammel for a strange idea that had popped up in his head. If she possessed the pathways related to the Lord of the Mysteries, then going to her place would yield me the most, wouldn't it? Chapter 237, Doors. Oh. Don't worry about it. Prenell brushed away the matter in a hand-wavy manner. I don't care about you being adopted by anyone, even if it is the Blacks. All I care about is that you aren't one to beat around the bush. Loki nodded a little stiffly, since he had something he wanted to ask the two people in front of him about, but he couldn't think of a proper way to say it or even bring up the topic. Let's think about it for a while. The idea just popped into my mind and hasn't taken its final form yet. I'll ask them about it when my idea becomes something more concrete. Shaking away the idea to the back of his mind where it would be marinating for a while, Loki asked something else. So when will I get to learn under you? And what will you teach me about? I know about runes and have studied them intensely. I even know quite a bit about wards, well, not quite a bit compared to you, but at least more than some beginner. Loki started rambling immediately and began telling everyone about all the things he had learnt, causing the Flammels to look at each other and smile softly while Folly shook his head with a sigh. Prenell snapped her finger, causing Loki to pause and look at her with full attention. Ah. What happened, Mrs. Flammel? I don't want to get into the minefield that is alchemy. And neither will I let Nick fall into that trap today. The two of you can get lost in alchemy once you win the remaining tests we have planned out for you and the other people. Today is purely for you to get to know us and build your anticipation to learn under us. Teacups and kettles emerged from somewhere in the house as they flew over to the side of each person in the room. So let's start. I'll ask the first question. Prenell said with a smile as she spoke, I heard from Folly in his recent letters that you performed a play at Hogwarts. What was that about? Can you perform the play for us? Ah. Loki became a little embarrassed but nodded. Spending the rest of the time talking about various things at Hogwarts and how Loki was involved with helping prove Sirius's innocence, they ended the day with Loki performing the play for everyone. It wasn't as detailed as when he did it with Hermione, but he did his best, and it was enough if the tears on Prenell's face by the end were any indication. At the end of the evening, Loki was escorted back to the testing area and the dorms attached to it with Folly through the same ever-changing door that the Flammels had. Loki was a little intrigued by the door since it represented the properties of the door pathway, but didn't get a direct chance to study it. So he pushed it to the back of his mind for now. Folly eventually left Loki and went to sleep in the companion's dormitory, leaving Loki to join the other participants who had already fallen asleep in their beds in the large hall. About 25 people here. So I have to best them all. How interesting. Loki slipped into the bed that had his label on it and closed his eyes, since he was already tired because he hadn't eaten in the afternoon, but he was even more tired now because of the play that he had to perform for the Flammel couple. He, Elaine, I'm coming to meet you. 1 Elaine, 2 Elaine, 3 Elaine, oh. So many Elon, bzzz. What was that? A fly. Well, whatever. 1 Elaine, 2 Elaine, 3 Elaine, 4 Elaine, so many Elon, buzz. Again. Why is the fly flying so close to me? Do I smell bad? Whatever. 1 Elaine, 2 Elaine, 3 Elaine, 4 Elaine, 5 Ella, buzz. Loki wasn't able to sleep. The bed was already too stiff for his taste, and it was his first time there, so the constant buzz that he could hear every time he tried to sleep annoyed him very much. It forced him up and made him frown as he looked around with bloodshot eyes, trying to figure out who or what was making that god-forbidden noise. Loki stood up and walked out of his bed in frustration. But now that he was awake, he couldn't hear any sound. There was no buzzing anywhere. Did I hallucinate all that? Loki was about to go to sleep again, but he froze as an idea came to his mind. The sound only came about when I was in a half-sleep, half-awake state. What if I used cogitation? Loki didn't want to spend the rest of the night awake to study a random mystery, but he didn't have the strength or the courage in him to fall asleep and then be forced away because of the stupid buzz, so he used cogitation. He wasn't afraid of staying up all night, but was just worried about himself being rude to Nicholas and Prenell if he met them again. Cogitation it is. Loki entered cogitation and was about to look around himself, but he didn't have to do a thing. Almost instantly, as soon as he entered cogitation, Loki started to hear an incessant buzz begin to hum in his ears. Loki looked around the dormitory and found that there was nothing particularly of note in there. Everyone was sleeping, except for in one of the beds which was empty. Is this a test of some sort? Loki's eyes widened when he realized that. And someone's already noticed. How stupid of me. Loki quickly rushed towards the source of the sound which had dragged him outside the dormitory. He walked as silently as he could so that he would avoid disturbing any of the remaining participants. Not like they're going to wake up if they didn't wake up after that buzz. As soon as Loki stepped out of the dormitory and closed the door, he turned around and found himself absolutely lost. There was an unending tunnel in front of him that was lit occasionally by a diffused light that had no source. Loki frowned and then turned around to look at the door that he had just come out of. The door is no longer here. What is this? Some cheap horror show copy. The backrooms. Loki began to walk in the direction of the incessant buzz once again, which was the only way the corridor in front of him extended. Loki held his wand close to himself as he walked, wondering if he would have to use them in case there were any jump scares or the like, and kept it primed with spirituality while keeping his spirituality shaped in the perfect shape to execute the Velox Acus spell if needed. Loki continued to walk in the seemingly endless corridor and soon found himself losing track of where he'd begun. After a while, Loki quietly paused and asked himself a question. How many years has it been since I started walking here? Chapter 238, Chase. Loki stopped asking questions and looked at his hands. Something's wrong here. Years? Has it truly been years since I've come here? No, yes. That makes perfect logical, I mean no. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would have tried contacting me, but what if there are restrictions on spirit world travel here? What if Raleigh or Sunny can't reach me in Dash? If Sunny wouldn't have been able to find me, I'm pretty sure he would have asked Mr. Basilisk to help out. And I doubt that any charm or trinket would have accounted for the enormous amount of spirituality the snake has. Loki frowned. So it hasn't been years. But then why does it feel so long has passed? A mental interference test. Loki looked around with his spirit vision, trying to identify the source of his troubles. But no matter where or even how he looked at things, the uninteresting walls of the endless corridor that he was inside of remained bland and clean. There were no scratches or ridges that would allow him to conclude that there were any runes drawn on its surface, and even proliferating the walls with his spirituality didn't bring up any runes to study. Can I just use the concealment rune to stop whatever is interfering with me mentally? Loki focused on the rune and gave himself a few seconds to study if there were any differences between before and after he used it, but there were none. Has it really been Yadash? No, I can't get disheartened so easily. But if it isn't working from a direct mental interference, how is it working though? With no other alternative left to himself, Loki frowned for a while before choosing to continue traveling through the endless corridor. Apart from the incessant buzz that permeated through every inch of the corridor, the only other sounds were Loki's slow and steady footsteps. Each step he took made him feel like he had grown more tired, hungrier and sleepy. It felt like with each step that he was taking, life was moving faster and faster out of his grasp. Eventually, the silhouette of a small table showed up at the end of the corridor. Finally, Loki quickened his pace and arrived at the table. It was a gracefully aged wooden table that had several intricate carvings of a variety of magical stories on its surface. But the one that stood out in a dominant manner against the backdrop of more miniature carvings was the centermost piece. The picture was of a humanoid bull ripping people apart and consuming them without distinction. It didn't matter what weapons the people it ate held, be it a sword, a shield, or a Vina wand, or a staff, they were all torn apart from the center and eaten raw and alive. A minotaur that chases and eats people alive. Loki frowned. He understood the stories, but he didn't understand what was going on with all this. Is this like a boss fight or something? Then where are my health packs and ammo stations? Loki looked around the table, but he found nothing. So he just shook his head and clicked his tongue, before continuing to walk away after making sure he studied all the carvings on the table. There weren't any blaring images that stood out other than the minotaur eating people alive, but that was only until Loki noticed a different carving tucked away in the corner. This single carving showed a person holding up an emblem that was shaped in a unique way. The symbol was shaped like an inverted equilateral triangle that had several gears inside it. The nice part about the carving was that the minotaur appeared to be outright ignoring the person who was holding up the emblem. Isn't that just the symbol of the true god of the Paragon pathway? Loki frowned. So that's a hint about how one should escape the Mino Dash. But Loki wasn't given time to think about anything else. He suddenly heard a thin rustle from behind the walls, causing him to turn around and look at them carefully. Huh. What was that? Loki looked at the walls and then had the sudden urge to duck. He paid attention to his instincts and ducked, only to find the wall bending like fabric as a hand forced its way to push it around like a plastic wrap. Just like how the butler had arrived earlier, Loki suddenly saw the wall melting around a figure that he immediately recognized from the two large horns protruding from the surface of the wall. Minotaur. Loki did not stay behind to fight with the Minotaur. He was in a disadvantaged position if he used his current place as a fighting arena since it was too cramped and he could be attacked from anywhere since the Minotaur could seemingly travel through walls. So Loki decided. I need to run. Taking quick steps through the corridor, Loki was suddenly reminded of the other problem that he was facing. With each step that he took, it felt like his mind was being slowly eroded from its sense of time. Each step felt like it pushed him a year further in his life. Each step made him feel like the Minotaur that was chasing him and hot on his heels had stopped chasing him a year earlier. But each time he stopped to look back, Loki found the Minotaur right behind him. Making sure not to pay attention to his sense of time and trusting his instincts that forced him to run, Loki started rushing through the corridor. But only after a few minutes, when Loki found himself much deeper in the corridor, did he spot something at its end. A dead end. Did I miss a turn somewhere? Loki wanted to turn back and look, but he could also feel the hot breath of the Minotaur touching him through the walls. It felt like the Minotaur was breathing fire and Loki didn't want to be anywhere near it. Loki's eyes squinted as he struggled to make out what appeared to be the end of the corridor before he finally saw it. Left. So it's not a dead end. Someone had scratched the word on the wall, leaving Loki to try and figure out if the person was well-meaning and wanted to team up or if it was a trap. With the Minotaur behind him and the writing ahead of him, Loki didn't have time to divine anything, and so he started to think rapidly. There was only one other person that left the dormitory. And that person most likely came across the table I had before me. Is he really trying to help me? But he probably took everything that was on the table and was meant to help the other participants of this competition to sabotage them. Right it is. Loki estimated the position of the Minotaur behind him from the faint shadows that were cast in front of him before flicking his wand under his feet. A section of the ground was suddenly transfigured into a small raised barrier that sprouted in between the Minotaur's legs and caused it to crash. Loki used the few moments that had been given to him to stick to the right side of the corridor before a stray thought struck him. What if he thought about using reverse psychology? Chapter 239, A Trap. Loki slammed hard into the wall to change his direction quickly, but his angle was rather strange. Instead of his shoulder bashing into the wall, it was his feet. Loki had decreased his weight by levitating his clothes to achieve the effect of wall walking. Loki glanced at the Minotaur that was still rushing towards him with a sneer before he jumped. Loki jumped from one wall to the other while maintaining his low gravity state through the levitation charm as he sped through the corridor by dragging himself with the help of a sticky rope. His sense of time still remained distorted, but Loki had a new aim in mind apart from escaping the Minotaur. I should find whoever was here before me. They likely know or have a way to defend themselves against the Minotaur in some way since they had the time to scratch a fake sign onto the wall. Loki's eyes narrowed as he quickly dragged himself up the corridor, looking back every once in a while occasionally as he kept track of the Minotaur that was now swimming through the wall to keep up with Loki's speed. He was able to gain momentum around corners since he was flying while the Minotaur had to stop, but it was quick to gain ground by swimming too. After a while of Loki rushing, the Minotaur was slowly catching up to him even at his ridiculous pace. Should I cast that symbol? I mean, I know it's the symbol of the Paragon pathway, so it isn't something terrible for me to do, except maybe angering the true god of the pathway a little or annoying him. But no. There is possibly an easier way to do this. Loki shook his head. I should search for my teammate before trying something so unplanned and dangerous. Loki kept running, creating occasional blocks by quickly transfiguring the wall to see if any other elements would keep the Minotaur trapped behind it, but they didn't work. The Minotaur could swim through virtually anything that Loki had tried, and it did it efficiently too. But after a few minutes or years of running around, Loki quickly started to feel breathless. Not because he was losing stamina, but because of his distorted sense of time. He felt terribly alone for having spent such a long time without doing anything. Even though he knew that he was being made to feel this way, he worried about Elaine. Worrying if she was alright or if something had happened to her in the time he was gone. The thoughts weren't intentional, they just popped up and hovered at the edge of his sanity, calling out to him like the sweet whispers of a siren. Loki's face had gone from being excited about the mission to a much more neutral expression and lastly settled on a frown. His mental tiredness was growing and Loki was constantly thinking about giving up and letting the Minotaur capture him since he was sure that the Flammel couple were nice enough that they wouldn't let something terrible happen to him. But the only thing that kept him going was the fact that it was all a test. Suddenly, however, Loki heard a strange sound. Sob, sob, sniffle, sniffle, sob, sob. Someone's crying. Instead of an even deeper frown or worry about what the sound was, Loki's face beamed into a smile. It's either a trap or my teammate. Whichever it is, it's an opportunity to lose the damn Minotaur behind me. I'm getting very tired of the constant grunts and whistles the damn thing keeps making. Loki's speed picked up and he suddenly found himself turning around a corner for the sobbing sounds and sniffles to have vanished. A trap. Loki thought quickly. Or the person has become aware of me and the Minotaur. If so, hello. Can you hear me? The voice shouted, its echoes resounding throughout the structure. A girl. Loki became wary, wondering if it was a trap, but the next words calmed him down if only a little. I have ZE invisibility device. It keeps me away from all the creatures in the maze. Loki was tempted to stop there and think about what the girl was saying, but the Minotaur was catching up. All the creatures? There are more in this place. How come I haven't met a single one yet then? The voice sounded out once more and Loki realized why he was only being chased by the Minotaur. They animals are all around me. From the next corridor make a sharp right. I will meet you ahead. Do not come into the left corridor. There are many, many creatures here. Loki's shining face turned into a frown once more as he wondered what he would do. Could she have faked her crying and sobbing? I mean, she could have heard me first and then pretended to be sobbing and crying before trying to spring this trap on me for some reason. Loki looked ahead at the approaching turn that was coming up and then looked at the Minotaur behind him. Loki quickly flicked his wand and landed on the floor of the corridor as he started using his legs to run once again. His first few steps were hesitant since he was worried that he hadn't used his legs in a long time and that they'd atrophied, but to his surprise and happiness, they worked just fine. Now on his legs once again, Loki flicked his wand while chanting a simple spell. Parva Glacius Pharaoh. A sharp ice blade formed out of Loki's wand and he quickly took a few short but quick breaths to steady himself as he tossed the knife he was using to the other end of the corridor. To another person, this act would have seemed meaningless, but to Loki in his sharp vision, he was able to catch the reflections on the ice knife as it shot out of his hand and embedded itself into the wall. This allowed Loki to see around the corner without wasting time traveling to it. And what Loki saw made him sigh a little in relief since there actually was a horde of monsters there, trying to dig through a wall that had been skillfully set up and transfigured. She could have used some sort of illusion magic or some beyond her ability to set them up, but I don't have the time to test that hypothesis. Let's trust her this once. Loki quickly ducked as a hand arrived at him through the wall, trying to grab his throat, before he rushed once again, moving towards the right corridor that the girl had told him to use. The trick with the ice knife had wasted Loki's time a little, but he quickly used all the energy in his body to keep running through the corridor that the girl had asked him to use. And after turning around another corner, Loki finally laid his eyes on his teammate. Damn. Loki almost stumbled because he was about to fumble his steps since for a moment he almost lost himself. Hell is that girl from the Demonis pathway? Loki wanted to stop since that would mean he was walking towards an assassin, but seeing the real tear stains on her cheeks and the device she was holding, Loki chose to trust her. Still, he quickly primed his wand and hid a new ice knife inside his robes. Any precaution is better than being stabbed in the back. Over here. The girl shouted in obvious joy. Loki was a little unsure about the girl's joy since the Minotaur behind him hadn't stopped for anything else, but since he'd decided to trust her, he kept running. However, as soon as Loki reached her, he saw her pull out her wand with an angry smile. A trap. Chapter 240, Unsolved Mysteries. Loki ducked under the rosewood wand that was pointed at him just in time as he noticed a burst of fire erupt out of it. Because he couldn't stop his momentum, Loki was forced to run past the girl before he was able to come to a skidding halt. He turned around with a quick jump to reset his posture and pulled out his wand, which was primed and ready to blow up the girl if things demanded it. But he didn't fire out any spells for the sole reason that the girl's wand hadn't followed him. She was still pointing her wand at something random in the air, not even at the Minotaur. The girl flicked her hand and caused the curtain of fire that had erupted to fly in the direction she was pointing at. All of a sudden the flaming curtain wrapped around something in the air before a shrill screech erupted out to reveal a long slimy octopus that was stuck to the ceiling of the corridor. Loki's eyes narrowed dangerously. That thing was following me. Since when? But the girl didn't give Loki more time to figure things out. Instead, she shoved the device that was in her hand into the air after tapping it with her wand in specific spots. Almost instantly, Loki saw a thin ethereal barrier spill out of the device as it passed over both the girl and himself. It stuck around their bodies, causing Loki to feel like he'd been granted a second skin on top of his normal body. His body had a soft golden glow to it, but Loki didn't have time to understand what it was since the Minotaur and the cooked octopus were still almost flying towards him. He felt a sudden jerk and found the girl pulling him towards herself, and he was out of the path of the two monsters. Under Loki's surprised gaze, he found the Minotaur and the cooked octopus rushing away from them without disturbing them even once. Oh. So the device makes us invisible to them. As if the girl had read his mind, she spoke quickly. The device marks us with the blessing of the god of steam and machinery. Loki nodded while looking at the device that was in the girl's hands before he noticed its glow, slowly, dimming down. Can it not be used forever? The girl shook her head. It will only work for 3.5 decades more. Loki's eyes narrowed at the girl as he realized her sense of time seemed to have been warped deeply. He felt a little pity for her but didn't try and argue with her about it for now. Is that why she was crying and sobbing? Because she thought someone abandoned her. So the device will work for about a few dozen minutes more. My name Easy, Fleur. Fleur Delacour. I heard that name somewhere before. Where? Loki wondered. Ah. The Delacour family that holds the assassin pathway. Didn't Professor McGonagall tell me about it? About the one in France. But that strange ring on her finger, why does it feel so precious and at the same time dangerous? With his suspicions about Fleur being an assassin confirmed, Loki introduced himself. I am Loki. An orphan. Fleur nodded before explaining her current state. Your monsters can adapt to whatever attacks you launch at them. Any spell you shoot to them once doesn't work again. Loki's pupils narrowed at that information and he nodded in understanding before asking the question that was confusing him a little. Have you figured out what we're supposed to do here? Loki asked and Fleur nodded quickly. We are supposed to fix your runic arrangement on a portal. I suspect it will get us out of here. A portal? Like the door that we came in through? Loki asked, slightly puzzled. Fleur took a little time to understand what Loki said, but she nodded in the end after faintly remembering the door that they had used to enter the labyrinthian corridors. Similar. A smile formed on Loki's face. Is that all we have to do? Figure out a solution for the door. Fleur frowned slightly. It is not easy. Loki's smile only deepened. We won't know unless we try, won't we? Fleur's frown only deepened after hearing Loki's overconfident statement, but she just shook her head and started walking away. Follow me. Where to, my dear princess? Fleur's head snapped towards Loki faster than an exploding kernel as she looked at him with a glare and unspoken threat. I am not your princess. Loki laughed a little and raised his hands in surrender. Fleur mumbled something and Loki was sure it sounded something like, Gabrielle is your only one that can call me her princess. Causing Loki's eyes to narrow at the statement. Gabrielle. Her friend. No. She'd have long forgotten about them by now. Unless, she's like me. Loki looked at Fleur for a few seconds before fixing his expression as he continued following her. It took a while, but with the protection of the device that Fleur was carrying, they arrived at a pathway that Fleur had marked. The marks were small, unnoticeable patches of spirituality that Fleur had left behind to mark the area and keep track of where she had been. Throughout their entire journey on the pathway, Loki was constantly amazed about how the creatures all decided to ignore him and Fleur so easily no matter what they did. Even the times Loki stabbed his wand into one of them, it didn't react, only laying there as if Loki hadn't done anything to it. Loki analyzed the door frame or portal, as Fleur had taken to calling it, that was in the middle of the corridor, around which were several creatures relaxing and hanging upside down from the ceilings or hanging on another creature that was hanging upside down. There were even a few that were sleeping inside the walls, and Loki only noticed them because of the dents that they made in the wall because of their body protruding or sinking into the wall at organic angles. Eventually, however, Loki moved to the portal and looked at the runes that had been etched on it by Fleur. So they'll be powered by the device that is currently protecting us. I see. And it'll take about 3 minutes to power the portal. Is that why she was worried? Worried about fighting so many of these creatures? Wait, this thing dash. The hell? Loki's eyes almost widened sharply, but he controlled his expression with tremendous effort at the last second. Before giving out a fake nod of understanding as he studied the runes that Fleur had carved all around the frame with great interest. Difficult. Fleur heard those words and then asked her question, can you do it? It was clear she wanted to know if Loki could reduce the time it would take for the portal to activate. Loki shook his head, but just as Fleur was about to begin crying again he spoke, it's going to be difficult to work with the runes you've already carved since they're wrong in several places. I can probably reduce the time it'll take to about 10 days. Fleur's eyes widened at that information, but Loki didn't care, he only continued speaking. In fact, if you are able to handle the monsters for that amount of time by yourself, I will be able to speed up the process even further by optimizing the rune pathways on it while it is working all by myself. That'll probably knock off another 4 or 5 days of the time we need to stay here. Fleur's eyes trembled at that and she quickly looked at Loki and spoke calmly. I'll do it. Loki smiled before nodding and getting to work on the door frame because his mind was already in calamitous chaos. I didn't mention it to her. But clearly this door is made with the beyonder characteristic of someone from the door pathway. How? Why? And where did they get this? Do the Flammels know something about the Lord of the Mysteries pathways? Chapter 241, Baited. Loki stared at the slot at the top of the door that the device protecting them was supposed to deliver power to and analyzed it for a while. The constant buzz that he had been hearing seemed to come from inside the currently empty door. Is there something on the other side? Loki pondered on this question for a few seconds before turning away. Suddenly, his wand flicked like an orchestra conductor, each flick carving new runes into the doorframe as Loki found himself adjusting Fleur's mistakes made because of her half-baked technique and skill. He had a frown as he worked through all the mistakes that Fleur had made since she'd transfigured the wood at several points to try again after making mistakes. This made the consistency of the wood strange and uneven, which was causing Loki to make more mistakes himself. How much longer? Fleur asked patiently as she looked at all the creatures around them. Loki noticed her studying his work and explained calmly since he understood that although he knew only a few minutes had passed, it had been a few years for Fleur. I don't need to do much. I just have to rewrite the few runes that you wrote which only allow a single person to pass through the door, after that it'll be done. Fleur's eyes lit up as she studied the runes Loki had drawn and quickly found a slight admiration for him. Use it good. Fleur cheered while patting Loki's shoulder. First test done. Loki thought while looking at Fleur through the corner of his eye, I still don't trust her, but perhaps she's just not as eager as I thought. Or does she just want to do it when she's fully sure? Loki went back to meddling with the runes and he was done not before long. Fleur, could you slot in the device you have in your hands to activate the device? Fleur looked at Loki with narrowed eyes before she asked, is it do any? Loki nodded, you don't need to worry about it. As soon as you slot it in, go back to protecting me and I'll focus on enhancing the runes so that we can get out of here. Fleur closed her eyes and took a deep breath before she nodded. You have been a great help. My pleasure. Loki teased with a slightly exaggerated nod, but his mind was thinking something else. Will she take the bait? Fleur looked at the device in her hands before she slotted it into the top of the device. She was a little taller than Loki and hence could reach the top of the door easier than him, which caused him to frown a little. Why am I still so short? While Loki was distracted, Fleur finished bringing the device in her hands closer to the slot and the changes were almost instantaneous. The device began to hum and buzz as it got closer to the slot while the glow around Loki's and Fleur's bodies started to flicker as if the thing powering it was going out of fuel. Loki's eyes snapped to the device and as soon as he looked at it, Fleur stuffed the device into the slot with a soft click. Loki quickly looked around and saw that all the creatures in the room were looking around in a panic as they looked to find out what exactly was going on. Loki's eyes narrowed at their reactions while Fleur kept looking at the slot that was now powering the door. I guess I made the right choice. Loki turned back towards Fleur and spoke calmly, why did you use magic to stop the other people from hearing the buzz? Fleur's eyes widened as the door frame powered up and she spoke calmly. I was so worried that no one else would wake up and come around to help me. Fleur said in a soft tone while looking down at Loki as he was shorter than her before putting her hand on his shoulder and squeezing it lightly to thank him. I probably would have gone insane if I would have remained stuck here for longer. Loki was about to speak but was forced to swallow his words when he felt Fleur's grip over his shoulder tighten. But I'm sorry, you'll have to stay here, Fleur said almost instantly as she twisted Loki's arm around and pushed him to the floor while holding her wand on his neck. That hurts. Loki complained with a roll of his eyes. He'd realized something like this might happen in case Fleur wanted to pull something off at the last second since she was still going to need to protect him while the artifact was on the doorframe, so he threw out a test. Unfortunately or fortunately for him, Fleur did what he'd anticipated. Well, whatever. I never wanted to go into that thing first. Who knows if it is even the real exit? Loki thought as he looked at Fleur who had shot an incarcerous spell at him to tie him up in ropes. Loki had a dull look in his eye while Fleur was smiling and beaming with joy. Sorry for not staking you alloing little boy Loki. But I need to win this for my sister. Loki's childish competitive hatred for Fleur melted slightly when he heard her talk about a sister but he didn't let it show on his face. Yet he was still a little worried. What does she mean by needing to win this for her sister? Did the Flammels kidnap her or something? Loki frowned but he didn't argue back as he saw Fleur levitate him towards the monsters around them before creating several walls around herself and the door portal while watching the device direct power away from their invisibility shield towards the door frame itself. Loki, being out of Fleur's view, calmly looked at the creatures that had all gotten up and were looking around until he finally made eye contact with one of them. The creature looked at him and grunted, pushing out a sudden gush of air as it began walking closer to Loki whose presence was slowly being revealed. Except as soon as the creature took a step its body suddenly shivered. Loki looked at the creature, and then at all the others that had also decided to freeze in their places. Damn, I knew I was right, but who thought I would be this right? Loki looked in Fleur's direction and let her act as bait for him so that he could escape. Flicking his wand quickly, Loki used the ice blade he had on him to cut through the ropes before he stood up and sent one last look in Fleur's direction before he ran away from the place. Fleur, on the other hand, looked at the portal door with eagerness as she heard several clicks come out of the door frame. Her eagerness grew as the buzz that was ringing from the door grew with each passing moment. Gabrielle. I am going to bring the cure for you. Don't dash. Except that was when her words froze midway. A warm updraft began emerging out of the door frame as a swirling greenish mist formed in the frame before a sudden hand emerged out of the portal and grabbed the frame. Fleur, frozen stiff with shock, watched as a minotaur poked its head out of the portal before it looked around and locked onto Fleur's eyes. Gulp. Chapter 242, An Angry Angel. Loki kept running along with the other creatures that were doing the same as him. His eyes darted around the corridor as he looked behind every few seconds to find the shortest distance to the next corner he could take to find cover. Loki wasn't afraid of the minotaur. No. Loki was afraid of the absolute force of destruction he'd turned the gate into. Skidding behind a turn, Loki quickly took cover as he braced himself by holding his head in between his knees while covering the back of his neck with his intertwined fingers. 7. 6. Erg. A feminine scream interrupted Loki's counting, but he skipped past it once he realized it was just Fleur. 4. 3. 2. O dash. B B B B O O O O O O O O O. The terrifying explosion sent out a fiery cloud gust through the corridors, roasting any animals that couldn't escape in time or just had poor survival instincts. Loki felt his skin burn and his hair singe, but he didn't look up or even attempt to scan through the area with his spirit vision. Loki stayed on the floor even as he felt like he heard the shrill screams of a girl behind the constant ringing sound in his ears because of the explosion. Even with his eyes closed, Loki felt like his body was swimming. He felt like his entire body was loosely joined together like noodles floating through the wind. The experience was surreal and felt incomprehensible at the same time. It was only after what felt like nearly a decade that Loki felt himself slipping out of the concussive state before he slowly lifted his head to look around. And what came into his only made him give out a derpy smile. "How did I do?" Loki asked. A few minutes ago, Nicholas along with Prenell were looking at the holographic projections on their walls while having traditional royal French snacks. They were having cake. "I'm feeling worried about them, honey," Prenell said, looking at the display with a small sad frown. "Weren't you the one that had the clever idea of dilating their sense of time?" Nicholas asked with a giggle as he watched Fleur fall onto her, but after realizing that her idea to stop other people from following her into the challenge was stupid and naive. "But, she's so heartbroken, should we get her out already? No one else is going to go in with what she's done, poor girl." It won't have any lasting effects. Don't worry about it. She deserved that for ruining the test level." Nicholas just waved his hand. Prenell was sad for a few more seconds until she suddenly saw Loki wake up from his bed and look around. Did the curse of sleeping not affect him? Prenell pointed out. Nicholas noticed it too and was having a slightly hard time explaining how Loki had stayed free from the curse that Fleur had laid on the room after using a charm that slowly sapped away the energy of everyone in the room so that they would go into a deep sleep. It wasn't a slumber charm. It was a charm from the demoness pathway, and Loki had somehow casually withstood its effects. Well, he fell back asleep. Just as Nicholas was about to dismiss it as a freak accident, he suddenly saw Loki stand up again and walk around to try and figure out what was going on. Both Prenell and Nicholas were interested now. Nicholas looked even more interested than usual since he had started clipping his nails against each other as he carefully observed Loki's actions. Soon they saw Loki arrive at the door that led him to a different space from where he eventually arrived at the wooden table before he broke out into a run because of the Minotaur. Nicholas and Prenell relaxed a little after they saw Loki acting perfectly normally and quickly started to stuff their faces with cake after they saw him running around the corridor maze while being chased by the Minotaur. "Loki still isn't going to be enough to take down all those people alone, honey," Prenell gently reminded, but Nicholas suddenly brought up a valid point that she had overlooked because she wasn't thinking very much. Why hasn't he used his ability from the darkness pathway to put the Minotaur to sleep? Prenell's eyes narrowed when she was forcefully reminded that. She carefully tried to analyze if there was a valid reason for him to choose not to do so. Perhaps he realized that he couldn't use them since he figured out that if he could use it, the person there before him would have already killed the Minotaur with their own abilities. "I'm sure he's sharp enough to realize that he was the weakest among all our participants this year." Perhaps. Nicholas and Prenell began to carefully watch Loki this time around since they wanted to understand his actions. They saw how Loki followed Fleur innocently, but that was when both Prenell and Nicholas quickly stood up from their sofas as soon as they saw Loki finish scratching the final runes into the door they discovered. He figured out she was only waiting to betray him. Prenell shouted before quickly flicking her wrist and causing an ethereal white door to emerge at the location beside her. Nicholas nodded and quickly turned into a white mist that shot into the door, opening it with force as Prenell watched the explosion happen in real time. Nicholas was there in moments and flicked his wrist to gain control of the walls around himself and forced them all to collapse into one large thick wall box that contained the explosion and all the other creatures inside it so that it wouldn't spread to the rest of the spirit world. With the explosion area cleared out, Nicholas stretched his fingers as he captured and dragged down the temperature of the explosion to a manageable degree that only caused a few boils to appear on Fleur and Loki's skin while it passed over and around their bodies. Fleur had long since fainted because of the sudden disturbance in the spirit world caused by Loki's explosion that sent her senses haywire because of an overload. Loki himself was still sitting in the position he used to brace for impact to ride out the explosion, leaving his mental state a swimming and stretching mess as his explosions caused ripples to appear through the very fabric of the spirit world. Nicholas picked up Fleur's body and tossed it out of the door and at Prenell while he walked towards Loki with a frown on his face. It was at this moment that Loki noticed someone walk up to him as he looked up, and despite the deep frown that Nicholas was giving him, he asked, "How did I do?" Nicholas felt his 500-year-old self roar with annoyance at what the boy had done. He wanted to do nothing other than beat up the boy to teach him a little lesson so that he wouldn't do something so stupid ever again, but then sighed when he saw the boy simply collapse after realizing he was in safe hands. Nicholas picked up the boy by his collar and then swiftly walked out of the door and up to Preenel, who was already treating Fleur by acting as a Mediwitch. "Is he all right?" Preenel asked without looking up from Fleur. Nicholas shook his head. No, his spirit body suffered a little. "It isn't as bad as her, but it's still not good." I told you this wasn't a good idea." Nicholas frowned but said nothing. Instead he just flicked his finger at Loki's forehead a few times before he calmed down. Those were all creatures I'd painstakingly built. Over half a millennia. He still wanted to wake Loki up and slap him a few times, but he let the boy rest, for now. Chapter 243, Rewards and Punishments. UNNNNNGA Bree Lee. Loki heard stray murmurings that sounded more like a cat than a human and woke up. He pushed himself off of his bed before looking around the area to orient himself with his position. Where am I? The Flammel's home. Loki concluded after he noticed several objects with small spirit bodies in his spirit vision. Loki's gaze finally rested on the girl who was sleeping a little away from him on a different bed and narrowed slightly. So she's all right. Well, at least my plan worked. A sudden shadow extended from the door of the room and landed on Loki's face, causing him to look around at the person patiently looking at him from afar. Loki's spirit vision automatically turned off as he looked at the person, but... He didn't know what to say when he saw Nicholas standing at the door with an annoyed smile. "You finally woke up. How long have I been out?" "Not long, only a few hours." Loki nodded as things started to straighten out in his mind. Now that he was out of the endless corridors, he felt his head clear up and time was no longer an issue that he had to constantly deal with. That was when he noticed Fleur's body twitch a little before it went completely still again, causing an unprompted thought to come up in his mind that made him smirk a little. "By the way, who won the test?" Loki asked randomly. Nicholas frowned for a second, but then he saw Fleur had awoken too and winked at Loki before answering him. Well, normally there wouldn't have been a clear winner since not all the participants were allowed into the competition. But, considering the extenuating circumstances, I must say, you adapted to the situation cleverly, Loki. I would have to say, you surprised us all with your methods and techniques. Before I reveal the winner, could you explain to me what your idea was to capture the demon Minotaur? Loki nodded quickly and explained. I knew we couldn't fight him off easily, so I made sure that the second he would even partially step out of the door portal it would blow up like an explosive. Nicholas looked a little annoyed after he was forced to remember the event, but he asked again. And how did you blow up the door portal? I recognized that we were in the spirit world once I saw the runes on the door frame. They were acting as an anchor to connect a place in the real world to the corresponding place in the spirit world. So what? Why was that crucial in your plan? Well, the thing is, I had an idea after I saw the runes on the device that kept us invisible. The runes on the device, although not very recognizable even to advanced enthusiasts, I recognized it since I know about various pathways from the Black family records and since I'm a Beyonder. The symbol etched on the device was what represented the savant pathway in mysticism. You are right. Nicholas nodded to confirm Loki's explanation. My idea was that since the god of steam and machinery can interfere in this part of the spirit world, I assumed other gods could too if I gave them an anchor in it. So I carved out the runes of 3 different gods into the door frame. Nicholas's brows twitched and Loki saw Fleur halting her breath. I carved into the door the symbol for the god of combat, the god of steam and machinery, and the primordial demoness. Normally you'd need to perform a ritual to form a charm out of their symbols, but I didn't want a charm, I just wanted chaos so that I could escape while killing whatever was inside the door. There was a tense silence as Loki said those words, but he continued as if he hadn't said anything crazy. And so when the door activated, it also charged up all the other symbols, resulting in their domains clashing before the door exploded in chaos due to their reactions, killing the Minotaur demon in the process. Nicholas looked at Loki with annoyance for a few seconds before he sighed and nodded before revealing what he had planned to say all along. And so because of your clever use of the resources you had to finish the task of defeating the Minotaur demon in spite of lacking the other people, I say that you've clearly taken the cake. You win. Loki laughed creepily when he heard that, but just as he was about to tease Fleur about it, he suddenly saw her bolt up straight and look at Nicholas with a profound sense of sorrow and sadness. But, no. Nicholas looked at her with a small scowl before responding softly, you must reflect on your actions. We will be suspending the final stage of the competition to accept and teach everyone else during the next 30 days, but you will not be one of them. Fleur looked heartbroken. But monsieur, I need the elixir of life, for my sister. Nicholas looked at her with an even deeper frown before shaking his head and turning away. Come to the other room once you are ready, Loki. I have a few things planned for you separately. People with your skills shouldn't waste their time. You've got a lot to learn. Loki's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly, but then he heard a soft sob from beside himself. He looked at Nicholas's fading back with a slight sense of guilt before turning to Fleur. Would it be all right to give her 1 drop from my own stash? Loki looked at Nicholas again and shook his head. No, he knows what he is doing. I shouldn't go against his wishes so easily. But if something happened to Elaine, I don't know what I'd do if that was the case. I probably wouldn't even remain sane. Loki pushed himself out of the bed and rushed to Nicholas, following him, leaving Fleur to continue crying. He didn't even tease her for being a loser since she looked so terrible. But he did notice the strange ring on her finger. Who made that thing? Why is it so valuable? Nicholas looked at Loki when he walked beside him and spoke quickly. If you had given your stash of the elixir to her, I would have tossed you out. Loki nearly felt his heart skip a beat. You knew I had some. How? I put all of mine above the grey fog. In the Sapphira Castle. Albus told me. Nicholas said nonchalantly. Ah, makes sense. Loki nodded. But before Loki could think about it further, Nicholas suddenly spoke with a little bit of fear. Good luck. I hope you can remain alive and come out of this with your body intact. Before Loki could think further, they stepped out into the large hall that Loki had seen on the first day when he was there. Inside the hall, there was a single figure glaring at him like he'd killed their closest family member. It was Prenelle. She looked at Loki with fuming anger. Loki shivered as soon as he met her gaze. Almost immediately, he felt her gaze touch his soul for a few seconds before it stopped as she looked at him with even more anger. Before Loki could even react, he found Prenelle beside himself, holding his ear and pinching it between her fingers as she spoke directly into it. Like she was making sure that by widening his ear hole she could get her words into his brain faster. Do you know how risky it is to attract the attention of another deity in the spirit world? What are you? A child? If you have so much knowledge about the different pathways, don't you know the first prerequisite that comes with all of it? To respect gods. Do you know how many rituals I had to conduct to explain to the various gods that you were just being foolish and weren't seriously disrespecting them? Boy, I will make sure to extract from you the price of each of those rituals. The precious materials that I had to expend just because of your stupidity. I'll make sure you work every bone in your body to pay them off. Ouch. 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 It hurts. It better. Chapter 244, Repercussions. After hearing an earful from Prenelle who scolded him for a few minutes, Loki was finally allowed to leave with Nicholas, who took him straight to his experimental room. But Loki stopped outside the door when he saw that Prenelle also had an experimental room of her own. Mrs. Flamel is a savant too? Loki asked, since he hadn't gotten that impression from her. She felt scholarly, but she wasn't like Nicholas. She felt more like a detective than anything else because of how piercing her eyes looked. Nicholas shook his head. She's an angel in the reader pathway. Loki's eyes widened since he found it rather ridiculous that people from 2 different pathways could even marry each other, let alone become angels, but he didn't say anything directly, assuming it to be rude. Yet Nicholas seemed to have understood him since he stifled a short laugh before explaining. We were able to come together only because a true god helped reason with the others for us. Oh. Loki's brows shot up. Who was it? You aren't privy to such information. But I can say that he's better than me at alchemy and creating runic circuits too. Loki frowned as he tried thinking of anyone that fit those requirements and couldn't imagine any god as such except someone from the hermit pathway. But, I thought Rowena was most likely from the hermit pathway. Perhaps she was from the paragon pathway instead. With no clear direct answer to his question, Loki looked into the room that Nicholas had just opened the door to. Welcome to my humble abode, Nicholas said dramatically while stepping aside to give Loki the full view. And Loki was mind blown. There were several trinkets around the room that ticked away at different paces as if keeping time for different things, while several potions swirled around in containers that were hung around them, acting as weights to their differently sized pendulums. There were also several creatures that Loki recognized to be alchemical puppets after seeing how they were steampunked with fittings like an exhaust or wheels for legs. The movement of each puppet, however, was a lot more fluid than the ones he'd seen Folly make in his workshop. But what caught Loki's attention the most was a simple door frame that stood silently at the center of the room. Loki slowly walked up to it and began to examine it before he spoke softly. This door's like the one the Minotaur was inside of. How did you make these anyway? Why aren't they used instead of flow powder? Loki asked, wondering if Nicholas would let anything slip about the door pathway. Nicholas laughed and walked up to the door before silently waving his hand as he caused a portion of the runes to adjust themselves on the surface of the door frame to reveal a single Beyondner characteristic that was hidden deep within it. It was a diamond the size of an eye. External light was constantly refracted by the diamond, forming a scene as beautiful as the radiance of the stars. Loki recognized it almost instantly since it belonged to the sequence 7 astrologer of the door pathway. But Nicholas's answer to it was slightly different from what he'd expected. It's the Beyondner characteristic of a pathway that doesn't belong to the 19 standard pathways on Earth. I can't tell you yet about what it actually belongs to, but you should remember that only the demons and devils use this pathway because they are wrought with corruption. Loki frowned almost as soon as he heard those words. If it was just corruption that was the issue, anyone from the sun pathway could have purified them. So it isn't simple corruption, an outer god, her. Was my guess earlier that she ruled over all the 3 other pathways, right? Loki nodded anyway to Nicholas's explanation and then asked, if it is a corrupted pathway, then how are you able to use the Beyondner characteristics? Nicholas sighed audibly. This is one of the rare and only Beyondner characteristics that isn't corrupted. It was given to me by someone in the past as a gift. But the pathway that this Beyondner characteristic belongs to is still corrupted, and hence no Beyonders of this pathway are ever created. There was a slight pause, but Nicholas continued. Any found are immediately killed. Loki nodded, thinking that was all Nicholas would say, but he continued. But the reason I am warning you about this is because you need to know that all the Beyondner characteristics that belong to this pathway are used to seal away the corrupted demons of the Abyss pathway. They are extremely important. So if you find one, make sure to bring it to someone you trust. Sacrificing it preferably to a true god would be the best, and you'd gain a strong favor from them too. So always remember not to mess with this pathway. Loki nodded but asked, why are you telling me about this anyway? Nicholas just shook his head and explained, several great alchemists have been tempted by this pathway before. Loki felt that Nicholas was hiding something from him, but he didn't say anything else to pry out his secrets. After all, if an angel felt that it wasn't safe to talk about, he wasn't someone who wanted to stick his neck out. From the next day, Loki woke up early each day, spending nearly 3 hours working with Nicholas Flamel on various projects, learning an immense amount of things each day. Nicholas then began to teach Loki all he knew about alchemy. Loki found it a little hard to pick up in the beginning when Nicholas was practically rushing through with his speed, but Loki soon got used to the pace once he paid attention to the best of his abilities. Together, they worked on things like wards to add to wands so that they become impossible to use for anyone but their owners, and wards that would alert Loki of any people nearby with bad intentions. But what interested Loki the most was something new that Nicholas promised to teach him. If you are able to complete the test and make the item I ask you to make, I will teach you how to make an alchemical puppet. Loki's eyes shone at this trait since he found it incredibly helpful for the plan he'd gotten in his mind from the moment he'd met the Flamels. Loki looked at the ring that was in his hands and then examined the ring on the table. The ring in his hand was what he was working on, while the one on the table was what Nicholas had made in his childhood. The rings had a simple but practical use. They were made to teleport anything that was contaminated by your spirituality directly to you. Although the alchemical puppet was important to Loki, he was also interested in these rings because he wanted to see if he could make a device that would allow him to teleport objects inside the Sapphire Castle to himself whenever he wanted. Originally this was an ability that Klein had gotten only after he became a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries, but Loki hoped using an item like this would give him a similar power since he was the ruler of the Sapphire Castle. But there was also another reason that Loki had been wanting to finish Nicholas's test soon. It was because, over the days, Nicholas had started to get more and more worried about Loki for some reason. So Loki wanted to learn everything from Nicholas just in case the old man suddenly decided not to teach him anything anymore. Perhaps he's just worried about Fleur. Loki thought to himself, since over the last few weeks Fleur had stopped eating well. She was still in the Flamel's house and she tried to stay active by helping Prenell with her tasks. But her stability was clearly deteriorating. Loki would often catch her crying herself to sleep during the night after she spoke to her little sister. Loki had learnt by spying on her that Gabrielle was dying. She'd been afflicted by a curse due to one of Fleur's own experiments and hence currently needed to be cured. She'd already tried contacting Cheek using rituals for help, but for some reason Cheek had stopped responding to any rituals related to her altogether from the last few weeks. So, Loki was feeling guilty himself. But what interested him the most was the ring on Fleur's fingers. Is she a candidate? Chapter 245, Runic Spell Casting, 1. Your runic arrangements, they're always so efficient, I've only ever seen them once in my life. Loki rolled his eyes, not because he was disinterested in this information, but because Nicholas would never elaborate on what he meant by these words. Loki had tried to get him to speak more about it, trying to even put pressure onto Nicholas through Prenell, but the both of them would suddenly pretend like they didn't know what he was talking about when he asked them about it. Old man. Teach me how to make an alchemical puppet. Loki complained, and just to take revenge he added, I need it for my super secret plan that I have and want to implement. It was Nicholas's turn to roll his eyes this time since he knew Loki was trying to get back at him. Shaking his head for a second, Nicholas finally stowed away the item teleportation ring and looked at Loki with a serious glimmer in his eyes. What I'm about to teach you involves deep secrets about magic that not many people know about. It involves things that not even the greatest wizard of all time, Albus Dumbledore, knows about. Loki frowned. I thought you were teaching me about alchemical puppets, not. Nicholas sighed. The creation of alchemical puppets is something that is limited only to those from the Savant and the Planter pathways. It can't be simply taught to you without you being from those pathways. Then. Loki was a little stuck, not understanding how to feel about this since his long-term plans going forward depended on this ability. The trick for being able to pull off abilities from another pathway is that you understand their runic structures. Ergo, you understand their basic components which draw on their sources for power. Sources for power. True go dash. Nicholas, as if having noticed Loki's thoughts, nodded with a smile. The basis and the secret of all magics are true gods. It is from them that all people are able to perform magic. Loki's mouth hung open a little. Didn't Salazar say something similar in his book about my wand? But how does that even work? Why would the true gods even work together in such a way to help random people that aren't even beyonders to do magic dash? Don't worry about all that for now. What I want you to focus on for today is your ability to make alchemical puppets. Nicholas said with a mean smile that caused Loki to frown. The hell did you tell me all that for, you old man? Just to torture me. The secret behind being able to make alchemical puppets is the ability to separate a part of your soul naturally, which you can't yet do because you aren't even a demigod yet, so we're going to replace it with two other alternatives, souls of animals and the remnant wills and beyonder characteristics. Loki didn't argue with Nicholas, knowing that changing his mind about anything was nearly impossible, so he kept silent and continued to listen, trying to absorb all his knowledge so that he wouldn't miss anything important. Nicholas then caught a random creature that was resting on the desk of his workshop and pointed his finger at it. The method to capture a soul is rather easy since it can be performed by casting a simple spell. Hippity-hoppity, your soul is now my property. As soon as Nicholas finished speaking, a golden glow emerged from his finger before a sort of suction force pulled out what looked like a tiny white orb from the creature that Loki recognized as the soul since he'd fed plenty of them to the Ring of Harvest before. But, that spell. Yes, I know that wasn't a real spell. But I will only give you the spell as a reward if you are able to actually make an entire alchemical puppet until the last stage that requires a soul. Nicholas teased, causing Loki to shake his head in a pseudo-disappointed and pseudo-motivated manner. As such, Loki began to work earnestly on building a simple alchemical puppet whose sole purpose was to pass butter around the table when someone asked for it. Although simple, there were several things he had to learn to be able to make them, from things like making moving joints to things like runes that would help the puppet develop a sense for where everything around them was and be able to recognize objects by simply looking at them. It was complicated and took well over a couple of weeks to get right. And even then, Loki's first alchemical puppet was held by duct tape that he didn't know how to properly use. I can't help but feel amazed that this thing passed my tests. Nicholas complained as he looked at the little puppet on the table that was standing still on its two wheels as it looked straight ahead at butter. It wasn't moving since it lacked a soul. But Loki had made it able to stand on its own without toppling over using a few runic circuits, which was a feat in itself. Eventually, after Nicholas examined its joints and runes, he nodded. Fine. I'll teach you about runic spell casting. Runic spell casting? The hell kind of name is that? Loki thought, a little intimidated. This is not something that I even taught Albus. Nicholas said in a slightly reminiscing tone. Ah. The headmaster? Then why are you teaching it to me? Loki asked with a suspicious look in his eyes. Ha. Look at you. You dare think I'll ask you for something in exchange for teaching you this? Brett, you don't even have anything to give to me. Then why are you teaching me something that you didn't even teach the headmaster? Nicholas looked out of the window for a while, and then spoke casually. Didn't I tell you I'd give it to you as a reward for passing the test, you prat? Are you even questioning your teacher now? Loki looked at the old man, clearly not buying his reasoning, but he didn't think much and went back to paying attention to his every word, since whatever it was, this seemed rather important. First of all, before we give it a soul, you must know how to make a holder for it. Follow this blueprint and etch these runes onto the puppet. Nicholas said, handing over to Loki a thin booklet that had about 10 or so pages in it. Loki frowned, since this meant that he had to work longer while staying in the dark, but he knew that this would already give him a few leads on what he was about to do, so he didn't resist much. Suddenly, however, Prenell entered the room and grabbed Loki by his shoulders. Loki. I told you not to be late for our tea parties. Come. We have to finish the book we started. At the rate it's going, we won't finish it before you leave. Prenell complained, dragging away Loki without even giving him a chance to complain. Loki sent a helpless "save me" look at Nicholas, but the men just laughed in his face. At least etch those runes onto the butter fetcher 9000 for me. Loki shouted, but Nicholas just laughed again. Ha. Sure, I'll leave it for when you get back. Loki frowned, but he knew Nicholas wouldn't budge. It's a craftsman's duty to see their craft to the end, was his motto, and he wouldn't budge on it no matter what. Chapter 246, Runic Spell Casting, 2. Teach it to me. Teach me how to capture souls. Loki demanded as he looked at Nicholas indignantly, since Nicholas had delayed teaching him about it for a few days already. I'll teach it to you, you nosy brat. Nicholas said, waving his wand for the first time as he looked at Loki with a frustrated expression. Why does it look like you don't want to, but you're doing it anyway? It doesn't matter. Nicholas shook his head and diverted the topic by asking him a question. Tell me, what do you think about how spells are normally cast? We mold our spirituality into different geometric shapes and cause it to manifest different spells in various ways. If that's the case, why do you think those random shapes of your spirituality are related to the spell in any way? Nicholas asked with a smile. Loki paused to think about the question he had never pondered in depth before, so he spent some time with his eyes closed, thinking about everything he'd learned about magic. What use is making the shapes of spirituality? How does it even summon a spell in the first place? I mean, I did create a spell that causes elements to focus into a needle and be launched, but how did those runes create the spell? How do the runes that I engrave into various materials even give them the required effects? Loki's brows furrowed and he pinched his chin in between his fingers as he thought about all that he'd ever known about magic. Suddenly a stray thought shot past his mind. Didn't Salazar Slytherin's book say Rowena Ravenclaw created magic? A few thoughts in his mind connected and a spark lit up his mind as he came up with a corresponding theory, making his brows furrow further. His thoughts on the issue were simple. Perhaps the runes are just symbols of various gods and goddesses. And wizards giving out their spirituality in hopes of performing magic is just a simple initiation of a ritual. In simpler words, someone makes a symbol using their spirituality and this starts a ritual that is directed towards a particular god or a goddess. And when the gods and goddesses bless the ritual, the corresponding magic happens after combining the effects of them all. So Loki spoke calmly, is it because the respective gods and goddesses bless the particular ritual of forming a shape with the help of spirituality that magic occurs? Like they are notified when a symbol from their domain is formed and then they bless with the corresponding magic. Nicholas gave a wide smile in response. You are right. But can you give me some proof about this happening? Proof? Loki felt stumped. How does one prove this? But since he asked, there must be something that I've missed about it all. Loki thought for a while and happened upon a thought. Why does this complicated system of magic need to exist in the first place? Why do gods and goddesses need to bless people performing magic for various effects to happen? Ah, didn't Salazar say it was to build an army of powerful humans against her? So it was built to fight outer gods. Gods. Wait a second. This world doesn't have any temples for gods and goddesses, even angels, saints, and demigods. Is it because of this? Because when a person performs a ritual that corresponds to multiple gods and goddesses, their blessing the ritual is akin to them having anchors. So not only is it to allow humanity to defend against outer gods, but also to maintain the mental stability of true gods. It gives them a connection with humanity and allows them to be able to fight off the corruption of the will of the original creator. Loki suddenly felt like he'd just happened on something big, causing his pupils to shrink as he paid full attention to the words that left his mouth next. One of the proofs is how true gods, angels, saints, and demigods don't need any religious anchors to maintain their sanity. Loki said. Nicholas's smile only widened as he clapped his hands together. You're right, well, mostly. But this is precisely the reason why magic works, because gods and goddesses need anchors to maintain their sanity. In what aspects am I wrong? You are wrong in one way, that is, demigods, saints, and angels don't know about this. Only true gods do. Nicholas said in a soft whisper. Well, except me and Prenell. Huh. Loki immediately remembered Walburga telling him how no one knew how magic worked, but then he looked at Nicholas. But, how do you know so much about this then? Ha ha ha, isn't that a great question? Nicholas laughed as he looked at Loki with a happy smile and spoke. It's because I've met a true god who kindly explained everything about it. That sounds like an excuse. I can take it if you don't want to tell me the real reason, but don't lie to me, I'm not a child. Loki complained. But Nicholas just laughed. I was like this when the true god I met told me about it too, but forget about that, let's move on to what I want to teach you about. No. Loki stopped him. You've to tell me, how do demigods, saints, and angels maintain their sanity if they don't know about this method? That's a good question. Nicholas nodded and then explained, they all perform rituals directed towards the true gods of their pathways to maintain their sanity. Huh. That barely answers anything. Well, you aren't wrong, but that's about as much I know. I'm not a true god and that's why I don't know how they keep the sanity of those in the pathway below them, but this is what happens. Since I do it myself, I and Prenell pray to the true gods of our pathway each day. But then what about those pathways that don't have a true god? Nicholas looked at Loki for a few seconds and then with a serious expression explained, there aren't any pathways like that. Loki's mouth opened in confusion. Well, I'd be wrong to say there aren't any pathways like that, since the spectator pathway does not have a true god yet, but your headmaster is an angel of the pathway, but he is unique and can maintain his own sanity by simply imagining himself to be sane dash. Loki saw Nicholas take on an unwilling look before he heard him utter a few new strange words. And his situation is rather weird and unique, which no other people can repeat reliably. What about the rest of the pathways? They all have true gods. Well, most of them do, the few that don't, only have beyonders in them that reach up until mid-sequence, or in some cases, the pathways have been hijacked by outer deities who do similar things to maintain the sanity of their demigods, saints, and angels. Loki suddenly felt as if he'd been delivered a shock. This was too much information that had been dropped on him at once. But wait. What about the true creator and his gang of believers that run around in Nocturne Alley? Couldn't that be counted as him having anchors? No, I doubt so little would be of any real help, since even if we took into account the entire world, there are probably hardly going to be any more than a few hundred followers. Even that is a rather large estimate, since if they really were so powerful they'd have already taken over much of the wizarding world. Yet the true creator's name is not even known. Even Professor McGonagall didn't find it important enough to tell me until I brought up the matter with her myself. But how has no one figured out about this if it is so easy? And why does it all seem so familiar? Chapter 247, Runic Spell Casting, 3. Now that you understand what magic actually is, I want to teach you how to make perfect use of this knowledge. Loki gulped audibly as he paid attention to Nicholas's next words. Runic spellcasting is a secret art. The very art that was used to create the special method of magic that everyone can use today. So runic spellcasting is a more bare-bones version of what you already know. Nicholas spoke with great reverence. No one knows who made the system, not even me, but I've been handed the manual on how to use it to the best of my abilities. Handed a manual? He doesn't know Rowena made it. Who gave him the manual then? Did someone steal from Rowena's lab when she was making it? The system of runic spellcasting is rather simple. It uses knowledge about mysticism that corresponds to the respective gods and goddesses to overpower the spell with their spirituality. Isn't that risky though? Wouldn't that depend on the mood of the gods and goddesses? Why should they empower the spell in the first place? Loki asked with a frown. Good question. I will answer that in a bit. You know that the closer you are to becoming a true god of your pathway, the closer to a representation of it you become, right? Are you talking about the mythical creature form that Beyonders get once they become a demigod? Loki asked. Yes. Precisely, and by the end of the pathway, you become fully amalgamated with it. But that's not all. You also become the true owner of the symbol of the pathway. Nicholas explained patiently. He paused slightly to see if Loki was following, and once he saw Loki nod, he continued. So when you want to gather the help of a true god, the trick is to use the appropriate symbol in your spell completely to get a true god to manifest their spirituality along with the spell. But I know, you want to ask about the true gods retracting support from your spell, don't you? Loki nodded. The answer is simple as runic spell casting. You just give the true gods a reason not to ignore you. Loki remained silent for a while as he contemplated the method Nicholas had explained before he asked a simple question. But what are the advantages of such spell casting other than making your spells a little more powerful? I mean, you can achieve the same with the help of a few rituals beforehand, right? You wouldn't need to take the risk of suddenly being rejected. Nicholas nodded and snapped his fingers before he responded. There are several advantages. The first one is that you can replicate the abilities of a completely different pathway. This is why all this seems so familiar. I already do this with a clemency. I use the concealment rune, the symbol of the darkness pathway, to conceal my body of heart and mind. Of course, there are many other things to consider while using runic spell casting, like arranging the runes created out of your spirituality in such a way that it can withstand the flow of excess spirituality into your spell, otherwise it will backfire rather spectacularly. There are other considerations to know too. For example, you have to take plenty of precautions and add guards into the spell so that whichever deity you are taking help from won't end up taking advantage of you, and so on. It is a double-edged sword, but one that can augment and bring out the true power of spells that people use in their daily lives. Breaking out of his short shock, Loki asked. How come no one has learned about this method already? Given how I used the concealment rune to hide my thoughts, it shouldn't be that rare for a different Beyonder to have attempted to use the symbol of his or her gods and goddesses. That is not hard to explain. In fact, it is the first rule of mysticism. Nicholas said, and without pause continued, you may not directly look at a god. This is why this method has never been explored, because it would be immensely risky to even try. If someone ever tried to do this without the consent of the god, they'd most likely lose their lives because of the wrath of the god. And then there is the reason that true gods aren't keen on letting someone use this knowledge to empower their spells. Why should they have to be constantly annoyed by people making the symbols of their pathways and disturbing them? You'd probably only face their wrath in return if you did such a thing meaninglessly. In fact, the method of normal spell casting has several counterguards that aim to prevent exactly this so that everyone can use the spells freely. Then why does nothing happen to me when I use the concealment rune to protect my mind? Loki wondered. Oh. Perhaps Salazar is actually pulling his weight for once and helping me without asking me for anything in return, since I'm Mr. Error's blessed. How did the person who taught you figure out about runic spell casting in the first place? You said it isn't possible to experiment with it. Shouldn't the founders know him if he stole the knowledge of magic from Rowena? So Mr. Error? It is a method born out of the madness of the thousands of previous generations who paid attention to the noises of the beyond and deciphered them. Nicholas said with a deadpan face, and Loki immediately understood he was bullshitting. I guess he doesn't know too. But then how did he learn it? Did someone teach him about it? Who? Was it Mr. Error again? Knock knock. Prenell appeared at the door and knocked on it to gain their attention. She seemed to have brought along with her a plate full of delicious and sweet-smelling crepe Suzette. Nicholas, you asked for this? Prenell asked. She placed the plate on the table and smiled lightly as she saw Loki looking at the plate with a little drool leaking out of his mouth. That's not for you, Loki. I'll give you some when you're done with today's classes, is that all right? Prenell said kindly, rubbing Loki's hair affectionately. Loki nodded, but he was confused. Why did you bring it here then? Oldman doesn't like sweets, right? Prenell laughed but didn't say anything and just shook her head while looking at Nicholas. Don't let him do anything stupid, all right? Yeah, I won't make a mistake. Prenell just nodded and left. Now pay close attention. I'll show you the difference between a normal spell and one that has been modified with runic spell casting. Loki nodded and activated spirit vision to look at exactly what was happening. Nicholas flicked his wand wordlessly and caused a simple circle of spirituality to escape his wand. The simple circle slowly morphed into a simple ball of light that appeared at the end of the wand. The ball of light detached itself and floated to the general area in between Loki and Nicholas. The simple Lumos charm. Pay attention, the next one is going to be modified, Nicholas said, and Loki immediately braced himself. Nicholas's wand flicked, barely. Spirituality left his wand and produced a complex diagram. At the bottom of the diagram was an open book, from its center a lighthouse-like tower sprouted, and behind it all was a spinning circle like the wheel of a ship. As soon as the diagram was completed, Loki felt himself go blind. For a second the whole world was white. There was nothing else in sight. Along with it, Loki felt that he was in the presence of something much deeper and richer than Nicholas. It was the presence of a true god. Something Loki had already felt in the room of conveniences. But the light and the presence vanished just as soon as it arrived, and Loki heard Nicholas speak in a strained manner. Turn off your spirit vision and tell me something true. Loki didn't understand what was going on but did as he was told to do and spoke anyway. I'm a boy. The light at the tip of Nicholas's wand turned into a bright emerald green. Now tell me a lie. Loki was a little shocked but regained his senses and spoke anyway. I'm a girl. The light at the tip of Nicholas's wand turned a bright shade of red. Few asterisk, letting out a deep sigh of relief, Nicholas flicked his wand, uncast the spell, wiped the sweat away from his forehead, and looked at Loki. Did you catch all that, boy? Chapter 248, Runic Spell Casting, 4. Loki looked at Nicholas a little confused. How did the spell know if I was lying or telling the truth? Nicholas gave Loki a deadpan stare and just said one word, magic. Loki stumbled at the answer as his knees suddenly weakened. What did you think? Obviously, it was because I used the ability of a true god. The true god of the White Tower pathway, to be precise. Nicholas patiently explained. Loki still felt something about the entire thing was off. How did you get the god to agree to let you demonstrate the spell? I didn't see you make any preparations, and your spirituality only made the symbol of the reader pathway in my spirit vision, along with a few side runes supporting the entire thing, nothing else. You're not wrong. But you're also not right. Can you see something that's missing from the scene? Loki looked around but paused immediately as soon as his eyes fell on the now empty plate on the table near them. The crepe Suzette. Loki was doubting himself. A true god accepted that as an offering. I mean, the food that Prenell makes is good enough that I would accept performing the small magic trick too, but a true god. Don't they have better, more important things to do with their time? Loki looked at Nicholas and found him smiling. Is that it? But dash. Didn't expect that, right? I didn't too, but that's one of the tamer true gods. Some of them require more than just a good meal. It'd probably be right to say they require a slightly different kind of good meal. For example, the true god of the darkness pathway likes to know a secret before he'll agree to bless your spell. But all that's only because I was indicted into the system by a true god, and I'm doing the same for you, even though I'm not one. Loki was still stumped. The 7 true gods that are rather consistent with their rules and agree to bless most spells are the god of combat, god of wisdom and knowledge, the eternal blazing sun, the hermit, the paragon, the god of eternal darkness, and the god of death. These are also the gods under whose domain the magic that is considered white falls into. All magic corresponding to the other gods falls under dark magic, since they use a more botched up version of this system. Is it true? Loki asked immediately. Well, not entirely. But the risk of corruption is much higher and the other gods demand much more. They sometimes want you to do things that are inhumane. Nicholas said with a serious tone. So always beware of what you want to ask. Don't ever try to get them to do something that will risk them in any way. Always remember that they are gods and not someone who lives down the street from your house. Loki felt a little scared but nodded in understanding. So with that, let's officially start learning runic spell casting. Loki agreed, and for the next 20 days, along with alchemy, runic spell casting was added to his schedule. His days turned into an endless bore of absorbing as much knowledge he could from Nicholas while he spent his evenings unwinding with Prenell, who was excited about finishing the book with Loki. The book was a short novel about an alchemist detective who solved supernatural cases around the world. It wasn't anything groundbreaking, but it was something Loki definitely had fun making. Especially since the detective's character was based on Nicholas, and it was fun teasing him about various things in the book. Prenell even worked on adding an enchantment to it that would allow the book to use various origamis to perform a play of the story that was written in it. What bothered Loki the most was Fleur's spiraling depression, and so he finally worked up the courage to ask Nicholas to help her one day. Can't you just help her? I mean, you haven't even told her a clear no and rejected her. Why are you torturing her like this? Is it because Fleur's pathway belongs to an evil god? Nicholas frowned for a while since he didn't want to explain something to Loki, but after a while, he finally gave up when Loki continued to be persistent with his questions. No, if it was because of an evil god, then Prenell and I would have never invited her here. The reason we can't help her out is because she won't tell us what she did wrong to anger the true god of her own pathway. Especially because she is a vessel that is prepared to be able to take on her descent. Well, I suspected that much after seeing her special ring, but that makes even less sense. Why abandon your descent vessel so easily? Is she that afraid? This means that helping her without properly understanding the situation will put us in the line of fire too. Do you want to fight a true god simply because of a sequence 5 or 4 beyonder? Loki frowned, since according to him the reason Fleur was currently being shunned was because he'd scared Cheek a little too much. But he didn't have a way to prove it directly, and it was annoying him since he felt sad each time Fleur talked about her sister in her sleep or woke up due to nightmares of her dying. I mean, what do I do? Summon her for a new ritual and while acting as the error god and pretend to forgive her for harming my blessed. But if I did that, I could probably curry favor with Fleur and eventually form a connection through her with the primordial demoness. While I don't know what I would do with such a connection yet, it wouldn't really be a bad thing to be able to communicate with someone like her. Like Mr. Moon did in the original Tarot Club for his Pathways goddess. But why isn't she talking to Fleur to fix her mistake if that was the case anyway? Shouldn't she have responded to the other rituals Fleur performed to fix the first mistake? Loki spent quite a while thinking about this problem and finally came up with a good solution when he saw Nicholas making a simple mistake when he and Loki were helping Prenell make food. Nicholas had chopped the potatoes much smaller than Prenell had asked for, which caused him to panic about them suddenly. But when Prenell accidentally missed the mistake while talking to Loki, Nicholas never brought it up since he was embarrassed. So, she is just being shy. Loki couldn't believe it. But there's no other reason for her to ignore Fleur if Fleur didn't make a mistake in her ritual. This gave Loki a strange idea, but one that was bound to work if he pulled it off convincingly. Yo, Fleur. Loki said, bumping into her shoulder as she looked distracted while cutting a few roots to make some potion that Prenell had instructed her to finish for the rest of the students studying under her and Nicholas. Fleur, who was snapped out of her musings, looked at Loki with a frown. It's dangerous to use the knife while not looking at what you're using it for, isn't it? Loki asked. Fleur didn't even have the energy to scowl or say something snarky like she usually did with Loki. Instead, she just looked back down on her chopping board and started chopping the roots with the same hollow look in her eyes. Loki rolled his eyes before he spoke calmly and clearly, I have a way for you to get her to respond to you. Fleur's head snapped in Loki's direction faster than lightning. Her eyes had a small spark of recognition in them as she searched Loki for a proper answer. So Loki spoke to her. Why don't you want to explain to Prenell and Nicholas what you did that caused her to blacklist you? Fleur's eyes trembled and her breathing quickened before she shook her head. I'm so RRYEI, I don't know. Loki nodded since he predicted this. Instead, he used their physical closeness to her to perform a simple act. It was not a theft. It was the opposite. Loki donated to her pockets a simple slip of paper that had extremely detailed instructions written in them. No one noticed Loki doing this and the day went as normally as it could, but Loki was nervous about when Fleur would read what was written inside it. Fleur, however, still lost and broken, wasn't in a hurry to check her pockets. It was only at the end of the day when she was taking a quick shower before going to sleep that she found the letter as it fell out of her pockets. Fleur picked it up after examining it with her spirit vision before unfolding the paper. Another proposal. But as soon as she read the first line, her eyes widened as she started paying attention. I have a way to help you out. Fleur frowned as various thoughts crossed her mind. A prank. Did someone think she can marry me by trying to bait me? But being desperate, Fleur carried on reading as she wanted to grasp at whatever pathways showed up in front of her to save her one and only sister. If you cannot use the help of evil gods, do not continue reading. Fleur's grip around the letter only tightened as she closed her eyes for a few seconds before nodding as various thoughts flew past her. I don't believe in gods being evil. My goddess has been called evil many times. As long as it helps Gabrielle, I will do it. Perform the following ritual. During the night, Fleur slipped out of her bed after making sure Loki was asleep, before using a simple charm made out of mirror shards to put him into deep sleep. The charm shone a vague pink as it activated before it shimmered, causing various small microbes that would sap his spirituality and put him to sleep. What she didn't realize, however, was that Loki could easily break the effects of the charm because of the Sapphire Castle. And so Loki was awoken instead of put to sleep as soon as the microbes entered his body. Fleur left the room anyway and quickly moved into the warehouse of the Flamel's large house. She set up an altar, lit up 3 special candles on it, unfolded the paper that Loki had given to her and began memorizing what was on it. After a few seconds, Fleur calmed her tense nerves by biting on her lips hard enough to draw blood before she lit up the candles from left to right as she spoke. I pray for the power of time. I pray for the power of errors. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to remove the error on me which is breaking my connection to the primordial demoness. Beetle grass juice, a herb that belongs to the domain of error, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Twilight dew, a fragrance that belongs to the limbo of time, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Fleur kept her eyes closed as she finished her incantation, but her vision suddenly shifted. Her eyes glanced at everything in the spirit world as it moved at a rapid pace, zooming to its top where the 7 lights sat and then above even that as it reached the grey fog and then soon rose beyond that to reveal a single figure sitting on a large stone chair. The figure, whose face was partially obscured by a plague doctor mask and partially by the grey fog, spoke in a deep rumbling voice that rippled across the entire grey fog without even moving a single finger. I'm aware. Chapter 249, Rituals. Nicholas's eyelids snapped wide open as he stopped working on the gadgets that he was going to teach Loki with and looked out of his room and in the direction of the warehouse. Prenell did the same. Nicholas had a somewhat fearful look on his face as if several terrible memories had been brought to the surface of his mind while Prenell looked at it with a sort of reverence. But neither moved from their spots. Fleur, on the other hand, was a little startled by the divine presence and by the deep reverberating voice. She'd conducted several rituals before that involved communication with true gods, but never had she seen one personally or even caused one to speak to her. It was always a strict silence in which the deity of her choosing analyzed her and calmly responded to her by performing an action to indicate whether they liked or disliked the contents of her ritual. Knowing that it would be wrong to keep looking at a true god, Fleur quickly lowered her head in an attempt to avoid angering the god in front of her. That was when she saw a sudden burst of golden light that exploded in her vision. The angelic lights dimmed for a second, but they did not vanish. Instead they coalesced into a gigantic figure of maddening proportions that was white on one side and black on the other. An angel. Fleur thought, her mouth agape. The angel had 6 pairs of wings around itself and appeared to be honored with a golden crown made of the same holy light that floated just above its head. Fleur didn't have a lot of time to analyze the situation as the angel fell onto her with its wings and hands wrapping tightly around her as if it were the blanket that protected her from the bitter cold around her. A feeling of joy sprouted in Fleur's heart as the warmth spread all around her, but the feeling was soon drowned out by confusion when a tall door shut out her vision of the grand and benevolent god that had just helped her. That's all. Fleur was confused about what had just happened. She tried examining herself with spirit vision to see if there was anything different about her, but she couldn't find anything amiss. But Fleur was a little lost about what she had to do next. Is Gabrielle cured? Fleur quickly pulled out a small sand bottle that she had left tied around her neck. It contained some of Gabrielle's hair, but the hair appeared to be smoldering despite being corked, causing Fleur's heart to drop. She found tears climbing into her eyes, but she couldn't understand what had happened. Yet she somehow managed to keep herself calm using cogitation as she tried to analyze everything that had just happened rationally. No. I asked for him to simply cure the error that had been restricting my ability to converse with her. Then I can perform the ritual for her now. Fleur quickly took out a few more of her candles and placed them on the makeshift altar after clearing out the previous candles religiously. And then she quickly repeated the steps from earlier but chanted words that pointed in a different direction. I pray for Zethi, power of calamity. I pray for Zethi, power of chaos. I pray for Zethi, goddess's loving grace. Fleur then took out some of the hair from the small bottle before setting it aflame with the 3rd candle that represented her. I pray for Zethi, goddess's great powers to cure my sister of Zethi curse that was inflicted on her when I failed to perform Zethi ritual to create a plague charm. Corpse flower grout, a fragrance that belongs to calamity, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Asphodel dew, a fragrance that belongs to mirrored perfection, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Fleur kept her eyes closed as she hoped with all the anticipation in her body for a response. Her voice had faltered in the end because of the several times she'd been rejected before, but Fleur now hoped for something to change. Perhaps even if the primordial demoness gave her a reason as to why her sister couldn't be cured, she could work on it to help her. It didn't matter if the task set before her was impossible, she wanted to be finally able to have help from the goddess who had so abruptly abandoned her. Fleur kept her eyes closed for nearly a minute but nothing seemed to be happening. Nothing different from all the other times she was rejected. Gabrielle's hair that was pinched between her fingers was all but gone and the candles flickered as she found herself trembling in fear of rejection again. But just as she'd given up all hope and was about to drop her hand, she felt a strange force work around her. All of a sudden she felt the gaze of a being she was so familiar with. There were no flashy entrances with lights or even sounds, but Fleur knew that the primordial demoness was looking over her. All of a sudden, however, the gaze flinched as it flickered before it vanished. Fleur's heart stopped. She remained in her kneeling posture out of shock at being rejected again, but some of the color that had been drained from her face returned when she felt the gaze come back. The gaze slowly examined Fleur as she remained kneeling. The gaze felt threatening at times, as if it wanted to destroy Fleur with a simple blink, but since Fleur could feel the caution in it as she was examined, she did not dare move, not even when the flames of the candle she was using to burn Gabrielle's hair started toasting her finger. Fleur did her best to wish and make known to the goddess looking over her that she was ready to do anything to help her sister. After a few seconds, just as the hair in between Fleur's fingers was about to burn away, she found the hair flashing as if it were a spark before it vanished in a moment. The gaze lingered for a few seconds longer, and just as Fleur felt herself slowly losing control because of prolonged exposure to her goddess's gaze, she found it vanish. Fleur collapsed onto the floor as she quickly checked on the small glass bottle with Gabrielle's hair. It is no longer smoking. A joyous brightness lightened Fleur's chest as she realized that her sister had most likely been cured. But that was when she suddenly froze in shock and worry. But that god. He never asked me to pay a price for his help. Loki, who was looking at Fleur through the crimson star that represented her, saw the smoldering hair in her bottle simmer out as it naturally died out. Then his gaze through the crimson star slowly shifted itself as it looked around the area, noticing the several runes and wards drawn around the Flammel's house before he cut off his connection with a small smile. Now that I know which crimson star is hers, I guess I can ask her or even Cheek for some help when I need it after today. I mean, I did help Cheek by giving her a reason to stop being embarrassed like a little girl. I'm sure she'll see the merit in forming a partnership with me and helping me out a little. Especially because I'm letting her vessel into my little castle. Chapter 250, Questions. Fleur looked around for a few seconds before she saw Loki standing in front of her and scowling. I'm not that short. Fleur, however, didn't care. She simply patted his head and spoke in a soothing tone. Prenelle asked you to meet her in the living room. Loki frowned even more and tried swatting away Fleur's hand, but when she smiled and easily evaded his attempts until he finally lost his patience and mumbled. Loser. Fleur froze. Her brows furrowed, but Loki continued as he ran away from the area. You lost to me and were forced to waste a month without learning anything. You're lost to a shorty. You are a loser. Before Fleur could say anything or even do something to him, Loki vanished from the experimental room where he was working together with Fleur to make a gadget that Nicholas had tasked them to make. It was a simple slate that could be used to write and take notes on like a tablet from the 21st century, but Nicholas asked them to make it because every other student under him was made to do so, and he wanted to show off Loki's skill to them to toot his own horn about how good he was at teaching. It was also essentially to show the other students how much further runes could be pushed than what they had learned, since Loki was asked to add a bunch of extra features and keep them interested in coming back the next year. Loki's days with the Flammels were coming to an end, and Folly, who had left midway to manage his shop, had returned to pick Loki up. Today is the last day I'm here, Nick. Prenelle, Loki said. Prenelle looked at Nicholas and then giggled while covering her lips with her hand, causing Nicholas to exhale softly. Huh? Did I do something wrong? Loki asked, confused as to what about his words seemed hilarious. Folly steered the handle of the conversation, seeing how both his mentors were busy laughing at his disciple. Do you know why the competition is conducted, Loki? Isn't it to teach a student about alchemy? A good guess, young man. Nicholas interrupted, but after breathing a little properly and holding back the smile that was on his face, he spoke again. But that's not the only thing we do. After all, a competition isn't finished without a reward. Do you know just how poor the Folly family was when he arrived here? Nicholas pointed at Mr. Folly, who just coughed in embarrassment while gripping his cane tighter to try and keep a noble posture. He was dirt poor. The Second Wizarding War hadn't been kind to the Follies. In fact, it wasn't kind to anyone except the goblins. When he passed the test, the first thing Prenelle did was drag him to the tailoring room and stitch him some new clothes. Do you still have those? Prenelle asked as she interrupted and looked at Folly. I couldn't bring myself to give them away, Folly said while looking away. Loki was still confused. What does this have to do with them laughing at me? What I'm trying to tell you, young man, is that you don't need to pretend that you don't have something you want from us, Nicholas said with a calm smile. But Loki tried to keep up his defense, but Prenelle interrupted. Are you going to let my words about you not being a stuck-up noble be for naught, Loki? Was all that time shared between all of us a boorish formal exchange for you? We're two angels, Loki. We know we can help you in some way if you ask us what you want. So ask. Don't let this bond you made with us go unused. What are we going to do with our wealth anyway? Give us a little opportunity to show off our abilities by helping you a little. Loki's mouth suddenly felt dry. There are 2 angels in front of me right now. Even Klein wasn't this lucky, well that is unless you counted the angel that was literally from the pathway that manipulated luck. With another snap of her fingers, Prenelle caused a tea set along with a tray of cookies and condiments to float over from the kitchen to the table in the living room where they all were. There was a comfortable silence in the room as teacups floated to everyone and the kettle poured into its steaming hot tea. I have 2 problems in front of me. The first one is that I have absolutely no idea how I can perform the 2 rituals of my 5th and 4th sequences. To become a Sequence 5 Dream Stealer I need to enter the dreams of about 1,000 people at once, the more the better. And to become a Sequence 4 Parasite I need to steal the spotlight from an opponent that is at least a demigod with as many witnesses in front of me. But I can't ask them about that without revealing the contents of the ritual, which would be a dead giveaway that I'm not from the darkness pathway. The second and the more immediate problem in front of me is Gran's case. I'm pretty sure as long as I ask them to help me out with her case, they'd be more than willing to do so. But if I ask them about it, I probably won't be able to ask them for anything else, but Grandma will be woken up easily, probably. Will it be easy to wake her up? Is the problem related only to Gran or is it a means to get rid of the entire Black family ancestry? It wasn't wasted on Loki that the greatest and noblest of the families of the wizarding world had so few saints and angels. There were none. That left only 2 options in his mind. Either someone was hunting the people of the Black family and killing them before they could get to be a high-level Beyonder, or the true god of the darkness pathway was doing it to them on purpose. But given how Salazar Slytherin had woken up so recently from his slumber it means that someone is trying to kill the Black family members. And they have been very successful. Or they could just be unlucky like the other noble families like the Greengrass family that doesn't have any angels and saints too but their goddess is recorded in documents dating back to the Second Epoch. But even still, this is the Rebirth Epoch, and Nicholas and Prenelle were both able to become saints and angels, so why not anyone else? Loki thought for a few seconds as things started getting awkward with the Flammels and Folly who were both wondering what he was thinking so deeply about. Finally, Loki sipped his tea and wet his lips before speaking again. Can I ask you a question? Loki asked and Nicholas quickly nodded. Do you know why the Black family has so few saints and angels if it is the oldest and noblest house? And what about the other nobles of Britain? Nicholas was a little taken aback by the question as he looked at Prenelle but even she seemed a little confused by the question. What do you think? That angels like us grow on trees? Nicholas asked with a wry smile. I don't want to show off, but it is pretty hard to get to where we are if you don't know. Chapter 251, Answers to a Wish. But Loki shook his head, no. Apart from that, I'm sure you've seen plenty of Black family candidates in your lifetime given how you've been through nearly 5 centuries, are you telling me that there was not a single person capable enough of becoming a saint or angel? Nicholas frowned and shook his head again. It's not that there aren't. It's that to become an angel requires support not only from the people around you but also from the various true gods and goddesses that choose to help you to become one. And given the Black family's penchant for crazy experiments and secrecy, much about the house leaves for things to be desired. For example, the Greengrass family has had several saints in the past. But most of them have been hunted down by the other families before they could ever advance to angels. And the worst of all are the periodic wars between the light and dark factions of the wizarding world. They happen roughly every 50 years. Long enough for everyone to remember them, but also long enough to make those that grow without it a little careless. The most recent war that involved Voldemort Folly flinched at Nicholas casually using the name while Loki tensed. Caused the death of 4 saints from the Greengrass family, the Follies, the Potters and the Blacks. Each war takes many such lives. And they aren't easy to rebuild. Are the Blacks targeted often? Loki asked again. Nicholas nodded. You might not know yet, but the Black family is synonymous in the wizarding world with people who don't have any control. They are often found thinning the lines between the good and bad. More often than not when anything happens in a war, the Blacks always pick the side of the Dark Lords. No. Regulus only joined Voldemort to get his Horcrux. No. Wait a second. Regulus wouldn't have known Voldemort was making Horcruxes before joining the dark side. So why did he join Voldemort? Because Walburga asked him to. I doubt she knew anything about it, or she'd never have sent him to his death. She clearly regretted not being able to talk to her sons anymore. I remember seeing her visiting their rooms often when she was still awake. So was it because Regulus noticed something? Is the problem of loss of control that all the Blacks are facing related to the Abyss pathway? I mean, why else would Walburga have a coffin ready for her to sleep in when she lost control? Since no one else knew about the coffin in her state until I told Mr. Folly about it, that could mean that it is a well-kept secret of the Black family that the ancestors who everyone else thought died used it to extend their lives for a solution to be found. Loki frowned at this and he slipped into thoughts once more, leaving the room in a strange silence. So in short, Nicholas and Prenell haven't noticed anything wrong with the Black family. At least not outwardly. This can mean two things, that either the Black family really has no secret, or that they don't want to allow anyone else to interfere with it. But if it is the second case, there are only two people that can do things that warrant hiding knowledge about from the world, only one if we take into consideration the relation to the abyss, and neither of them are people I want to mess with, yet. Finally, after the bout of confusion, Loki's eyes firmed as he asked the Flammels what he wanted. So I can ask you anything I want and you'll help me with it? Loki asked with a slight worry about being rejected. Don't worry about it and just ask us about it. There's not much we can't do at our stage. So tell us about it in a straightforward manner. Don't be like those other nobles who beat around the bush while acting like peacocks. Prenell said, biting down on her cookie. All right then. Loki nodded and bit down on his NNP cookie that tasted ridiculously good and spoke, to regain the Black family's honor, I want to be able to explore the abyss. Suddenly the room turned silent. Everyone looked at Loki with confusion as he sipped his tea and nibbled on his NNP cookies. What did you want to do? Could you repeat that? I think I heard it wrong. Nicholas said with a puzzled expression. Loki faked a cough and spoke lightly, I want to explore the abyss. I want to study the thing you told me about, that beyonder characteristic from the devil. Loki stopped after explaining as much and looked at the beautiful garden the Flammels had since he couldn't tell much while Folly was here since Nicholas hadn't informed anyone but Loki about it. A butterfly was flapping its wings, moving from flower to flower, collecting nectar to feed itself. Are you serious, Loki? Prenell asked with her hands clasped around the teacup that she was drinking out of. Yes. I'm serious. Loki nodded firmly as he matched his gaze with Prenell. Everyone was silent for a few seconds before Nicholas's eyes widened slightly. Ah. I see. So that's why you wanted to learn how to make an alchemical puppet so badly. Loki blushed a little in embarrassment, but he didn't deny Nicholas's accusation. Prenell looked at Loki with narrowed eyes and was about to say something before Nicholas raised his hand and shook his head. He then turned towards Loki and asked him a simple question. You said that you wanted to do it to regain the Black family's honor. Loki nodded, although I can't tell you about my reasons fully, because I don't know if Granny Walburga will be okay with me sharing the details. I can tell you that I suspect the madness of the Black family to be related to the devils of the abyss. Nicholas nodded in understanding before he spoke again. We promise to help you in whatever you asked of us. And to your luck, we have a great deal of experience in matters dealing with the abyss. Especially Prenell here, who was rather enthusiastic in her younger days. She liked to go on adventures. Prenell scowled, but she quickly cut Nicholas off and spoke quickly. I am against this. Loki looked at her with a slightly soft gaze which caused Prenell to soften a little too before she sighed and then looked into Loki's eyes with a seriousness that she had never shown before. I will only help you out if you only go to the abyss when you are at least a demigod, nothing less. Loki pondered on Prenell's words for a few seconds as he thought about several things. Demigod. I still don't know how to perform my advancement rituals. But such a request is reasonable. Especially since the abyss is currently her domain. Loki then looked into Prenell's eyes and nodded, sure. I agree to that. Prenell relaxed when she heard Loki's acknowledgement and finally found herself relaxing enough to be able to drink tea again. I thought you wouldn't let me go in there. Loki said softly as he munched on NNP cookies. I wouldn't have. Nicholas explained patiently, but then he slightly murmured, not if you weren't related to him. And only Prenell heard him and proceeded to ignore his rambles. Chapter 252, Money Making. With Loki's wish pulled out of the hat and accepted, everyone went back to calmly sipping their tea as they chatted casually. Eventually, the conversation steered towards the Quidditch World Cup. You're going too? Loki asked with slight amazement. Of course, we will. How can we miss a World Cup? Nicholas nearly stood up in excitement. But I thought you wouldn't be as excited about a random sport because of how long you've lived, Loki mumbled, but everyone else heard him well. Ha! And what are we supposed to do? Sit inside our rooms and gaze at crystal orbs and dictate the schemes and plots of the world. Prenell said, waving her fingers as if she was peering into the depths of the world. Loki was confused since he personally wasn't the type to engage in any of the Quidditch games beyond when he wanted to relax or take his mind off things. I also have to prepare things for the tarot club that I'm planning to open soon. I want to gain some funds by selling a few mystical items, and for that, I'll need to quickly go to Aurora Order's meetings. How about it? Nicholas asked, wiggling his eyebrows. No. Loki shook his head. I want to relax. This summer has been a little hectic. It feels like I didn't leave school at all. Are you sure you don't want to come with us to the Quidditch World Cup? Prenell asked Loki, knowing from their earlier conversations that Loki wasn't a big Quidditch fan. It's not like I know any of the teams there. I don't even know who's playing who in the World Cup. It'd be a waste to take me there, unless you tell me who's winning and I can make some money out of it. Prenell rolled her eyes before Nicholas laughed slightly and took over. If you're going to leave so soon, then I want to show you off to the other people who I've been teaching. Nicholas said it plainly, but Loki felt a shiver run up his spine. This. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Come on. Don't you want to flaunt it in their faces? How they couldn't spend the last 40 days with the world's greatest alchemist as much as you. Prenell laughed with a cunning smile of her own. Loki felt a little worried, but before he could speak or respond, Folly spoke with a smile. Hee, you should go meet them. I've been wanting to show off my disciple to them. Loki found himself being dragged by Prenell towards the gathering that was taking place in a general room connected to the dormitory. Loki spotted the butler from before, which he learnt was just an alchemical puppet Nicholas had created, but he also spotted several other people who he'd seen in the room during the test. There are fewer people now than there were before. Did they have subsequent testing and only allowed a fewer number of people? Or they had to leave for some reason? As Loki entered the room, he found all eyes turning towards him and then towards the two old people behind him. Everyone's eyes widened as they lowered their heads collectively, a few even trembled a little. Loki was confused by their reactions. Isn't this too over the top? Fleur was also among the other people, but she stayed normal like Loki as she walked up to Prenell and Nicholas before curtsying. Pleasure to meet you, sir, mademoiselle. Why is Fleur being so formal? Loki complained with a frown and Prenell noticed it and laughed a little before returning Fleur's greeting. I've seen all your projects, Nicholas said with a smile as he looked at everyone in the room. They were wonderful. He then turned towards Fleur and spoke. I especially like the spiked blade you made from the spine of a nundu. The rune work was quite intricate. It must have taken you a lot of time to make it. Fleur blushed a little, but she kept a straight face and spoke softly. Yes, it took me 4 days and nights to make. I'm glad you liked my project. I was inspired to make it from King Arthur's sword. Haha, I didn't know that. Although now that you mention it, I do remember seeing some similarities in the rune work. Good job. Nicholas said, patting her shoulder. Fleur's eyes then landed on Loki. She frowned imperceptibly since she had a bone to pick with him, but Loki's sudden words rattled the chains she was using to hold herself back. How are you doing, loser? Fleur's eyebrows twitched. Behind him Loki could feel Prenell tremble slightly and Nicholas immediately looked away, apparently more interested in the walls. Fleur did her best to calm herself and with a deep breath, ignored Loki and walked away to go back to her spot. All right kids, now that we've all gathered here, I need to inform you about something, Prenell said, pausing to look at all the people in the room. All of you must know by now that Folly here was responsible for making the firebolt. Everyone nodded, some were even looking at him with adoration in their eyes. Loki looked at it all with confusion. Why are they talking about the firebolt? Prenell gave him a short glance before continuing with a smile, but what most of you do not know is that Loki here, Prenell said placing her hand on Loki's shoulder, is responsible for most of the runic arrangement on the firebolt. Everyone's eyes widened slightly when they looked at Loki. They froze for a second before looking at Folly, who just nodded slightly. As such, Loki here will be the one to judge your explanations of the rune work of the firebolt after you see it being used in the World Cup finals. Loki frowned and looked at Prenell, who was ignoring him. Didn't I say I wanted to go home? Are they going to take me forcefully? Why am I being kidnapped so openly by 2 angels? Any conditions you want to add? Prenell finally asked as she turned towards Loki. Loki thought about it only for a second before his eyes sparkled as he turned to everyone and spoke calmly. Anyone that gets it right will be given 5,000 galleons. And anyone that gets it wrong will have to give me 500 galleons. Nicholas nearly choked on his own saliva while Prenell gave him a disappointed look. What? I did things according to my convenience. I ain't working for free. I have to collect funds for my dear future Tarot Club members. Prenell turned away and addressed the other people again. When we go to the World Cup tomorrow, I want all of you to make sure that you don't reveal our identities, even by mistake. If you do, you will never be able to return here ever again. Along with her words, Prenell released a little bit of her aura to threaten everyone, causing their backs to become wet with sweat. The people gulped and nodded quickly. Good. That will be all. Prenell said, donning the sweet aura she usually had. After they returned to their quarters, Loki looked at the Flammel couple and frowned before looking at Folly, who was looking at the garden. You tricked me. But you're making money. Nicholas joked. Loki clicked his tongue before finally extending his hand. Fine. I'll come. Good job. Nicholas said, shaking Loki's hand, but Loki simply slapped it away. My hand isn't for you to shake empty-handed. Nicholas froze as Prenell giggled, but Loki then turned to her. Even you. Now it was Nicholas's turn to laugh. But it seemed the 2 angels weren't unprepared. Prenell handed over to Loki a bag extended using an undetectable space extension charm filled to the brim with NNP cookies. This will help stabilize my mental health. while Nicholas flicked to him something Loki had been wanting since the first time he laid his eyes on it. Seriously? You're giving me this? Loki asked with shock. Nicholas nodded with a smile. I don't have any better uses for it, but if you don't want it I could always give you some cookie dash. Loki snatched the Beyonder characteristic that looked like a clear diamond from Nicholas's hand faster than he could say a word and stuffed it inside his pocket to sacrifice above the grey fog later. The day ended after that with everyone talking casually about various happenings and the Flammels coaching Loki on how he would take the missions he would be assigned to after he reached his 4th year at Hogwarts. Always make sure you know what situation you're getting into. Especially with Devils and. Chapter 253, Godly Bank. The butler brought out an object to the center of the room on a metal plate. It was an old leather boot. A portkey. Loki recognized, as did the other people in the room. Everyone gathered around the portkey and placed their fingers on the item as it began to produce an audible hum like it was being possessed. Around 10 people were in the room, including Loki and the Flammels, so it was a little tight but they managed. The hum only grew louder and the last thing Loki saw was the butler looking at his watch and nodding at Nicholas. The world spun on its end as Loki felt someone grab him by his navel and twist his whole body around it, stuffing it into a tight pipe. He felt like he was turned into a noodle and was being slurped. With a sudden jerk, Loki found himself thrust upon the grassy floor as he almost literally ate dirt. Getting up with a little effort, Loki looked around himself and spotted he was the only one who'd fallen. Nearly all the others were walking down invisible stairs in the air as they casually landed beside Loki. Fleur walked up to Loki and with a proud HMPF turned away. Loki could swear he heard her say, "Loser." And he was half sure she did because Preenell behind him was trembling. Nicholas pat Loki's back and spoke in a hushed whisper, "It's all right, boy. Everyone has their faults. Don't worry about it." Loki deadpanned but quickly put the slight annoyance behind himself as he looked on at the hordes of tents and wizards camping in the grounds in front of him. "This is huge." Loki whistled. "It is." Folly said, "It's bigger than the last time. Make sure you follow us and don't get lost." "Ha. I'm not a little kid that I'll get lost so easily." Folly just smiled and looked away while Nicholas and Preenell, who were wearing disguises, took the lead to guide them to their tent through all the rush. Their tent looked like a normal circus tent from the outside, but once Loki stepped inside he found it to be remarkably large. "I need to learn the undetectable space extension charm sooner than later, it's bound to be helpful." There were 30 rooms in the tent, not including the living room, a kitchen, and several bathrooms. Nicholas and Preenell went to their rooms as did most other mentors and their students. Loki was eventually left alone in the living room with Fleur. He walked up to her and spoke, "Hey loser, how you doing?" Fleur turned around and glared at him without speaking. Looking away from Loki, Fleur went back to using her spirituality to engrave runes on the mirror-like charm she was making. "I mean, she is a Beyonder of the Demoness pathway, but is it alright to make it so obvious? Can't she just pretend to be a really pretty girl?" Loki wondered as he looked at Fleur. His gaze slowly slipped from her face to the mirror-like charm she was holding and carving runes on. A mirror charm. What does it do? Reflect damage. With nothing else to do, Loki sat down beside Fleur and began to observe how she was making the charm. It felt calm and therapeutic. Fleur slowly engraved the symbol of the primordial demoness into the mirror-like charm as Loki thought back to the knowledge about runic spellcasting that Nicholas had taught him about. Black magic, huh? So magic connected with the primordial demoness would be considered black magic. Is there grey magic? The goddess of fortune. What about making a similar system that involves money instead of magic? What if I want to make a bank backed by true gods? Is there anything that'll achieve? Hey, can I try an experiment? Loki asked as an idea sprouted into his mind while he was looking at Fleur's rune work. Huh? You wants to experiment with my charm? Fleur asked, a bit taken aback at first, but then she happily extended her hand to Loki. I hope you see, Fleur said with a happy smile. Loki's eyebrows twitched but he took the charm from her hands nonetheless. He then began inspecting the unfinished charm. So it's a silver-plated mirror. Silver is in the Evernight domain. What will happen if I carve the symbols of concealment into the charm? What does this charm do? Loki asked Fleur, who was eagerly waiting for Loki to blow himself up. It is a charm to duplicate me using the mirror dimension to transfer damage. Fleur patiently explained. I see. Give me a minute. Loki wrapped his spirituality around the small piece of mirror and began to study the circuits, then with a quick hand, he began to carve out new smaller runes into the circuits while carving in the mysticism symbols for Evernight. It took a while, roughly 10 minutes, but Loki was soon done and he inspected the charm one final time for any errors. Where were you going to test this? Loki asked Fleur. I do not need to test it. I know my work is perfect. Fleur said with arrogance while tipping her head back. Ignoring her arrogance, Loki asked her, what's the activation word? It is, Doppel. Thanks for letting me know. You do not need to thank me, I hopes you just stay. Loki just shook his head and turned toward the tent's exit. Let everyone know I'll be back in a few minutes if they ask. With those words, Loki left the tent and began walking toward the forest that was nearby. I think I'm far enough, Loki said once he found himself shrouded by the canopy of ancient and tall trees. He turned around to see if he could spot any part of the camp through the gaps in between the trees, but he couldn't. Satisfied with his place, Loki did what he had come to do. He poured an abundance of his spirituality into the charm and tossed it away from himself. Doppel, Loki said. Loki paid close attention to the mirror charm as it was tossed away from him. The charm swiftly flew away from Loki and expanded into a mirror that continuously pointed at him, but once it reached the apex of its arc, it froze midair. Soundlessly, an ethereal mist escaped the mirror and began to form into Loki. Loki's eyes narrowed as he paid attention to the form that was taking shape, but before anything else could happen, the mist paused, pouring out of the mirror. The culprit of the pausing of the mist was the somber tune that played in the air. It was the variant slumber charm that Loki had carved onto the experimental charm. It created a soft poem by vibrating spirituality and put its caster to sleep. And all of a sudden, as if a vacuum had formed in its center, the mist began to be sucked back into the mirror, rapidly. Feeling something bad was about to happen, Loki immediately ducked behind a tree. And it was good that he did, because, in the next moment, he heard a swift crack followed by the whistling of wind. There was a sudden thud behind the tree Loki was hiding, but to his luck, it held strong and did not collapse on his head. Peering his head out from behind the tree, Loki looked at the outcome and became stunned. The palm-sized mirror Loki was just holding had turned into a deadly weapon and become embedded into the tree. Loki could swear he saw an eye in the mirror looking back at him with anger, but it was gone as soon as he blinked. I guess there's no gray magic. For now. And I'm pretty sure the primordial demoness hates me now, so no all God trusted banks, yet. When Loki returned back to the tent they were staying in, Fleur commented in disappointment, you did not die. How sad. Refund my money then. Refund. What if I died? What would you have done then? Loki asked with an annoyed expression. Of course, I would have held a party. But since you are alive, I need compensation for you raising my expectations only to have crashed them. Loki clenched his fist tight and whispered inside his mind, calm down Loki, she's just a misguided fool, it's all right. After handing over one galleon to Fleur, Loki made his way to his room in the tent. He then set up a wall of spirituality and pulled out a burner and a beaker, along with several other materials required to brew his Sequence 6 Prometheus potion. The burner was a little special this time since the potion required him to specifically use the flames obtained by burning the branches of an apple tree. Loki placed the small branches of the apple tree he had collected and placed them inside the burner, before setting them aflame with a near-silent incendio. With the burner heating the beaker, Loki poured in 100 drops of pure water, then 30 drops of Urkling blood, 5 demiguise hairs, 7 leaves of a sun tree that bleeds honey, 6 eggs of a jumping spider, birth-tail feather of an akami, and finally the first mane hair of a zowu. Loki watched as the ingredients all melded with each other and took care to stir them with a glass rod so that they were all completely mixed. Chapter 254, Sequence 6, Prometheus. The resulting potion confused Loki a little. It looked like lava that had frozen after coming to the surface of the earth. The liquid was obsidian black with glowing red cracks as if a strange fire was trying to break free from the inside. Is this even a potion? Loki brushed the beaker with his fingers to see if it would be hot like its appearance suggested, and much to his surprise, Loki found the beaker absolutely normal. Loki blew on his soundless whistle, which he had remade to last longer than its initial few-year lifespan, and summoned Sunny. Keep a watch over me, will ya? Loki asked while tossing a gold galleon to the little niffler. I work for the coin. With a little apprehension, Loki picked up the beaker but was forced to stop when the niffler spoke. In case you lose control, I want your ring. Loki spared an unamused glance at the niffler and brought the beaker close to his lips, and just like the previous 3 times, he swallowed the liquid inside it with a single gulp. The mysterious concoction slipped down his throat and settled inside his stomach. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but almost immediately after Loki placed the beaker on the table, he started to sweat profusely. His clothes were drenched and Loki felt like he had to get rid of them because of how hot it was. Loki exhaled a deep breath and found steam escaping his lips. His whole throat felt like it was burning, as if he could breathe fire without any effort. Holding on to the sense of discomfort that had spread throughout his body, Loki rubbed his index and thumb fingers and entered cogitation. His head rolled back as his eyes turned black. His muscles turned and twisted, but Loki remained still. He used his entire focus to outline several spheres of light with different colors in each and began to stack them upon each other to remain awake and aware of everything that was happening to him. A sudden assault of murmurings and screams reached his ears as he could make out the sounds he'd always been hearing in them. Hogwarts, Walburga, Hogwarts, Walburga, Hogwarts, Walburga, Hogwarts, Walburga. Just as Loki felt he was about to lose control when the potion inside his body split up and covered each cell in his body in a cocoon of fire, he heard a melodious tune. It was Sunny. He was trying to lure Loki into a memoryless state of calm so that he could regain control over the changes that were happening inside his body. The process lasted for nearly a minute when Loki slowly lifted his hand, indicating for Sunny to stop singing. Loki opened his eyes, slowly. He looked around the room and his gaze finally landed on his hand. He clenched and unclenched his hand a few times as a small smile graced his lips. I can't believe it. Loki could feel the explosive strength running through his body. He could feel exactly how his spirituality had grown to augment his body. If before he felt like he was able to control spirituality by focusing his thoughts, he now felt like he could control it through his intent alone. With but a fleeting thought, Loki felt his spirituality emerge out of his body and form various shapes that he wouldn't have been able to perform before. This will help me greatly to improve my magic. Taking a pause from examining his newfound familiarity with spirituality, Loki began to examine the other new abilities he had gotten from advancing to Sequence 6 Prometheus. Loki felt greatly in tune with his surroundings. Everything inside the room felt like it was within his reach. Loki turned toward the Niffler, who was carefully looking at Loki to examine for any side effects of the potion. Looking at the coin in Sunny's tiny hands, Loki just swiped his hand through the air and without anyone noticing, the coin that was just in Sunny's hands was now in Loki's. Wah, how did you do no give it back? Sunny exclaimed, causing Loki to smile. I can teleport items within a 50-meter radius to my hands. How useful. I wonder how it works. With a slight nod, Loki looked at Sunny, who was rushing towards him. Loki kept his arm outstretched and held the coin in his fingers for Sunny to take it back from him, but as soon as the Niffler's hands laid on the coin, Loki vanished from his place. When Sunny looked around to see where Loki had vanished to, he found him standing right behind him, staring down at him with a smile. I can also teleport myself around in a 50-meter radius. I don't know how I'm doing it yet, but it feels weird. It feels like I deceived something that I am vaguely familiar with. It is also much more convenient than apparition and port keys. Loki then activated his spirit vision and paid keen attention to the Niffler, who appeared to be angry at having been stolen from. Sunny's spirit body appeared to be covered in strange symbols which Loki recognized were combinations of different runes. He had seen such a sight earlier in the year when he stole Cheek's ability to produce cursed black flames. Each rune on Sunny's spirit body indicated a specific ability that Loki could steal and use. With a simple swipe of his hand, Loki stole an ability from Sunny. Squeak squeak asterisk squeak. Asterisk. Sunny suddenly lost his ability to talk and looked at Loki indignantly with a frown on his face for being bullied like this. Can you hear me? Loki asked, his lips not moving but his voice resonating inside the room. Sunny's eyes went wide when he realized what Loki had done and began to launch a barrage of slaps on his arm. Loki had stolen Sunny's ability to speak by vibrating his spirituality. I can't return it. It'll take a few minutes for your ability to speak to return. How about I give you 2 gold coins for causing you trouble? Loki said with a smile and tossed 2 galleons toward Sunny, who opened his pouch and directly stuffed the coins into it. And my illusion seemed to have gotten stronger again. I can fool Sunny into thinking that the coins I gave him were real. They act almost exactly normal, but I'm sure pathways that could see spirit threads would easily be able to tell that mine were fake because they don't have them. I wonder if I'll get the ability to see spirit threads eventually, given how there's the Trojan horse of destiny that literally requires stealing fate and such. A smooth smile appeared on his face and Loki found himself in a good mood. What an amazing advancement. I can't wait to get to higher sequences. Loki then focused his spirit vision a little and suddenly, as if shifting through layers of fabric, he could see several blobs of light around himself and Sunny, but that wasn't what surprised him the most since he'd seen souls earlier. What surprised him were the veiny pathways that had appeared all around his body. It was as if someone had lit up his and Sunny's entire nervous system. These are my magic pathways. Loki noticed. He had the urge to look at Nicholas and Prenell and examine the differences that way, but he stayed within reason and didn't do so out of fear of being caught. For the last test of his abilities, Loki covered the Ring of Harvest in his spirituality and caused the runes on it to glow. Suddenly, Loki could spot several mistakes and inefficient pathing of the runes on the ring, even after he had already edited it several times to make it more efficient and stronger. It seems like my ability to spot errors has also improved. How nice. I guess this will help me immensely in making new mystical items. Chapter 255, Calm. With his new ability sorted and tested, Loki removed the wall of spirituality around his room and relaxed in his bed. The Quidditch match was going to start in an hour and everyone was supposed to get ready to leave in a few minutes. As soon as Loki cleared the wall of spirituality, the air around him trembled, before splitting open to allow a dark bony hand to escape from it and leave behind a letter in front of Loki. Who sent me a letter right now? Picking up the letter, Loki was surprised when he saw it was from Dominic. Oh. The letter was short and sweet. After asking about his well-being and other such general things about Hogwarts, Dominic wrote the letter to inform Loki about his acceptance into the unspeakable. I was lucky. The average acceptance time after the posting of an application is about 3 years, but mine was accepted in 2. I heard from my colleagues that one of my seniors had messed up in his job and so they suspended him. Apparently, an event at Hogwarts requires more personnel, so I was chosen. I should also be posted around the Quidditch World Cup camping grounds. An event at Hogwarts? Loki thought, conveniently ignoring that he might be the reason Dominic got the job. I can already guess the event will have something to do with you-know-who. Loki frowned and thought about it a little, trying to imagine how Voldemort could annoy him this year, but without any important information about the event, all Loki could think of was that the event might involve dangerous tasks that Voldemort might use to kill them. Loki wrote a quick reply to Dominic and congratulated him on his new job and wrote to ask him where he was posted in the Quidditch World Cup camping grounds so they could meet face to face. Knock knock. Loki opened the door after sending away Dominic's spirit and looked at the intruder. It was Prenelle. Except Loki could hardly recognize her, there was war paint on her face. She had dressed up as a fan of Ireland and had several trinkets on her that represented the Ireland Quidditch team. Wow, I can't say I'm surprised. Is Nicholas supporting Bulgaria? Loki asked with some excitement as Prenelle's infectious smile infected him. Yes. I am. Nicholas said with a smile as he pushed Prenelle aside. You'll support Bulgaria with me, won't you? Loki looked at the two of them and with a wry smile pulled out his wand and tapped his cheeks. Under the stunned gazes of Nicholas, the flag of Ireland was painted onto his face. Ha! Take that. Should have treated him better when you taught him, Nick. Prenelle shouted in joy and dragged Loki away with her. Suddenly the door opposite Loki's opened and Fleur walked out of it. Nicholas looked at her and spoke with excitement. You're supporting Bulgaria, right, Fleur? Fleur's lips twitched as she watched how innocently Nicholas was looking at her, but she quickly put on a smile and spoke, Of course, Mr. Flammel, I will support them. Good. I knew I couldn't rely on that stupid disciple of mine. Here, wear this. Nicholas pulled out a cap with Bulgaria's colors and handed it over to Fleur, who with a slight blush put it on her head. And a fire lit up in Nicholas's eyes. I'll show them who's better when Bulgaria wins. Don't come crying back to me then. All the members of the alchemist group gathered in the stands along with the rest of the people and not a VIP room, since Prenelle wanted to experience the raw emotions of the people and felt that they had to be too courteous inside the VIP room. The match started with both sides showing off their mascots. The Bulgarian team was paraded into the grounds by Vila, who Prenelle graciously called, for the STREETSSS. You're not even real women, while placing one of her legs on the stands and booing, making Fleur extremely uncomfortable. The Irish team was paraded into the grounds by leprechauns who were showering the stands with fake gold. This time it was Nicholas's turn to boo the team along with Fleur. Loki looked at Fleur as a soft smile blossomed on his face. Hee hee, hee 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 hee. In spite of laughing creepily inside his mind, Loki kept a positive face on the outside while speaking to her. Fleur. How about a bet? If you win I'll do something you want, and if I win how about you do something I want? What are we doing? Fleur asked with suspicion. Nothing much, it's just that whoever wins the bet will get to introduce the other as a loser. A smile was threatening to break out on Loki's lips, which everyone noticed but decided not to say anything about. Fleur's eyes narrowed as she glared at Loki. What are you worried that you'll lose? Loser. Loki teased. Don't worry, Fleur. Trust me. Bulgaria will win. I'm sure he's just trying to get under your skin to affect our cheers for the team. I'm sure he doesn't know anything about the outcome. After all, it's impossible to divine about the outcome because of the interference. Fleur looked at Nicholas and nodded, okay. I accept. Get ready to be called a loser for the rest of your life. Hee hee, I mean, of course. Of course. Loki nodded and went back to cheering for the Ireland team with Prenelle. The Ireland team was strong, and the match had become one-sided. Anyone watching the match for the last 40 minutes would say that Bulgaria was going to lose. It was only the hope that Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker, would catch the snitch that was keeping the tension alive. We can still win, Fleur, don't worry about the bet. I'm sure Victor Krum will catch the golden snitch. Nicholas pacified the panicking Fleur. The score was 160-10 in Ireland's favor. Their defense was so good that almost none of the attempts at hooping the quaffle had gotten past them and their keeper. With bated breaths, Loki along with the entire stadium waited when the commentator Ludo Bagman announced the following, Ladies and gentlemen. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Victor Krum is in a dive. Has he spotted the snitch? Each player on their brooms from the Bulgarian team froze midair to watch Krum, their beaters doing their best to direct Bulgars towards the Ireland seeker to prevent him from catching up to Krum. The score was 160-10, if Krum caught the snitch now they would tie and the cup would go to both since there were no tiebreakers in Quidditch. An outcome all fans detested. In the sharp dive where the entire stadium, filled with nearly 80,000 people, watched silently by tipping off the edges of their seats with clenched hands, doubts crept into Loki's mind. Was my divination wrong? Perhaps the Sapphira Castle was unable to get rid of the interference. Loki's eyes followed Crumb, and with his omnioculars he could see just how fast his fingers were inching to the golden snitch that was flying just out of his reach. And just like that, within a blink, Crumb's fingers had wrapped around the snitch. He's got it. He's got it. Ludo Bagman shouted with joy. Loki felt the absolute enormity of joy that was released from Fleur and Nicholas when they heard Bagman and when they saw Crumb catch the snitch. Half of the entire stadium shouted at once. Blanketed under the deafening cheers, however, everyone suddenly heard the referee's whistle and watched his hands, which were pointing towards the Ireland team. Ireland team. Did he get the sides wrong? Bulgaria won, right? And then it happened. Ludo Bagman announced the score, 170-160 in favor of Ireland. Ireland wins by 10 points. Merlin's tits. They sneaked in a goal when no one was looking. There was a short silence in the entire stadium, and the other half, whose hearts had just sunk, rose up. Prenelle stood on her chair and shouted. Ooh. Controlled by a fit of happiness, Loki turned around and looked right at Fleur, who was stunned along with Nicholas. Yo. Loser. Or should I say, losers. Chapter 256, Before. The walk back to their tent was hilarious. Loki kept throwing around the word loser while talking to Fleur, like when he asked her to pass the popcorn he'd say, "Could you pass me the popcorn, loser?" Or when he wanted her to move out of his way he'd say, "Losers should give way for the winners." The slight pause before he ended his sentence with the word loser caused Fleur to get annoyed even more. But instead of shouting or even glaring at Loki, she looked at Nicholas, who was looking at Loki with innocent eyes, trying to get him to stop since he was getting a really bad feeling from Fleur. That was fun. Loki said with a smile as he bade everyone a short farewell to go into his room in the tent. Yes. I agree. Prenelle said with a smile on her face, and then she added, "It feels great to win." Nicholas shivered since Fleur glared at him again. "You're an angel, Nick. You don't have to worry about a schoolgirl." Nicholas motivated himself, but one look at Fleur's glare made him shiver a little. "Come on, Nick. I'm sure Prenelle won't let her do anything to you. Good night. I feel tired after all that. I need some rest," Loki said, walking back into his room and shutting the door behind himself. That was a good show. It really felt like a World Cup. Collapsing on his bed, Loki was about to fall asleep when he suddenly felt a disturbance in the space around him. A bony hand tore through and dropped a letter beside his head. "Oh," Dominic replied. Loki opened the letter and quickly read it since it was short. "I'm patrolling the outside to keep away any muggles. Nothing too magical. I am on guard duty. Do you want to meet up? I'll be at the entrance of the camping grounds if you want to find me for about an hour from when this letter will find you." Loki was feeling tired all over, but he motivated himself to get out of bed since he hadn't seen Dominic in a long time. Arriving at the common room in the tent, Loki spotted Nicholas sitting on the couch with his hands folded, staring off into space with hollow eyes. "I'm going out to meet a friend, old man," Loki said calmly, knowing Nicholas was still reeling from his losses. "Wait," Nicholas said with some hesitance. "Huh? What happened?" Loki asked, turning around to see Nicholas was looking at him with innocence like a baby. "Did he practice this or what? How's he so good at it? Please don't call Fleur that word anymore. I'm scared I'll get cursed." Loki raised his eyebrows but finally sighed audibly and turned around while speaking. "Don't worry, I was only joking about that. I've already had fun with it. I don't want to bully her." Walking out of the tent, Loki heard a sigh of relief escape Nicholas, which made him laugh a little. Maybe once or twice more wouldn't be that bad. Stepping outside and breathing the fresh night air, Loki felt his lungs cleanse. The entrance was that side. Loki murmured and continued walking. A sudden warning flared up in his mind as Loki vanished from the spot he was standing, reappearing at least 10 meters away. BOOMMMMM. The spot he was standing at exploded with force enough to knock away a few poorly planted tents. Screams and wails were suddenly very common all around the camp. Loki's ears were ringing because of the proximity of the explosion, but he maintained a focused look. An attack? On me? No, it's happening all over the camp. Before another explosion could go off, Loki found Nicholas stepping out of the tent. Nicholas looked around for Loki, and when he found him he relaxed a little, but that expression immediately vanished from his face when a streak of green light powered through the dust that had been lifted. Just when Loki thought the beam of light would hit Nicholas, he dispersed into a pale white fog that harmlessly allowed the spell to pass through. But almost instantly, Loki felt a severe pressure erupt from the fog. Ah! A faint gasp escaped Loki's lips as he realized what had happened. Is this how powerful an angel is? Loki's heart started to beat faster. the pale fog coalesced back into Nicholas. He raised his hand and grabbed at something in the air before he pulled it away like a blanket on a bed. His actions somehow caused the dust that had risen into the air to fly off as if a gust of wind had blown them away. It revealed a band of wizards cloaked in black robes with white masks marching through the camp, firing spells randomly in every direction possible. Loki watched as one random spell struck a child, causing him to be lifted into the air, hanging upside down as the other robed people cast several spells that were about to strike him. Loki clenched his wand tight, his brain firing quickly to try and find a way to get the child away from the world of pain he was about to experience otherwise. But before Loki could speak or even move, the air around the boy turned into a tornado, protecting him from all the spells that were bound to reach him. Loki looked at Nicholas and found him looking at the tornado that had formed around the boy. Then with a small flick of Nicholas's hand, Loki watched as the tornado moved away from the boy, leaving him unharmed, as it moved into the group of robed men. Even with their masks on them, Loki saw them panic instantly and scatter away like flies. Each used their own abilities to either protect themselves from the tornado or escape from its influence. Loki. Go scour the situation and tell me everything about it. Nicholas shouted, I've got a handle on things here. I suspect things aren't as simple as they seem. Loki immediately nodded, ignoring the ridiculous size the tornado had grown into as he dipped along the shadows, walking while covering himself in illusions, rushing around the camp to see exactly what was going on. I can hear screams and wails from all directions. Does that mean there are more of those robbed guys? Who is doing this? And why? In the rush of the crowd of people moving around and searching for somewhere safe, Loki saw a girl stumble and be trampled on. He quickly moved to help her get up and save her, but it appeared to be too late for her. Loki's eyes trembled as he spotted a streak of blood trickling down the side of her temple. He felt her breath after teleporting away from the crowd and towards a tent, but it was faint. All right. All she needs is some medical care and she should be able to pull through. With his eyes set on the target, Loki started to walk towards the exit of the camp where everyone else was rushing towards. However, midway through his steps he froze. Wouldn't the exit be the most common point of exit? What if this is what the person who instigated this mess wants? Loki didn't know if he was right or wrong, so he searched around for any indication of theory being right. Damn. I can't see anything from so low. Loki teleported to the top of a tent and began to observe the situation better, but he didn't like what he saw. Tents that appeared to have been burnt at random earlier now had a clear pattern. They were funneling everyone towards the exit by using the burning tents to create a temporary wall. But why? However, Loki didn't waste time on that question. Instead, he blew the whistle to summon Sunny, who poked his head through the spirit world. What happened, Dash? No time to explain, could you please put all those people rushing towards the exit to sleep? Loki asked with urgency. Sunny looked around and after a little thought nodded, I might be able to do it, but I can only make them sleep for about 30 minutes. That will be enough, Loki said and teleported away from Sunny, standing on a tent a little further away so that he wouldn't be caught in Sunny's performance. Chapter 257, Blocked. Loki saw Sunny reverberate the air with his spirituality and a melodious poem flowed out. Of all that is horror, may you seek out all that is here. Of all that is eternal, may you break all that is here. Of all depths of darkness, may you take all that is here. Of all the silence, may you make yours all that is here. Of all the concealed, may you bring down your kingdom here. As soon as Sunny's words formed, the crowd began to stop. It was as if an animation wheel had been frozen and stopped midway through. As if the lives of dozens of people were suddenly put on pause. Everyone, the rich or the poor, the fearful or the excited, the sick or the lively, everyone was stopped without any bias. Sunny vanished after everyone stopped, slipping into the spirit world so he wouldn't be targeted because he was low on spirituality. There are no robed people among them. Loki noticed with a frown. Are they lying in wait outside the camp? At the gate. As soon as all the people stopped moving, Loki lay the girl he had rescued on the roof of a random safe tent and moved around by teleporting around, checking to see if there was something that would explain the situation a little better. But he couldn't find anything different, something that wouldn't belong where they were. There were no obviously wrong things that would point him in the right direction to reveal what the robed people wanted to do. Was it just to cause chaos? Loki looked around himself with a frown. Nicholas was working to keep the robed people locked away on the other side of the camp, so Loki decided to visit the Sapphire Castle. Entering the castle after taking 4 steps counterclockwise, Loki immediately pulled out the topaz pendulum and wrote down the following words on a goatskin parchment. The robed people's aim is only to cause chaos. Entering cogitation, Loki's eyes blackened and with his topaz pendulum extended he started his divination. The robed people just want to cause chaos and do nothing more. The robed people just want to cause chaos and do nothing more. The robed people just want to cause chaos and do nothing more. The robed people just want to cause chaos and do nothing more. Opening his eyes, Loki looked at the pendulum with relief. It was spinning clockwise. So I was worrying for nothing. Loki dismissed everything near him and stood up to go back but stopped before he could exit the Sapphire Castle. A frown formed on his face and he sat back down, pulled out his topaz pendulum again and entered cogitation. Someone else wants to use the chaos for their own purposes. Someone else wants to use the chaos for their own purposes. Someone else wants to use the chaos for their own purposes. Someone else wants to use the chaos for their own purposes. Loki opened his eyes and became a little shocked. The pendulum was turning clockwise. His heart started to beat faster again and his breathing quickened as sweat began to form on his palms. Someone else is using the chaos the robed people are causing. Are they under someone's orders to cause chaos? But how will this be used? Do they want to collect the pain, fear, and sadness that is being caused by all the chaos for something? Like the plague of Backlund. Loki's hands trembled. So Nicholas was right. There is something else going on. Calming himself using cogitation, Loki closed his eyes and used dream divination. The reason for all the chaos that is being caused. The reason for all the chaos that is being caused. The reason for all the chaos that is being caused. The reason for all the chaos that is being caused. Loki's eyes swam as a few images flickered past him. The first was the back view of an armchair in an abandoned house. Near the chair was a large snake that was coiled up into a pile. The image shifted and another one flashed past Loki. It was of a large black cube-like building where Dementors swarmed all around, floating freely and snaking on the happiness of the people trapped there. The image shifted and another one flashed past Loki. It was of the camp Loki was currently in. It was a top view giving Loki a view of the entire camp at once along with all the people inside it. Loki finally snapped out of his dream divination as he looked around the grey fog with a frown on his face. A person with a snake. You know who? Or Harry Potter. The building was Azkaban. And a high view of the camp we are in. How are all these related? Loki thought for a while and came up with a possible conclusion. Is the camp a distraction for you-know-who to break out his Death Eaters from Azkaban? Possible. But how did he plan to keep the Aurors distracted long enough for the breakout of Azkaban to go unnoticed? Is there something more to what's going on inside the camp? Loki thought back to the image of the camp he was shown, dissecting every detail about it that he could see. A frown formed on Loki's face as he discovered something suspicious. Why didn't I see any Aurors enter the camp once there was a disturbance inside? Didn't Dominic say he was standing guard just outside at the entrance? Why was the camp mostly empty from the top view? Filled only with panicking people. The frown on Loki's face deepened. He immediately exited the Sapphire Castle and returned to his body. Everything outside was the same as it had been when he'd left. The people were still frozen and no one was moving. Loki took advantage of the situation and rushed to the entrance of the camp, where everyone had been moving toward before. He teleported on the roof of tents and began to look around to see if he could spot any discrepancies, but nothing particularly stood out to him. Arriving at the entrance of the camp, Loki pulled out his wand and carefully inspected everything around him by spreading his spirituality to sense and reveal any wards. As soon as Loki's spirituality came in contact with the wards around the place, they lit up, but Loki's face morphed into a frown and then slowly into confusion before being replaced by slight annoyance and anger. There is a barrier to stop people from leaving if I'm not wrong. And there seems to be something missing from this entire formation. Loki walked closer to the entrance and pushed his hand outward. An ethereal, almost invisible barrier stopped it from leaving the bounds of the camp. Coming close to the barrier, Loki quickly looked outside. The outside was normal, everything seemed pleasant and calm. Loki even spotted Dominic standing guard while looking at his pocket watch and then back at the camp, possibly wondering if Loki would come outside. Loki sighed audibly at this and knelt on the ground. He quickly pulled out a few candles and lit them up with his spirituality and conducted a short ritual to call upon Dominic's spirit messenger. The ritual didn't take long and almost immediately a dark bony hand poked through the void of the spirit realm, appearing right beside Loki. With the hand in front of him, Loki pulled out a parchment from his pocket and scribbled a few words on it. This is not a joke. The camp is under siege by robed people suspected to be Death Eaters. There is a barrier around the camp preventing anyone from the inside from escaping outside. It is also the thing preventing you from realizing if there's something wrong here, since I suspect it has a large illusion cast over the camp. And, this is just a guess, but I suspect this is a distraction since the illusion barrier is just there to keep you unaware of what's going on inside. But they wanted you to notice since spirit world travel isn't interrupted, so they're just delaying things. If it was an actual attack that had a reason, the Death Eaters would have just taken people hostage and stated their demands. Counting on you to handle the outside, Dominic. Yours truly. Loki. Loki dropped the short letter in the bony hand and watched as it vanished and reappeared near Dominic. There was a smile on Dominic's face initially, which slowly turned into a frown and then into full-blown horror. He quickly rushed up to Loki and tried stepping into the camp, but the thin ethereal invisible barrier stopped him in his tracks. Loki could see exactly where Dominic was, but Dominic couldn't. He tried banging on the barrier and even used several spells, but it didn't budge. Only a few minutes later, Dominic realized the gravity of the situation and immediately set up a ritual to summon the spirit for his supervisor. Leaving Dominic to his devices, Loki left his spot and rushed back to investigate the wards further. Chapter 258, Illusory Smoke. Near Nicholas, the tornado had stopped and several people had sought his protection and rushed to be behind him, creating a small crowd. Looking around, Nicholas spotted several faces he was familiar with among the crowd of people around him: Lucius Malfoy and his family, Arthur Weasley and his family, and several other purebloods, even the famous Harry Potter and the madman being hunted until recently, Sirius Black. Nicholas had revealed his identity along with Prenell to quell the panicking mass of people who had begun running around in all directions. But Nicholas was slightly wary of what had occurred. In front of Nicholas were the bodies of various Death Eaters who were caught up in his tornado. They were piled upon each other like gunny bags. But what made him approach the situation with caution were the Death Eaters who were standing beyond the bodies of their companions. This group had taken all the half-bloods and Muggle-borns hostage. The hostages were kneeling on the ground and their mouths were sewed shut with magical threads that burnt them if they even intended to make a sound, while their limbs were immobilized because of ropes knotted around their bodies. A thin slit opened up in the space around Nicholas, which he looked at with calm eyes because he could feel the spirituality of the creature beyond. Loki sent a letter. Has he figured something out? From the slit a parchment flew out and Nicholas grabbed it and began to read. There's a barrier surrounding the place, no one goes in or out. It also casts an illusion to prevent anyone outside from knowing exactly what is going on inside. Loki delivered the bad news first and then moved on to the good news. But I informed a friend of mine using his spirit messenger. So the ministry should already know what's going on. I also put everyone at the entrance of the camp to sleep for the next 15 minutes so that there wouldn't be a stampede as everyone tried rushing towards the exit. Nicholas nodded and went back to looking at the Death Eaters in front of him who were using hostages to bring the fight to a stalemate. Can't you help them, Mr. Flammel? A voice Nicholas recognized came from Arthur Weasley spoke. Prenell answered in his stead. They've planted rune chains on them to set them on fire should Nick act. Can't you just defuse the runes before they activate? Arthur asked and everyone around them stayed silent, paying attention to Nicholas's answer. It is not that I am incapable. Nicholas shook his head. I just don't know if they have any more cards to play, like the few of them who have cursed their captors with something that is particularly tricky to deal with. I could do it if I had enough time, but I can't risk their lives. Everyone remained silent, ruminating on Nicholas's words as one of the Death Eaters stepped forward and spoke. I advise you to give up. Let us perform our jobs and we'll leave all of you alone. We only care for the mudbloods. Stand with us and you'll be rewarded. Don't listen to the madman. He's just trying to divide us amongst ourselves. Arthur shouted through the crowd. And why should we listen to your words? Don't you already know? No one goes in or out of the barrier. That means the ministry won't come here to help us. Another voice said. The crowd parted and Arthur saw the other men who had just spoken come into view. Lucius Malfoy, everyone recognized. Do you want to damn innocent people to death, Malfoy? Arthur said with seething hatred in his tone. No. But I'm trying to save as many lives I see. And how do you think they'll keep true to their words? They've already maimed so many. What's a few more to them? Mr. Weasley shouted. And how do you propose we fight them? Do you have a better way to deal with them than Mr. Flammel? Lucius asked with a damning smile, and after Mr. Weasley went quiet for a few seconds he spoke. Thought so. Loki in the meantime was thinking about the runes he'd seen around the camp. The wall was built to mimic a wall of spirituality, to isolate a region from everywhere else so that nothing on either side of the wall would disturb each other. How is the damn illusion working? Am I being stupid, or is there another pathway that is as good at casting illusions as the error and fool pathways? Or is it a spell of some sort? Loki frowned, but since he couldn't figure out that right now, he shook his head and changed his line of thought. If there's a wall all around the camp, does that mean all this was planned with the help of people in the ministry? But even if the wall was planned much earlier, how did they power it up? Something like this would need a lot of spirituality to create. As soon as Loki came to this point, he frowned. Did they use a creature like the basilisk Salazar created to cast it? Rubbing his ring and thumb finger, Loki activated spirit vision to examine everything. From his spot on the top of the tent, Loki scanned around the camp to check everything carefully. As he eventually came across the spot where Nicholas was, his eyes strained. The Death Eaters stopped Nicholas. No, he seems to be as lively as ever. But then why isn't he fighting them? And why are half the Death Eaters kneeling? Are they hostages? Did they take hostages to force him to stop? But what kind of hostage situation would stop him? His speed is probably fast enough to kill them all at the same time by splitting their heads off. Unless the Death Eaters did something to the hostages which would leave them at the gates of death should he act, but is he really that weak? I don't know, but isn't he a literal angel? And Prenell? Why is she so quiet too? Loki turned his attention back to the hostages and tried examining them in detail to see if there was anything he could figure out. But although the hostages were all terribly worried, they looked perfectly fine in Loki's spirit vision otherwise. Loki tried viewing everyone's souls to see if he could figure something out, but his spirituality warned him against it. His palms turned sweaty and his mind became clouded, but he took a deep breath and calmed himself. It's all right. Nicholas will be able to solve the situation on his own. He's an angel, I'm sure whatever he's doing will work out. Loki turned his sights away and began to scan throughout the camp for any special object or item that contained a lot of spirituality, something that could have been used to start the barrier. There were several mystical objects on all the people around Loki, but he ignored them since he couldn't tell them apart or even understand what they could do without looking at the runes on them. There were also several people around the area in the burning tents that had been buried under the rubble, but Loki turned his gaze away from them for now since he wanted to try and figure out what was going on before taking any action. Damn it. But what irritated Loki was that there wasn't a sign of any creature or person that would have immense spirituality like the basilisk in Loki's vision, apart from Nicholas. Is it hiding from us? No, if it was hiding I'm pretty sure Nicholas and Prenell would have found it by now using their spirit vision. Loki's frown only deepened. Loki scoured around to see if he could spot anything hidden from his view but gave up after a few wasted minutes. If Nicholas and Prenell haven't been able to spot something like this, I need to figure out a different angle to all this. What do the Death Eaters want to do in the first place? Kill the hostages. But wouldn't that give Nicholas free reign over their lives? How do they expect to fight Nicholas after they've killed all their hostages? As if realizing Loki's thoughts, Nicholas spoke, cutting across the petty squabble that the adults were having. You may do whatever you want. Everyone looked at him, either with shock like Arthur or with giddiness like Lucius. And all the Death Eaters perked up when they heard Nicholas's words. I hadn't expected you to choose their side, Mr. Flammel. How could you? After Dumbledore has worked with you. He's the beacon of light. Arthur exclaimed. He cut through the crowd, walking right up to Nicholas and spoke again, tugging on his shoulder. Has your immortality killed your humanity? Have you embraced the darkness that one must stay away from on the path of a bay dash? With a simple swipe of his wand, Nicholas caused Arthur to fly back and fall in front of his family. Arthur glared at Nicholas and along with him Harry and the entire Weasley family looked at him with anger enough to burn a hole into him if it could. But Nicholas ignored them. With a smile, Nicholas turned towards the group of Death Eaters with hostages. Please, carry on. We don't have any qualms. Most looked at Nicholas with a little shock. They never expected someone who was touted as Dumbledore's closest teacher and friend to be like this. Only Prenell seemed to realize Nicholas was angry because although he was smiling, it never reached his eyes. Chapter 259, Rot. After a few minutes of failing to find anything useful, Loki finally moved towards the burning tents. Rushing towards them by teleporting around to save any people trapped burning inside them. Except as he examined the tents more closely his eyes widened. The people are underground. Did they try saving themselves by burying themselves? What? How are they even alive? Bubblehead charm or something. If they could cast a charm, why didn't they just blow the tent up to escape? With but a thought, Loki vanished from the spot where he was standing and reappeared inside one of the burning tents. There wasn't anything particularly eye-catching around the area where he had appeared, but exactly in the center of it all, where the human was buried, Loki spotted a faint wisp of spirituality escaping the ground. Loki flicked his wand while mumbling, Diffindo. Schwick. A soft explosion muffled by the tent sounded through the camp, sending dirt from the ground up into the air, but Loki remained undisturbed as he flicked his wand again, causing the separated part of the ground to levitate like a clump of grass before sending it to a random corner. His eyes searched for the source of the faint wisp of spirituality that was escaping the ground, and then they widened. This. The dust slowly settled and Loki's skin felt like a million ants had crawled under it. What is that? Is that even a human being? Loki's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. What appeared after the dust settled was a head, a simple human head. But the head was rotting. Loki didn't know how or why. But the head was foul. Apart from the hair, everything else on the head had rotten away, no eyes, no nose, no lips, it was barely a skull, and yet. He's still alive. Loki used his wand to slowly carve the dirt around the dead man and quickly searched for the source of the spirituality that was leaking from him. Yet even after he freed up around a foot around the man's head by transfiguring the dirt into water, Loki couldn't see a single mystical item on the man. It's coming from something inside his body. Loki closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, getting his blood pumping for what he was about to do next. Bending low, Loki used his wand and cut up the skull using Diffindo. He cast the spell 4 times, making 4 incisions on the skull around the crown as he moved closer to pull it out by gripping the hair. Except just when he was about to touch the hair, Loki heard random murmurings all shouting the same thing, Stop. Don't pick it up. She is watching. Don't touch it. Run away. Loki's breathing hitched. His first thought was to run and teleport away. But knowing that nothing had happened yet, he realized he was safe, for now at least. Calming himself down, Loki assessed the situation and the murmurings. A deity is watching. No. I'd already be dead if that was the case. There is something inside the skull that could cause a deity to take notice of me. His body chilled at the thought. But seeing the tent burning around him, Loki knew he didn't have a long time. He immediately created a small area blocked by a wall of spirituality around himself and transfigured a stout altar on which he placed 3 candles. He lit the candles using his spirituality and started to speak. I pray for the power of darkness. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to conceal me from the energies inside the skull. Night dew, a herb that belongs to the night, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Vanilla, a fragrance that belongs to the darkness, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Loki stayed kneeling in prayer position for a few seconds, and almost immediately he felt a serene presence wash over him. Standing up, Loki drew a crimson moon on his chest and for the first time said, "Praise the Master of Darkness." With the blessing obtained, Loki made his way towards the skull. He bent low and used his fingers to wound the hair around them. He waited to see if there would be any murmurings or whispers that would warn him against the act he was committing, but he heard nothing. Taking a deep breath, Loki pulled out the piece of skull he'd just detached from the skull a few minutes earlier. The underside of the piece of skull Loki just pulled was pitch black. Is it dried blood? Loki conjured up a stream of water using his wand, cleansed the skull and turned it over to examine it once again. A symbol was etched into the bone. A symbol that Loki recognized and one that he did not like. It was the symbol of an outer deity. The symbol of the Mother Tree of Desire. There was a soft pause when Nicholas spoke. Neither the Death Eaters nor the people taking shelter behind Nicholas moved. Harry was trembling in anger as he gripped his wand tight while looking at Hermione, who had streaks of tears flowing down her cheeks much like the other hostages that had been captured. But whenever he tried to do something he would always feel a strict sense of suppression that erupted from the men he had once helped, Nicholas Flamel. Harry glared at him, as did Ron and the rest of the Weasleys who were standing there. But none of them moved carelessly. Finally, after about a minute of tense silence, the leader of the small group of Death Eaters moved. He took a step toward Nicholas and dragged with his wand a hostage behind him. The other Death Eaters followed. They passed through the crowd that had gathered behind Nicholas without encountering any hindrance. It was very easy for them, because each time anyone from the crowd, be it Harry, Ron, or any of the other Weasleys, behind Nicholas tried to harm them or cast a spell on them, Nicholas and Prenell simply suppressed them by releasing their godly aura, almost giving them a blackout. Everyone was forced to watch the Death Eaters walk away in silence. The faces of several people were marked with deep frowns while few others kept control over their emotions. Eventually, they arrived at the sea of people that Sunny had frozen. As they walked through the field of frozen people, everyone felt chills travel up their spines. Everyone felt a little shocked by the scale at which everyone was petrified. Wondering in their silence if the Death Eaters were responsible for this, but they said nothing. But ignoring all the people frozen stiff, the Death Eaters walked towards the entrance of the camp. If anything, they seemed giddy about what had happened, as if their jobs had been made easier. Suddenly one of the Death Eaters separated himself from the rest of them and used his wand, causing a small wound to appear on the neck of the hostages around him. He then pulled out a small vial and collected a few milliliters of blood from all of them. A series of actions that all the other Death Eaters allowed to happen with their own hostages without putting up any sort of resistance against the men. Once they were all done, the men broke off from the group and moved toward the entrance. Once there, he created a wall of spirituality around himself to isolate the area near him and set up an altar with candles. He knelt in front of the altar and pulled out 2 golden bowls. One which already had blood in it and another in which he poured in the blood of the hostages, filling it to the brim. Everyone's eyes trembled as the same thoughts passed through their minds, and Arthur spoke up once again. They're going to sacrifice innocent people in front of your eyes. And you're going to do nothing. You people are just as bad as Dash. Oh, could you shut up? We're purebloods. We don't need to sacrifice our lives for filthy mudbloods. Malfoy sneered. Aren't I right, Mr. Flamel? Nicholas looked at Malfoy and with a soft smile nodded. If anyone attempts to disturb what happens next, I don't mind passing you along to be sacrificed. Nicholas said the last words with some of his presence leaking, sending everyone into a spiral of fear. Yet Arthur stood strong. I don't care who you are anymore. How can you do nothing in the face of such madness? Arthur pulled out his wand and pointed it at Nicholas, who looked positively annoyed. Chapter 260, Leave Them Alive. Standing on the top of a tent, Loki observed the various other burning tents in the area. What are they doing? What is their aim? Loki looked back at the symbol carved on the piece of skull he'd hijacked. The symbol was quite unique and easy to recognize. It was divided into 3 parts. In the background were several scratches that resembled the roots of a dead tree. On top of this, in the center, was an arrow that pointed downwards. The third and final part was a line curved like a snake coiling around the arrow in the center that was pointing downwards. Loki guessed the symbol was responsible for the state of the person inside the ground. But to his surprise, even after the symbol had been separated from the man's skull, it constantly leaked spirituality. It appeared that the roots on the last layer of the symbol funneled spirituality into the symbol, passing it along the arrow that pointed downward and along the slithering curves around it. It reminded Loki of a picture he'd recently seen using his divination. The picture of the burning camp that he'd seen from the top view while using dream divination. The tents in the camp that were burning were all arranged in a similar pattern to the symbol in his hands. Is it a part of some ritualistic magic? The space around Loki suddenly tore and revealed a Sunny, only 5 minutes before they start waking up from their sleep. Loki looked away from the piece of skull in his hand and looked at all the frozen people in front of him. Loki nodded towards Sunny and let him leave. But that was when he noticed the Death Eaters he'd seen with Nicholas earlier walking towards the exit. He spotted Hermione among the hostages but remained calm as he focused his senses to check what the Death Eaters were doing. When they began to take blood from the hostages, Loki's mind clicked in place with a theory. Are they performing ritualistic magic to sacrifice all the people in the camp? If the tents are arranged like her symbol, wouldn't the exit that everyone is at be the spot where the ritual culminates? Loki frowned. Firstly, what are they going to do with the result of the ritual? And what are they using to power such a large sacrifice ritual in the first place? I'm quite sure it'll take a lot of energy to allow her to do something to kill all the people here because a barrier around the planet is keeping out all the outer gods. Loki with a worried expression scanned across the area, trying to find if there was any creature like the basilisk to power up such a ritual. There were none. But then Loki's eyes fell on the situation near the exit with the Death Eaters. Wait a minute. What if the Death Eaters are going to use their lives to power the ritual? Damn, why are they even performing the ritual then if they're just going to die? Aren't they scared of death or something? Loki shook his head away from thoughts that wouldn't help him immediately and started to think of a solution. His mind blazed through several possible ways he could interrupt the ritual and he eventually settled on one. He pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time with firm eyes. 4 more minutes. I can't steal from all the skulls in such little time. But, it is plenty for me to create an error in the ritual and cause it to become imbalanced so that the Death Eaters are killed without any gain and the hostages are rescued. But to create the error, I probably need Salazar's help since he's the only god I know that is awake. Teleporting away from his location, Loki vanished before anyone could spot him on the tent. Do you think you can take me on, Arthur? Nicholas asked with a lot of patience. Arthur only straightened his back and spoke with anger, Bombarda Maxima. Nicholas could have dodged the spell but he was forced to block it when he realized it would disturb the ritual behind him if he dodged. It wasn't anything hard to do as Nicholas just used the shield spell to redirect the spell cast by Arthur into the ground, causing it to explode into a fog of dust. The Death Eaters smiled when they saw Nicholas helping them but no one noticed a small part of the heel of his shoe split away from it and sprouted legs to walk away. Prenell handed the little rickety machine a small scroll of paper before the machine jumped away into the spirit world and vanished. Few that was easy. Loki thought as he looked at the handful of skull bones he'd stolen to create an imbalance in the ritual so that all the Death Eaters would die needlessly. The space around Loki twisted a little causing him to immediately go on guard. How did anyone find me? I'm currently concealed by him. But instead of a terrifying beast, a crazed beyonder or even an outer god what leapt out of the spirit world was a small creature that looked like a rubber door wedge. Huh. The creature walked with the help of hops and jumps until it reached Loki's feet and stumbled on it, dropping a small scroll that was in its hands in the process. An alchemical creature. Nicholas. With caution, Loki picked up the scroll and opened it. He recognized it was Prenell's handwriting. In it were 6 simple words. Don't let the Death Eaters die. Loki turned the note around and found 6 more words. The one leading them is fine. Loki's hands froze. What? Why? The $@ is wrong with your head. Did you get corrupted by her already? A string of curses formed in Loki's mind as his hands trembled, in fear or anger he couldn't tell. Loki took a deep breath and calmed himself. Although he didn't understand why Nicholas and Prenell wanted him to leave the Death Eaters alone, he knew they wouldn't ask something like this for no reason. For the Death Eaters to live it means the ritual must never activate, but I can't simply steal all the other skulls that have her sacred emblem carved into them in time. Is there no other way? Loki frowned, spending the next 20 seconds thinking of a plan. And to his luck, he was graced with an idea. I don't know if this will work and if Salazar will hate me for this, but this is the only way. This is your punishment for leaving me to face 2 true gods alone, you %. $. Well, if you don't then the planet will go boom either way, so you better. Picking up all the pieces of skull he'd stolen, Loki acted on the first plan that sprouted in his mind. He blew on the whistle to summon Sunny once again, and when the Niffler popped out of the spirit world, Loki spoke, "Bring the basilisk to my location after 30 seconds. Seeing the urgency in Loki's eyes, Sunny didn't question his words and left to finish his task, leaving Loki to finish his. Loki immediately began to teleport around the camp, using the pieces of skulls he'd stolen to rearrange the structure of the symbol formed by the buried people there. Chapter 261, A Tangent. Hi. My name is Hermione and this is my diary. I've been wanting to make a diary, but ever since I learned what happened to Ginny in the second year, I've come to fear the thought of writing my feelings into something that could be used against me. Nevertheless, Daphne has encouraged me to write in a diary by giving me this wonderful journal that I now use to write in. Since this is something I want to look back to in the future to remember fondly, my first entry will be about something special. At first I was really skeptical when Loki told me how he'd written a play for us to perform together, but it took my breath away when I actually read it. It felt something straight out of a That movie. It felt amazing. At that moment I was sure that with Loki's help, we'd be able to bring tears to everyone in the audience, just like how it had affected me when I'd first read it. I hadn't known Loki was such a fantastic writer until then. It feels a little embarrassing right now to think about how I always argued with Loki about how the newspaper articles were written. Our first performance in Professor McGonagall's classes was a joy to be a part of. I was just so immersed in making everything happen exactly the way we planned that I never realized how soon it finished. It felt exhilarating to be a part of something so amazing. It felt amazing to be with Loki while it was happening, because the worries about something going wrong didn't happen. I'm sure if it were Harry or Ron that had partnered with me, something stupid would have happened, like a Dark Lord suddenly taking over the puppet in our play or something. That's it for today. I will write more when I feel like it. See you. Hello again. Today I saw Loki and Daphne talking about the comic strips in the newspaper. Although they both keep denying it, I just know that they are good friends with each other, like how Daphne and I are Dash. Wait a minute. Is Daphne my friend? Why do we rarely talk to each other? Does she find me annoying? Is Loki talking to me only because we are running the newspaper together? How come we never talk about things other than the newspaper? Hello again. I feel a little reluctant to pick up writing in the diary after the last time, but here I am. I asked Loki today why we only seem to always talk about the newspaper, and he appeared surprised by my question. We do. Loki asked, and then he thought for a bit before speaking again. That's strange. I guess we should arrange a tea break while we work so that the three of us talk to each other about something else. Although I thought that Daphne would have rejected it, she surprisingly didn't, and it feels good to know that we will all be talking about other things from now on. That's it for today. See you. It was bad. Bad might just be an understatement. It felt like we couldn't hold a conversation with each other even if someone's life depended on it. Daphne and I tried talking about the rumors that we picked up from the ghosts while talking to them for articles, but we realized Loki was always left out. And then when Daphne spoke to Loki about the various people who came to him for a divination, I was left out. While it was partially because I didn't believe in what Loki was doing, I also felt that Daphne and Loki were stepping around eggshells while talking about it. As if they were trying to avoid letting slip any important information. Overall, our conversations were awkward and mostly silent. Not doing it again. See you. Sirius Black was in the castle last night. It was scary. Apparently, he was aiming for the Gryffindor common room since the fat lady's portrait was torn up when she didn't let him enter. That's it for today. See you. Arg. I hate Ron. He keeps telling me poor Crookshanks is attacking his rat. How foul. How could poor Crookshanks attack his rat? Especially when it looks so disgusting and disease-infested. I'm sure no cat would want to eat him. Especially not one as intelligent as Crookshanks. See you. Harry and Ron are idiots. Idiots, the two of them are. Harry got a new broom for Christmas, but we didn't know who sent it to him. But Harry and Ron weren't even ready to consider the possibility that it might be cursed. Even after what has happened to Harry in Quidditch before, they told me I was going nuts. I asked Loki about it and he told me he'd try and figure out who had ordered the broom for me. Apparently the person he worked with this summer, Mr. Spudmore, was the person who made the firebolt. Did Loki get to work on it too? He did tell us earlier in class that he talked to him to see if me and Daphne could intern with him next summer too, but we both rejected it. If I can't get it of my own merit, then I don't want it. That will be all today. I will keep you updated on how stupid Ron and Harry are. I will inform Professor McGonagall about the broom too. See you. Professor McGonagall confiscated the broom. I feel a little sorry for Harry, but it is for his own safety. I don't want one of my only friends to die or have something even worse happen to him. I'm going home for Christmas and I hope Harry doesn't get into trouble and lose us house points again. See you. Loki's Christmas gift to me was a packet that could turn cold or hot depending on how much of my spirituality I put into it. He said it's for my back that probably hurts because of how long I sit and don't move while reading books. Thoughtful. Along with that he also gifted me a set of rare cards deck to be used in Arcadia Royale. Did he notice I hadn't gotten around to picking the new cards Daphne had designed? My gift to him was a bag of chocolates from Honeyduke since he missed the last outing to Hogsmeade. He said he was busy with something else. Daphne gifted me a handmade painting of me working on the newspaper articles in classroom 2 to 21. And I gifted her a copy of an interesting book I found in the library, An Artist's Guide to Painting the Universe. It is a book that uses the developing potion to allow artists to mimic moving pictures. Perhaps we'll have cards with moving illustrations next year. I hope so. I'm sure the cards will become even more popular if they do. That's it for today. See you. Okay, I'm suspicious of Loki. He somehow keeps meeting me after my classes. Does he have my entire timetable memorized or something? How does he even follow me around even when I use the object Professor McGonagall gave me? When I confronted Loki about it he said, If you see me around you a lot that must mean you've fallen for me. Your subconscious is constantly reminding you about me. I'm sorry but however at this moment I cannot accept your proposal. Proposal my foot. I'm going to find out why he's been following me around and how. Just you wait Loki. See you. Chapter 262, The Beginning. OMG. You won't believe what happened today. Firstly Harry went missing. Then we learnt that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. Not that I didn't know about it earlier but yeah. And after that, we learned Sirius Black was after not Harry but a man called Peter Pettigrew and that they were all illegal animagoozes/animagui. When they were at Hogwarts. And would you believe it? Ron's rat was Peter Pettigrew. I knew Crookshanks knew something was wrong with him. Crookshanks is the best. I also happened to figure out why Loki suddenly started to meet me, coincidentally, after my classes. It was because he knew about the Time Turner. I don't know how he knew, but he did. He said he divined it, but I don't believe him. He has that sneaky smirk on his face all the time as if he is up to something. But turns out he's really a seer. Professor Snape explained today how there are different sets of people who have magical abilities, Beyonders. And he said that Loki was a Beyonder, a mystery prior if I remember correctly. Apparently purebloods are special because they are Beyonders. I asked Ron if his family had Beyonders too but he said he knew nothing about it. Maybe his parents don't think he should become one. Or, maybe they are not well off enough to be one. That explains why Malfoy always calls them blood traitors, at least a little bit. Is Daphne a Beyonder too? Did she know Loki was one? Is that why they talk like they're walking on eggshells whenever the topic turns towards Loki's divination abilities? Can I become a Beyonder too? I'll ask Loki if I can. See you. Loki told me becoming a Beyonder was not something I should even think about. He said the following and I quote, Good Beyonders are often guardians but they are also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. I think he said that just to keep me away from becoming a Beyonder, otherwise why would he choose to become one? And why would the professors and nobles become Beyonders if it was really so dangerous? I want to become a Beyonder. I shall ask Professor McGonagall if I can become one to learn about the mysteries of magic. I'm sure she will help me. That's it for today, see you. I asked Professor McGonagall about becoming a Beyonder after returning the magical item that helped me schedule classes but she was very disapproving of my ambition to become one. She then asked me how I knew about Beyonders so I told her what Professor Snape had told me. She grew weary as she listened to me and asked me if I had asked Loki about becoming a Beyonder. I said I did and told her exactly what Loki had told me about it. Professor McGonagall agreed with Loki's description and said it was an apt statement that was perfect to describe good Beyonders and tried to dissuade me but I stood strong since I wanted to understand all the mysteries of magic. Eventually Professor McGonagall sighed and told me that if after summer holidays I was still just as eager to become a Beyonder as I am now, she would personally guide me along the same pathway that she is a Beyonder in. She said it was the mystery prior pathway. Did she help Loki become one too? But why did she help him and not me? Am I not good enough? That's it for today, see you. Ron invited me to the Quidditch match. It seems Harry will be there too along with Sirius who has begun living with Harry at the Potter house for some reason. Although I don't like Quidditch very much, I think it will be fun. Will Loki be there? I haven't gotten a letter from him and I don't know where he lives to send him one through Ron or Harry. I hope he's alright. I shall keep an eye out for him at the camp where Ron said we'd be waiting for a night. That's all for today. See you. Hermione closed her eyes as tears dripped from them. Her body trembled with fear involuntarily as the small incision on her neck bled freely. Is this what Loki meant when he told me good Beyonders fight against madness? Madness like the ones these Death Eaters are displaying. Hermione wanted to scream and wail but unfortunately, her mouth was sewed shut with a magical rope that burned her each time she attempted to do anything. The only indications of her pain were her reddening eyes and flowing tears. She glanced over at the crowd that had gotten riled up trying to fight off the Weasleys and a few other good people, trying to stop them from interfering with the ritual the Death Eaters were conducting. She spotted Harry and Ron fighting those opposing them, trying to claw their way towards her, but Sirius was looking at Nicholas and Prenell with immense fear as he kept dragging them back, trying to stop them from doing something stupid. But to Hermione, it looked like Sirius was trying to save himself and Harry. Hermione's gaze eventually landed on the back of Nicholas Flamel, a figure she'd come to greatly respect during her first year but one she'd come to despise now. Can I even say that what he's doing is wrong? What's wrong in wanting to protect your life? And why would he even give up his life for a foolish person like me? After all, isn't his life as the maker of the Philosopher's Stone worth much more than the life of a random Hogwarts student? Is he a bee under too? Is he also turning mad? Trying to save his own life in spite of the sacrifices it might take? Tearing her disappointed gaze away from the crowd that was fighting in front of her, she eventually turned to look at the leader of the Death Eaters who had started the ritual. Am I going to die? Just like that. Tears flooded Hermione's eyes as she looked ahead. An unending silent scream never leaving her voice erupted out of Hermione as she grew more and more desperate to struggle for her freedom. But the Death Eater behind her gripped her hair and held strong after tightening the rope knotted around her, not allowing her to move or fight back. I pray for the power of the abyss. I pray for the power of desire. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. Please accept my sacrifice and bestow the power of rebirth onto this womb. Blood of the servant willingly given, the liquid that belongs to the devil, I pray for you to bestow your powers onto my incantation. Blood of the sacrifice unwillingly taken, the liquid that belongs to the abyss, I pray for you to bestow your powers onto my incantation. There was no sound for a few seconds. At that moment, be it the leader of the Death Eaters themselves, the hostages and the crowd that was split two ways, everyone turned silent. Suddenly, without warning, the yellowish-orange flame of the two candles turned a deep shade of red. The flames looked like lips, flickering with desire and mischief. As the flame flickered for a few more seconds in silence, everyone suddenly felt a terrifying gaze down upon them. An immense feeling of fear crept up into the hearts of everyone present. Most people collapsed to the ground, having passed out from the immense pressure. Nicholas looked upwards, toward the sky where pinkish-red clouds had gathered around the now rapidly deepening redness of the moon and seemed to be preparing for an unstoppable strike. Everyone awake grew tense and became nervous. Are we all going to die? Hermione questioned with the last of her consciousness as she looked at the continuously flickering flame that looked like it was about to speak. She took in everything she could see and was about to lose consciousness when she suddenly saw the flame turn silver-green. Slytherin. Chapter 263, Descend. Half a minute after Nicholas and Prenell sent Loki the text. Is this right? Loki thought as he looked at the rough shape he had created after rearranging the pieces of the skull he'd just stolen all around the camping grounds. He had navigated the tents around the camp and buried them in their new positions, turning the original complex tree root-like structure into a simpler circular symbol with stars around it. It was the symbol for the Evernight goddess that Loki remembered from Lord of the Mysteries. I hope I don't get smote from the heavens. I doubt I can even survive a punishment from a true god at this point. With a soft sigh, Loki looked in the direction of the hostages and Death Eaters and activated his spirit vision. I guess they're starting the ritual over there. Loki quickly created a wall of spirituality around himself, used his wand to transform the soil underneath him into an altar and placed 3 candles on it. As soon as he was done, Loki felt a soft disturbance in the space around him. A small tear to the spirit world opened up in front of him from which an even smaller snake poked its head through. His SS. Alright, I don't know what you're saying, but I'm going to keep it short since we're running out of time. I need your help in performing a ritual for Salazar Slytherin, you in? Loki asked. The basilisk looked at him for a little bit and then nodded by moving its head up and down. Good. We have very little time. I want you to give your spirituality to the ritual when it calls for it, is that alright? His SS. Loki didn't understand what the little snake was telling him, but he got the feeling that it agreed, so he proceeded with the ritual. He lit them from left to right by rubbing his spirituality over them and calmly started to speak after entering cogitation to keep his thoughts clear. I pray for the power of darkness. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to use the errors created in the ritual of the Death Eaters and the spirituality of your pet to hijack the ritual and conceal all of us from them. Night Dew, a herb that belongs to the night, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Vanilla, a fragrance that belongs to the darkness, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Just as Loki finished his prayer, the 2 candles on the altar that represented the divine turned a deep shade of green. At almost the same time as he finished his prayer, Loki also felt a hostile gaze scan over the camp. But to his fortune, the gaze swept over him as if he didn't exist at all. Loki breathed a mental sigh of relief, but as soon as he did, the world around him froze. The people who Sunny had put away to sleep were about to wake up, each one stirring about as if they'd just woken up. But before they could fully wake up, a veil of night passed over them, covering them all in a comforting darkness that was very close to death. Loki in his spirit vision saw the light of the moon flare and turn a deep red. Maddening ravings simultaneously erupted and caused everyone who could hear them to collapse to the floor, covering their ears from the sound that felt like someone was scratching a board with nails right on their brains. Loki was among the few that managed to stay standing since he heard such ravings on a daily basis. How is it affecting people this much even after Salazar concealed them all? Is this the power of gods? The after effects of a simple clash can kill everyone. Nicholas and Prenel spread out their spirituality and covered the camp in its entirety, furthering Salazar's protection. Yet even after they stood tall in protection, Loki could see the people around them writhing on the floor as if they'd been set on fire by desire. Most of those that had collapsed began to claw the ground with their nails as they proceeded to try and mate with the hard floor in one way or another. A thunderous clash echoed in the skies. The light of the moon appeared like it was in a constant fight, turning from crimson to blood red every few seconds and back before flickering to a deep shade of pink every few seconds. Everywhere the blood-red light and the pink light landed, trees sprouted from the ground with various fleshy flowers attached to them. It was as if the trees had somehow become animals. They constantly vibrated, sending out pheromones into the air, that made Loki feel like he was wasting time by not giving in to his strong ever-growing desire to mate with one of the fleshy organs on the trees. The camp that was earlier filled with humans slowly turned into a forest for these dead trees that had genitalia hanging from them. But as soon as crimson light touched the trees they started to decay. It seemed like death had whispered the last words they would ever hear, causing them to turn to dust. After this went on for a few seconds, suddenly the moon split into 3 equal parts, one part crimson while the other parts turned blood red and pink. 3 beams of light traveled from the faraway natural satellite to Earth, twisting around each other as they fought for dominance, making their way to the leader of the Death Eaters. Shit! Loki cursed. He knew that as long as Salazar failed to reach the leader of the ritual before the other 2 outer gods, his influence on the area would weaken. But he could do nothing other than watch. And to his absolute surprise, the blood-red light suddenly stopped and pulled the crimson light back by attacking it, allowing the pink light to travel unimpeded. Light exploded with an intensity that felt like 100 suns had descended onto the planet. Loki closed his eyes and looked away for a second. That second was enough for the light to reach the leader. As soon as it did, the woman let out a shrill screech. The chilling scream broke not only the deafening silence that had gripped the camp but also the thin veil that Salazar had layered over the camp in an effort to hide everyone. Everyone in the area was suddenly feeling a new mental strain that was forcing their bodies to mutate. Those who had collapsed and fallen unconscious started to bubble up as their bodies began showing signs of corruption. Tree roots popped out of their bodies and tied them to the ground. Those who remained awake were slowly losing their sanity to madness. It was only a matter of time before they lost. The other light soon reached the leader, however, and under his shocked gaze, Loki found 3 things happening one after another, each equally strange. Firstly, the robes around the leader suddenly tore apart, revealing the dainty figure of a woman. Secondly, branches exploded from her back as they erupted into a gigantic tree that grew all around her body, climbing high into the sky. Thirdly, the branches of the tree started to decay rapidly wherever the crimson light touched them before they regrow with even greater ferocity. They are working together. Loki's hands trembled at this thought. Just as the tree finished forming, Nicholas pushed his hand forward and dragged it sideways as if he were pulling space itself. As he pulled forth with all his strength, Loki saw the growing tree bend. The thick base of the tree began to splinter. The bloody trunk cracked, but Nicholas wasn't able to do much else. Just when it seemed like Nicholas was about to give up, Prenel stepped up. From her hand extended a large beam of iron or steel. Loki wondered what she wanted to do with it, but he didn't have to wait for long. Prenel jammed the steel into the trunk and, with a force that could only be classified as inhumane, almost godlike, with just her brute strength, used the lower section of the tree as a fulcrum to tear apart the entire tree and caused it to collapse into Nicholas's iron grip on it. Loki observed how the fleshy protrusions all around the tree transformed hurriedly and rushed towards the breaking point to repair the damage caused to it, but as if on instinct, Loki acted. With a swipe of his hand, Loki pulled from the tree. Loki wanted to steal the fleshy protrusions from the tree so that it couldn't heal, but that wasn't what happened. Instead, in Loki's hands, a miniaturized version of the tree's roots directly appeared. Well, this works too, I guess. Without support from its roots, the tree started to tilt and began to collapse in the direction Nicholas was pulling it. An unholy screech erupted from the fleshy organs on the tree and a portal suddenly opened beside the tree. But this one wasn't a portal to the spirit world. Instead, it was one that led to the depths of the abyss. From it, Loki saw countless demonic eyes peer out, but they didn't appear to be looking at Nicholas or Prenel or even the unconscious people near them. They instead locked eyes directly with Loki as if they could see him through space. Loki gulped. Fuck. Chapter 264, Madness, 1. Without waiting for someone to protect him, Loki instinctively activated his beyonder ability to steal space and vanished from the spot he was standing on. appearing 50 meters behind himself. That turned out to be an important thing to do because as soon as he teleported, the ground underneath him erupted into an explosion. Walls of lava erupted from underneath the spot and created a tight box of molten fire that rained hell inside it. The altar where Loki had performed the ritual to gain Salazar's help was obliterated. I hope that doesn't cause him to be unsummoned. Loki licked his dry lips as he paid full attention to everything that was happening. The portal to the abyss was still open, but there were no devils inside it. And this scared him. Nicholas and Prenell were doing their best to fell the absurd eldritch tree that was growing in front of them while simultaneously helping Salazar keep her influence out of the camp, but it clearly wasn't working. In the group of rebels, Loki spotted a surprising candidate who was awake and kicking. Luna. She was fighting off a group of devils that were moving towards the hostages by moving her hands and causing thick sprawling vines to emerge from the ground as she entangled them all with it. A few of her vines were also helping Nicholas and Prenell pull down the tree, but that didn't do much work given Nicholas and Prenell were angels. The rest of the devils were swimming through shadows. Loki stopped his instinct to teleport away since he knew there was no hiding from them anywhere inside the barrier. So as his brain fired in search of a plan to defeat them, Loki spent time standing rooted right at the spot he'd been. And it wasn't a surprise to him when he suddenly spotted an eye appearing behind his head and 5 more right underneath his feet. But instead of panicking, Loki threw down the miniature roots he was holding. Almost instantly, as soon as the roots left Loki's hands, they grew back to their monstrous size, piercing right into the creatures that were looking to drag him into the abyss. The roots grew a large forest of trees and impaled all the devils around him, pinning them to the ground, and causing some of them to explode in a showery flood of flesh and blood. Loki extended his hands towards the roots and activated his ability to steal once again. He hoped to get back the roots so that he could defend himself and attack with it once again. But to his luck or misfortune, the theft failed. With nothing left in his hands to put up a fight, Loki immediately chose to retreat. He quickly teleported to the top of a tent, looking at the entire situation to see exactly how he could help everyone get out of it, or at the very least himself. I need to fell that damn tree somehow. But how? Loki ducked on instinct as he dodged the swipe from a devil that had crawled out of an abyss portal that opened beside his head. But he only barely dodged it since he could see all around himself by remaking the scene around him using light and shadows. But the danger wasn't over yet. Death. Almost instantly as he heard the word, Loki's blood started to freeze. Loki felt his head suddenly become heavy as he felt everything in his body dying. But he acted quickly. Loki flicked his hand. This time Loki wanted to steal away all the sick cells in his body, and since he knew extremely well about his own body, Loki was able to target precisely what he wanted. He didn't need to rely on luck. With a single twist of his hand, Loki pulled out all the blood inside his body that had started to clot and rot and tossed it to oblivion. This left him low on blood, but Loki could do nothing else. Since his attention was already on the next devil that had already opened its mouth to speak in the language of foulness. It wanted to curse Loki, curse him so that his blood would clot and he'd die. But before the devil even got a single word out of his mouth, Loki shot backwards like a bullet and headbutted its throat, crushing it with a satisfying crunch. Teleporting once again, Loki realized he could only move around a few more minutes. The continuous usage of his Beyonder abilities along with performing so many rituals continuously had left him lacking in the spirituality department, while his most recent brush with death required him to get checked by a professional. But that wasn't the only thing worrying him. The constant nagging screams and curses that rang throughout the camp, ones he had pushed to the back of his head, ones that had already started to mutate all the people who had collapsed or fainted, continuously fought with his body, trying their best to induce corruption into him. His eyes quickly scanned around until he saw Nicholas and Prenell through the forest of mammalian trees that he'd suddenly caused to spawn by tossing the root at the ground, tugging on the big tree that had merged with the random Death Eater woman, attempting to break it while it fixed itself into the ground even without roots, using fleshy organelles to stay rooted. Loki's eyes fell on the woman who was absorbed in it, and then an idea struck him. That. I can just do that. I just need to get rid of her and then all this will go away. I think. A glimmer shone in Loki's eyes as he bent low and began to rush towards the portal. He couldn't simply teleport around to escape the devil since he wanted to save his spirituality, and the main tree was far out of his range or 50 meters, but not defending himself wasn't an option. And so Loki pulled out his wand and flicked out spells that would take the bare minimum from him. As Loki rushed through the area where he had replanted the roots, he found them attacking him at every turn. They grew out suddenly, at awkward angles like fractals, keeping him on his toes to make sure he dodged every single one of them. Loki didn't want to risk even a single scratch or cut from them. Suffering from being implanted by the will of a god once was enough a lesson for him to make sure he wouldn't let it happen again, ever again. Loki used Diffindo once or twice before resorting to casting a levitation charm on himself before he flicked his wand to create a rope that he could use to swing around like a spider. The forest of trees, which was initially scary because of its number, was suddenly his stepping stone as he swung around at a high speed while rushing towards his goal, the main tree. But just as Loki was getting overconfident, one of the tree branches that his rope was attached to suddenly flicked like a whip and completely changed his trajectory, throwing him like a ship that had come too close to shore, throwing him at a wall of spikes that would have left him riddled with holes. Chapter 265, Madness, 2. TSK. Whatever, I'm close enough, you old hag. Loki shouted in his mind before vanishing right as he was about to be impaled as he reappeared outside the forest with a single teleportation. Loki began to run once again while doing his best to dodge the sharp claws from the various devils of the abyss that Luna had tied down to the ground with her vines and made sure not to waste any more of his spirituality. But things weren't as easy as he had expected. Just as Loki was about to enter the area around the giant tree, several fleshy tumors opened up on the tree as a deafening screech pierced through the entire camp, sending anyone that was not a demigod into a fit of complications. Luna dropped to the floor, her body mutating. Other people already on the floor had started to closely resemble monsters as they barely managed to hold onto their sanity. Curiously, along with the Weasleys who were turning into monsters, Harry managed to somehow maintain his sanity as he looked around in panic while clutching his forehead tightly and bending over in pain. While Loki, who was the nearest of them all, found himself feeling like a train had smothered him onto its tracks. His mind shattered and his body felt like it was no longer his. But suddenly an imperceptible calm silence spread throughout the camp, causing everyone awake to wonder who it was that had given them this reprieve. Through a stroke of miraculous luck, Sirius, who was outside the range of the monstrous tree standing beside Harry, had managed to retain sanity just enough to help everyone by singing a poem praising Evernight. Oh, the thread of horror, the hope of crimson cries. One thing at least is certain, that this life flies. One thing is certain, and the rest is lies. The flower that has once bloomed forever dies. A wave of serene bliss passed over all the participants in the camp, putting to sleep those who were rousing from their slumber and calming the beasts that had escaped the abyss. Loki wasted no time. Already being under the effects of cogitation and having the grey fog to help him, Loki quickly retained his focus and rushed towards the portal. The beasts were one beat too late to catch up with him since they had been lulled into a false sense of security, and so it seemed that Loki was about to reach the tree and drop the damn thing for good by helping Nicholas and Prenell. But shockingly, the moment Loki stepped foot along the fleshy roots of the tall thick mammalian tree, the ever-regenerating tree blew up, its regeneration speed growing multifold, with new roots burying the ground and turning everything over as they shot towards Loki with all their speed to skewer him through his back. However, Loki, who was the target of the tree's speedy attacks, revealed a positive smile. Did you think I would not have expected this? Loki jumped to dodge the roots that were attacking him, and at the last moment when he was about to be touched by the roots, he vanished, completely. Abandoning the roots entirely and appearing right under the head of the woman who was mutated into the tree. Loki reappeared at the midsection of the tree, and he whispered a spell while he was in the air, Veloxacus. Loki had used his own spell to cause a thin spinning needle to appear right at the tip of his wand. But instead of launching it at anything, as he was falling down under the influence of gravity, Loki jabbed it into something. A sickening squelch spoke volumes in the blanket of silence Sirius had created as Loki stabbed his wand's head through the crown and into the throat of the woman fused into the tree. But that wasn't enough. The woman's white eyes locked onto Loki as she smiled in a hair-raising manner as if asking, "Is that all?" Yet, Loki wasn't disheartened. Pouring almost all of his remaining spirituality into the wand, he shouted, "Bombarda Maxima." The woman let out a shrill scream, causing Loki's ears to bleed and his eyeballs to explode, yet Loki kept his grip on the branches and held his wand while pouring spirituality into it. Through his spirit vision, Loki saw the symmetrical figure of his spirituality take shape, and as soon as it did he saw a spark lighting up. And after that, a blinding light filled his vision as the woman's head bulged for a second before exploding into a gooey mess along with the entire midsection of the tree behind her. As soon as the woman exploded, the tree began to rot and decay, its rotting branches slowly letting in more and more crimson beams of moonlight into the camp that did their work of ridding the entire place of its filthy corruption well. Being nearest to the tree, however, Loki was the last person to be graced by the crimson tree light. Inside the blood-red light that was helping the mammalian tree, however, Loki saw several blobs of different colors floating inside as if it was someone's body but a little modified. There were several runes in the light that Loki recognized, some simple things like walking, breathing and swimming of all things. But out of sheer arrogance, he who was currently bathed in the blood-red light used his ability to steal something from it by performing the motion of flicking his wrist. Did it work? Loki's last memory after that was falling down from the sky. Nicholas and Prenell completely uprooted the tree, forcing it away from its attempts at trying to stay rooted and regain dominance by healing fully and grabbing a random sacrifice as a replacement for the woman whose head Loki had exploded. Sirius ran to catch Loki and not let him shatter any of his bones, and when he finally saw the boy in his hands, he saw him smiling, as if he had done the biggest thing he could have ever done and he was proud of it. Mad boy. Who the hell would have thought he'd go so close to the damn tree? Is he friends with Harry? I remember seeing him when he'd come in with Snape at the Shrieking Shack. I'm sure James and the rest of the Marauders would have loved him. The balls on this kid sure are heavy. Nicholas and Prenell rushed towards Loki as soon as the tree stopped moving and started to decay, pulling him out of Sirius's embrace before laying him on the ground and performing several tests. Thin crimson smoke began to leak from Loki's body as Prenell performed various tests. She looked at Loki's body with furrowed brows as she tapped various spots and suddenly caused a shrill screech to escape from his stomach, out of which a small one-eyed creature appeared and collapsed onto the ground as it burned away because of the crimson moonlight. Any other corruption on him, dear? Prenell asked Nicholas quickly while holding her wand. There is. But nothing we can do about that without any rituals. We will need someone from the Bard pathway for that. Should I call the Bones girl then? Nicholas simply nodded and then spoke softly, he's definitely one crazy kid. Prenell glared at Loki, and it also looked like sweat suddenly started pouring out of Loki's forehead because of it as she whispered, that he is. Nicholas had trouble controlling his laughter but did nothing else as things slowly started to return to normal and everyone started waking up after Prenell helped cure them a little. Chapter 266, Aftermath, 1. Holding his temples, Loki tried sitting up on the bed. However, he felt a sudden strain on the muscles in his back, as if they'd gotten torn apart and were burning. Ouch. What's going on? Loki complained and looked around himself while hanging back using the bedrest to support his back. Hey, you. You're finally awake. Loki's eyes followed the voice and ended up on a modestly dressed nurse with black hair and clear black eyes. Who are you? Where am I? The name's Nancy, I'm a nurse. You're in St. Mungo's. I would recommend not moving so much since you've not fully healed yet. Ah. I see. How long has it been since I lost consciousness? A few hours. Now that you've woken up, I shall call your guardians. Please wait patiently without moving so that you don't worsen your injuries. The nurse stood up from her chair that was beside Loki's bed and walked towards the door. But just before she left, she turned around and spoke to Loki in a stern voice. If you take a single step from the bed, I will personally make sure that you don't leave this hospital for 2 more days. Loki nodded quickly in understanding and relaxed back into the bed as the nurse left. Who's my guardian anyway? Loki closed his eyes and thought back to all the things that had just happened. Several questions he'd avoided asking during the action came back to him now. A group of crazy people got together and attacked a camp of wizards to sacrifice a bunch of them. Why did they even want to sacrifice so many people? And 2 outer gods backed the whole thing. What even was the point of it all? It's not like the 2 gods would get any more powerful due to the sacrifice, and instead, they only ended up fighting against Salazar Slytherin. That being said, I hope he isn't mad at the request I made of him. I mean, I didn't force him and he answered the ritual himself. Surely he won't be mad at me, right? And that illusion that kept anyone outside from knowing what was going on the inside, did one of them use the Beyonder characteristic of the Fool or the Error pathway to do that? Loki's lips had dropped into a frown. He shook his head and pushed aside those thoughts to concentrate on something more important than his current questions. I want to see if it worked. He quickly rubbed his index and thumb fingers and slipped into spirit vision. Loki looked around for a bit as if he was searching for something and then suddenly froze. It worked. I wasn't expecting that to happen, and for it to last this long, that means it isn't a Beyonder ability but a mystical item that I stole. On the edge of his vision, Loki could see a golden blob of light that had a rune inside it following him around. He extended his hand towards it and the golden blob suddenly shot into it as if it had been waiting to be called. Loki looked at the golden blob of light carefully, observing the runic symbols floating inside it. A knight's helmet. Loki grew slightly puzzled as he looked at the symbol. It wasn't anything he'd seen recently, but then his hand froze. No. It can't be. I thought he hid them or something. So, he only hid their knowledge. Was it because their cards were stolen? Loki's hands grew cold as he touched the golden orb, his mind debating if he should inspect the item right now to confirm his suspicions or wait until he had the opportunity to go above the grey fog to reveal it. This is big if it is what I think it is. Deciding to wait until he was alone and above the grey fog, Loki dismissed the orb and exited spirit vision. Soon, breaking the clinical silence of the room, the door opened and Loki heard light footsteps moving towards him, prompting him to open his eyes and look at his guardians. Oh, it's you. Loki said with a smile. Of course it is me, you prat. Nicholas said with a smile, ruffling Loki's hair while Prenell held his hand with warmth. I feel terrible. How are you even moving around when you were locked in such a tight battle? I'm so jealous right now. Haha, what can we say? It's good to be an angel. Your body becomes much stronger once you do. Why don't you become one too if you're so jealous? Prenell teased. As if I could just digest my potion after drinking one so soon. And even then I've got a whole other potion before I reach just sequence 4. Can you believe that? Prat. You've already reached sequence 6 in such a short time. If you complain about this, then all the other pureblood families will be out on a witch hunt to have your head. HMPF. Those dumb guys can stay jealous of my talent. Anyway, tell me, how did everything turn out? Loki asked with a serious expression, turning the mood in the room serious. Prenell and Nicholas looked at each other before turning towards Loki and answering his question. Most of the hostages survived. Of those that survived, most were corrupted and had to be put down after they were given the chance to speak to their loved ones one last time. Others who we were able to save are just unconscious because they had to be in the presence of gods. They'll wake up in a week or so, Nicholas said calmly. And I'm sensing a but. What are you guys keeping hidden? Loki asked with raised eyebrows. Nicholas looked at Prenell and she continued. But most of the Death Eaters are dead. Loki became puzzled, so he voiced his confusion. Isn't that a good thing though? Well, normally it would be. God knows how stupid they are. Prenell complained by shaking her head, but this time Nicholas and I suspected that they were under the Imperious curse, controlled by someone else and forced to do their bidding. Loki's eyes widened in shock. How did I forget about that darned curse? Ah. So that's why you wanted me to keep them alive. You wanted to get them out of the Imperious curse's influence and interrogate them. Yes. Both Prenell and Nicholas nodded. We wanted to study their memories to find out if there was something about the goals of their leader that we could figure out. But you said most right. So some of them are still alive. Nicholas frowned at that question, but he divulged the truth to Loki nonetheless. They are, but they're better off dead. Loki frowned and only one possibility came to his mind: corrupted. Lost control. Yep. The unspeakable are working on a way to extract some information, but there isn't much hope since digging too deep could corrupt them too. Sigh, at least that is all. Nothing too bad happened. Loki paused his sentence midway and looked at Nicholas and Prenell. Why are you frowning like that? Don't tell me something else happened. They looked at each other once again and Nicholas explained, your prediction was right. The attack on the camp was only a diversion, at least we think so right now. Loki's eyes widened. Yeah. I said that. How could I forget about that? And their real target? Did they attack Muggles or something? Loki asked with worry since he was afraid for Elaine. No. They attacked Azkaban. But since you warned the Ministry beforehand, only half the inmates escaped. Nicholas dropped the bombshell and looking at Loki's wide-open mouth he shrugged his shoulders and said, meh. Could have been worse. Damn, now I feel like something even worse is going to happen. Don't worry. It won't be your fault. In fact, it was probably because of you that many lives were saved. So don't beat yourself up over it. Prenell said with affection as she brushed Loki's hair, causing him to release a tired sigh by covering his face, which allowed him to look back at them with determination. Loki then looked up at Prenell with narrowed eyes and asked another question. You worded that in a strange way, it won't be my fault. So you know what is going to happen. Prenell sighed audibly and Nicholas took over to explain. Their aim to attack Azkaban, although to free more Death Eaters, wasn't just to get the Death Eaters, but they also wanted a Fidley's charm approved. Huh. Why wouldn't it have gotten approved? I mean, I understand that the gods might not have wanted to help the Death Eaters, but why do such a large thing instead of just appeasing the god in some way instead? Nicholas shook his head and explained quietly, the Fidley's charm isn't a part of the standard gods and goddesses. An evil god? Loki frowned since that didn't make much sense, as he couldn't think of a pathway that would have such a good concealment ability which would belong to an evil god. No. It belongs to one of the only two godless pathways. The visionary pathway. Loki's eyes widened. No way, the headmaster. Nicholas nodded. So the Death Eaters escaped and we aren't able to figure out where they are through divination. Nicholas nodded again, causing Loki to sigh audibly before he rubbed his face vigorously to pull himself out of the sinking feeling he was having. If anyone needs my help, just let me know. No. Nothing to do for you now. In fact, it'd be more helpful if you focus on becoming stronger. We won't have to worry about you all the time then. Huh? Why? How's that suddenly important? I mean, I know I have to get strong, but this much. But Nicholas and Prenell stayed silent, causing Loki to understand something. Ah, so it's something that could corrupt me. Prenell's eyes widened, but she did not lose composure. Instead, she nodded and explained softly, in simpler terms, as long as you become stronger, we can unite humanity to face our common enemy together. Although Prenell didn't mention anything about her, Loki immediately understood what she was hinting at. Loki nodded calmly and accepted the mission he was given. How can I help in this situation? What if I can control the money that is flowing around in Britain? Would I be able to control the actions of the Death Eaters if I can redirect all their money and steal it? But that would force them to resort to more brutal means to bribe other people, right? Sigh, how complicated. Chapter 267, Reasons. Well, now that we have all the depressing news set aside, I would like to give you some good news. Prenell exclaimed happily. Good news? Loki asked confused. Yes. You are being awarded an Order of Merlin second-class medal by the Mystery of Magic himself for saving all the people in the camp. Huh? What's that? Why does it sound so familiar? Wait, I remember. Didn't Lockhart get that same medal? Nicholas was about to explain, but Loki interrupted him and asked, is that thing even any good? Well, it gives you prestige and fame, Nicholas said after some thought. That's all. That's pretty useless, isn't it? Loki complained. Way to go. How did the two of you make 10,000 pounds seem so meaningless? Prenell complained. Wait. 10,000 pounds. Loki asked, pushing himself up with shock, but his muscles burnt and forced him to remain in an awkward half-up half-lying posture as he looked at Nicholas and Prenell with wide eyes. Seeing Loki excited, Prenell got even more excited. Yes. 10,000 pounds. The original amount was only 5,000 pounds, but the French ministry matched the amount since you helped Nicholas and me come out safely from the incident. Loki's mouth hung loose. Did you guys pressure them to match the amount? PFTT. As if we'd do something so vain. Prenell waved off the matter and continued, a few newspapers also want to interview you about the incident and how you solved it. They're going to make knowledge about Beyonders public? Loki asked with a frown. No. It's not like that. The current running theory among everyone there that didn't know about Beyonders is that it was all the work of some dark wizard who wanted to gain power by sacrificing all the people present there. Nicholas briefed. Loki's frown only deepened, no mention of you-know-who. It clearly has something to do with him. Nicholas shook his head softly and spoke with a sigh, although everyone important knows he had something to do with it. No one wants to leak the matter right now. No one wants to create panic about his return until things can be confirmed. Loki's brows furrowed and he asked, I feel like you're hiding something from me. Don't want to create a panic about his return. That feels like an excuse. Nicholas and Prenell looked at each other and spoke after having a silent conversation. It's because Albus is supporting the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Huh. Loki was confused by the response he got. Why does that matter? Using his ability as a spectator, Albus is going to help the current Ministry of Magic become a Sequence 4 saint. Loki's eyes widened at the information, but he still didn't understand why Nicholas was telling him this. I get why Adam is doing such a thing. He probably wants to firm the minister's position in the ministry so that the nobles faction can be curtailed a little, given how you-know-who is back on the rise. But why does this mean that information about you-know-who's return must be hidden from the public? Unless it is the ritual for becoming the Sequence 4 demigod of his sequence. Nicholas smiled as soon as Loki said that and explained with a nod. Precisely. Your minister, Cornelius Fudge, is going to become a Sequence 4 Earl of the Fallen. And to become one, society needs to follow his rules perfectly. And introducing you-know-who to the common witch or wizard would cause panic, making things unpredictable. Loki's expression turned sour when he heard that. Is there no other candidate for the position of the minister? The lawyer pathway has everything to do with corruption and disorder. Is there no one from the Justicar pathway that can become the minister? Unfortunately not. There is a candidate from the Justicar pathway who can become a demigod too, Miss Amelia Bones, but she doesn't have much support from the other purebloods in spite of Fudge not being a noble. Fudge has the support of the white faction because he isn't a noble. And Amelia being very stringent with following rules and regulations is also something to consider, Prenell added. Huh, fine, I understand. I just have to pretend like I know nothing about you-know-who's involvement, right? Nicholas nodded. Wait a second, the Order of Merlin second class. Am I being given that to keep me silent? Prenell nodded with a smile as she spoke softly, now you're catching on, aren't you? Good. There was soft pause in their conversation before Prenell clapped lightly to change the mood as she asked Loki a simple question. How are you feeling? Is there still pain? A little bit, since my back still hurts, but other than that I don't think there's anything else wrong. What even happened to my back? How did I get hurt? It was serious, Black. He fell down when he caught you and you landed on a thick root instead of his hands. I don't know if I should be happy about not having been caught like a princess or if I should curse him for not using his wand to slow down my fall and catch me. It's all right. You'll be fine by tomorrow. Then you can go and tell him thanks yourself. Prenell happily cheered on. Easy for you to say when I feel like my back's on fire. It's not that bad. It's okay. Prenell said, and then Nicholas interrupted. By the way, since we don't know you're standing in the Black House, we didn't tell Sirius Black about anything you told us. Yeah, you did the right thing. I was a little embarrassed to live with him, so I hadn't told him while Berga adopted me. Is he also getting an Order of Merlin medal? Yes, everyone that managed to stay awake and fight back is being given one. By the way, How did the two of you figure out that the Death Eaters were under the Imperious curse? That wasn't me, that was all Prenell, Nicholas said, causing Loki to turn to her for answers. That was simple. What set me off was the fact that none of them were the Beyonders of any corrupted pathways. There was even the fact that I saw Lucius Malfoy in the crowd behind us. If the Death Eaters were actually doing something, he couldn't have ignored it. But what truly alerted me was that they were going to sacrifice themselves. Death Eaters wouldn't do that. It's already hard to find lunatics who would want to support the Dark Lord. Why would they reduce their own numbers? That actually makes sense. Why hadn't I thought of that? Obviously because I'm the only one in this room that's got any brains. Prenell joked, causing everyone to look at each other and burst into a short round of laughter. Don't worry about anything else, Prenell and I will be back in a few minutes, we still have a little bit of paperwork to settle. Once we're done we can go back. Nicholas said while patting Loki's back, even though he flinched each time his hand landed on it. Thank you for helping me, Loki said with gratitude as he gave them a short bow, doing the best he could while not straining his back. Chapter 268, Stolen. Loki was dumbstruck as he looked at the card in his hand. It had been a few days since Loki had gotten discharged from St. Mungo's. He was still in Paris with Nicholas and Prenell because they'd insisted he remain with them at least until he was awarded the Order of Merlin medal. Seeing their insistence, Loki gave up and stayed with them. Folly left not because he had to teach Hermione but because Randolph had gotten caught up in the attack on the camp and was currently undergoing rehabilitation. Loki had met Randolph and there hadn't appeared to be a serious problem since he was a mid-sequence Beyonder, which made his vitality quite strong, yet he remained in the hospital because he had taken to liking a nurse there. Folly had gone there to see if Randolph was serious about his relationship. After finally escaping from Prenell's food attack that aimed to feed him enough food so that he could last a year without it, Loki took to visit the Sapphira Castle. As soon as Loki entered the castle he did the first thing he wished to do in these last few days. He examined the floating rune light orb that he'd stolen directly from her. The rune had a bluish glow and looked like the helmet of a knight. I guess I was lucky to have stolen an actual item and not a Beyonder ability from her, because an ability would have only lasted about 20 minutes but stealing an item is permanent. Yet, I can't believe it. It can't be. How did I steal this off all things? Slowly Loki injected his spirituality into the orb of light and caused it to crack before shattering and fading away like fireflies. The shattering of the orb ended up dropping a physical item into Loki's hands. Once he saw it with his own eyes, Loki's muscles tensed. How did I get this out of everything in the world? And why does she have it anyway? With an audible sigh Loki finally examined the object in his hands. In Loki's hands was a card. It was a luxurious card that emitted a regal feeling. On its cover was a woman standing holding her right hand high and her left hand loose. In her right hand was a double-sided white wand and on the table before her were a strange set of items, a pentacle plate, a long thin staff, a cup and a sword. The image was clear and it represented one entity of the tarot cards, the magician. That wasn't directly what shocked Loki. It was what the image represented which did. The magician tarot card represented the other hidden pathway from this world. The door pathway. This is the blasphemy card for the door pathway. Loki was dumbstruck as he looked at the card in his hand. As much as he wanted to, Loki wasn't careless enough to pour his spirituality into the card since its recent owner was not one he could take on directly. I bet she did something to it just like she did to the moon card in LOTM. Instead, he activated his spirit vision and looked directly at the card. And there it was, among the complicated rune structure that made the card function was a clearly hidden trap. One that would spring on unsuspecting strangers who carelessly poured their spirituality into it so that it could corrupt them. So that it could control them. In Loki's view was a splendid work of art with golden runes shimmering and glowing. It barely had any mistakes that he could spot to make it even better, but right in the middle of all the splendor was a blaring red organic Trojan horse-like spherical substance. It beat like a heart, waiting to attach to its owner, but Loki didn't give it the choice. Glad that I'm in sequence 6 now. I can steal corruption. Was I able to steal the card because of the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence? Perhaps the card found me, the person who is in the neighbor error pathway, a safe bet to escape from her. Aiming for the only stealable thing from the card of blasphemy, Loki swiped his hand and suddenly, floating a few inches above his hand was the corruption sealed in a ball of spirituality. Looking at the rune on it, Loki sighed. I guess it really is her corruption. But what do I do with this thing now that I have it? Loki thought for a while, but other than using it as a flash bomb to make another Beyonder instantly lose control, Loki stored it away so he could use it sometime in the future. Looking back at the card of blasphemy, Loki directed the grey fog to blast the card for a while. Just in case there's something remaining that is waiting to kill me. After a few minutes of tumbling around in the sea of grey fog Loki had conjured, he stopped. Carefully holding the card, Loki poured his spirituality into it. The card instantly turned into a book, and with just a little more spirituality, Loki found himself turning the first page. Sequence 9, Apprentice. Seeing the sequence he expected, Loki frowned. I guess I have 3 cards of blasphemy now. 2 more than what I can use. What do I even do with this new one? Give someone the potion and cultivate a beyonder of this pathway. Honestly, anyone from this pathway would be a great asset for my own apotheosis ritual, but it would also be a little burdensome to raise them just to usurp their power at the end. Frowning for a few more minutes, Loki thought of everything he wanted to do and concluded that it would be good to use for his upcoming project. With his thoughts sorted out, Loki looked towards the Crimson Stars while remembering the strange incident that had taken place in the World Cup camp. It would have been good if I could have a few allies to help me in situations like those. And I doubt the sacrifice that the Death Eaters performed at the World Cup camp will be the only one. I think there was something who wanted to achieve, and until he gets what he wants he'll probably keep performing the ritual. So it'll probably be beneficial if I can send my blessed to go fight in those situations and disturb the rituals while I'm at Hogwarts. Should I officially start the Tarot Club of this world? Thinking while looking at the Crimson Stars that were waiting patiently to be called upon, Loki's eyes gradually firmed. I think I should. Chapter 269, An Attempt. Looking at the shining Crimson Stars, Loki made up his mind and extended his spirituality to touch them. Wait. I need to prepare to receive them first. Loki dismissed all the chairs and tables he'd created and hid away all the items he'd stored above the grey fog. Once everything was hidden away and looked clean and presentable, Loki gave everything one last glance and stopped stressing out by taking a deep breath. Did I forget something? Ah, yes, the card of blasphemy. Loki immediately put the error card of blasphemy into his body and acquired a regal presence. Is this how it feels to be a demigod? Loki clenched and unclenched his hands but couldn't stop himself from feeling excessively powerful. It felt as if he'd suddenly become high on power. But Loki stopped and pulled out the card immediately. That was close. Is it because I haven't completed the ritual to become one? Since that would have given me a form of anchor. ****. Although Loki had felt a sudden rush of power, he also felt himself losing control at a rapid pace. How am I going to become a demigod then? Loki wondered. Do I create anchors for myself? Well, that just means I should start the Tarot Club, since they'll probably be the first anchors I can get. Only time can tell. I hope everything goes well. And so with his fingers crossed, Loki started the countdown. Alright, in 3, 2, 1, and begin. Loki extended his spirituality and touched 5 Crimson Stars. One he already knew about, but 4 others that he didn't recognize. A feeling of nervousness ate away at Loki's stomach, causing him to nearly falter in the first summoning as a million thoughts ran through his mind. Is it even going to summon people? What if it just summoned some random muggles? What do I do then? Shouldn't I have checked who the stars represented beforehand? Damn me and my impulses. Miles away in a strange house, filled with several finicky instruments, was a man who was drinking from a flask. He licked his lips and looked at the man who was lying inside a strange chest that appeared to be as deep as a large pool. The man was naked, but that wasn't what was most remarkable about him. What was most surprising was that the man in the chest looked almost exactly like the man outside. As the man outside put the flask in his hand into a pocket on his waist, he flicked his wand and caused the chest to close. But just as he was about to move towards a chair, that flask in his pocket cracked and a sudden burst of crimson light filled his vision. In another part of the country, a young woman strode through an office room that was filled with cubicles. Dominic. I need you to help. Laura, I'm swamped. I'm sorry I can't help you right now. No. You don't get it. This is important. More important than the incident at the World Cup. The woman pouted in response. Yeah. I thought so. Even if I treat you to dinner? The woman asked, putting on a pretty smile. No. Dominic rejected her and went back to working through the stacks of paperwork that he had to file. Fine. Just do this when you find time then. I'll leave it to you. Dominic frowned, but as he was about to speak, the woman quickly turned around and walked away. Damn. Does this lady not work at all? I've never seen her do anything. Why is she still even employed as an unspeakable? The person in the cubicle beside Dominic pushed their chair back and spoke in a humorous tone. Got stuck with Laura's work, Dominic? Yeah, pretty much. Does she even do anything? She's nicknamed Freeloader. You don't seriously expect her to do anything, do you? The men joked. Haha, don't worry, if you become as useful as her to the department, I'm sure everyone will put up with you giving away your work too. What does she even do? Dominic asked with a puzzled expression. But the man just shook his head and said, if I told you I'd have to kill you, before he went back to his work. Dominic sighed once again and went back to stamping papers, except as he reached out to pick up the stamp on his desk he froze. An audible crack appeared on the necklace he wore, before his vision became dyed in crimson. In Ginny's room at the Weasleys, Hermione lay on the bed, wide awake while staring at the ceiling. Out of boredom, she picked up the glass orb that had snow particles inside it from the table beside her bed. Ginny was asleep and hence didn't notice anything. Hermione shook the snow globe and stared at the snowstorm inside it with a frown. It was the right decision to ask Professor McGonagall to turn me into a Beyonder. I'm sure Harry became one too. I remember how strange he was acting around me during the World Cup. Did Sirius turn him into a Beyonder? Suddenly the snow globe in her hands cracked, but before she could respond or even think about what had just happened, crimson light flooded her vision and caused her to freeze. Inside a damp room filled with posters of various members of the Black family tree, a man lay on the floor. Wasted out as if he had drunk himself to extinction. A beautiful but mostly empty golden goblet lay in his grasp. A little bit of alcohol still remained in the goblet, but the man was far from awake to do anything about it. But suddenly the beady blood red and emerald blue gems inserted into its expensive gold designs cracked. In a damp room with a single cauldron on a table that was simmering at just the right temperature, a man patiently watched as he dripped down an expensive silver liquid, the blood of a unicorn, into the potion in front of him. The atmosphere of the room was tense, with the man's entire focus completely on the drop that was oozing out of the dipper. He wanted to get the quantity just right because he didn't want to waste it. But to his surprise, the cauldron cracked before his entire vision was engulfed by a deep crimson light. He reacted almost instantly, trying to fight back, but he wasn't given the time to do so. A girl lying on the bed hugging another smaller girl was taking soft but deep breaths, indicating that she was deep in sleep. But without another warning she was suddenly forced awake as she found herself being dragged into a deep crimson light that had no beginning and no end. 5 astral projections appeared within the realm of the grey fog. Each one was startled by the sudden change in their surroundings. Dominic instantly pulled out his wand and pointed it at Loki while the mostly naked man leaned his staff in Loki's direction. The drunkard was confused, while the potion master was frowning while looking at Loki with terrible caution. Fleur had already pulled out her daggers and taken a stance to keep everyone else along with Loki in her sights. They had all immediately recognized Loki as the perpetrator of the situation. And while Hermione was confused and afraid, she eventually pulled her wand out from her pocket and pointed it at Loki too. They all tried looking at each other's illusory bodies that were giving them a hard time about each other's identities, but they quickly concluded that the other people were in the same situation as them, making them even more sure that Loki was the one that had something to do with whatever was happening since he was calm and collected. Looking at the hostile behavior of his future adorers, Loki smiled. "You want to point your wands at me?" Loki asked with a slight smile. But since his face was hidden by the grey fog and an illusion of mirage, it did not create the desired effect of non-hostility and came off as a provocation. "Who are you?" Dominic asked with force. "Where have you brought us?" Loki instantly recognized the voice and became dumbfounded. "Dominic. What's he doing here? And that man, is he naked? EW. What was he even doing before coming here?" But Loki did not falter in his actions, he spoke with the same confidence he had started with. "This is an attempt," Loki said calmly. "An attempt?" Hermione asked innocently. Loki recognized her voice too and became even more dumbfounded. Every fiber in his being worked tirelessly to keep him from staring directly at the girl, and it took him some more to keep himself from breaking his act. But he didn't directly answer her. "Let's talk after we sit down. It's not good manners to keep your guests standing," Loki said and waved his hands. Almost immediately every other person's hands tightened around their wands to react in case something happened, but they all immediately became weak when they observed the Olympian pillars climbing out of the sea of fog underneath their feet. A dome formed on top of those pillars, and Loki calmly pointed behind the 5 people who had appeared in the Sapphire Castle. As they looked behind themselves, a table sprouted out of the fog with 22 chairs around it. The entire setup looked like it was meant for giants, not humans, yet Loki cared not for it and walked calmly towards his chair at the head of the table. The entire debacle had caused fear to sprout among the people, but Loki pretended to ignore it. At least this had the intended effect. Once he sat down, Loki looked at the 5 people who were still standing while warily pointing their wands towards him. "Are you not going to take your seats?" Loki said with a calm tone that made them all a little more fearful. It was only now that they all realized just how casual Loki had been when he performed all these actions in front of them. Their thoughts leaning in similar ways. "He's much, much stronger than us." Seeing Loki looking at them, they slowly put down their wands and moved towards their chairs. Hermione chose the closest chair on Loki's left, while Dominic and the naked men hesitated a little before they chose ones that were a little away from him, around the middle of the table. Loki felt a little annoyed because he'd have to talk a little louder now, but didn't say much else while Hermione lampooned. "Why did I sit so close to him like a fool? I should have stayed away like those other people. Mommy." Meanwhile, after a short debate with himself, Snape took the chair on Loki's right while Fleur sat a little beside him, making sure that she could use him as cover if something happened. Chapter 270, Tarot Club, 1. Loki laughed openly at the foolishness of the 6 wary individuals but didn't say anything else. Instead, he waved his hand and used his ability to create an illusion strengthened by the gray fog. He made the illusion of a deck of tarot cards. The cards flew in the air and spread about, causing everyone to look at them in confusion. Before we begin, why don't you pick a card to represent yourself in this place? After all, I doubt you'd want to let each other know about your true identities. Loki said with a tone that hinted at intrigue and secrecy. It felt like he was the embodiment of the phrase, curiosity killed the cat. Tarot cards. Hermione mumbled, recognizing the cards at a glance. And although Dominic and the naked men had remained silent, they showed signs of recognition too, along with everyone else. Hermione carefully reached out and picked the magician card, and when the other 5 saw her sitting unharmed, they extended their hands to pick up cards too. Dominic picked up the strength and the naked man picked up the devil while licking his tongue cleverly. The potions master almost immediately picked up the moon card before Sirius picked up the star with an obvious smile. Moon card. Does he have a thing for dolls like Emlyn? Fleur picked up the Empress. She was emboldened by it when she saw Hermione being the only other girl among all those present. The naked man's card scared Loki a little since it corresponded to the Abyss Pathway, but he kept it to the back of his mind for now. Is he a good follower of the Abyss Pathway? Are there even people like that? Wait, was that why he was naked? Because he finished completing a crime, or worse, was in the process of doing so. Once everyone had their cards, Loki tried to speak again, but Hermione interrupted him. You said it was an attempt. To do what? Are you a Beyonder? Can we return? Loki paused at the sudden series of questions he was asked and looked at Hermione for a few seconds. How are you so talkative all of a sudden? Did becoming a sacrifice for her make you lose all your fear? Or was my making of an Olympic pantheon not awe-inspiring enough? Why are you treating this like a class? Seeing Loki stare at her in silence, Hermione slowly fell silent, while the 5 other people around the table observed the interaction. Taking charge, Dominic said as he stood up with a 90-degree bow, I apologize for her, my lord. She must not know much about our world for her to talk so casually to you. How could we address you, my lord? Good job for asking my name, Dominic. Everyone must know my name, otherwise, all your worship will go to some other god no one cares about. Loki looked at Dominic and stayed silent for a few seconds, as if he was staring to see if they were worthy of knowing his name, and then wrapped his fingers around the table, speaking softly, Error. You can call me Mr. Error. Of the deck of cards on the table, the lover's card slid out towards Loki and landed in his hands. Dominic, who was about to automatically sit down after asking his question, froze, and everyone else noticed his obvious action. Does he know the name because of the note I left with that unspeakable agent? Loki assumed. Meh. That will only probably increase his fear of me even more. Dominic stood up slowly and with a smile spoke softly, I see. I understand, Mr. Error. I shall refer to you by this holy name. Relaxing in his seat, Loki turned to Hermione to answer her question since he was sure everyone else was wondering the same thing. The attempt was to kickstart a tradition of the past to symbolize the starting of this new era. Rebirth. The words had different reactions from everyone. Snape's grip on the edge of the table tightened while Fleur, Dominic and Sirius were only confused about it. The naked man on the other hand gained a prominent smile despite the mirage-like illusion covering his face. He was excited and almost wanted to jump at Loki, which weirded him out. Hermione was clueless. You can leave from here at any moment. But if you don't hear what I'm saying next, I will never bring you here once again. You may decide now if you want to leave. Loki's words reverberated in the ears of all those present and they each started to think about their current situation. Dominic, in spite of the absurdity of the situation, since he was in the unspeakables department one moment earlier and here in the next, tried to be rational. Given how there are 5 more people here, it is possible that he would include more people down the line, turning this gathering into a cult. It would be best if I remain here for now so that I can report everything about it to my superiors. But can I talk to anyone else about this? If he can already summon me so easily, won't he know if I talk about him? In that case, I can remain silent about it until I see something heinous happening. After all, there are several unauthorized Beyonder gatherings in the black market, and this shouldn't be any different from them. Well, at least nothing indicates it is except him, for now. With his thoughts sorted out, Dominic said nothing and stayed silent. Should I leave? Hermione thought with a frown. It would be best if I could leave and inform Professor McGonagall about this via an owl. But suddenly her time at the World Cup surfaced in her mind and made her reel that idea back. But will he kill me if I say I want to leave? After all, no one knows I was brought here, so no one can check on me to make sure I'm alive. Can I tell one of the other people who've come here with me to check on me at the Weasleys? However, she immediately tossed that thought away. No, I cannot trust them without knowing more about them. I guess the best thing to do would be to go with the flow and figure things out as you go. Come on, Meoni. You can do it. Loki looked at everyone with his spirit vision and studied their astral projections and body of heart and mind, seeing if he could take note of their emotions and learn about their thoughts and their sequences. Dominic seems to be rational but wary of the current situation. Hermione is mostly afraid, but she has a spark of rationality. I guess she's treating this like a freak event that she wants to get out of as soon as possible. She's thinking of informing Professor McGonagall about it. Why does she think Professor McGonagall will be of any help here? This isn't Hogwarts. This other man, Mr. Moon, his astral body feels imposing to look upon, like it is a vast object that can't be touched carelessly. I can't read his thoughts, but I have a feeling of striking familiarity from him. Is he someone I know? He also has a strange aura around his wrist. It's like something is meant to be there, but something else is working hard, concealing it. And that's Fleur. Well, I knew her, so there's nothing much to see here, but I can't read her thoughts too. They're well guarded by runes, like Mr. Moon's. The third man, Mr. Star, is an open book. He has subconscious runes protecting his head, but they are weak and look like they have been eroded because of lack of proper care. Did something happen to him to make him ignore his mental defenses? A noble perhaps? One that graduated from Hogwarts and has nothing else to do but indulge. And he's still wondering if all this is a dream. And why is he so annoyed by the other men? He wants to put his feet on the table to block himself from seeing the other men. Why? What is he, a provoker? No. I can clearly see the deep darkness that is part of his astral projection, so the darkness pathway. Serious? Seriously? No way. But Loki's attention was currently not on these thoughts. He was looking at the naked men while using the fog and illusions to hide his gaze. His astral body is deep like the abyss. It has the power of pulling you in. But what is that corruption on his wrist? Is this what Mr. Moon is hiding? It doesn't come from her, but it is also remarkably similar to the one planted by her on the door blasphemy card. It's just weaker. Is he someone to be wary of, or is he someone who must be pitied and saved? He's also surprisingly the most rational out of everyone here. Is he used to situations like these? But why? Let's shock him a little. If you are waiting for her to save you, it won't happen. She does not have any influence in my territory. If she came here, she would probably be dead even before she opened her mouth. Almost instantly the heads of all people snapped towards Loki and then in the naked man's direction, but out of all of them, only the naked man's color shifted from blue, which indicated rational thought, to crimson red, which represented excitement or panic. The man licked his lips but did not respond. Only after Loki kept looking at him for a few seconds of silence did he speak. I would not dare. Loki smiled, but his face remained hidden from everyone. So he did get scared. Does that mean he's her believer? If so, he's linked with you-know-who. So he's a Death Eater. Snape looked at the naked men and frowned. He didn't understand what was going on, but he chose to take note of everything that was being said here. Eager to make sense of it all once he was in a safe space. Fleur, on the other hand, was just plain confused. Her. Is there another goddess, or is he referring to mine? Loki frowned in thought, but after a few seconds he spoke. Since everyone has chosen to remain seated and attend the gathering, why don't we begin? I assume all of you want to keep your identities hidden, so I will tell you a little about myself. Of course, I have to explain my greatness to you. You are my dearest future anchors. My name is Mr. Error. I preside over the domain of truth and lies, of history, present and the future, and also right and wrong. And as I dictate the tradition of the Tarot Club, it follows only one fundamental principle dash. Loki paused to look around, making sure that everyone was paying attention to his words, before speaking again in the silence that resounded louder than ever in the Sapphire Castle. The principle of equivalent exchange. Chapter 271, Tarot Club, 2, Silence. Fleur's mind broke into a panic. This. Is he going to ask me for something in exchange for helping me? There was a soft pause after Loki spoke before Dominic spoke up again. So we can ask you for anything. Loki looked at him and with a clear tone said, yes you may, but you will have to pay the appropriate price. Everyone fell into silence once again. Why is the conversation in this place so dead? Why don't I have a naive innocent lady like Miss Audrey to get everyone speaking? At that moment, since Loki was looking at Hermione, she suddenly became very uncomfortable. Is he angry with me? But what did I do? Hermione looked away and stared at her fingers, which she was trying to use to clip the nails on due to bubbling nervousness. Can I become a bee under Mr. Error? Hermione finally asked, just to divert Loki's attention from whatever he was thinking. Ah. Mione. Good job. Loki, however, did not answer immediately. He looked towards Dominic and the Mr. Devil instead. He wanted to see what they would say, knowing that Snape wouldn't say anything about it and neither would Fleur. Sirius seemed to be lost in his own world. Realizing Loki was waiting for them to answer, Dominic stepped up. He turned slightly to look at Hermione and evaluated her for a few seconds. She looks like a girl that's still studying in Hogwarts and is a little immature. So he coughed a little and explained. You could graduate from Hogwarts and become a Beyonder by joining the Unspeakables department in the Ministry of Magic. That's the safest and most trustworthy route. As Dominic finished his sentence, the Mr. Devil snorted. Why add a leash to your neck by surrendering yourself to the Ministry? A true Beyonder is one that is free. Not one that is treated like a dog. You could go to the Beyonder gatherings in Nocturne Alley to gain a potion formulae and its corresponding ingredients. Potion? Hermione asked cluelessly. Yes, you can become a Beyonder by drinking the potion corresponding to sequence 9 of the selected pathway. But it is very unsafe to drink a potion made from a formula that has not been verified. So it is better you don't trust the black market with your life. Dominic said, shooting a side-eye glare at Mr. Devil. Ignoring the spat between the two other members, Hermione asked patiently since she was getting interested in the conversation, sequence 9. That means there are multiple sequences. Yes. There are 9 sequences in each pathway, from 9 all the way to 1. Each pathway that is complete is associated with a true god of that pathway. Dominic patiently explained. True god? Like there are real gods? Hermione asked, a little surprised. Yes. Each pathway has a true god that looks after the Beyonders of that particular pathway. There are several dangers one must cross to successfully become a Beyonder. And one of those is loss of control. The higher you climb the pathway, the harder it becomes to keep your sanity. Hermione frowned. Is this what Professor McGonagall and Loki meant when they said it is dangerous to become a Beyonder? The danger of losing control. How does a true god prevent you from losing control? That, I do not know, I'm sore dash. They do it by accepting your prayers and shedding some of their divinity to keep you from losing control, the Mr. Devil said, interrupting Dominic. The statement got Loki's attention since it was clearly wrong. And how do you know that? You just happened to talk to a true god about it. Dominic asked with annoyance. Mr. Devil looked at Dominic and with a sneer on his face that was clearly visible to everyone else spoke snarkily, I'm a demigod boy. Dominic's hands clenched as his muscles tensed. Hermione, although a little scared, was even more curious, a demigod. Yes. Beyonders from sequence 4 attain qualitative change in their bodies which pushes them closer to godhood. For example, they acquire their mythical creature form. Mr. Devil explained impatiently. But I can't boast about being a demigod now, after all you are in the presence of a true god. Mr. Devil said with a slight tremble as he nodded in Loki's direction. Hermione's eyes widened as the information suddenly struck her mind. He's a true god. But how? Why? Hermione suddenly felt like she had been rude to Loki all this time. She shivered a little and immediately ducked her head, not daring to look at Loki directly. But once she saw him not taking any action, she relaxed again, or tried to. Can I find out which pathway would be most suitable for me, Mr. Devil? Mr. Devil looked at her for a few seconds as if he were analyzing her. It is said that the pathway that finds you is the best one for you, but it might be fate that has caused our meeting. So I could share with you the formulae of my pathway dash. Mr. Devil looked at Dominic and then paused before speaking to Hermione again. But you'll have to give me a way to contact you in the real world. I don't want unwanted listeners learning of what I'm offering you. Ah. Hermione, who was initially excited, suddenly felt less happy. Can I give him my address? No, that just seems careless. But it'll be rude to deny him blatantly. Isn't he a demigod? What if he curses me? Can I look around for a while, Mr. Devil? I want to keep my options open for a bit. Mr. Devil looked at Hermione for a few seconds before nodding. Just let me know when you want me to tell you about it. Each Beyonder group is always eager to gain more fresh blood, especially one as great as ours. With that, everyone became silent once again. But Snape was panicking. Miss Granger. Looking at them stopping talking, Loki spoke with a mental sigh. Are all these people introverts or something? I can understand Mr. Devil not talking because he wants to hide his identity of being related to you-know-who, but what about Dominic and Meoni? Shouldn't they be ecstatic at being part of something so extraordinary? I guess I'm just unlucky that way. With everyone silent for a few more seconds, Loki spoke up with clear disappointment in his tone. We can end this gathering here, Loki said, wrapping his fingers around the table. Everyone became tense at the statement before Hermione brought into herself the courage to ask, that. Loki looked at her with a deadpan expression. Out with it, girl, I know you love to gossip, bring out at least 1% of that gossip energy. What happened to that starting out by treating this as a class energy? Did she really get so frightened by the information about me being a true god? When she's already been under the influence of one and lived to tell the tale. I thought what doesn't kill us, only makes us stronger. But Hermione only got more worried as she felt Loki's stare dig into her. But Dominic helped her out. If I may, what she's probably wanting to ask you, my lord, is if there will be other gatherings like this one today. Hermione quickly nodded. Do you want me to stop pulling you up here? Loki asked flatly. But his tone came off as standoffish, as if he was threatening everyone to see who'd reject. And when no one spoke for a few minutes, Loki continued. There will be a gathering at midnight every first day of the month from now on. Make sure you're safely hidden away and aren't disturbed during this time. We will end the first gathering here. Loki said calmly. Mr. Devil immediately stood up and bowed. Thank you for letting us be in your presence, Mr. Error. The remaining followed and did the same, but Snape remained silent even as he bowed. Loki nodded and waved his hand, disconnecting Mr. Devil's connection to the Sapphire Castle. Seeing their colleague suddenly vanish, everyone else was put on alert. Chapter 272, Tarot Club, 3, Offer. They must be wondering why I sent Mr. Devil away. Snape and Fleur didn't show any outward reaction like Hermione and Dominic, who were visibly bewildered, so he spoke quickly. I just wanted to inform you not to trust Mr. Devil so easily. Consider this piece of advice a show of my benevolence. Not to trust him. Hermione suddenly felt weird. But he helped me so much just now, why should we be wary of him? Although he looked like he was in a rush, he seemed nice. But he was naked. No, I was probably seeing things. That's because he's connected to her, and her blessed, or the person you rather know as Voldemort, Loki said casually. Everyone, regardless of who they were, had their blood freeze at the name drop. Even though all of them were confused as to who Loki was talking about when he mentioned her, they didn't ask about anything else. Thank you for informing us, Mr. Error. Dominic said with a deep bow. But Hermione was thinking something else. Why did Mr. Error invite Mr. Devil here then? Does he expect us to do something about it? But what can we do? That's it. You can return now. Loki said, disconnecting almost everyone from the Sapphire Castle. Hermione, who had prepared to vanish after Loki waved his hand for a second time, found herself feeling a little cold when she was the only one left here again. Suddenly all alone, Hermione became even more tense. I know you're worried about being alone here, but I have something I thought I should inform you about. Hermione gulped audibly in tension but stayed still. Choosing a pathway can be a difficult task. There are usually several factions among you humans that correspond to each pathway. There's usually a lot of infighting, and if there's no infighting, then someone externally doesn't like you. As such, choosing a pathway is like choosing your enemies and friends all at once. It is a heavy burden. Loki paused and allowed his words to sink in before he spoke again. If you want to, I can give you the sequence 9 of a pathway that was thought lost to history. So as long as you keep your cards a little hidden, no one will suspect you of anything. And by the time they do, you'll already be a demigod capable of fighting them off. Hermione suddenly felt like there was an enormous weight on her shoulders. Firstly, the sudden information was too much for her to take in at once, and her mind began to spin around a single question. If I might ask, Mr. Error, why are you doing this for me? Loki looked at Hermione deeply for a few seconds before giving her an answer. Someone close to you asked me to help you out. Of course, I don't do things for free. I've already taken their sacrifice, so I'm just doing my part. The rest is up to you. Before Hermione could answer, Loki cut her off and said, you may take time until the next gathering to answer me. Cutting her projection from Sapphire Castle, Loki finally breathed a sigh of relief. PSSHHHH. That was tense. How introverted are these people? Loki flicked the door blasphemy card in his hands and stared at it blankly while relaxing in his chair. Should I give the potions from this pathway to Hermione? It would make for a good investment. Especially if I were to steal her apotheosis ritual for myself like Amon. I've already told her about it. Now all that remains is to see what she chooses. Tossing the card into his pocket, Loki looked at the large empty table that was in front of him. Should I create a dummy like Klein did to make everyone talk more and publish missions for everyone else? Probably should. That would be smart. I should have done that in the first meeting itself. That would have given them less of a shock, but this is also nice. This way they will learn a little more about me and how powerful I am. Outside the Sapphire Castle in a cozy homely room, Hermione woke up with a jerk. Was that a dream? Hermione looked around the room and spotted Ginny still sleeping, but then her eyes fell on the snow globe that she was holding and found that it had cracked a little. She immediately pulled out her wand to fix it, but no matter what spell she used, it remained broken. So it was real. Hermione's ears still rang with the words that Loki had just said. Someone close to you asked me to help you out. Was it Professor McGonagall? No, she would have written a letter to warn me about such a thing before. Then who? Daphne. No, she's not like that. I'm sure she'd have told me about it if she was doing such a scary thing. Loki then. But he was adamantly against me becoming a Beyonder. Did he ask Mr. Error to help me? But why? And wouldn't he have warned me beforehand if he'd done such a thing? Hermione frowned deep in thought. Eventually she collapsed back into her pillow with one last thought. But suddenly her skin crawled with disgust. Doesn't what Mr. Error said mean that I have a Beyonder stalker? Whoever did this to me. I will make sure to catch you and beat you until you no longer want to stalk me anymore. Miles away in the office, Dominic suddenly woke up on his desk as if he'd just suffered a nightmare. "You right, fam?" Dominic's deskmate asked out of surprise in an attempt to comfort, but to Dominic it only meant one thing: Mr. Error is really strong. He was able to pull me into that gathering without alerting anyone in the office. How? Suddenly he remembered Loki's words at the end: "That's because he's connected to her, and her blessed, or the person you rather know as Voldemort." I knew something was wrong with that bastard. But who was this her that Mr. Error was referring to? An evil god? The primordial demoness? Do I report him? But how do I tell them I got this information? I better keep everything hidden for now. And I'll inform them about the matter once I'm sure he is trying to do something serious so that he can be caught in the act. Yes, that's the best option I have if I don't want to be seen as the believer of a crazy god. In another part of Britain, a naked man suddenly opened his eyes and looked around himself. Not spotting anyone around himself except the man who was in the trunk, he relaxed. He then turned his attention towards his soiled pants on the floor that had gotten wet with the polyjuice potion that had leaked from his cracked flask. With the wave of his wand, the potion was collected from his pants and filled a different container. He immediately cleared the desk in the study room and settled down with an inkpot and some parchment, on which he wrote a short letter. He quickly set up an altar and immediately called for a messenger. The room turned dark and the flame of the candle turned reddish pink before a rotting face appeared on the wall. The man tossed his letter into the creature's mouth and ended the ritual, causing the creature to become free. In another part of Britain, the creature showed up in front of a woman with curly black hair who looked insane. She had a fanatic adoration in her eyes for someone who was sitting on the sofa in front of her. So much so that she didn't even look when the room turned dark and the same spirit from before appeared beside her. "What is written in the letter, Bellatrix?" the half-dead voice of the person on the couch asked, causing Bellatrix to finally divert her attention and look at the creature that was delivering the letter. She put her hand into its mouth and pulled out the letter, before opening it and reading it. Crouchy says he was pulled into a gathering in the presence of a true god who referred to himself as Mr. Error. However, nothing of note happened there. Should he do something? Mr. Error? The croaky voice that sounded half-dead asked. Yes. Would you like me to find out who he is and join the gathering, my lord? There was silence for a while before the voice spoke again. No. Tell Barty to keep me informed about this gathering. But also tell him to focus on his mission. I don't want any mistakes to happen. He is to bring both the first boy and Harry Potter to me. Failure is not acceptable. You should have just let me go to Hogwarts instead of him. I would have brought them both their heads to you on a golden platter. How nice it would have been to carve their souls with pain. Ah. I feel excited just imagining it. No one responded since Bellatrix's eyes were still adoring the picture she'd painted in her imagination. Snape opened his eyes and saw another pair of crystal-like blue eyes peering into his own. Chapter 273, Conversations, 1. Granny, I'm back. Loki said as he stroked the wooden cover on Walburga's coffin. After Loki learnt that Sirius wasn't using the home, he arrived here. He'd also received news of spotting Harry with Sirius in Diagon Alley, so Loki assumed that they were out on a picnic to divert their minds from the recent attack during the World Cup and wouldn't be coming to the Black Manor for the foreseeable future. You know what happened in school this year? You won't believe me. Your son, Sirius Black, escaped from Azkaban. And it turns out he wasn't the man who betrayed the Potters or killed Pettigrew. It was Peter Pettigrew himself who did everything. He even faked his death and caused Sirius to get caught in his stead. Also, I learnt about what scares me the most when Professor Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, allowed us to battle a boggart. It was this random character from a book I read. He wears this golden monocle and has the ability to take over other people without anyone releasing he has done so. He terrifies me. But don't worry, I put him in his place and passed the exam fantabulously. Loki had his one-sided conversation with Walburga for a few more minutes until he was done retelling her all the stories of his time at Hogwarts last year. Oh. And before I forget. I'm also in the process of trying to find a way to cure your curse. 2 angels promised to help me with this, so I hope you're back soon. In his spirit vision, Loki could swear he saw Walburga shift as if she was going to open the coffin and hit him because of his constant yapping, but checking again, Loki found her to be just as stationary as she had initially been. Ending his conversation, Loki went upstairs to meet Creature. Thank you for trusting me enough to give me that locket, Creature. I was able to perform a task only because of its help. Loki said with gratitude and a soft head nod. Creature only be following Master's orders. Creature responded with a deep bow. If Creature may ask a question to Master. Yes, I can at least do that much. What happened to the locket? Ah. Don't worry, I destroyed the soul that was attached to it. Now its rightful owner owns it again. Creature's eyes widened for a second before they began to fill with water. Loki became worried about it, but Creature immediately bowed even more deeply than before, with his nose almost touching the floorboards as he said, Creature cannot thank you enough. Knowing Creature wouldn't calm down unless he left his sight, Loki quickly walked towards the door to exit, but in his slow speed, he heard a few extra words from Creature. If only that unfilial son was as good as master. He even gave up the Black Manor to live in the Potter house. The travesty of it all. Exiting the Black Manor, Loki walked towards his room in the leaky cauldron. Once there, he quickly packed up everything since the day after tomorrow would be the day he'd be setting off for Hogwarts once again. With everything packed and after having his dinner at the tavern downstairs, Loki spent the rest of his time awake speaking to Elaine. He planned a meeting with Elaine and Cassandra Trelawney for tomorrow, and after a little bit of practicing magic, Loki was out like a light. After getting an ice cream at Florian Fortescue's with Elaine, Loki took his little sister out on a short walk. They stopped by Zonko's to have some fun with fireworks and bought several prank items that Elaine promised to use on her friends at the orphanage and have fun. Big brother. Do you know what happened to me yesterday? Elaine asked cutely. What happened? Did the tickle monster capture you and your friends? Loki asked with an exaggerated look of surprise. Haha, no big brother, it wasn't the tickle monster. When a girl was stealing my cookie, I glared at her and caused her hair to turn pink. She looked like a pig. Loki became stunned, but recognizing the sign as accidental magic, he calmed down and began to laugh instead. Did the girl make pig noises? Loki asked, patting his little sister's head. Yes. I don't know how she was so good at it. She kept shouting oink oink until Aunt Cassandra came around and helped her. Did Aunt Cassandra tell you anything? I was a little scared when she came, but she just smiled at me and handed me a lollipop before turning the girl normal. Is that so? Elaine nodded. Do you know what this means, Elaine? Loki asked with joy, picking up the little girl and sitting her on the table. What does it mean, big brother? It means Elaine will grow up to become an extremely powerful witch. Like Grandma Walburga? Elaine asked with excitement, lighting her eyes. Yes, like Grandma Walburga. Although Elaine didn't clearly remember Walburga, Loki did his best to remind her about Walburga during their conversation so that she wouldn't simply forget her. Elaine instantly became happy, and they spent the rest of their time in Diagon Alley walking to see the strange magical stores all around while Loki bought several keepsakes for Elaine so that she could have fun with them. Loki. A confused voice emerged from an alleyway, causing Loki to pause in his steps. Oh. Mione. What are you doing here? Loki asked, turning around and looking at Hermione, who was exiting the Ollivander's wand shop. I just came to get my wand checked. It's the most important tool in a wizard's belt, that's why. Hermione said with pride as she showcased her dainty white vinewood wand. It looked like it was bleached, Loki commented with a funny look. HMPF. I know you're just jealous of my beautiful wand. I've seen your wand, isn't that thing just a bone? Loki rolled his eyes but did not say anything else. He didn't want to get into an argument with her when he was with Elaine. Hermione's eyes slowly fell on Elaine and she suddenly thought of something. How come I don't know anything about Loki's family yet? Come to think of it, he's always dodged the topic of family religiously. Who's she, Loki? Hermione asked, looking at the little girl who was enamored by the orange cat on her shoulder. My cousin sister. She lives with her aunt and I brought her here to have fun with her since it's her birthday. Loki gave a short sweet response. Ooh, she's cute. Hermione said, kneeling to allow the little girl to reach out with her hand and pet Crookshanks. Looks like your cat likes Elaine too. Loki commented as he calmly observed Crookshanks purring with content as Elaine scratched him behind his ear. While Crookshanks and Elaine were busy playing with each other, Hermione asked Loki a question after some hesitation. Loki, I wanted to ask you something. Go on. Do you really think I am unfit to be a Beyonder? Also, she's worried about my offer to her. It's not so much as you're unfit to become a Beyonder, but that your attitude or approach to such matters is incorrect. How so? Chapter 274, Conversations, 2. I'm sure from the time you've heard of Beyonders you've been questioning everything about them, right? You want to delve into their secrets and know everything about them. Hermione blushed but did not respond, and her silence confirmed what Loki had said. What's wrong with wanting to know? Hermione complained. Everything. Becoming a Beyonder isn't something simple. If there would be one phrase to describe the risks of a Beyonder, it would be the common phrase, curiosity killed the cat. The more curious you get, the more unsettling things will get around you. Hermione showed a puzzled look, so Loki continued with a follow-up. Let me tell you something you ought to know. There are a few things about the world of a Beyonder simply knowing which can cause you to be subjected to a fate worse than death. Worse than death? Hermione asked with confusion. Yes. Imagine you come upon an ancient entity. What will you do if that entity is harmful? What if it is dangerous and powerful? Hermione's breathing hitched as she thought of Mr. Error. There's no shortage of them, and the minute you learn about them you become their puppet, dancing to their tune and working their requests, all before you even know what you've become. No one will know you've been corrupted. Even you won't know you've been corrupted. Hermione clenched her hands and balled them into a tight fist as if she were fighting something within herself. She felt afraid. But Loki didn't stop there, he continued. Do you know what happened to the Death Eaters in the camp? Hermione shook her head, making way for Loki to explain. The Death Eaters were all under the Imperius curse, controlled by someone else. But that is not the important part, they performed a ritual to sacrifice the hostages. A ritual to an evil god. One that does not have the best intentions for humanity. Do you want to know what happened to them even after the ritual was interrupted and failed? Loki asked, looking right into Hermione's hazel brown eyes. Hermione gulped audibly, but she soon nodded with a resolute look. I want to know. The fraction of a second they were exposed to the god, their brains melted along with their bodies, causing them to turn into eldritch monstrosities that could barely form a coherent sentence, forcing the ministry workers to put them down lethally. And you know what? That was the best that could be done to them. That's how risky it is for a human to become a Beyonder and come in contact with evil entities. Hermione clenched her hands tight with fear, but she asked one last question. Why did you choose to become a Beyonder then? Loki looked into Hermione's eyes and with a straight face said, because dash. Turning around from Loki and Elaine, Hermione walked back with Crookshanks to the meeting spot where she'd promised to meet up with the Weasleys. On her way, Loki's words echoed through her mind as the pictures of the night when she was taken hostage flashed in her vision. She vaguely remembered how she felt when the ritual that the Death Eaters' leader was performing concluded. It was a terrifying feeling, one that had caused her to immediately faint out of panic. The feeling had remained with her after she woke up, but seeing everything return to normal left her feeling that the terrifying pressure was nothing but a faint mistake in her imagination. She hadn't learnt much from Arthur Weasley after the incident, since all he shared with the kids was that everything had been settled and that there were no casualties they had to worry about. But hearing about the truth from Loki, a chill ran up her spine. They had to be put down. Innocent people who were being controlled by the Imperius curse. Put down like rabid animals who had probably only barely gotten a glance at the god that was summoned. All of a sudden, the warmth and joy of the people trotting around Diagon Alley didn't feel so inviting anymore. The thundering dark clouds overhead made it a constant reminder to her of just how vulnerable she had been all this time. If the Death Eaters are becoming active, that means you know who is starting to get active. He attacked the castle in the first year and his diary did it in the second year. What's to say he will stop? And given how close I am to Harry, what's to say he won't come after me and my family? The thoughts in her head scared Hermione. Until Loki's words rang through them all, making things clearer and clearer for Hermione. In this world where terrors roam among humans, the only way to survive and keep everyone close to you safe is by becoming a terror yourself. Hermione clenched her hands tight and continued to walk until she reached Leaky Cauldron, where the Weasley family was waiting for her. I know what to do now. I must become a Beyonder, and a strong one at that. Loki looked at Hermione leaving with a soft sigh before he turned to speak to Elaine once again. Elaine, do you want a pet like Crookshanks? Elaine looked up at Loki with wide eyes and a cute smile as she asked, can I? Loki nodded and spoke unhurriedly, come on, let's go and find you a magical pet. Then when you're playing with your friends you can show off your pet. Spending the rest of his time in Diagon Alley with Elaine choosing a pet, Loki had a fun time as he pushed thoughts about Hermione and him to the back of his mind. Meeting up with Cassandra Trelawney at the entrance of Leaky Cauldron, Loki bade farewell to Elaine, who didn't cry much this time since she'd gotten a pet Puffskein. Make sure you take full care of it, won't you, Elaine? I promise. I won't trouble Aunt Cassandra. Elaine said with a sweet smile as the Puffskein tried to insert its long tongue into her ear to eat any wax inside it. This won't be a problem, will it, Mrs. Trelawney? No, don't worry, I have my own magical pets too. A Beyonder item helps keep any unwanted questions away, so it's all right. I see. Thank you for bringing Elaine here once again today. I hope I can repay you in the future for this act of generosity of taking care of Elaine. Don't worry about it. I sense that you'll be reaching sequence 4 soon and hope you explain your abilities sometime in the future. With a short goodbye after that, Loki and Elaine along with Cassandra parted ways, leaving Loki to his own thoughts as he pondered while looking at the moon out of the window. Chapter 275, Waxbirds Strike Again. Boarding the train, Loki found himself a spot in one of the carriages, once again next to the prefect's compartment. Sitting down after levitating his trunk away onto the upper shelf, Loki relaxed while creating a soft gust of wind to cool himself because of the excessive humidity. Eventually, the train started with no one else entering Loki's compartment, leaving him some silent time to read a book Nicholas had lent to him. Ritualistic Genesis, A Way to Appease Gods. He'd given him this book to help him out on his quest to create a global world bank backed by true gods for the wizarding world. Nicholas wrote it himself, and this was the only copy around, which directly made it extremely precious. As Loki read through the book though, his thoughts floated around. What items are there for Rowena Ravenclaw or Helga Hufflepuff that could be sacrificed to awaken them? Should I first focus on identifying who the next visible person in those crystals is? Once I figure that out, it'll allow me to empower a more focused effort for their relics. I have a suspicion or rather a hunch that dealing with the god, whose physical body is visible will be easier than those with their astral projections only. Loki had asked Nicholas about the founders but he said he didn't know much about them or rather he knew less than Loki about them since he didn't even know they were true gods. Prenell had helpfully given Loki a list of their achievements in magic and otherwise along with things they were known for throughout history but none of them indicated an item of value associated with them, except Godric Gryffindor who was consistently recorded carrying an exquisite sword. Was the sword that Harry pulled out in the Chamber of Secrets the Gryffindor sword? I remember Sonny telling me he could feel powerful spirituality radiating from it even in the dream, so that does confirm that it is a beyonder item of some sort. But since Gryffindor's physical body isn't in the crystals, I think I'll get the sword from the hat once I know I don't have to do anything different. The train soon stopped and Loki stepped out, with a short greeting for Hagrid. He left the scene and entered an empty carriage whose carriage horses were a pair of Theastrals. Stroking the necks of the death horses, Loki casually activated his spirit vision and began to scan the animals in front of him. They do have a little bit of spirituality in them, just like the unicorns. Do they supply ingredients for the death pathway? Loki couldn't complete his train of thought since it was interrupted when a white-haired girl with her eyebrows frozen in a perpetual surprise stepped in and made herself home. Luna. Loki mumbled. Luna looked over but before she could speak Harry stepped into the carriage, after which Ron followed and then Hermione and Ginny. There was an uncomfortable silence in the carriage but Luna broke it by speaking. Ginny. How are you doing? I am fine. Are you all right, Luna? Ginny asked with a smile but everyone could see she was just trying to be polite. I am fantastic. No Nargles have attacked me this summer. I believe I have found a pacifist solution to keeping them away. Luna said showing off her butterbeer cork necklace. Everyone instantly became confused about what she was referring to and the conversation fell silent with Hermione frowning and thinking hard if she'd ever read anything about Nargles. Eventually, the silence, interrupted by the rhythmic trotting of the Theastrals outside became a little unbearable so Ron made some conversation with Harry. Where did you go for the last week then? I heard you and Sirius met Dumbledore. It wasn't anything grand, just a few papers to clear about him adopting me as my godfather. Did you do anything fun? I heard from Sirius he had a surprise for you. Well, whisper I'll tell you about it later. Sirius asked me not to mention it casually. Whisper. Oh. Ron fell silent, a little depressed. Their conversation prompted Loki to frown a little. Oh. Loki activated his spirit vision and confirmed his suspicion. He's become a Beyonder. However, I don't know which pathway he's chosen. Did Sirius give him the darkness pathway potion? I sure hope not. I don't want there to be an article in my newspaper that says, Harry Potter, bringer of light and singer of poems. It'd become a joke. Or I could write, Harry Potter, the next Dark Lord. Though the wand holster he's got, that's something new. I hadn't seen him wear one before. Did Sirius gift it to him or is it related to his acting of whatever pathway he's chosen? But, his spirituality seems much deeper than a simple sequence 9 for some reason, it's almost as rich as mine. But as Loki's eyes glossed over Harry he suddenly froze. Apart from the several runes that floated around the boy's spirit body indicating the several abilities Loki could steal like his ability to walk and breathe, Loki spotted something hidden. A rune that looked like a dragon. He's a spectator. No, that's not it. If he was, the rune wouldn't be so well hidden among his other normal skills. That ability is buried deep in his subconscious. A subconscious implant. Adam planted it. To do what though? Loki felt goosebumps rise on his skin because of the revelation that Adam was implanting subconscious suggestions in the hero of the wizarding world, but before he could do anything about it he heard a glassy voice interrupt his thoughts. You've got a lot of Raxburts filled in your head again. Are you all right? Luna asked calmly. Loki looked at her and then softened his gaze and tried to relax his posture while thanking Luna for speaking in such cryptic terms that everyone thought she was mad. Haha, don't worry about it. I'll be fine. I'm more worried about our dada teacher this year. You guys think there'll be someone as good as Professor Lupin this year? But before anyone else could respond, Luna said something else. Professor Lupin wasn't a good professor. He was biased. Dad says he's part of a secret hidden club that thinks they're above everyone else in the world. There was a few moments of silence before Harry almost shouted, what? He was the best. Just because he was a werewolf you can't say such foul tea-dash. Ron covered his mouth and pulled him back to his seat as he whispered in his ears, calm down. That's Luna Lovegood. Everyone calls her Loony Lovegood for a reason. She makes up stuff just to get attention. She has a few screws loose up there. Loki felt his mouth sour since even though practically everyone had heard what Ron had whispered no one took a stance against him. Rude. Just as Loki was about to speak out, Luna stepped on his toe subtly as she calmly explained while looking away, I believe the Raxburts have changed minds about who they want to nest in. But in those moments, Loki out of the corner of his eye spotted something happening to the subconscious implant in Harry's body of heart and mind. Did it just unfurl and force his behavior to change and agitate him? Why make him agitated about Professor Lupin though? Wait, did Adam put it on him so he always remains loyal to him and acts as his guard dog? What the heck, that's disgusting. Chapter 276, Temptations. Getting off the carriage at the castle gates, Loki entered the Great Hall with everyone else but split off from them to go to the Slytherin table. Sitting at the table, Loki's gaze went over Dumbledore and he felt a little repulsed by what he had done to Harry. I could steal away his subconscious suggestion, but it wouldn't do any good. He'd probably just replant it and also get alerted that someone else knew what he was doing. Tossing the thoughts to the back of his mind, Loki watched the sorting ceremony and turned toward the table to have some food after it was finished. Having eaten plenty of snacks on the train, Loki wasn't very hungry, so he kept his plate light and ended the dinner quickly with some dessert. Once everyone was similarly done, Dumbledore stood up and spoke in a soft tone that commanded silence from everyone else. I have a few announcements to make to you all. Dumbledore said, but the sky projection above everyone's heads on the ceiling suddenly crackled with lightning and thunder. The candles flickered and dimmed slightly before everyone noticed the door behind the teacher's table slam open with force enough to rattle the windows. In it stood a strange man dressed in a black rubber raincoat that was draped over a baggy suit with several pockets and items hanging from it. He wore an eye patch that was a strange eyeball spinning around in all directions as if preparing to catch an attack. And above all was the thick goat-headed staff in his hand. As the lightning in the sky behind him crackled, Loki observed the man with a strange sense of familiarity. He instantly activated his spirit vision but couldn't find anything special about him. At least that was until his gaze slipped to his hand. He's a Death Eater. Loki saw a rune of corruption hovering around his hand as if it had been branded into the soul itself. Normal spirit vision wouldn't have revealed such a mark, but because Loki could steal the corruption from the man, he could see exactly what it was even though it was hidden to look normal. And he's familiar. Was he the one who joined the Tarot Club? Ah. Moody, my friend. Dumbledore greeted, gesturing Moody to come forward. This is Alastair Moody. A celebrated auror and the person that is going to be your defense against the dark arts professor for the following year. Dumbledore gestured for Moody to come ahead and give a short speech, but the man just looked around the hall, his gaze stopping on Harry with one of his eyes while the magical one looked at Loki. Loki gave the man a soft smile and did not act out in any way. His gaze soon left them and Moody just nodded and went back to the free chair that was arranged for him on the teacher's table. I guess that was it. Now I have another announcement to make for you all. Dumbledore spoke and brought the hall back to usual silence. As unfortunate as it is, Quidditch this year will be cancelled. No. The entire hall shouted almost simultaneously. Loki frowned as he thought, cancelling the Quidditch Cup. Are they going to do something else this year? For that thing that Dominic said he was going to be posted here. Instead this year we will be inviting over 2 other highly reputed schools for the Triwizard Cup. Buaxbatons and Drumstrang. They will be arriving on Halloween's Eve. I hope everyone here presents the best face of Hogwarts in front of them. The students suddenly all fell silent and began to whisper to each other, the same question on all their minds. What's the Triwizard Tournament? Astoria asked Loki. I think I read something about it being a competition between 3 schools champions. It was discontinued because the participants would die too often. Loki said, a little unsure since he didn't remember exactly where he'd read that little tidbit. Die? Astoria asked. Her eyes, they're shining. She's not afraid, is she? Amused. Loki thought with a wry smile and turned to look at Daphne, who just shrugged to indicate that was how Astoria was. Shaking his head, Loki fell silent again since Dumbledore had spoken once again. To keep the Triwizard Tournament safer than the conditions it had been conducted 300 years earlier, it has congruently been decided by all the participating schools that only students above or exactly 17 will be allowed to participate. No. The twins shouted again, but Dumbledore paid no attention to them. Everyone soon slipped back into their common rooms, excited to discuss with each other how they would participate in the tournament and how they'd become famous for winning it. But Loki slipped away from the common room and under the cover of illusions he vanished into the room of conveniences. Arriving there, he first took a close look at the remaining frozen crystals to see if they had undergone any changes, but once he realized they were the same, Loki skipped over to a corner where he began to read the book Nicholas had given him. Ritualistic Genesis, a way to appease the gods. Ritualistic magic is a simple way to expand magic diagrams by substituting your own spirituality with things that are related directly to the deity to gain their attention so that you can ask them for a favor. All ritualistic magic has 3 stages to it. The gathering phase, the aligning phase, and finally the execution phase. The gathering phase attributes a list of the sacrifices you offer, the aligning phase aligns those gifts to the respective gods and goddesses, while the execution phase is when you use everything set up to make your request. If I'm right about what Nicholas taught me about runic spell casting, it means that I should be able to bargain with the evil gods to make a few spells of my own. But what do I tempt them with? Something that no evil god would like to reject. For a normal wizard delving into dark magic, it's probably the willingness of the wizard to become a follower or a believer. But I can't do that. So what can I tempt them with? Loki had a vague idea about what he wanted to do, but since he wasn't fully sure about it, he pushed it to the back of his mind for now. Loki casually read the book as he softly started to doze, and eventually, he fell into a deep sleep since he was a little tired from having read books all day on the train. Early the next morning, Loki got ready and dressed himself after going back to his room from where he visited the first class of his day, Transfiguration. As soon as Loki entered the class, he handed Professor McGonagall his homework, but when he submitted it at her desk she spoke softly, "Mr. Loki, I would like to have a word with you after class if that is possible." Loki looked at her, but her expression did not betray the purpose, and so he just shrugged and nodded before returning to his seat, waiting eagerly for the end of class to see what Professor McGonagall would ask of him. Does she want me to prepare another play with Mione for when the other schools arrive? But she was a little too serious for something like that. She probably wants to give me the next potion since she thinks I've most likely digested the entire potion from last year. I already planned for this, so there's nothing to worry about. Maybe, well, let's see what happens. Chapter 277, Worries. Wrapping up class, McGonagall waited by her table patiently as everyone but the 3 students she'd stopped waited behind everyone. Loki, Hermione, and Daphne. All 3 wondered why Professor McGonagall had stopped them, but even after giving each other a short glance none of them could come up with a valid reason. Is it something to do with Hogwarts, honest Mill? But we haven't done anything wrong. Does it have something to do with the investors? Loki stood in front of McGonagall's desk with the 2 others and waited for McGonagall to reveal the contents of their current source of confusion. I have a proposal for the 3 of you. McGonagall revealed in a stern voice, which slightly surprised Loki since she never used such a stern tone with a student when class was over. Especially never with students she knew quite well. Is someone making her do this? But why is she looking at Hermione like that? Did Hermione force her to do this or something? I would like to assign Miss Granger under your care after she takes a potion to become a Beyonder. Hermione's mouth instantly hung loose and Loki looked at her with his eyebrows raised while Daphne gave Hermione a slightly judging stare. She asked Professor McGonagall to become a Beyonder. No wonder she's in a terrible mood. That was awfully brave of her. I've thought this over quite a bit, along with multiple other teachers, and we think you can be allowed to become a Beyonder dash. Ah. Professor dash. I understand you want to thank me, Miss Granger, but this is a serious. Here is a list of all the starting sequences of the potions the school has. You might choose one of them. Professor dash. Hermione tried saying something else, but McGonagall didn't seem interested in hearing about it. Unless you don't want to be a Beyonder, don't interrupt me, Miss Granger. McGonagall said sternly, and once Hermione closed her mouth shut she continued, yes, as I was saying, be careful of the sequence you choose since the corresponding professor will help you. Hearing McGonagall stop, Daphne asked her a question. What do you expect us to do, Professor? I am not giving you this command as heiress Greengrass, but hope you as Miss Granger's friends help take care of her to your best. And I don't think the Greengrass family would want to reject getting close to a student that I am supporting. Daphne's narrowed eyes relaxed as she heard that and she nodded softly. I shall do my best, Professor. That is good. McGonagall said with the nod of her head and turned to look at Hermione once again. I hope you can give me your choice before the first Hogsmeade weekend, Miss Granger. If you can, it'd make things more easier. That will be all. You may leave. The trio of students nodded and left the classroom, with Hermione picking up the folded parchment the professor had given her, which contained the list of all starting sequences that teachers at Hogwarts had. To an untrained eye, Hermione's face looked to be smiling, but Loki could easily make out the slight twitches and movements in her muscles that indicated she was worried about something else. Daphne stopped midway through the corridor, turned to Hermione and spoke calmly. I didn't know you'd be crazy enough to ask Professor McGonagall about this, Mione. Haha, well, it just sort of happened when I last met her before summer and she told me she'd tell me if she'd help me after summer. Can you guys help me choose the right potion for me? I mean, the 2 of you know much more about this stuff than me, Sue. Daphne nodded immediately but said, Madame Pomfrey is expecting me, so I need to leave right now. Why don't we decide this when we meet each other in room 2-21 in the evening? Sure. Hermione nodded. As Daphne split from them at the stairs, Hermione was about to walk onto a different set of stairs, but Loki's last words froze her in her step. What are you worried about, Mione? Haha, what can I be worried about? I'm happy that I'll get to be a Beyonder like you 2 now. Are you sure? You know you can tell me about anything that's worrying you, right? Hermione wet her lips and gulped a little but said nothing for a few seconds as if she was deliberating over something, yet she chose to put up a fake smile on her lips and spoke calmly. I'm just a little worried about if I will be able to do this properly, you know, after what you told me back in Diagon Alley. That's all. Nothing big. I see. Loki nodded and walked onto a different set of stairs, allowing Hermione to choose one that would lead her to the Gryffindor common room. So she's worried about the option I gave her as Mr. Error. She's probably worried that Mr. Error will be angry with her if she rejects him. Seeing Loki going towards the dungeons, Hermione stepped off the staircase that took her to the Gryffindor common room and ended up inside the second-floor girls' lavatory instead. Her mind buzzed with various possibilities. Will it be alright to choose one of the pathways Professor McGonagall has given me? Ag. I can't even talk to anyone about Mr. Error. What if he gets angry about me not choosing him? I also remember him saying that the person who wanted to help me has already paid the price to help me too. Wouldn't that be wasted then? What if it was something expensive? Mr. Error probably doesn't even need money, so he probably paid with his soul or something. How do I ask for help in this case? Should I ask Loki to help me? No. He probably won't be able to do anything against a literal god. I don't want to drag him into this mess too. An unwilling expression appeared on Hermione's face as she looked at herself in the mirror. She drenched her face in cold running water to get herself calm and kickstart her brain to generate some ideas, but she couldn't figure out a risk-free way to get out of this problem. The only way is to decline Mr. Error's help. But I can try one thing. I just hope he doesn't take offense and acts calmly like I mean for him to. Inside the room of conveniences, Loki looked at his wand before thinking up of the new ideas for his new dark magic spells. I could tell the true gods that I can steal their madness for a few seconds as long as I use their spell, can't I? But that would reveal my identity as Mr. Error's blessed. Is there a way I can fool the true gods about my identity? Nicholas said that there are various guards and restrictions in normal magic that prevent one from being affected by a god. So my answer about keeping my identity hidden is probably inside it. Especially since Death Eaters can use white magic too, which probably means that normal magic has a way of hiding the caster's identity. But how does that work? If your identity is hidden, how does a true god know the intent behind your spell? Chapter 278, Tarot Club, Misunderstandings, 1. The month ended smoothly with no troubles popping up. Loki fooled McGonagall and Snape into believing that he had been given the Melee Scholar potion by Nicholas Flamel, who he'd asked for help through a simple letter requesting that he wanted to keep his pathway a secret. But that was a story for another time. Hermione extensively discussed with Daphne and Loki the pathway she should pick, and they slowly ruled out various pathways based on Hermione's preferences. And from the list of pathways and their corresponding teachers, Loki benefited as much as Hermione, because it allowed him to confirm the pathways of all the teachers at Hogwarts. The main professors, the heads of houses, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout and Professor Snape were of the Mystery Prior, Savant, Planter, and the Apothecary pathway. Loki estimated they were all at least demigods, since he was sure Professor Snape was one. Of the auxiliary professors, Hagrid was of the Warrior pathway and Sybil Trelawney was of the Reader pathway. Not much was mentioned about the other professors, and Loki guessed that was because they were most likely not holders of a unique pathway or even demigods of their respective pathways. The easiest to eliminate was the Warrior pathway, since Hermione didn't want to become a fighter. Next, she eliminated the Planter and the Apothecary pathway since she wasn't very interested in the field of herbology or potion making. And given her dislike for the subject of divination and her attitude towards Trelawney in the third year, she gave up on the Reader pathway even though she loved reading books. This left Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick for her to choose. And after debating very much and asking a bunch of questions to both the teachers and her fellow helpers, Hermione came to a conclusion in her bed, unable to sleep on Sunday midnight. Well, I have to stay awake for the Tarot Club meeting anyway. I hope I don't get smote by Mr. Error for not choosing his help. Wouldn't this waste the sacrifice of whoever wanted me to choose the unknown potion? Whatever, if they were someone I could trust, they'd probably tell me about it themselves, instead of hiding behind curtains. Giving the clock on her bed one last glance as it struck midnight, Hermione went over the speech sheet prepared to reject Mr. Error and collapsed into the bed with her eyes closed, pretending to be asleep so that she wouldn't startle anyone else in her room. A flood of crimson red filled Hermione's vision as a grey fog rolled in all around her. Almost immediately she found herself standing along with 5 other people in front of their giant chairs around the giant table at whose head a figure shrouded in grey fog was sitting. Hermione immediately bowed with diligence. "Good evening, Mr. Error." Everyone else followed Hermione and greeted Loki without delay before they all sat down on their respective chairs after Loki nodded slowly. "I have good news for you today." Loki started the meeting, causing a ripple of silence to spread in the minds of the 3 people before him. Good news. Having gained everyone's attention, Loki spoke calmly. "A new member will be joining us today. He is my blessed and he hopes you treat him just as you've been treating each other, with camaraderie." Loki pointed opposite to himself and caused everyone to turn around to look behind them. Since Loki was the center of attention till now, no one had realized that there was another person sitting behind them, so no one had seen him till now. The person shrouded in fog like them all and hidden by a mirage stood up and spoke in a hoarse tone that was hard to identify. "You can call me Mr. World. I'm open to accepting missions around the area I currently live in, which is Great Britain. Mr. World is British. Did he study in Hogwarts?" Hermione thought. I accept cash, both Muggle and Wizarding, Beyonder ingredients, Beyonder characteristics, and also help with my missions as payment. I'm also a famed crafter, so if you give me the right materials or money, you can get a pretty sweet item out of it. I hope all of you that are part of this gathering learn the greatness of Mr. Error just like I did. With the short introduction, Mr. World sat back down in his seat and looked around at everyone to see if they wanted to say something to him. Good evening, Mr. World, no offense but I'm sorry I didn't see you earlier. Dominic politely said once Loki's illusionary projection finished speaking. None taken. However, in Hermione's mind there was something else going on. Was this person who Mr. Error was referring to the last time he gave me that offer? But from the faint outline of his body and posture, he doesn't seem to be a person I recognize. And his voice, I've never heard of such a person before. Did he use an enchanted item to change his looks and voice? Or do I really have a stalker? You. Meanwhile, why is Mione's most prominent feeling disgust after seeing Mr. World? Loki wondered. Unknown to Mr. Devil what his colleagues were thinking, he spoke softly from his seat. You said you were a crafter. Can you give me an example of what you can craft? Mr. World looked at Mr. Devil as if he was analyzing him for a few seconds before he spoke again. Mr. Devil, right? Sorry, I don't know everyone's names right now, so it took me a moment. I can craft anything short of giving life to an object. So you're of the savant pathway. Sorry, I cannot answer that. Do you have any requisitions for me? Mr. Devil looked at Mr. World for a few seconds before he said, I need an item that can allow me to confound anyone. Loki made Mr. World think by staring off into the distance for a bit before he turned back and nodded. I can do that, but given how long the item has to last, you might have to return the item to me to recharge it. How much? Mr. Devil instantly asked. About 300 galleons will give you a few weeks with it. Loki heard Hermione suck a sharp breath but remained firm in controlling his illusory puppet. Mr. Devil thought for a few seconds before he spoke softly with a nod. Done. But how are you going to send me the item? Mr. World looked at Loki directly and spoke softly. Lord, may I sacrifice the item for you to bestow directly to Mr. Devil? Loki stayed silent for a few seconds before nodding. You may. Mr. World sighed in relief and looked back at Mr. Devil. This way shouldn't be a problem, right? You can pray to Mr. Error and he will give you the item while you give him the appropriate amount. All while our identities are never revealed. As Mr. Devil and Mr. World were talking to each other, Dominic on the side had a strange thought. Didn't Mr. Error tell us he was a heretic related to you-know-who? Then why is he helping him? But then an even stranger thought floated through his mind. Oh. Is Mr. Error using his bless to send Mr. Devil a faulty item that will kill him in the end by malfunctioning? Brilliant. Mr. World nodded and finalized the deal with Mr. Devil at £300 and Loki swept his gaze over Dominic and Hermione. Why's Dominic's predominant expression adoration? Who is he adoring so much? Hermione. That's. Is he? No. I'm sure it's something else. Maybe he was reminded of his grandma or something. Or maybe a superhero. Yeah, he probably feels that Mr. World is a great person. Are there even superheroes in the wizarding world? I mean, there was Lockhart. Chapter 279, Tarot Club, Misunderstandings, 2. Is it possible to trade for knowledge, Mr. Error? Loki gave Snape a penetrating stare while wondering what the man wanted to ask him about. Something that he wants to ask a god about. Something that only a god would know. Do I even know any such thing? But Loki simply nodded. If it is just something that I don't know about, I can just tell him that he isn't high enough in sequence to learn about it. Snape paused for a few seconds to word his question right, before asking the question without any frills. Could Mr. Error share with us the location of the Chaos Sea? Loki's brows raised in surprise. The Chaos Sea. The God Almighty pathway. Adam. So Professor Snape is trying to help him. Or is it just a test of my knowledge that Adam wants to use to see how ancient I am? Either way, I can't tell him anything about the location since I don't know anything about it myself. Loki then used his spirit vision to study the body of heart and mind of Snape. Although most of his thoughts are hidden behind a runic barrier, the color of his aura is clear enough. A tinge of blue indicates that he is thinking deeply, but there is also a bright tinge of red that indicates he is a little excited, and is waiting in anticipation of what I will say and how I'll respond. As the silence grew louder, everyone leaned in to show their interest regarding such information. Although none of them even knew that Snape was talking about a spherote, they all felt that if the mostly silent Mr. Moon had something to say, it was probably very interesting. Except Loki disappointed them all by saying, "You are not strong enough to learn about it yet, Loki said with a pause as he gauged Snape's reaction. His colors dimmed a little. Did he expect to learn something more? Well, I can't disappoint him that much too, now can I? And so Loki continued. Places like those will contaminate you the more you know about them. And if you already know about it, then it is more likely than not that you will run into them or be contaminated by them in some way. Everyone had a slightly different reaction to those words. Hermione was amazed that simply learning about something would contaminate you in some way. At the same time, Fleur and Dominic were amazed more than not by Mr. Error's willingness to share such information with Snape to make sure that he wouldn't be contaminated. Would it be inconvenient for him if we were contaminated? Snape thought when he was presented with the information, while Mr. Devil looked at all with a sense of amusement. Mr. Error is an entity that knows information that could be dangerous even to a demigod. I should inform the Lord about it. I'm sure he will have a few questions he would like answers to too. But everyone in the castle also understood the meaning of Loki's words. As long as you were anyone worth knowing about, you'd already know such a thing. Loki's words had the intended effect on Snape since his aura was suddenly contaminated by a tinge of green, which indicated calm and thoughtfulness. But before Loki could dismiss the question, Snape suddenly asked something else. Respected Mr. Error, if I were to trade the information with you regardless, what would the price be? Loki frowned when he heard this, but knowing that this was the principle he had said in the first gathering, he spoke again after thinking for a few seconds. You are too weak, Loki said, shaking his head softly. Everyone that was feeling a little afraid that Snape was stepping outside his line by asking Mr. Error the question again when he had already tried to tell him that he was not strong enough politely, nodded their heads. Especially Sirius, who looked at Snape with a sense of pure joy and satisfaction. Ha! What a fool! But then a gnawing worm pinched the back of Sirius's mind. Well, it isn't like I wouldn't like to know more about it myself, but I understand that Mr. Error is being kind to us. But should we all try and pressure him into answering? I mean, can he withstand the amazingness of us, of me? His little disciples. I mean, if this is all just a dream that I'm having, can't I direct it in a way that would help me a little more? Isn't bossing around a true god more serious-like? It would be a great achievement for the Marauders. Why am I so weak in this dream anyway? Shouldn't I be the one sitting at the head of the table? What a strange dream. Finally, Loki continued. You can't satisfy the trade. You have nothing interesting enough for me to know about. Snape frowned a little but understood that he was trying to bargain with a true god. Either way, it showed to everyone in the Sapphira Castle that Mr. Error wasn't as ruthless a figure as they had made up in their minds. This was especially helpful for Hermione, who was still worried about how she was going to reject Mr. Error's proposal for her to become a Beyonder of an unknown pathway. Just as Loki was about to end the topic and move on, Snape asked another question, this time to Mr. World. Mr. World, if I might ask another question. Snape said with a slightly more respectful tone than before, causing Loki to feel a little insulted. The hell is he more respectful to an illusion? Loki made Mr. World look at him and nodded after a few seconds. He won't ask me something strange again, will he? Mr. World, you appeared in a dream of mine. Loki's eyes widened when he heard that, as did the other members of the Tarot Club. The words caused everyone to behave strangely. While Hermione was just confused like always, Sirius and Mr. Devil both narrowed their eyes, since this meant that Snape's spirituality was trying to warn him about something. Especially because this was Mr. World's first gathering. Why am I in his dreams? Did his spirituality warn him about something? But how did he know about me before I even appeared here? What do you want me to do about it? Mr. World asked with clear displeasure. Snape didn't retreat and instead spoke to him in more detail. In my dream, you said the following words, time to cure the moon of its sickness. I wanted to know if you know what this means. Loki's brows shot up. I did that. There are two interpretations to the dream. One is that I cure Professor Snape himself of some corruption. The other is much more scary. I cure the real moon from the corruption of Mother Goddess of Depravity. Loki quickly scanned Mr. Moon using his spirit vision to check for any signs of corruption or even subconscious manipulation from Adam, like he had noticed in Harry Potter, but either he was too weak to see any such thing, or to his disappointment it meant that the second option was the right one. So Mr. World spoke with carefully measured words. I can think of a few meanings to the strange dream, but I think our Lord would know if I am right or wrong. Snape frowned, as did everyone else. Each one of them thought similarly. Was the matter not as simple as we had thought? And when Mr. World looked at Mr. Error, he just stayed silent and shook his head calmly. Mr. World sighed before turning to Mr. Moon to speak again. I'm sorry I cannot share this information with you. But it isn't because the price hasn't been met, but because you aren't strong enough yet to know about such things. Snape's frown only deepened, but he didn't argue this. Chapter 280, Tarot Club, Proposition. Given the denial, everyone almost immediately connected Snape's dream with a true god. Each one of them had their own delusions, with Mr. Devil being the closest, since he simply knew that most other true gods didn't like his master and they all sought to kill him. But even he didn't know the enormity of the matter. But what was common among them all was that each one of them was amazed at Mr. Moon for being able to come in direct contact with his true god, even though it was only a dream. Fleur, who had only ever been singled out by her goddess by her rejecting to speak with her or respond to her rituals, felt a strange sense of unease as she glanced at her seatmate. Loki looked at Snape, whose aura was swimming with disappointment, and gently wrapped his fingers on the edge of the table. Everyone noticed this and turned to look at what Mr. Error had to say. Once everyone was paying attention to him, Loki finally spoke solemnly. Don't think about these matters beyond the boundaries of the tarot gathering. Everyone's eyes widened slightly while Hermione began cursing herself. Why did you even tell it to us, Mr. Moon? Did I need to hear this? Couldn't you have just requested a private room as Mr. World did with Mr. Devil for their transaction? It wasn't just Hermione who was cursing Snape, but everyone else too. And being the star of the show, Sirius cursed out loud. But instead of talking directly to Snape, he spoke to Mr. World instead. Thank you for showing us that method that allows us to keep our affairs private, Mr. World. If you hadn't, we would have never realized that we could do such a thing. How could we have ever guessed? Oh God. Forbid my smooth brain from being able to think such divine thoughts. I hope my brain is not filled with such divinity ever again. I would never be able to handle it. Loki nearly snorted because he was holding back his laughter as he tried his best to interrupt Sirius's rants. It was especially funny to him because he knew Snape and Sirius hated each other's guts. After a few seconds, however, when everyone started getting bored of Sirius's insults, Mr. World interrupted with an offer. I have a proposition to make, Dash. I hope your proposition isn't going to fill me with the divine grace of a true god, Mr. World. Perhaps you'll have to save me next. Like a damsel in distress. Oh. My dear hero. Mr. World. My world. Don't let the gods interfere with our lives. Oh no. Sirius interrupted and Loki barely managed to stop himself from laughing. Everyone else was quivering lightly while stealing glances in Mr. Moon's direction. Snape found this unbearable and hence spoke with slight annoyance in his tone. This tomfoolery isn't what is needed here. Matters beyond life and death of a simpleton like yours are being discussed. Dash. Oh. Boo-hoo. How will I ever save myself from the assaults of a ruthless man who is trying to impale me with knowledge that I should never have learned to begin with? This barbarian. He's trying to spear me with the romance of a forbidden love. How can I save myself from this smooth-brained troll? Oh Lord mercy have me you. Loki was dumbfounded at Sirius's bravery to act like this in front of a true god. But since he didn't want to seem bothered by such silly matters, he said nothing directly. Instead, he spoke as Mr. World. Thank you for those detailed dramatizations, Mr. Star. I'm sure you would love to be an actor one day. Aren't we all actors? Trying to pretend our madness does not exist. Either way, *ahem as I was saying Dash. I have a proposition for everyone here to offer. At least for those that have true gods in their pathways here. Mr. World's words got everyone's attention and they all quietened down. I would like it if it were possible for you all to arrange a request for me to meet the true gods of your respective pathways. Of course, the payment for being able to secure this will be immense. I can reward each of you with about 7,000 galleons for this, along with the promise of several high-tier mystical items for free as long as you provide me with the required materials. Like everyone else, Fleur was immediately interested and she frowned a little before speaking up first. That's too little for a meeting. Mr. World looked at Fleur and shook his head. Not as long as you tell them I am Mr. Error's blessed. But that was when Mr. Devil spoke up. I can give you a ritual to communicate with the true goddess of my pathway right now if you want. It will be immediate and you will get a direct response 100% of the time. Although Loki knew Mr. Devil was just talking about Mother Tree of Desire, he didn't dismiss him. He had a simple reason. If he collected a highly valued ritual that connected to her, wouldn't he be able to use it to do some harm to her at some point? After all, I'm Mr. Error. Oh. And what would you like for it? Mr. World asked, leaning in Mr. Devil's direction. I would like you to give me the item that can cause mental interferences for no price. Although no one else noticed, Loki did see that Snape was in a soft sense of confusion and turmoil. He's worried about Mr. Devil going against someone as a spectator. Why? Wouldn't such a crime be easy to identity? Since the only spectator around, Adam. What is Mr. Devil even going to do with such an item? Give him a good back scratching to the authorities. I doubt he's even capable of that much. There's a vast difference between a simple mystical item and an angel that can think reality into existence. Unless he uses it to brainwash and gather people for the next few months during which time he hides them to perform one grand ritual to gain power because of their sacrifices. Or sacrifice them to her. I don't get that vibe from Mr. Devil. He's eager to do something big, but he comes off as naive, almost like a poser. Mr. World pretended to think for a while before he spoke softly, I can do it. But you'll have to give me the Beyondner characteristics of the spectator pathway. Otherwise, it'll be extremely difficult to get what you want without alerting the wrong people that I'm sure neither of us wants to offend. Mr. Devil paused at this for a few seconds before pinching his chin as he spoke with a feverish grin. I would love to do that. It will take me some time to gather the Beyonder characteristics, but I can get it in a few days' time. Loki's brows quivered, but since everyone was looking at Mr. World, everyone missed it. Seriously? A few days? For the Beyonder characteristics of a pathway that no one has any idea about and is considered mostly extinct. I guess Harry's villain has some stored and hidden away. How convenient. Chapter 281, Tarot Club, Misunderstanding, 3. If that is all, then we shall end the gathering here. By your will. Loki controlled Mr. World to say after standing up with a formal bow, causing the remaining people to follow. With a simple wave, Loki disconnected the connection of everyone but Hermione with the Sapphire Castle, causing them vanish. And since Hermione was still here, Loki changed the illusion of Mr. World to behave similarly and vanish from view, leaving just the two of them in the castle. Have you come to a conclusion? Hermione, who was a little nervous, started to speak slowly. I have, Mr. Error. And I would like to ask you for help, Mr. Error. Hermione said quickly with a bow. Help? From me? Wasn't she going to choose the mystery prior pathway? Loki was stunned at the sudden outcome that he hadn't expected, but nevertheless, he placed his elbows on the edge of the table and rested his chin on his intertwined fingers. Help? I hope you know it comes with a price. Loki asked politely while maintaining an impression of mystery. Does she want to actually choose the path I offered her, but she wants to reject Professor McGonagall without feeling bad? But she seemed so interested in choosing the mystery prior pathway. Is Mione so good at acting? No, I must be misunderstanding something. Meanwhile, Hermione's head was thinking something similar. Yes. Hermione, do this. Explain to him how you have another opportunity to become a Beyonder so that Mr. Error will come up with the idea of dropping his offer himself. If he thinks he came up with the idea, perhaps he won't be as angry as I'd guessed. Hermione stood up from her bow and explained her situation. A professor in my school just offered me the opportunity to become a Beyonder of the mystery prior pathway, so you want to trick the teacher into thinking you have accepted her potion while really you want to choose my offer. Loki said, activating his spirit vision and looking at Hermione. She's super panicked. Am I that scary to her? Hermione, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. Oh, how did it turn into this? Wouldn't you usually conclude that you wanted to choose the safer option and not some mysterious potion some random god offered? I see. Loki accepted Hermione's silence as she agreeing with what he said, since he saw the words, mysterious potion, safer option, and God on her body of heart and mind. I guess she's thinking that having a god look after her would be the best option. But why does she trust me so much? I shall forward your request to my adorer. Your potion will be ready along with the solution for your troubles soon, at most by the next gathering. Hermione was too stunned to speak. What? But Hermione couldn't gather the courage to clear up the festering misunderstanding. It seemed as if she was destined to drink this new potion that she knew nothing about. She slowly bowed and said, by your will, to mimic those before her so that she could get out of this place and situation that was turning worse and worse for her by the second. You may leave. Loki said and waved his hand, disconnecting Hermione from the Sapphire Castle. As soon as Hermione arrived in her bedroom, she turned around and buried her head under her pillow before letting out a muffled, angry shout. Arrgh. How stupid is he? How is a god this stupid? Is he smooth-brained? Does he think I'm his fan or something? Arrgh. Hermione struck the bed while flailing her legs around, but in the end, she collapsed because she'd gotten exhausted. With a sigh, Loki thought about Hermione's request. How can I make her pretend to be a mystery prior? Does the sequence 9 of the door pathway, the apprentice, have the ability to perform divination? I don't think so, and I have an idea that could trick everyone else. I think so. But I have to experiment to find out if I can actually do this. Loki waved his hand and caused an illusion similar to himself appear in the Sapphire Castle. Along with the humanoid illusion, Loki used the Sapphire Castle to form a paper and pen. Then, leaving the castle to return back to his room, Loki quickly sacrificed the Ring of Harvest and placed it on the illusion's finger. Exiting the Sapphire Castle, Loki closed his eyes and concentrated. Just as he was about to give up, he felt a tangible control over something beyond space and time. I can still feel my illusion that's inside the Sapphire Castle. Controlling from far away, Loki directed his illusion to pick up the pen he left in the Sapphire Castle and write a statement on it. I can still use the soul of the mystery prior in the Ring of Harvest for a divination. With his eyes closed, Loki entered cogitation and exploited his connection to the illusion inside the Sapphire Castle to send the Ring of Harvest some of his spirituality to use the soul of the mystery prior. With his illusion's hand raised over the paper from which a topaz pendulum hung, Loki repeated the divination statement 7 times inside his mind. Opening his eyes, Loki tried to feel how the pendulum was moving, but he couldn't figure anything out. But when he quickly entered the Sapphire Castle, he saw the topaz pendulum on the illusion moving clockwise. Oh! It works. I just need to find a way to connect the pendulum moving to a realistic effect in the real world and then Hermione can pretend to divine. There's one trouble though, she'll be able to divine things without any interference, which means she might divine about something related to a true god or high sequence beyonder if she's not careful. A simple warning should do, right? Yeah, Mione's a stickler for rules, so she shouldn't try and do anything stupid. With his experiment successful, Loki went back to his room and fell asleep with a plan to improve the method to help Hermione pretend to be a mystery prior by tomorrow. Waking up the next day and having breakfast at the Slytherin table, Loki walked up to his potions class and on the way met Hermione. "How are you doing, Mione?" Hermione sent a sharp glare his way and then proceeded to ignore him as she began to walk faster to find herself the potions chambers. "What happened?" Loki asked puzzled. "Look," Hermione said, stopping in her tracks as she turned to look at Loki, "I'm not in a good mood, so don't annoy me right now." "Is that too much to understand?" Whoa. All right. You don't need to be so rude about it. Sigh, I'm just not in a good mood right now, Loki. See you. I hope you do well in class today. Loki watched Hermione leave and activated spirit vision to check on her health and emotions. She seems fine and rational, what's wrong with her then? Perhaps she's angry that she has to wait to become a Beyonder. Strange. Whatever, I need to carve some runes. I hope I can finish preparing everything soon, or I'm sure Professor McGonagall might get suspicious about why Mione is taking so long to come to a decision. Chapter 282, Sequence 9. Will it work? Mr. Error is a true god, he surely won't make any mistakes. Right. Nervous after coming so far, Miss Granger? Professor McGonagall asked by placing her hand on Hermione's shoulder. She'd mellowed out a little, having accepted the fate that Hermione was about to become a Beyonder and enter a world similar to hers. It took her a couple of weeks, but she'd done it with motivation from her colleagues and Loki's example. Don't worry about losing control, Miss Granger. I will be right by your side and help you through everything that is going to happen. McGonagall's calm, steady tone brought some confidence into Hermione's slightly trembling body. With a strained smile, she spoke with some confidence, "Then I'll be in your care, Professor McGonagall." McGonagall smiled and nodded. Hermione gripped the small flask in front of her and in a single movement brought it to her lips. The neon blue concoction slipped into her mouth, slowly at first and all at once like a chain being whipped. With the disappearance of the concoction, Hermione felt something thick slip through her gullet and then land in her stomach. It felt heavy and hot. She could feel her body burning up, but before the concoction could do anything else to her, it vanished for a moment before being replaced by another that instantly cooled her down. The cooling feeling slowly grew stronger and stronger, her fingers first trembled, then her lips quivered and her teeth clattered. Eventually, the tips of her hair started to freeze into ice like she was in a frozen tundra. "What's happening to me, Professor?" Hermione asked with slight worry as she gripped the table in front of her to maintain her balance. "I understand you're nervous, Miss Granger, but I suggest you listen to my voice and do exactly as I say." Hermione quickly nodded. "Please close your eyes and divert all your focus on a singular object. A spherical orb of light would do." Hermione closed her eyes and began to imagine exactly what Professor McGonagall asked her to. This wasn't the first time she'd been given this instruction. Daphne and Loki had both told her about this too. Even Mr. Error had given her a short letter written by her hidden benefactor that mentioned it. She was as prepared as she could be. But there was still a hesitance in her mind that emerged because of what Mr. Error had planned for her. The outline of a white ball of light came up in her vision and began to take precedence over everything else in her mind. Her mind, which was a sea of chaos just a few moments earlier, was now turning into a still lake. It felt like she'd suddenly become distanced from the happenings of her mind. Like she could see exactly where and how each ripple originated. It didn't take her long to achieve perfect stability, causing the mutations that had recently occurred on her to fall off. The temperature began to rise once again and color returned to her skin while the ice that had formed around her began to sublimate into vapor. You have gained control over yourself, Miss Granger. You can open your eyes slowly now by reminding your mind to exit the state of cogitation now. Having heard this, Hermione slowly reminded her subconscious that it was all right to get out of cogitation. Her mind, which was a still lake, slowly started to ripple and turned into a calm seafront once again. Everything still looked chaotic, but it was rhythmic and much more manageable now. As soon as Hermione opened her eyes, Professor McGonagall's emerald green eyes came into view. "Did I do it, Professor?" Hermione asked with a hint of nervousness. McGonagall gave her one last look from top to bottom, and once she was happy with her examination, she nodded with a soft smile. "Yes. Miss Granger, you've done it. You've become a Beyonder." Hermione instantly let out a clear sigh of relief that she didn't know she was holding. A smile blossomed on her face too, and she bowed lightly while thanking Professor McGonagall. "Professor, thank you for helping me." "Oh. Do not worry about it. I was only doing my best as your new mentor." Hermione smiled but shook her head and thanked Professor McGonagall sincerely. Meanwhile, in the Sapphire Castle, Loki eyed the floating neon blue potion that was in front of him. What do I do with this now? Give it to someone. Sell it in the black market. I'll keep it with me for a while. Maybe I can find a use for it. Using a random container, Loki placed the entire potion he'd conveniently replaced with the Sequence 9 Apprentice Pink Bubbling Potion into it and tossed it into the pile of random stuff he'd obtained over the years. The entire series of events played past Loki's mind as he thought to check to see if he'd made any mistakes during the entire operation. Loki'd gotten Hermione to pray to him the night before she'd been given the potion by Professor McGonagall and pray mentally once again when she was about to take the potion. This allowed him to enter the Sapphire Castle quickly and use his connection to her through the prayer to steal the potion in her stomach and replace it with his own concoction by blessing her with it. The entire operation was nearly instantaneous and very quick with no room for, as funny as it sounds, any errors or mistakes. Loki used the moment of the potion interacting with the body, the moment when it turned illusory and became a part of the entire body waiting to be digested by acting to change the potion so that Professor McGonagall, who was most definitely using spirit vision, wouldn't spot anything wrong with the entire process. He did it by swiping his hand and stealing the rune of the potion that attached itself to Hermione's body after she consumed it through the window to the real world created by the prayer to Mr. Error. Glad it worked. Now all that needs to work is Mione's divination when she finally learns how to do various divinations from either Daphne and me or Professor McGonagall herself. Who would have thought that I could fool for a third time, Professor McGonagall? As Loki was drowning in narcissistic comments, Hermione, who was in the girls' lavatory, folded her hands into a prayer and spoke softly. The era that does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The one who walks the veiled path lost to history. I thank you for your loving grace. I thank you for helping me smoothly take my first steps as a Beyonder. With her prayer done, Hermione left the washroom after flushing and washing her hands. We can begin learning more now, Professor. Hermione said with a smile. Loki, who had just received another prayer, simply blanketed it in his spirituality before speaking. I'm aware. After closing his connection with Hermione's Crimson Star, Loki looked at the few other stars and then narrowed his eyes on Snape's. I hadn't expected Adam to figure out about my little club so soon. I hope he doesn't interfere or do anything stupid. It would be good to collaborate with him if possible. He might be able to help me set up my own advancement rituals. I could also help him set up Harry's advancement rituals by pretending to be Gairman Sparrow or another one of Mr. Error's Blessed or something. I'm sure having a person on the inside would make his job easier. But I need to make sure I don't get caught up in his schemes. Chapter 283, Tricked. Clap clap. All right, Miss Granger, if you could show me what your friends have been teaching you for the last week. Professor McGonagall said with a slight smile. Yes, Professor, Hermione said, and from the corner of her eyes noticed Daphne and Loki cheering for her. Taking a deep breath in and letting out a warm puff to cool herself, Hermione pulled out the quartz pendulum that was wrapped around her left arm, something she'd picked up from Loki, who always had one wrapped around his own arm. The pendulum was allowed to freely come to a standstill, after which Hermione used cogitation to enter a half-sleep-like state and speak her statement for divination 7 times. The result of the next coin toss that Professor McGonagall will perform will be heads. Keeping her eyes closed until she repeated the sentence, Hermione slowly opened her eyes and returned from cogitation. And much to the expectations of everyone in the room, the pendulum in Hermione's hand began to spin anti-clockwise. Anti-clockwise means a negative outcome, so that means the next toss will be a tails. Hermione confidently stated. But just when McGonagall was about to speak, Hermione interrupted her by mumbling something Loki had told her, but divination is not all-powerful. So unless you're interfering with my divination, Professor McGonagall, the coin could also land on tails or its side. McGonagall smiled and sent the galleon in her hand for a free toss. The coin flipped multiple times in the air and in front of everyone landed in a perfect crack in the wooden teacher's desk. It was neither heads nor tails. It seems like you've gotten a little bit of divination down already, Miss Granger. McGonagall nodded and looked at Hermione affectionately. Have you been hearing any murmurings or seeing things you should see, Miss Granger? No, Professor. Although I do hear such things occasionally, I make sure to ignore them. Good. McGonagall praised and then looked at Loki and Daphne, who were standing off to the side. You've both done well to teach her. Loki and Daphne smiled at the genuine praise and nodded. Seeing the three of you together, I think it is the right time for me to reveal my purpose of including you in taking part in Miss Granger's teachings, McGonagall said in a little stern tone. There was a reason. Yes. McGonagall nodded, and it seems like Miss Greengrass has figured out my purpose. Loki looked at Daphne and saw her nod when she met his gaze. As Daphne looked at McGonagall, she spoke softly. Professor McGonagall wants us to form a team and participate in school missions. You couldn't be more right, Miss Greengrass. The three of you will be forming a team and helping senior students on missions they are given for as long as it is deemed okay for you to do so. Hermione felt a burst of excitement at being involved in the Beyonder world, but Loki's next question put a dent in her blossoming plans. What are these missions like? Will we be working for or with nobles? Sorry, Daff, I don't mean to offend you. McGonagall looked at the trio and released a soft sigh but spoke while pinching her nose. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Loki, a majority of the Beyonders are from noble houses, so it is unavoidable to work with them. But I would like you to also know that the Hogwarts staff maintains strict standards for those allowed in these missions. Loki nodded and looked at McGonagall with the rest of his new team. Your first mission is during this upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, where you'll be investigating a series of supernatural attacks that have been taking place in the Muggle world. Shouldn't this be something the Aurors or the Unspeakables do? Loki asked again. Yes. It is something they will do. You will only be assistants who do simpler tasks. Your aim is to learn to use your Beyonder abilities, and the best place to do so is on the field. I understand. All details of the mission will be handed over to you on the day of the mission itself, so you may leave right now. Make sure to be in my office early on Sunday. Be no later than 7 in the morning or you'll be penalized for delaying everyone else. McGonagall said with a stern face. Loki stepped out of the classroom with Hermione and Daphne and spoke to them. Seems a bit unreal, doesn't it? Loki said with a soft smile. Yes, I'd never thought that joining a simple newspaper-making club would drag me into the Beyonder world. Hermione said softly. Hey, no point complaining now that you're a part of it. And weren't you the one that asked Professor McGonagall to become one in the first place? Loki, Hermione, and Daphne split up after that, with Loki and Daphne heading towards the dungeons. It was a mostly silent walk until Daphne spoke up. What do you think our first mission is going to be about? Didn't Professor McGonagall say it was about some attacks in the Muggle world? Perhaps we're dealing with someone who is acting out one of the corrupted pathways. Loki knew Daphne had a lot of mysticism knowledge, being someone from a noble household, so he didn't have to explain to her about the corrupted pathways, although she did look at him with raised eyebrows when he said that. Possible. But that makes it more dangerous for Hermione to be involved in. Professor McGonagall wouldn't involve Hermione so recklessly in such a troublesome matter. I know. But I think she's hurrying because... I think it's because she thinks you know who is coming back. That incident at the World Cup camp signifies his return, doesn't it? Daphne remained silent as she walked beside Loki, and eventually, when they reached the Slytherin dormitory door, she spoke. I'm worried Hermione will do something that goes by her sense of justice. I don't think that'll happen. She's surprisingly good at keeping her secrets. Loki stated, causing Daphne to raise her brows. Haven't you seen her help Harry and Ron each year with random stuff while keeping everything a secret? I'm sure she'll temper herself with time. Loki tried explaining his reasoning. I hope it is as you say. I don't want to work with a fussy newbie on our team. Any mistake she makes will reflect badly on the Greengrass family. There's a simple way to avoid that. Just ask Professor McGonagall to assign you the position of the leader for our team. Daphne appeared to ponder on Loki's suggestion for a minute before she nodded and said, That's a nice idea. I will ask Professor McGonagall about it. Thank you. It was nice talking to you, Princess Daphne, Loki said with an exaggerated bow before he spoke the Slytherin password for the week. Salazar. Does he get notified of this place each time someone says the password? Returning to his room, Loki entered the Sapphira Castle and looked at the small illusion he had created, which was holding a new topaz pendulum hanging from its wrist. This was a special topaz pendulum. It was tied to Hermione's pendulum through runes, and when Hermione passed her intent into it using magic, this pendulum performed the same task using the soul of the mystery prior in the Ring of Harvest. For now, this made it so that Loki couldn't divine much about anything himself. However, it was only a temporary setback since Loki was working on making another pair that was connected to the same contraption. Daphne didn't say anything about Meoni's connection with the Sapphira Castle while using her spirit vision. This could mean that either the connection is near invisible since it managed to also fool Professor McGonagall, or that Daphne chose to ignore our connection for now. Chapter 284, A Different Perspective. Dumbledore looked at the door, his crystal-like blue eyes peering over his half-moon spectacles as he slowly closed the thick book in his hand and placed it back on the stand where a rather eager Quill was bounding back and forth on the stilts, waiting to be reunited with it. Dumbledore then calmly waved his wand before speaking out loud. My doors are always open for you, Severus. There was a soft pause after Dumbledore said that before the ancient wooden door to the headmaster's office, which had never been replaced, opened with a smooth breeze. Snape stepped inside and walked straight up to the headmaster's desk in front of which Dumbledore was standing and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Did something happen at your small moonlit picnic hosted by him? Snape looked annoyed for a few seconds but then spoke nonetheless. One of the members was looking for the Beyonder characteristics of a Beyonder from the spectator pathway. Snape spat out. But Dumbledore didn't react as he'd expected. Dumbledore remained calm and silent as if asking him if there was more to be revealed. And when Snape spoke no more, Dumbledore sighed softly. I see. The light blues of Dumbledore's eyes deepened until they turned a deep oceanic depth as he looked through something only he could see. But within a moment it vanished. So fast that if Snape had been any lower than sequence 4, he might have missed it. You don't have to worry about it, Seve dash. But that means he is helping him. Snape argued back. Dumbledore sighed and shook his head before speaking as if he were speaking to a child. I've told you many times, Severus. You need not fear Tom's name while you are in front of me. It's your fear that gives him the ability to reign over your mind. Snape, however, didn't budge from his question. He stared at Dumbledore with a piercing stare that felt like it would burn holes through Dumbledore would he not respond properly. A soft smile formed on Dumbledore's face as he saw this. And then he spoke with a little giddiness in his tone. Have you not already seen how such a twist can be used, Severus? Snape's eyes widened ever so slightly as he recognized what Dumbledore was alluding to. But Dumbledore shook his head. What I want you to figure out, Severus, is if we can work together. This is an important year for Harry. Severus looked at Dumbledore with a scowl before he spoke again with a little anger. I suspect Black's also a part of the gathering. Oh. He is. Now that's a surprise. Dumbledore said with a soft frown as if he was trying to piece together a picture that he couldn't fully imagine yet. Putting the matter aside, Dumbledore looked back at Snape and asked him another question. Can you confirm the identities of any other members? Severus quickly shook his head. Although I have guesses, I don't have anything concrete. Everyone is blanketed by a grey fog that covers most of their features. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with mischief as he continued further. Did you figure out Sirius's identity because of his insults? Snape scowled but said nothing. And just when he was about to turn away and leave, Dumbledore spoke one last time. Make sure to talk to Professor Moody if you can. He broke his flask in an accident. I'm sure he'll want a new one for his juices. One of your potion flasks would dash. Before Dumbledore could finish his words, however, Snape slammed the door shut. Dumbledore's gaze remained on the door as he thought through several things in the span of a moment. And when the sound of the gargoyle outside stopped, he flicked his hand. Almost immediately, a vast projection emerged from his mind, as it encapsulated the entire office. There were several pictures pinned all across the walls, with some notable ones being Harry, Hermione, Ron, Sirius, and Snape himself. There were even several ministry officials, Cornelius Fudge, Amelia Bones, and Arthur Weasley. Each having their own tags, like useful, righteous, and justice. But Dumbledore's eyes lay on the centerpiece of it all. And surprisingly, it wasn't Voldemort. It was the hazy image of a student whose appearance was covered by the grey fog, as Dumbledore had seen it in a Rhodes, Gehrman Sparrow. Dumbledore walked up to the picture of the student and pinched it to pull out a long red yarn that extended along with him as he moved over to a higher position by stepping on stairs that magically appeared under his feet before pinning it onto another. Similarly grayed out picture that had two more connections. Mr. World, was it? As soon as the connection formed, Dumbledore's eyes gleamed as he looked at the second thread that extended from the shady picture. Dumbledore's fingers strummed it once, causing it to vibrate as a picture was pulled closer along with all its connections. Harry, I hope you do well this year. Dumbledore then extended his hand a little and caused the quill that was excitedly writing into a book to shoot into his hand obediently. Dumbledore smiled with an amused expression when he grabbed it and began to write in the air in exquisite cursive. Voldemort's rebirth ritual will be stopped by Harry and his friends. He will also be aided by Mr. Error's blessed, Gehrman Sparrow. Dumbledore looked at it for a while, but the more he looked at it the more he frowned. Something's not adding up. Dumbledore then scratched away whatever he had written in the air before letting the slightly disappointed quill return to the book where it began scratching something even more feverishly. God damn it. How could I be so naive? What am I? A 10-year-old. Bang 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 bang. Sirius banged his head on a wall before he was forced to stop when it started to hurt too much. He then looked at the stopwatch that was in his hand, which showed that it had been run for about 30 minutes. No way was that real. How could I be dragged away into the realm of an unknown entity? Did Walburga have something to do with this? Did she get into a generational debt to stay out of poverty or something? Curse you, you goddamn old woman. And me. Curse me too. Who talks like that in front of a real god? Oh God, I have sinned. Please forgive M-. Not even Creature would forgive Master Sirius. Creature interrupted while picking up pieces of glass from the floor. Sirius gave him a strict glance before sighing a little as he asked Creature a question in a serious tone. Did you notice anything off about me last week at night, Creature? Creature looked at Sirius for a few seconds before his eyes widened slightly. What did you notice? Sirius asked with excitement. Creature's eyes had widened as if he'd realized the mysteries of the entire universe, and then he spoke, albeit in barely a whisper, but Sirius heard it loud and clear. Master Sirius did not piss his bed in sleep after a blackout. $@ you creep dash. Chapter 285, First Mission, 1, Reaching the Ministry. Are the three of you ready for your first mission? McGonagall asked with a slight smile while Hermione looked nervous and was clipping her nails. Daphne stepped up and answered on behalf of everyone since Professor McGonagall had already told them that she would be their group leader, given she was of the highest sequence in the group. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Where in Hogsmeade should our group go to meet our handlers? Walk to the edge of the village, near the Shrieking Shack, and you shall find your seniors waiting for you, McGonagall said with a proud smile like she was looking at her grandchildren taking their first steps into the world. Your code word will be sludge truffles. Though I don't think you should need it. Thank you, Professor. I wish you the best of luck. I hope you are able to take care of yourself and not fall behind Miss Granger. Ma'am. I promise to give it my all, Professor. Hermione said with a slight fist pump as she followed Daphne and Loki, who were already leaving the office. Walking to the castle gates that lead to Hogsmeade, Loki calmly showed Finch the group's permission letters for going to Hogsmeade, after which they smoothly slipped into the group of students that was already leaving. Who'd have thought that the Hogsmeade visits were just a disguise to allow Beyonder students to work with the Ministry and gain some experience, Loki commented casually. Hermione nodded while Daphne gave no response. The rest of their journey was mostly silent, with Loki giving Hermione a small pep talk to calm her nerves. Come on, Mione. Don't be nervous. What's the worst that could happen? It's not like we're going to face a devil right out the box, are we? Geez. Don't jinx it, Loki. After reaching Hogsmeade, Daphne took charge of the group and began to lead them away from the remaining students who were all visiting Madame Putafoot's tea shop as couples or to Zonko's and Honeydukes to buy some pranks or sweets. They arrived at the Shrieking Shack but found no one there. Did they already leave? Hermione asked confusedly, but Loki and Daphne, who'd instantly activated their spirit vision, could easily spot the group of people hiding behind an invisibility cloak. We can see you, Daphne stated calmly, causing Hermione to get a little confused. But when a head suddenly popped up floating in midair, she was startled before she realized, invisibility cloaks. Yes, these are invisibility cloaks. At least 2 of your teammates predicted such situation. The student who was a floating head spoke softly while stuffing away the cloak into his pocket. The boy was handsome and wore a face that every girl would dream of, yet Daphne shook off his charm as if swatting away a bug as she spoke. Are you going to take us to the Ministry of Magic? 2 more students came out from under their cloaks with their uniforms representing they were all from Hufflepuff. Good job. For rookies, you're pretty decent. And yes, we will be taking you to the Ministry today. By the way, my name's Cedric Diggory. I'm of the Reader Pathway. And I'm Zachariah Smith, of the Hunter Pathway. And I'm Diego Kaplan, of the Arbiter Pathway. The boys introduced themselves, reaching out to shake the hands of the 3 young students in front of them. Daphne, Loki, and Hermione also introduced themselves before Cedric pulled out a worn-out leather boot from his extension pouch. Get ready, we'll be using a portkey to get into the Ministry. Let's go into the Shrieking Shack so that no one notices us. The trio followed their seniors, and before long everyone noticed the portkey that Cedric had placed on the floor vibrate. Come on, put your fingers on it. Cedric said, and placed one of his fingers onto the portkey after leaving it to hover in the air with a simple wand flick, allowing everyone else to gather around it in a circle and place their fingers on it too. The portkey's vibrations increased, creating a slight pulling feeling in their guts before a sudden whoop burst into everyone's ears as they were all pulled by their navel and tossed around before arriving in a dark room. Strange. Loki thought as he noticed a strange pull he felt while being teleported by the portkey. Everyone was able to balance themselves and managed to stay upright with little difficulty except Hermione, who Loki held by her waist to avoid face-planting into the black marble floor. Once everyone was stable on their feet, Cedric began speaking once again while leading the group to their destination. Have your papers and wands ready, the Ministry checks them before allowing you inside. And as Cedric said, outside their room was a thin man who with a boring look on his face took everyone's wands and passed them through a machine that beeped at odd intervals and returned them back without saying anything. After wand checking was a man who looked at the papers everyone had, given by their respective teachers at Hogwarts, and nodded after comparing their faces with the pictures on their passes. You're good to go. The men said before releasing Loki. Do you know which case we'll be working on today, Mr. Diggory? Daphne asked out of curiosity. Well, generally we aren't informed about it before we join the team, but you're in luck today because the word is the Unspeakables have come across a new bizarre case. A bizarre case? Daphne repeated in silence as they all continued to walk deeper into the Ministry. Loki smiled softly at the word bizarre but thought nothing much of it. Knock knock. Come in. A voice from behind the door Cedric just knocked said. Cedric pushed open the door and walked into the room casually before he greeted the person waiting for them. Guys, this is Ethan Drake, our handler and the person who will take us to our cases. Cedric introduced the scary-looking man who was blind in one eye while missing one leg, an arm, and parts of his torso like it had been ripped out of him. How is he even alive? Loki wondered. Mr. Ethan, this is the new team that will join us from today. They've all been verified and were taught by Professor McGonagall. The seemingly unfazed face of the man changed when he heard who'd endorsed the kids, but he said nothing else. Instead he stood up from his comfortable seat that squeaked under his weight with the help of a silver gold walking cane and spoke. "Let us leave, I don't want to be late. Remember, do exactly as I say. If you have an idea, run them by me first. And no matter what you do, do not try contacting any spirits with the help of rituals unless you are explicitly ordered to do so." Seeing everyone nod, the man nodded himself and moved to stand amidst the group of students. "Hold on to me, we're about to go to the location of the case. Try not to puke too much." "Ah." Wadash. Pop. With a pop, everyone in the room vanished just as they touched the man, nothing giving them time to think or digest what he'd just said. Chapter 286, First Mission, 2, Unconscious People. There was a clear pop before everyone spun into their places. I noticed this feeling earlier when we used the portkey, but I can hijack other people's teleportation. Loki noticed as soon as he stabilized himself after having been teleported so suddenly. And note to myself, my own teleportation is much more comfortable. Daphne had adjusted easily, but Hermione took a few seconds to level her swimming vision. Alright, now that everyone's ready. Follow me. Remember, always remain behind me until you're explicitly given any orders to do something else. Mr. Ethan said after tapping his thick staff on the ground twice to drive his point home and make it clear. He was about to walk ahead with the help of his cane, but he stopped after placing his weight on it and spoke while directly looking at Loki. "A word of advice, don't try to pretend like you know something you don't. We all start from somewhere, no need to be shy about what you don't know. And if you actually do know something, don't be afraid to speak up. It'll help everyone." With his short speech given, Mr. Ethan began to walk with the help of his cane and prosthetic leg, making deep imprints in the muddy pathway towards a depressing mansion in the distance. Everyone closely examined their surroundings. They had appeared at the beginning of a small village that was situated at the foothills of a small mountain range on whose summit was a giant mansion that looked like a typical scenario to be stranded in without help from outside along with your killer. While walking through the village, Loki spotted several people peering through the windows of their wooden houses. They'd avert their eyes once they met the eyes of anyone from the team, though. "Our mission is to figure out exactly what is going wrong in this village filled with muggles," Ethan explained. "Muggles?" Daphne asked, "Aren't we supposed to be working on Beyonder cases?" Ethan nodded and continued explaining, "The person living in the mansion at the top of that hill is a wizard and a registered Beyonder who works in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." "Something's gone wrong with him?" Cedric asked politely. "Yes. It has. From the day he stopped exiting the mansion, people have begun falling into a coma in the village. Mysteriously, if I might add. Then isn't the solution simple? Just ask him to leave the damn mansion. Doesn't he have any work to do?" Zachariah said indignantly. "And what's with the mysterious part?" Diego asked with a little hesitation. Ethan looked at the two of them for a few seconds before he nodded and answered them. "He can't leave because he's fallen into a coma according to the reports from the Aurors who were tasked to look into his disappearance from work for the past 2 weeks. And regarding the mysterious comas in the village, well, the Aurors claim it's the work of a dark wizard using them for a ritual since their bodies have always been found with bruised claw marks around their necks. Of course, the Aurors don't know about Beyonder, so they suggested that it was something Mr. Prick, the man in the mansion, did and suggested they burn his unconscious body down. Luckily a few Beyonders present in their team stopped them long enough for us to be informed. It has been 3 hours since the Aurors have been assigned to this case, now it's in our hands to find out what happened to Mr. Prick in this village." That suddenly caused everyone to become silent as they walked, each thinking deeply about the information presented to them. Mysterious deaths. Rituals. Did he really do something that caused the village to be afflicted by a curse? Just as Loki was about to take another step and follow behind the group with Mr. Ethan, a ball came rolling towards him. A small girl came rushing out of a house for the ball, but she was stopped by her mother. "Rose. No. Let it be. I already told you not to bring things connected to that mansion into the house," the woman said, holding her daughter. "No. It's Roxy's mom. He likes to play with it. Nothing will happen. Did you not understand what I said? No means no. And that's final. Go back into your room before I make you." "Young woman." The woman shouted and pulled the girl back into the house without looking at Ethan or the group of people following him. Loki bent over and picked up the ball and found that it was a slightly squishy ball, something like a toy that one would use to play with their pets. "Give me a second. I'll try talking to them and see if I can learn something." "Is that all right, Mr. Ethan?" Loki asked. Ethan nodded and said, "We'll go up top, make sure to catch up to us soon or the Aurors will probably chew you up if you're alone." Loki nodded and walked towards the house while everyone else climbed the hill to get to the mansion. Loki knocked softly and found no one responding. He waited for a second as he heard the muffled argument of the woman and her daughter from inside the house, but no one opened the door for a few seconds more. Until the door suddenly flew open and the girl rushed out and dashed right into Loki's legs. Ouch. The girl shouted as she landed on her butt. Her mother came out and quickly pulled her in and was about to close the door, but Loki stepped in by placing his boot to prevent her from fully closing it. May I take a little bit of your time, ma'am? No. The woman tried to close the door again, hoping some force would make Loki pull back his leg, but he didn't. The woman looked at Loki with a frown as she fought to keep her daughter inside, and Loki spoke quickly, "Is there a reason you hate me?" The woman's frown only turned deeper, but after a short stare-off with Loki, she spoke, hoping perhaps answering his questions would send him off. "Yes, I have plenty of reason to hate you. I've seen many of your kind come into our village over the last few days. I've seen what you can do. And I don't want my daughter to get caught up in your troubles." "I understand, ma'am." "And your husband?" Loki asked, since it was strange for a woman to be alone in a village and have a kid given the current scenario with people slipping into a coma. The woman's eyes instantly teared up and reddened, but she looked into Loki's eyes and spoke in a calm tone, "Could you please leave me and my daughter alone?" "So he's unconscious?" Loki frowned but didn't say anything else. He pulled his leg back and the woman immediately tried to shut the door, but the little girl poked her head through. "Give me the ball. I know Roxy will help bring my father back." The girl shouted, but her mother pulled her back and tossed her into the house and closed the door shut. Chapter 287, First Mission, 3, WUFF. Loki walked to the summit of the hill where Mr. Ethan had taken both teams. The sides of the muddy pathway on the hill were flooded with a forest of birch trees. As Loki walked up the hill, he carefully examined using spirit vision the squishy soft toy ball in his hands. It just seems like a normal ball. But that girl, she was sick and depressed. I wonder what happened to the girl that I saved at the World Cup. Did she make it out safely? Did they even find her above the tent where I left her? Reaching the top, Loki looked at the mansion. It looked like it was made of cleanly cut rocks and looked ancient, with its occasionally wooden buttresses that supported the thinning tall outside walls. There were about 4 chimneys he could see, and he didn't know if there were more hidden around. As Loki examined the mansion and walked up to his team who were waiting for him, it began to drizzle slightly. Everyone noticed oars standing in the drizzle under one of the windows on the far side of the mansion but made no mention of it. Several other oars were patrolling the area in search of something with their wands out, but even they were not spoken to. Most of them looked at Loki and his group with slight anger in their eyes, but once their eyes landed on Ethan, they turned the other way and pretended they didn't exist. Hermione was a little surprised by the mansion being the destination of their first case, while Daphne just calmly compared how different the mansion in front of them was from her own house. Loki, on the other hand, was busy studying the mansion with his spirit vision. No random spirits anywhere. Did the person in the house do something to keep them away? Or did the ministry do something to purify this place before we came in? Probably not. If the Black Emperor pathway is in control, they'd have just pocketed away the money without doing the job. "Learn anything new, Mr. Loki?" Ethan asked politely as they walked to the door of the mansion. "Not much else than the fact that the woman's husband is probably one of the few affected and is in a coma. The girl did say, however, that Roxy would help her dad, whatever that meant." "I see. Good work." Ethan politely encouraged before the conversation fell silent. "How are you guys feeling so far?" Cedric asked in a soft voice as he looked at his juniors. Loki smiled and nodded, "Not bad. A little excited about being part of something new." "That is how it should be," Cedric said, and then leaned in a little closer to Loki and whispered, "I hope you're not afraid of Mr. Ethan." "No, I've heard people with the softest hearts put up walls to appear indifferent to the world outside." Cedric calmly nodded, saying, "That is wise," and grouped back with his friends who were talking amongst themselves as they moved towards the mansion's main door. By the time they reached the actual doors of the mansion, they had gotten slightly wet in the pitter-patter of rain, but no one minded. Knock knock. Using the metal ornament on his expensive cane, Ethan knocked on the heavy-looking doors of the mansion. They started moving backwards almost immediately, but opened slowly enough to reveal the large inside of the mansion behind it in parts. "Mr. Ethan. What took you so long?" A man wearing the standard Aura uniform said with enthusiasm as the butler beside him bowed. "I'm here now, Joseph. Is everything ready?" "Yes, it is. I've cleared the mansion of all other personnel. You will be free to do your magic. I'm sure you can give us all an appropriate answer." Ethan only politely nodded and started to walk inside, prompting Joseph to walk with him and direct the horde of students behind them to the scene of the crime. They climbed a flight of stairs and soon arrived on the upper floor of the mansion. The end of the corridor had a thin white veil covering it that shocked most of the group. It was a wall of spirituality that was put up before performing a ritual to separate an area from the rest of the world to stop any external interference from taking place. Almost instantly Ethan stopped, causing everyone else to stop. "Have you been inside the white veil?" "Huh. Oh, that. Yeah. Nothing scary there though. It's just Mr. Prick lying on his bed in a coma." "I see." Ethan nodded but then tapped his cane on the floor twice and spoke softly, "You may vacate from the mansion now, Joseph. And please tell the other Aurors not to leave this area yet." Not until we give everyone the clear. Joseph frowned but nodded, as you wish, and left. With Joseph leaving, everyone heard a soft bark come from one of the rooms nearby. The door to the room opened and a golden retriever walked into the corridor. Loki almost on instinct activated his spirit vision and nearly cursed out loud. The heck is a dog corrupted by her? Almost as if noticing his gaze, the dog looked at Loki and barked, *WUFF*, rough, causing Loki to suddenly freeze. Did it notice me looking at the corruption? The dog then ran up to Loki and began to lick his hand which had the toy in it. All right. You haven't been noticed for now, Loki. You can do it. You can kill the dog. Loki bent down to snap the dog's neck and be done with it, but suddenly paused. What will I tell them all once I've killed the dog? It annoyed me, so I killed it. That probably won't come across well, they might even think I'm losing control. But with his knees already bent, Loki couldn't do much, so he continued and squatted in front of the dog before giving it belly rubs while cooing cutely. Ah, who's a good boy? Ruff ruff. Ahem. Ethan coughed politely to snap Loki back to his senses, causing him to immediately get up with a slightly embarrassed smile as he threw away the squeaky ball in his hands towards the other end of the corridor. Sorry, I got a little distracted, Loki said while rubbing the back of his head. I understand, but we aren't here to play. Ethan nodded and then looked at everyone else in Daphne's team. Do you all recognize that veil? Daphne nodded with Loki while Hermione explained, it's a wall of spirituality. Yes, that it is. It is used to cordon off areas from the outside world while performing rituals, so I want one of you guys to divine if it is safe for us to enter by breaching that wall of spirituality. Daphne nodded and pulled out an expensive-looking crystal pendulum from her sleeves. In front of everyone, she entered cogitation and repeated the phrase, is it safe to cross the wall of spirituality set up around the room, 7 times. Although Loki was known as a divination expert at Hogwarts, it was Daphne who was higher in sequence than him while still being deeply connected to a pathway related to fate, and so her divinations were taken to be more accurate in this case. But Mioni's divinations are unobstructed. Good idea that Mioni doesn't have to divine anything regarding the case yet. Might reveal a bit too much. And soon the results were out. It's spinning clockwise, so it should be safe, Daphne stated, and Ethan nodded but ordered something else. I don't want anyone to enter the room with the wall of spirituality around it. Go to all the other rooms on this floor first and figure out if there are any pieces of evidence the Aurors might have missed. You mean for us to divine about things like secret compartments? Encoded letters and the sort? Loki asked and Ethan nodded, precisely. Chapter 288, First Mission, 4, Investigations. The group split into 3 immediately, with one person from Cedric's team pairing with one from Daphne, since Loki, Daphne, and Hermione could all do divinations while everyone from Cedric's team was proficient in searching for hidden compartments if they existed. Cedric grouped with Loki and the two of them began scanning and clearing rooms along with each other while Daphne paired up with Diego and Hermione with Zacharias. Find anything? Cedric asked politely as he and Loki came back to the wall of spirituality where Ethan was waiting for everyone. We got a few letters said, probably need you to crack them since they're coded. Zacharias immediately said while handing Cedric 3 letters. Oh. You guys found something. We didn't. Cedric said and Diego nodded along. We too didn't find anything. Loki immediately froze but no one noticed his panic. Wait a second, if Mioni found something, was it because of the Sapphire Castle? Since neither I nor Daphne found anything, that means something's interfering with our divination. Or it could just be a coincidence and I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. Loki looked at the letters in Cedric's hands with a little worry but said nothing otherwise. Can I open them, Mr. Ethan? Cedric asked and Ethan nodded to give him the go-ahead. Loki looked at Hermione but found nothing abnormal about her, so he pushed the thought to the back of his mind while simultaneously keeping a lookout for the corrupted golden retriever. Where did that dog go anyway? Before Loki could begin searching for the dog, Cedric interrupted. Mr. Ethan, you'd like to see this? Cedric said calmly. What's it about, boy? He was acting as a spy. Loki turned to look at Cedric, as did Mr. Ethan, and Cedric continued to explain to everyone in the corridor. These letters contain detailed information about the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, especially about their patrols and recent cases. Amelia's turf? Ethan asked, a little puzzled, his question directed to his own hearing instead of Cedric's words. Ethan walked over and began to look at the letters, trying to see if there was anything in particular he could glean about the situation from them. Is the receiver's name not mentioned? Loki asked calmly. Cedric shook his head, no. Not that I can see, but the last letter is also encrypted in a way I haven't been able to crack yet. The letters differently encoded. Why? Hermione asked, surprised. Probably has some special information. Cedric tried to reason while showing one of the letters to Hermione. Which letter weren't you able to crack? Loki asked while looking at the 3 letters in Cedric's hands. Here, this one. Cedric said, showing Loki a letter filled with messy handwriting that looked like someone had scratched the words of someone in eternal torment in hell into a parchment. Loki nodded and looked at Mr. Ethan. Can I divine about it? Ethan, who was similarly looking at the letter, nodded. I don't think you'll be able to figure out much, but try it out once. Loki nodded and leaned against a table where he slipped into a half-sleep state using cogitation and let his astral body roam the spirit world. While he did so, his conscious mind whispered his divination statement. How was the letter encrypted? 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 Within moments Loki found the scene in front of him changing to a Victorian-style pristine room. It was cold and unfamiliar. Is this a letter he received? Not one he intended to send. From who he was spying for, perhaps. There was an old man in his mid-40s working on something at the table in the room, but when Loki peered at what he was doing, the dream suddenly shattered like glass, breaking the scene in front of him and bringing him out of divination. Anti-divination. Loki recognized and opened his eyes. No luck. Whoever was writing used something to prevent me from being able to see his process of encrypting the letter. Ethan casually nodded and went back to staring at the other letters. Meanwhile, Loki looked at the cryptic letter and put his mind as a cryptologist to solving it when suddenly an idea struck him. Wait a second, could I try out a divination? Loki said calmly while looking at Ethan. Cedric looked at him and then at Ethan, who stared at it for a second before looking at Loki. What do you want to divine about, boy? I want to check if it is safe for us to pour our spirituality into the letter. Loki asked calmly. Ethan was a little confused, but Cedric instantly caught on to what Loki had spotted. I see it now that you pointed it out. Cedric said. Ethan just nodded and allowed Loki to perform his divination. Loki quickly nodded and performed a divination with his topaz pendulum. It is safe to pour our spirituality into the letter. Reciting the statement 7 times while he was in cogitation made the answer available to everyone's eyes. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. Meaning there was no danger in doing so. All of a sudden everyone except Cedric, Ethan, and Loki began to look at the letter to see what would happen if Cedric poured his spirituality into it, but Ethan broke their expectations. Explain, boy, what do you see? Ethan said, looking at Loki. Loki traced a few letters on the parchment and spoke while trying to show what he was seeing. This part of the letter is not encrypted with anything. It's a runic circuit that's disguised to look like a sentence. I don't know what'll happen when it's activated, but I know something will. Can you figure out what it's about? Ethan asked again. I'd need a little bit of time, but it's possible. How long? A few minutes. 5 minutes. All right, we'll wait while you work on it. Loki worked together with Cedric and pulled out his own pocket notebook with a pen as they started decrypting the letter and its runic circuits. He began to religiously draw the circuits he saw in the letter while Cedric easily pointed out the other lines of text that were actually part of the circuit. Not even 2 minutes later, Loki was done. He looked at the completed circuit and frowned. Find something? Ethan asked. Yes, but it's confusing, Cedric answered. What is it? This circuit is a marker, Loki said. Ethan's eyes widened, but he was quick to hide his surprise. Instead he spoke softly, give me that letter, and Loki did just that. Ethan placed the letter on a table and left it there before he spoke to Loki and Cedric. Your divination was probably interfered with. That letter might be dangerous in some way and might even be responsible for all this. Everyone felt a slight shiver, but they maintained their calm and nodded patiently since they understood Ethan's explanation. So that letter was a marker. Like the one I got in Ginny's room to get in contact with Mr. Error. Hermione shivered, not wanting to come in contact with the plans and ideas of another god. I hope not all gods are as stupid as he is, though. Ethan instead said something else to everyone. Does any one of you know how to do a mediumship ritual? There was silence for a few seconds before Daphne nodded. I do. But it would probably not be as successful as you, Mr. Ethan. Ethan tipped his hat and spoke softly. Of course, it isn't going to be as good as me, but it will help for what we've got to do next. What are we going to do next? Loki asked since he was a little confused. Who are we going to use the mediumship ritual on? Mr. Prick. But isn't he inside the wall of spirituality and alive? We're going to use the mediumship ritual to talk to the villagers who have become unconscious, Ethan said with a frown. We might need to talk to everyone present, but I don't think I can hold out to talk to all of them, so you might have to take over. Daphne nodded and soon everyone was walking back out of the mansion and into the village. Chapter 289, First Mission, 5, Missing Bodies. Entering the village, Loki brought from Joseph the list of all villagers who had fallen into a coma and handed it over to Ethan. Once he had the list, Ethan started to walk through the village and came to a stop in front of one of the houses. Let's begin from here. Ethan said. Knock knock knock. Ethan tapped his staff on the door, causing it to rattle a little, but no one responded. Not even after they patiently waited in front of the door for a few minutes. Ethan frowned but said nothing else. He pulled out his wand and simply magicked himself into the house, causing the men living inside much distress. Who are you? How did you get inside? the men with stubble shouted while wielding a kitchen knife. Please calm down, the bolt must have come loose, we mean no harm, we're only here to investigate, Ethan said with as soft a voice as he could, but his cold disposition and hawk-like gaze only further unsettled the men in the house. Go back from where you've come. Or else I'll have the entire village on your heels. We don't take kindly to people like you. Like you outsiders. I know you've only come here to take us to hell. We won't come with you. We will never succumb to your cruel plans. The men shouted, almost hysterically, but Ethan just sighed and waved his wand. The man was frozen stiff before he fell onto the floor like a piece of dried cardboard. One of you make sure he doesn't wake up anytime soon, Ethan said and walked to the room from where the men had arrived. Diego nodded to Cedric and stayed behind with the men while the rest of the people followed Ethan. In the room was an old rotting bed upon which lay a pale woman who looked like she'd become one with her eternal slumber. Loki instantly activated his spirit vision to check the woman, but he became shocked. What? How's that possible? Ethan and Cedric similarly frowned while Daphne became confused too. What's wrong with you guys? Hermione asked and Loki responded, turn on your spirit vision, you'll see. Hermione did as Loki asked and became similarly dumbfounded herself, she has no spirit body. Loki nodded because it was the same in his spirit vision too. The woman, although looked fine physically, did not have a spirit body at all. It was as if it had vanished. Well, at least we know why they're in a coma, Ethan said with a frown. He walked closer to the woman on the bed, pulled down her collar and examined the back of her neck. There were several scratches on the back of her neck which had begun healing, but there were no other marks otherwise. She was the first victim of the ritual, wasn't she? Ethan asked Loki. Yes. She's Mrs. Rose, 52, she was a maid in the mansion and worked to keep it clean. The rest of the people all worked in the mansion too. Mr. Eric, 42 years old, was the gardener and trimmed the hedge, and Mr. Smith, 57, worked as the cook, and Mr. Rosier, 39, was the aide. Ethan did not say anything for a few minutes before he spoke again after having considered something. Let's visit the other houses too. They went around the village and forcefully broke into more homes, including the home where Loki had spoken to the little girl earlier about the dog Roxy. Everyone was dealt with in the same manner with a stupefy charm while their memories were vanished using Obliviate when Ethan and his group left. With no spirits for the spirit medium to channel, everyone was stuck. They arrived back at the mansion to search for any clues they might have missed, but they found nothing. Having reached an impasse, Ethan pulled out a mirror from his pocket. Laura, are you there? Oh. Old man. You called. Did you finally meet the evil god that killed your son? Is that why you need me? A feminine voice asked various questions in rapid succession, causing the muscles on Ethan's face to twitch a little, but he didn't shout at her. Come here as soon as you can. I think an evil ritual has compromised several Aurors and villagers. Ethan said calmly while looking into the mirror. There was a slight pause in their conversation before the feminine voice spoke up with an uncharacteristic seriousness that wasn't there before. I'll be there, Ethan. Who was that? Loki asked with some confusion. Laura Drake. My daughter. Ethan said, and Loki could see he'd aged visibly just by uttering that statement. I guess there's some history to him. Loki thought as he recalled what Laura had just said on the call earlier about the evil god killing his son. I called her, because it is best we get checked by someone else before we leave from here, because this is out of our handle. We haven't entered the site of the ritual yet, but everyone else on the property, including the Aurors who've gone inside, need to be checked thoroughly. There was a soft silence before Hermione asked Daphne a random question. By the way, what department do we fall under? None. Daphne said calmly, but Ethan expanded as they all waited inside the corridor. We are closer to the Unspeakables, a department that handles things related to Beyonders. But unless we take their help in a case, it's the Aurors who handle our expenses, which is also why they do not like us very much since we eat into their budget. Hermione nodded slowly as she absorbed the information that was just given to her. Meanwhile, Loki had a different question. If this is a suspended ritual, what entity was it targeted towards? That dog was corrupted by her, so was it targeted to her? Why would the men inside the room perform such a ritual in the first place? Is he a Death Eater? Loki forcefully stopped his thinking at that point and did not dare think any more in that direction while he was outside the Sapphira Castle. Instead, Loki voiced out a different question. Is there no mystical item that we could use to look inside the room? Ethan looked at Loki for a few seconds before nodding. There are many that can let us do so, but it is under the jurisdiction of the Unspeakables to bring an item. We are only preliminary investigators. I see. Chapter 290, First Mission, 6, Compulsion. Not even 5 minutes had passed when everyone in Ethan's group heard the clicking of footsteps of about 2 people climbing the stairs. Their heads soon became visible and Loki recognized one of them. Dominic. Loki asked, surprised. Oh. Loki. You're here too. Ha. What a coincidence. Dominic said with a smile as he walked towards Loki and shook his hand. You know him, Dominic? The woman beside him asked with a polite smile. Yes, ma'am. I do. This is the little brat that I had to take care of my entire first year. Dominic said while ruffling Loki's hair. The lady seemed a little surprised as she said, the one that warned you at the Quidditch World Cup. Yes, ma'am. That's him. Dominic said with a proud smile. It's good that we all recognize each other, but I hope we can get a move on solving this case. Ethan interrupted the reunion by slightly tapping his cane on the marble floor. The woman's gaze immediately turned serious and she nodded at everyone and introduced herself. I'm Laura Drake, Special Mysteries Commander. Can you give me a brief rundown? Ethan could have explained everything, but since Loki had become a new bridge between the two groups, he allowed him to explain everything instead. The men inside the room covered by the wall of spirituality, Mr. Prick, is currently suspected to have started a ritual that is suspended. He's also suspected to be a spy who was sending around information about the department and magical law enforcement. And for some reason, related or unrelated to this ritual, the astral bodies of the villagers who worked in the mansion have vanished. The villagers' bodies also have a few scratches on the backs of their necks. Is that all? Laura asked with her eyebrows raised. Yes, ma'am. Loki nodded after having finished his explanation. Have any of you gone into the room? Laura asked politely while searching her bottomless bag for something. No, ma'am. None of us have, but the Oris might have. Loki said, but thinking of something else he immediately said, also the dog probably did. The dog? Dominic asked confused. That one. Loki said, pointing at the dog that had just come out from a room behind everyone with a squeaky toy in its mouth. Dominic looked at the dog and became a little puzzled but did not say much directly. It looks fine in my spirit vision. Maybe our culprit only wants human souls and doesn't care for animals. Laura theorized, but Loki was feeling tense. How do I tell them that the dog is corrupted? Will accidentally attacking it and causing it to lose control work? But how do I randomly attack a dog? Steal its ability to breathe. Before Loki could say anything else, Laura pulled out an item from her purse. It was a straw doll, one that Loki felt would be used to curse someone by pricking pins into it. Laura quickly pulled out a few straws from the doll and tied them around a small thumbnail-sized stone she also pulled out of her bag. Under Loki's spirit vision, the doll looked alive. It had a body of heart and mind, an astral body, an ether body and a physical one. It had everything that a normal human did. It felt fully alive, but it lay there in Laura's hands like it was dead. That's mystical item number 3 to 241, the Doll of Death, Dominic explained, seeing Loki's interest in the doll. It will kill itself every opportunity it gets. Makes it quite helpful for figuring out how dangerous other mystical items are. Laura placed the straw doll on the floor and once she was ready, walked up to the wall of spirituality and tossed the stone with straw around it into it. Click-clack roll. The stone bounced into the room and everyone patiently waited for something to happen to the straw doll. But even before anyone could blink, the doll let out a shrill scream. The doll floated into the air and began to spin around as if it were possessed. Using his spirit vision, Loki clearly saw the corruption engulfing the doll's body. He watched as the doll's astral body started to tear. It was as if someone was using delicate hands to firmly grip the doll's head to pull it apart and kill it. The doll started to shiver and tremble while straws began to fall out of its body as if someone was repeatedly stabbing it. Even in all this flurry of damage the doll was taking, Loki found it scary how ecstatic the doll was becoming as it was dragged closer and closer to death. Suddenly, Loki's instincts blared and he felt something start to corrupt him. But before anything too drastic could happen, Laura swiped her hand casually. There was a soft ripple that spread out of her position before it came in contact with the straw doll and encapsulated it entirely. A warmth crept up into everyone around her as the straw doll that was now separated did its best to try and break the barrier that was covering it. The fight slowly grew in intensity, but the invisible walls that had clung onto the straw doll tore it away from whatever was holding onto the doll. It was slow, but everyone watched as the doll that was screaming in pain slowly started to quieten until all that was left behind was the straw doll sitting on the floor as if nothing had happened to it. Everyone felt goosebumps rise on their skin and moved a little away from the doll, but Laura, Ethan, Loki, and Dominic remained where they were earlier. Laura calmly looked at Ethan and spoke softly, "Good job not allowing anyone to enter the room after you arrived." Ethan just nodded and said nothing. One could see just how pained he felt since he had tears in his eyes for some reason, but no one spoke a word about it. Instead, Ethan looked at Loki and said, "Call all the Auras to this floor. We need to purify them." Loki nodded and without even as much as a peep walked to the stairs along with Dominic, who was coming with him in case Loki alone wasn't enough. "Who's she?" Loki asked Dominic when they reached the lower floor. "Laura Drake. She's the Special Mysteries Commander. She's a Sequence 3 of the Arbiter pathway." Dominic said with reverence. I see. Loki nodded, easily believing him since what he'd witnessed just now was an ability of Sequence 6 Judge. And given how it worked against the corruption of a literal outer god or something connected to it, it felt only right that she was suspected to be a saint. What's gonna happen now? Loki asked. We're gonna purify all the auras and only step into the room after that's done. You might have to leave though, since you're only Sequence 8. I understand. Loki nodded, he didn't want to spend any more time around a place where an outer god might be doing something. But there was this little incentive he felt at the back of his mind that was gnawing at him, pushing him to uncover the secrets of this case. It's my first case after all. Wouldn't look good if I left it unsolved. Wait. This is an outer god I'm thinking about. Why do I want to even solve this? Loki pushed his thoughts to the back of his mind for now and looked at Dominic with a puzzled face to cover up his fear. But why didn't the auras die though? Loki asked Dominic. And even the villagers, what happened to them? Why's their astral body missing? From the frown on his face, it appeared as if even Dominic was thinking about it but couldn't find something meaningful. Maybe we'll find a clue after we purify the auras. I hope so. Loki nodded. Chapter 291, First Mission, 7, Purify. Stepping out of the mansion, under the slight drizzle, Loki along with Dominic walked to all the small groups of auras that had surrounded the house and spoke to them. Could you please go to the second floor of the mansion? Loki started out while Dominic stood beside him fixing his special badge on his pocket. The auras in this group instantly frowned and wanted to retort about Loki's age, but they stopped seeing Dominic's badge. Please. Loki said, there is a possibility that you have been affected by the ritual that was performed in the room where the victim is sleeping. A few auras' eyes widened, but most of them were still dismissive of Loki's words. Loki even felt like he'd heard them mumble something along the lines of, I wish they just died because of whatever demon he summoned. Yeah. Then why haven't we died or worse gone mad yet? One of the auras asked with a deep frown, making dissent in the group visible. Loki sighed but then put on a calm smile as he spoke, activating his charm as a swindler and his ability to push thoughts into his targets. I'm sure everything will be explained to you once you go to the first floor. This is for your own good. I'm sure all of us want what's best for each other, don't we? The aura's eyes glazed slightly and almost immediately they all smiled softly while one of them came to the front and spoke to Loki while shaking his hand. Of course, yes, thank you for taking care of us. Loki nodded and moved to the next group. How did you do that? Dominic asked amazed. I'm sure they got scared by the scream of that doll from earlier. Yeah, let's go with that, why not? Dominic looked at Loki suspiciously but didn't say anything else since he'd just made their work easier. Doing the job a few more times, Loki gathered all the auras around the mansion. But along with doing his job, he'd noticed something else that he'd neglected to do before. Using his spirit vision, he found that all the auras were actually corrupted, just like the dog. Why did the puppet react so violently to being corrupted but everyone else seems to be doing just fine? Although confused by his findings, Loki walked back to the mansion with Dominic. As they climbed the stairs, groups of auras came walking back down. Thank you for helping us, kiddo. I haven't felt better in years. One of the auras thanked Loki for all of them. I guess they feel good now. Loki asked Dominic and he just shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps the purification removed the hidden effects of various curses they've run into during their time working. Dominic tried to explain. I guess. By the time Loki and Dominic were back on the first floor, all the auras were done with their purification and were already returning since they heard Laura say, you can return to your posts now. We'll take care of things from here. That was quick. Loki commented. Thank you for your work, Laura said back to him. Loki nodded but didn't get the opportunity to say much else since Ethan spoke. It's our time to leave, Ethan said, causing Loki to tense since although he didn't want to spend another minute here, he also for some reason wanted to see the situation through since he'd already become so involved in it. Why not stay here for a while until Madame Drake is done with her work? As a backup in case something happens. Loki immediately said, but he didn't use his abilities as a swindler just in case Laura spotted something happening. And just as Loki felt Dominic was about to interrupt and say something else, he stepped on his toes subtly to shut him up. I mean, we still don't know why the curse activates. The auras were fine even though they had been cursed while the doll of death reacted to it immediately. Perhaps there's a hidden dimension to all this that we don't know yet. So it'd be safer if we waited for a while, right? I mean, as long as we don't go into the room covered by the wall of spirituality, we should be fine, right? And we even have enough time since it's still the afternoon and students wouldn't have returned to Hogwarts already. Ethan frowned but all the students smiled and looked at him with beady eyes. Everyone was eager to see how the situation ended after having gotten so involved in it. I guess we're staying. Ethan said, but we're going to stay outside the mansion. I don't want us to be a burden to her if things turn south. Laura nodded and spoke to Dominic, I know I brought you here to accompany me on your first real job, but seeing how dangerous the work has been till now, I want you to remain outside along with the others." Dominic frowned a little but nodded anyway. As Ethan began to leave the floor with all the students and Dominic, everyone looked at Loki with a grateful expression, causing him to laugh a little looking at how curious they were. Laura looked at everyone leaving and steeled her eyes as she turned around to look at the wall of spirituality in front of her. Once everyone left the mansion, she stepped through the wall of spirituality and entered the room. Everything that entered her vision gave off a sense of normalcy. There was a bed in the corner on which a man slept peacefully, a table under a large window that held several books, some open, most closed. There was a full-length mirror and a dark walnut cupboard in another corner in which was a drawer filled with various beyonder ingredients. A sweet fragrance filled the room as a small altar with 3 candles was burning in the center of the room. Everything felt terribly normal. Yet Laura felt her skin curl. Almost as soon as she entered the room, she'd started feeling something try and continuously corrupt her spirit body. She heard constant whispers that buzzed at the back of her mind and her fingers trembled a little due to the constant increase of the anticipation that was building within her. But her strong demigod soul easily fought off the corruption and kept it at bay. Why haven't the candles melted yet? Laura noticed, since the candles looked like they'd been lit only a few seconds before she'd entered the room. Laura waved her hand and covered herself in a thin spatial armor that clung to her body before she walked closer to the altar on the ground. She looked at the men sleeping peacefully in the bed and then at the altar with a little apprehension. Did he start the ritual and then fall asleep? But before she could think further, she suddenly felt a strong gaze lock onto her. Chapter 292, First Mission, 8, Fight. Making full use of her strong legs, Laura shifted away, only to see a long and thick furry hand thrash onto the spot she was just standing on. The claws attached at the end of the long hand carved out of the marble underneath them like butter and gleamed under the light that had been confined from the sun outside. The claws felt hypnotic and Laura caught herself looking at them until they vanished in the blink of an eye as she was forced to duck to dodge the hand that slashed the area that was just occupied by her head. Her pupils dilated and Laura vanished from her spot as she grabbed the large furry hand by its elbow and locked it under her armpit. Then with the strength of 100 elephants, she pulled the arm and consequently the body attached to it from the portal to the abyss that was in front of her. The hand resisted at first, but in a few seconds, as Laura tightened her grip on the arm, the creature seemed to give up fighting against her and allowed itself to be pulled out of the portal. The resulting reveal was a creature that was a mess of festering wounds and darkness. The creature was an ellipsoid hairy mass with 4 limbs attached to it. It had rotting wounds all over its body with a large mouth that split its body right down the center. It had several eyes that sprouted in all the places on its body where there wasn't a wound. A dark mist followed its body composed of tiny dots as if it were made up of a million flies. A rotting stench filled the room almost immediately when it used 2 of its arms to stand on the ground like it had legs. Laura's eyes shined brighter and began to burn with fervor as she watched the demonic being that had been pulled into the room. In a bid to survive, or rather fight back, the mist around the demonic being only solidified and protected its body from coming in direct contact with Laura's body. A slippery surface formed in between them as Laura was forced to let go when she noticed her hands started to erode. Laura brought her index and thumb fingers closer and closer to snap them and confine the demon with an invisible barrier so that it couldn't escape from the hall they were in, but it was faster. Before Laura could activate her ability to trap the demonic figure, its mouth opened to reveal the death-like abyss inside its maw. A shrill SSCRREECCHCHHHHHH escaped the mouth of the demonic creature, erupting in a loud shout that stormed Laura's mind. Overlaying this screech of death was a foul grating sound that spelled out words in the demonic language. Slow. Suddenly, Laura's entire body felt like it was weighed down by 1,000 feet of water. Every single muscle in her body felt like it was wrestling against an entire ship. Her body felt like it had been forced to a stop. The infinitely small distance between her finger and thumb to activate the snap just couldn't be shortened. And the demon kept mounting on this attack. Death. Laura's skin started to slowly bruise at various parts on her body as her blood clotted. Laura's eyes peered deep into the several eyeballs of the demonic being before her spirituality exploded as she spoke loud and clear. It is prohibited to use the language of foulness here. The demonic creature let out a shrill SSSCRREECCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCC eyes exploded since it had broken the law Laura had set up. Laura's body looked worse for wear. The language of foulness had done a number on her. While not much since she was a saint, it was enough to make a normal person scrunch up in pain on the ground each time they'd move. But even with the two of them wounded, the demonic being was faster to recover. What shocked Laura the most was that the eyes that had exploded suddenly returned to their pristine state. The other smaller bruises, both internal and external too, seemed to be healing at a rapid pace too. Within moments, a bright sword of lava emerged from the ceiling as the demon waved its hands, slowly becoming tall enough to be a large claymore that pierced the ceiling as it aimed to drop down onto Laura's body. The powers of the abyss are weaker in light. Laura practically screamed. She expended a tremendous amount of spirituality to empower the law and make the consequences of breaking it even more severe, but it just wasn't enough for some reason. The demonic being, even though clearly empowering itself with the abyssal darkness and hellfire, even though it was suffering and hurting as was apparent from its continuously mutating body, just wouldn't fall. It was as if there was an external factor pulling back its wounds, healing it just as fast as it was being hurt. Laura's eyes narrowed as she realized what was happening. A miracle demon. The large sword of lava burrowed from the ceiling and finally clashed with her. But Laura didn't stay down to be killed. Her fingers extended and touched the tip of the large sword. And as anyone might have expected, the sword didn't burn her finger or even pierce through. It didn't even stop. The sword was sucked into what appeared to be a black hole. The sword looked to be in a tug of war, trying its best to obey the commands of its master, to pierce Laura, or to obey the laws of physics to be engulfed by a black hole. Laura had tried to exile the sword with the help of her beyonder ability into the void. The tug of war didn't last long, however. Almost immediately, as soon as the clash started, there was a bright flash of light that caused the entire floor to explode. As she regained control of her body, Laura noticed the presence of a few other than herself around room. Yuck. Laura heard a boyish voice shout through all the dirt and dust that had lifted to cover everyone. The gears in Laura's mind spun as she spoke the following, stating it as if it were law in Latin: abilities manipulating luck are more effective. Almost immediately the demon's misfortune increased. The golden retriever from before emerged behind the demon and bit one of its eyes while clawing out more of its eyes, sending it in a flurry of sudden pain. As it started to search for the dog that had attacked it and kill it, a barrage of flame needles erupted from somewhere and pierced its remaining eyes. Skreek. Laura spoke again. The language of foulness is against the law. The demonic creature that shouted to corrupt Laura and all the people who had appeared around it disregarded the interruption from Laura as he continued shouting, putting in even more spirituality as it shouted in Latin. Death. With the demonic creature breaking a law that Laura had set so egregiously, Laura finally had the upper hand. Execution. The sun deems this insect from the abyss to be intolerable, Laura proclaimed. Almost as if the sun had heard her command, it broke through the rain clouds of the day and shone onto her with full brightness. A spear of light suddenly formed above Laura's head that was about 2 meters tall, but suddenly nearly tripled in size and grew even larger as Laura thrust it towards the demonic creature. Everyone on the floor watched with bated breath as the spear moved to cover the distance between itself and the demonic creature. But just as the spear came closer to the demonic creature, it shouted once again. However, this time, even as everyone prepared to feel some effect from its shout, nothing happened. But just as everyone fell into a confused stance about what the demon had tried to do, their eyes widened. Suddenly now it was Loki who was facing the spear of light instead of the demonic creature who was standing where Loki was just standing, beside Daphne. As Loki's eyes fell on the spear that was approaching him, his brain started to fire up and think of a way to get out from where he was. Is the only way out to teleport away? Chapter 293, First Mission, 9, Resolution. Just as Loki firmed his mind to teleport and think about a solution to answer others' questions later, he felt a strong tug towards his left. The sudden tug only grew stronger and ripped him out of his position as it pulled him closer to it. The tug was from the gate to the underworld that Ethan had created using his Beyonder abilities as a Sequence 5 gatekeeper. The gate vanished before Loki was sucked into it and he came to a stop in Ethan's arms. The spear kept moving through the air as it tore through towards the demon who had escaped it once, but it was better prepared to intercept it this time. There was a soft silence on the floor and everyone made eye contact with each other. There were 7 people on the floor: Laura, Ethan, Loki, Daphne, Dominic, the dog and the demonic creature. The demonic creature shouted with all its force once again, and within moments, just as everyone expected to be hit with some sort of curse because of the language of foulness, the spear of light that Laura controlled vanished. Everyone's mind went into overdrive as they started to think of a solution to their current predicament. Loki, however, was the fastest, along with Laura, who knew exactly what was going on. The spear vanished. And the last time it teleported me to its location instead. Why? No, the right question is how. It has to speak before it makes things happen each time something unexpected happens. Is it using the unfinished ritual in some way to cause miracles to happen? Miracles. Loki's mind flicked with fire and it presented him a theory. Wait a minute. Couldn't this be considered a miracle? So would this be the work of a miracle invoker? But this is a demon. So a Beyonder item made from the characteristics of a miracle invoker. Loki immediately activated his spirit vision and within moments he recognized exactly where such a precious item was present on the demonic creature's body. It was inside its mouth, at the center of the spherical bodiless head of the demon. Damn. How do I get that out? Getting it out is not possible, so the only other way is to combat around it. The demonic creature has used 2 wishes so far. There shouldn't be many more left for it to use for itself unless it fulfills the smaller wishes of other people first. Almost immediately, as soon as Loki thought that he saw the eyes of the demonic creature explode and shower everyone in acidic tar-like black blood. And although everyone was confused about why its eyes had exploded, Loki saw through it all. It fulfilled the dog's wish to harm its eyes by exploding its eyeballs. It probably has another wish now. I must stop it from wishing harm onto everyone else. Before anyone could react, Loki activated the Ring of Harvest and caused the ground around the demonic creature to explode with lava using the ability, Volcanic Eruption from the soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle inside the ring. As soon as the volcanic eruption emerged from underneath the demon, everyone became a little shocked, but Laura did not let this opportunity slip as she shouted, "Lava blessed by the sun is holy." The lava that previously emitted a demonic feel suddenly emitted a much more holy feel as the sun shone through the hole in the ceiling, causing the demonic creature that was previously able to tank it, to sing like a canary. The demon screamed, but Loki knew his plan had worked, because immediately after the creature screeched, the holy lava that had exploded underneath it vanished. It used another wish. But this was too late, however, since almost immediately as the lava vanished like the light spear from earlier, a gigantic, much more powerful and faster spear of light rained down from the sky. Blinded, burnt and turned deaf, the demon did not realize that it was about to die before it was stabbed through by the thick spear of light that killed almost immediately. As if on ceremony, Loki immediately rushed toward the demon and held out his hand on its head, causing a large mouth to pop up on the ring he was wearing, which swallowed the entirety of the demon's body. No one stopped him because of the suddenness with which he'd done it, but Loki acted as if he'd done something really crazy as he collapsed onto the floor in final victory. "What was that, Loki?" Dominic asked with a hesitant expression. "This ring," Loki said, taking a deep breath as if he was exhausted, "but this ring that can create an eruption of lava. The only problem is it needs to eat meat as soon as it's used." Loki had deliberately exposed the ring and its ability on purpose so that everyone would form a misinformed expectation of it. So that they would think that the ring could only do that one thing and that it was extremely pricey to do so. He didn't want it to be revealed after all that he could negotiate with the ring to keep it unfed for nearly 2 years, and that his abilities as a mystery prior was thanks to this ring alone. "You understood something else, didn't you?" Laura, however, asked Loki, and he nodded. "Yes. I guessed it, but luckily it turned out to be right." "A guess?" Laura asked with folded hands. "I'd hardly call that a guess." "Yes. I guessed that it needed to fulfill other people's wishes to request a wish for itself." "Are you serious? That doesn't make much sense." Luara complained, and Loki nodded once again. "Yes, on its own not much. But taking everything into account, it's quite possible." "What do you mean by everything else?" "You were here for a few seconds, you didn't even see it fight, forget categorizing it as a miracle demon. I think Mr. Prick here wished for something strange from the demon. I don't know what he wished, or even why he wished what he did, but I'm sure he did ask something from the demon that was summoned because of this ritual." "Why are you so sure?" Dominic asked. "Because everyone that stepped into this room was corrupted but not killed, even though killing them all would have been much easier for the demon." Daphne paused to think a little, and then she realized. "Is that why you said it needed to fulfill the wishes of others so that it could fulfill its own wishes?" Loki nodded and explained. "The demon most likely corrupted them to fulfill their wishes in some twisted manner so that it could fulfill either its own or Mr. Prick's wish. Like those other people in the village whose bodies have become hollow, soulless. I think it has to mark everyone that it wants to fulfill the wish of, like this dog." Loki said softly, "I think it is probably corrupted or marked in some way, since the demon fulfilled its wish of making the demon lose eyes while the dog was chewing on one of them." Loki said, petting the dog that was comfortably sitting now even though it was bathed in blood. "Ah." Daphne's eyes immediately widened along with Ethan's while Dominic stood confused, so Laura explained, "The demon fulfilled the dog's wish so that it could use a wish next. And he attacked the demon at the moment so that it would use its wish to get rid of Loki's attack instead of attacking us." Dominic's eyes widened as he understood, and Ethan patted Loki's shoulder as he said with some pride, "I guess you saved us all, boy." Loki only laughed and said, "Probably wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for this dog. They truly are man's best friends, aren't they?" But his joke didn't land since everyone else in the room was a pure wizard who didn't have dog pets, but they didn't say anything because Loki had just saved their lives, technically. Chapter 294, Faulty Divination. "How did you guys happen to come up, by the way?" Laura asked, since their sudden appearance, although thankful, had puzzled her a little bit. "It was this brat again." Ethan said. He asked, "What was her name?" "Hermione." Loki nodded. "Yes, that girl to divine if he'd be alright in the fight one-on-one, and once the result was negative he rushed upstairs with his team leader to help you out. Leaving Hermione to tell me and Dominic about it. Why didn't you divine about it yourself?" "You're a mystery prior, right? Sequence 8 too." Laura said, since she'd noticed the pendulum wrapped on his left hand. I didn't want to waste my spirituality in case we had to fight, Loki said, making up an excuse even though it didn't make much sense. But everyone just nodded their heads and moved on. Mr. Prick was pronounced dead after they checked on him since he died during the fight between Laura and the demonic creature. In contrast, the souls of the villagers captured by the demon moved back to their bodies when it died. No one had an answer as to why they had returned, but they chalked it up to their timely interruption interfering with the ritual that the Demon of Wishes was performing. Especially when they saw what had happened to the people who had returned. Most of those people were no longer alive. 3 had to be knocked out almost immediately because they couldn't stop shivering with fear while rambling nonsense, as if they'd seen and heard something beyond what they ever should have, while another one had to be immediately knocked out because he kept trying to kill everyone around him. One thing common about all of them was their hollow eyes. They looked lost, separated, and in pain all at once. But no one could figure out why that was the case. So the people were taken away by Dominic for the unspeakables to study later for more clues and if possible fix their mental state. Hence the mission ended with a fatality of 1. The dog was purified by Laura, who said she'd like to take it with her since it saved her life, while Loki and all the other Hogwarts students went back to Hogsmeade so that they could return to the castle. I've heard what happened in your mission, Miss Granger. Do you regret your choice now? Professor McGonagall asked Hermione, who was sitting on a chair opposite to her while Loki and Daphne flanked her. Although it was quite scary, no, Professor, I don't regret my choice. I hope to become someone as powerful as Miss Laura in the future and hope to help people like her. Hermione said with full confidence. McGonagall just shook her head and dismissed the trio. Do you think we should catalog our missions? Write down a book about them and publish them at the end of the year like Lockhart did with his books. Loki asked the 2 girls, since if they wanted to they could write, illustrate, and print the book all by themselves. Hermione fumbled with her topaz pendulum chain while Daphne appeared to think for a moment before they nodded. I think that'd be fine by me since I'd be able to earn money to learn more about rituals and charms. Loki told me the materials cost quite a bit. And Daphne said, it'd be good publicity for the Greengrass family. I have no objections. Good then. I'll run by a copy with the 2 of you as soon as I have it ready at the end of the year. Loki said as they split up from each other to go to their dorms, while Loki went to the Black Lake since he felt like he needed a break after the hectic day he'd just been through. Having an impromptu picnic on the banks of the Black Lake with food from the kitchens along with bowtruckles, a dragon, a niffler, and an owl, Loki relaxed until he was ready to go check on the real reason he'd revealed the ability of the Ring of Harvest. Back in his room, Loki sealed it with a wall of spirituality to avoid being disturbed by anyone from outside as he performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to enter the Sapphira Castle. Once inside, Loki sat on his chair and pulled out the topaz pendulum as he let it hang freely over a statement he'd written on goat skin. What did Mr. Prick really wish for from the demon? Loki repeated the statement 7 times as he slipped into sleep using cogitation. In front of him appeared a fragmented scene with an old man Loki recognized as Mr. Prick holding a letter with instructions on it. Pour your spirituality into the paper you got along with this and keep it away safely. Set up an altar as follows. Say the following sentences. I in my name, summon the demon of wishes. I pray for you, O demon, to fulfill my wish to make me the vessel of power. I pray for you, O demon, to fulfill my wish by the wish of my masters. I pray for you, O demon, to fulfill my wish no matter what. The scene broke away and Loki snapped out of his dream state with a thoughtful look. That ritual was headless and dangerous to perform. Although it is directed at a singular entity, the demon of wishes, it does not specify how Mr. Prick should become stronger. He just asked to become the vessel of power. Which could mean anything from becoming more powerful by gaining more spirituality to use in magic to becoming the vessel for a deity's descent. On top of that, when he says he wants to fulfill my wish by the wish of my masters, he does not specify who that is or how they wish for him to grow. Was this intentional? If it was, then the person behind this had a specific wish themselves. Perhaps it was related to the state that the souls of the people that returned were trapped in. Was it just a sort of payment from the demon of wishes to gain power? No. If that were the case, it wouldn't have marked the auras with its abilities too. Its aim was spreading its mark as much as possible, and capture those souls too. Loki thought about it a little, and after some hesitation, decided to perform a new divination for himself. What happened to the souls that the demon of wishes had captured because of Mr. Prick's wishes? Loki repeated the statement 7 times before using cogitation to fall into a state of half-sleep while using the soul of the mystery prior in the Ring of Harvest. Loki's vision, which had remained a bright noise of color, suddenly shifted at great speed before it landed in darkness. The area was pitch black. Nothing could be seen in the area, yet Loki's skin crawled as soon as he landed there. Torturous screams were commonplace in the abyss that Loki had found himself in. Everything about the place, even without any light, gave Loki the impression of fear and disgust. The sounds and screams of the people trapped in the abyss made Loki feel nauseous. He couldn't handle or stomach the apparent pain and suffering that everyone around him was going through. Just as he felt like he was about to hurl the contents of his stomach out, Loki snapped the connection off. Except... The divination failed. Loki asked himself confused but then noticed himself shivering a little. Am I growing tired because I've done too much today? Loki frowned and was about to dismiss the divination by marking it as a failure before he continued on with his other problems. That strange feeling I kept having while I was on the mission. The need to be a part of it. That compulsion. It wasn't normal. Chapter 295, Existential Questions. Was Adam involved in any of this? Did he direct this as a part of a play to gain something more out of it? Let's look at it from the structure of a story from the point of view of Harry Potter and his two friends then. The trio of protagonists came across a horrifying incident during the Summer World Cup. This gave them a hint that you-know-who was planning something big for this year. Then on the last mission, in which Hermione took part with her colleagues, she came across a demon, the demon of wishes to be precise. If this case was connected in the larger picture, it has to be connected to it in some way. Connections. Something that wasn't solved in this case but alludes to a larger, more secret matter. Loki frowned as he thought about it, but after a few seconds, his mind spat back a simple answer. The souls of the people that were taken hostage. And died. If I'm right, something happened with those souls that we don't know about yet, but we'll learn about in the future. So in the larger picture, you-know-who is planning something by stealing several souls for the future. During the freak accident at the World Cup camp, the accident involved rebirth. The current era is the era of rebirth. And Harry has just become a Beyonder, so he probably has access to this same information too. In that case, Adam wants to foreshadow you-know-who's rebirth. So he's trying to perform a ritual to be reborn in a new body. And this ritual involves the missing souls of these people somehow. Loki frowned as he connected these dots. But then his frown turned deeper. This doesn't answer the main question I had, however. Why was I feeling compulsion to take part in the act or the play that Adam had likely set up? He hasn't used his abilities to infect me until today. So what changed? Why did he decide to affect me all of a sudden and drag me into his play? That doesn't make much sense, does it? If he could have done it before, why didn't he just use me in that way in the first or the second or even the third year? In the first year, he could have simply compelled me to join Harry on his adventure in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. But he used the roundabout way of getting Meoni sick to get me involved. I even checked using divination above the Sapphira Castle and I was free from being compelled. In the second year, he didn't even know that I'd hijacked his story as Gehrman Sparrow. And in the third year, I played along with his setting with Sirius without raising any alarms by giving him something much larger to think about. What's so different about me that he can suddenly start affecting me from this year? Did whatever was helping me stop helping me all of a sudden? Was Salazar helping me by concealing me from his effects? And then stopped when I woke him up? No. That doesn't make much sense now, does it? For that to work, there should have been something interesting about the original inhabitant of this body so that Salazar would have actually been interested in shielding it and protecting it until he was awoken. How did I come to this world in the first place? Was it simply a miracle? An effect of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual? No, that seems too convenient. There's something missing here that I don't understand very well. Loki paused his thoughts for a second as he pulled out the Ring of Harvest to perform another divination. Why did Adam's plot suddenly start influencing me? Loki repeated the question 7 times before using cogitation to lean back into his chair and fall into a half-sleep state as his astral body traversed the spirit world. Loki's vision swam around in a flurry of colors before they landed on a rather simple picture that suddenly caused him to understand where everything had gone wrong. The picture was of a wanted poster from the Aurora Order that he had already seen before. It was a wanted poster claiming Gehrman Sparrow's head. Damn. I forgot about this. Gehrman Sparrow. That's my alter identity. Did I subconsciously develop the personality within me enough that Adam's plot is affecting me because of his plans for Gehrman Sparrow? God damn. A string of cursing and knocking his head on the table later, Loki finally calmed down. Fine, I guess I have to deal with this somehow. It isn't really a bad thing since the compulsion isn't very strong right now. That means that the personality hasn't fully melded with me. And given such a loose connection, I can even constantly keep track of Adam's plans regarding the main trio that he wants to keep affecting. Loki was nervous about this newfound connection he had inadvertently gained with an angel. But Loki pushed it to the back of his mind. Instead of leaving the Sapphira Castle, however, Loki raised his hand and pulled out the Ring of Harvest only to shake it a bit. Spit out what you ate, he commanded. With a whine, the Ring of Harvest spat out the corpse of the demon that was sacrificed to it. The real reason Loki had consumed the corpse of the demon was not to satiate the ring as he had claimed, but to take ownership of the mystical item that the Demon of Wishes was using to fulfill everyone's wishes. Loki carefully split apart the corpse and began to dissect it until he reached the mystical item of great value according to his intuition. It was a golden sundial-like object with several intricate markings on it. There was an aura of illusory holy charm radiating off of it, with a certain weight to it that made it feel like a godly or divine charm was in Loki's hands. There was a small circular hole in the center of the dial, but it didn't allow Loki to see through the object. Instead, it was glowing a slight red. Is it glowing red because it isn't charged with wishes? So if I fulfill stronger wishes with it, I can make my own wish. Loki frowned. He could already feel just how complicated this item made things for him. Why did the demon have this item in the first place? Does she have control over the full pathway also? Like with the door pathway. Loki's frown deepened. Then why hasn't she created the perfect beyonder of this pathway who would be a slave to her? I mean, the abilities of the pathway are ridiculous and she'd probably be able to do too many ridiculous things with it. Why did she just give it to the demons? But how do I fulfill wishes? Do I set up a wish-fulfilling stall like my divination stall from last year? I doubt that the coincidence of me meeting with the demon of wishes and setting up a wishing stall won't be lost on other people. Especially of a certain Adam that will probably try his best to involve me somehow if he catches a whiff of the fact that I have access to a literal wishing well. Difficult. Do I disassemble it? Chapter 296, Tarot Club, Casting a Web, 1. Loki examined the rune work on the Disc of Wishes and found it to be some of the most impeccable runes he'd ever seen carved in his very short life. Not even Nicholas is as good as this. Was this an item I made when I went back in time? But why isn't there any corruption on it? Why is it so pristine? Loki pushed the matter to the back of his mind as something else took over. Regarding my identity as Gehrman Sparrow. I could try and gauge what Adam wants to do or plans to do regarding the rebirth of you-know-who that he is hinting at. If I knew better I could plan about the situation. But the question is how? Professor Snape. He does have a history of being interested in the visionary pathway, pretty sure he could be baited with helping Adam in some way. So I could ask him. But I'd need good bait. I could do that. Loki's thoughts were soon distracted once again when he heard stray murmurings in his ear as he saw Mr. Devil's star pulsate and reverberate in the Sapphira Castle. He wants to make a sacrifice. That spectator beyonder characteristic and his need for me to make an item that could confound other people. Well, this is just an excuse to call an early tarot club meeting this month, isn't it? Loki quickly took the sacrificed beyonder characteristic from Mr. Devil. He was hiding his appearance so Loki couldn't see his true face, but Loki wasn't worried about that, since he could just as easily learn about that using divination in the Sapphira Castle or the Marauder's map. Loki worked on the item for a while before becoming plenty tired for the day, so he fell asleep soon after, waking up only the next day after sleeping for 10 hours straight. He spent the day visiting the Black Lake, feeding and playing with his pets, finishing pending homework and reading random books in the library to increase his knowledge about the founders and the various things related to them. He spent a long time searching for any images of the founders or even descriptions of their looks, but he wasn't able to find much. I could just ask Nicholas and Prenell about it. But there has to be an easier way to recognize them. In the end, having given up after skipping lunch to search for their appearances, Loki tried something different. He walled his room with a wall of spirituality and set up an altar with 3 candles on it. I pray for the power of darkness. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to help me identify the people in the crystal in the room of conveniences. Night dew, a herb that belongs to the night, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Vanilla, a fragrance that belongs to the darkness, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. With his prayers done, Loki remained still for a few seconds before he felt like his vision was suddenly shrouded in darkness and was suddenly pulled into a dream. Loki maintained his lucidity in the dream, but he was constantly feeling the effect of being forcibly numb to everything that was happening around him. In the darkness that surrounded him, Loki suddenly saw a delicate feminine hand expel spirituality from her fingers. The spirituality slowly took the form of a symbol that Loki recognized. It was the concealment rune. Point me. A feminine voice said, and suddenly Loki saw an unnatural force bend the finger of the woman until it pointed in a random direction toward the distance. The dream shattered soon after and Loki woke up. Was that the way to identify the founders? The point me spell seems familiar. Wasn't it used to figure out the direction of true north? Loki frowned as he recalled all the details of the dream. So instead of simply using the spell as it is, if I append the symbol of the god or goddess I want to identify, the point me spell will show me in which direction they exist. The hell is this even allowed? I guess it's so that the gods can decide on their own if they want their location to be revealed or not in an easy fashion. So what do I do now? Do I just append the spell with every god or goddess symbol until I get a match? After making sure he remembered everything from the short dream, Loki got up and left his room, going to the room of conveniences where he looked at the crystals and pulled out his bone wand. Manipulating his spirituality after it exited the wand, Loki formed a peculiar symbol that related to one of the 22 beyonder pathways. He formed the symbol of a swirl inside an eye inside a star. It was the symbol that corresponded to the hermit pathway. Point me. Loki said while loosely resting his wand on top of his palm. And as soon as he did, his wand turned to point towards the only other crystal with a body inside it. Whoa. Loki grew a little surprised since he hadn't expected the solution to be so simple. I didn't expect one of them to actually be the true god of the hermit pathway. I guessed at least one of you was a hermit because Salazar said that Rowena was the one that made the modern magical system, which was only possible with either the hermit or the paragon pathways. I guess I lucked out. So you'll be the one I'm going to be helping next. Loki spoke out loud as he looked at the lady trapped in the crystal from up close. Rowena Ravenclaw, I wonder which item you left behind to wake you up. Would your daughter know about it? Loki nodded and left the room, going back to his room since he had an important meeting to attend soon at midnight. Entering the Sapphira Castle, Loki waited to start the Tarot Club meeting and performed a quick divination whose result he was going to use to earn a little money. Damn. I didn't think my hunch would actually be true. Loki thought as he looked at his topaz pendulum spinning clockwise after his divination. I guess Professor Snape really isn't paid well by Adam. He must be funding his wild stories using the school's funds instead of paying the teachers. He then waited till it was midnight and then dragged the 5 people into the castle after creating an illusion for Mr. World. Greetings, Mr. Error. Hermione said, standing up and bowing to Loki. She then nodded towards the rest of the participants and sat back down in her seat. Mr. Devil, I have finished making your item. At what time would you like me to send you the item? Mr. World spoke out first to initiate the meeting. Mr. Devil looked at Mr. World and nodded after a little thought. 5 in the morning tomorrow will do it. I understand. My lord, may I ask you to oversee our transaction? Mr. World asked after standing up with a polite bow towards Loki. You may. Loki nodded and that settled the matter. After a moment of silence, Mr. World spoke up again. I have new information about the movements of Voldemort and his followers. Does anyone want to buy it from me? Loki immediately saw everyone tense up before Dominic took the lead to speak. I hope you don't use that name lightly, Mr. World. Ah. Do not fear a name when you are in the presence of the Lord. Mr. World said, praising Loki, who was just casually sitting in his chair. Everyone looked at Loki and then gulped slowly before Dominic spoke again. How much would this information be, Mr. World? And can you tell us what it is about so that we can judge if we want to buy it or not? Mr. World looked at everyone before saying, I price it at 50 galleons since the information is a little secretive but would help a lot of people if they learn about it. While everyone else was looking at Mr. World, Loki was looking at Snape. Trying to see if he'd take the bait. And it seemed to be working since Snape's astral projection was tinged with deep pink, showing panic or excitement. But everyone else had the same color or something similar, so it wasn't such a good indicator, for now. Dominic and Crouch Jr. looked at each other as they judged one another and then almost simultaneously spoke over each other. I would like to buy the information. Mr. World looked at both of them and asked, are you sharing the price or do you want to pay full price and hear it individually? If you pay individually, I will answer a few of your questions regarding the information too. No shame in earning more money. Dominic was the first to speak again. I'll pay for it separately. Mr. World looked at Mr. Devil to see if that was all right, and when he nodded he turned towards Loki. Could you seclude us for a chat, my lord? Mr. World asked with a polite bow. Loki nodded and waved his hand, causing a black curtain to fall around them and separate them from the other people around the table. Chapter 297, Tarot Club, Casting a Web, 2. Dominic looked at the veil that was around him and Mr. World with some skepticism, but Loki cleared it easily. You can shout as loud as you wish right now, but no one else will hear anything we say. Can you tell me about it now then, Mr. World? Yes. Loki made the illusion nod before speaking with a clear voice. Voldemort is going to attack more villages around Britain, both magical and mundane, to make sacrifices out of them for a ritual to regain his body. Dominic's brows furrowed. And how did you come by this information? I happened to thwart the sacrifice of one such village myself last week. Could you tell me more about that mission? Sure. Mr. World nodded and then explained after reminiscing about the incident and collecting his words to fake a story. Everyone in the village was given a chance to meet their dead relatives by a demonic creature. This demonic creature was quite powerful and had been summoned from the abyss by performing a ritual. The demonic creature could resurrect people. I do not know what the exact means the demonic creature used was, but the Lord knew about it. When I asked him about what it was, he informed me. He said it was only a projection that mimicked the soul of a person in the river of death. Dominic nodded and accepted Mr. World's words after looking at Mr. Error with some shock. Before Loki could dismiss the veil, however, he made Mr. World say something else. If you don't want to pay me in galleons, Mr. Strength, you can pay me with similar information. Dominic frowned for a second before deciding to save some money. The Unspeakables have decided to send their personnel across Britain to search for other villages affected by demons. With your information about this relating to you know who, I'm sure there will be more personnel sent out. I see. That is information valuable enough. Mr. World nodded and the two of them fell silent as if lost in their own thoughts. Will that be all? Loki asked Mr. World and Dominic, both of whom nodded, after which Loki lifted the veil that shrouded the two of them in secrecy. Mr. Devil immediately looked at Dominic and began to analyze him for any information he could gain without paying Mr. World, but the mirage that blurred their expressions didn't let him peer through. Would you like to learn about the information too, Mr. Devil? Mr. World asked politely. Mr. Devil looked at Mr. World in silence for a few seconds before nodding. All right then. Loki nodded and waved his hand once again to use the grey fog to create a veil of secrecy around the two of them. Mr. Devil, having seen the veil when it was used with Dominic, did not question or linger on its effectiveness and jumped straight to the question he wanted to ask. What important information about the Lord do you know? Mr. World instantly frowned and politely warned, do not call another person with the epithet of the Lord while you are in the presence of Mr. Error. Mr. Devil froze at his blunder, but Loki calmly waved his hand, it's all right. But there must not be a next time. People posturing as gods that are not even as strong as vermin aren't worth my respect. As you say, Mr. Error, my lord. I will be mindful of my words next time. Mr. Devil spoke with a deep bow and Loki nodded. Mr. Devil then turned to look at Mr. World once again and waited for him to speak. The information is simple. Voldemort is planning to sacrifice multiple villages around Britain to regain his body and return stronger than ever before. Mr. World stated plainly. It made Mr. Devil a little annoyed that Mr. World was speaking the name of his lord so calmly, but he kept his dissent buried deep inside since he was in enemy territory. Might I know how you came across this information? I have a spy in the Unspeakables who informed me about a case that they'd recently taken up in which a village was embroiled in a fight against the Demon of Wishes. Mr. Devil frowned and spoke with a little hatred, I see. Do you know if they know about any other such cases? They don't currently know about any more cases, but they've already made up their minds to send personnel all around the country to create a quick action task force that will move out to take care of any such attacks. Thank you for the information. I will pay you along with the money for the item you've crafted for me, is that all right? Yes, that will be fine. Mr. World nodded politely. With that, Loki lifted the veil around Mr. Devil and his smuff account Mr. World. Loki then looked at Snape, who was having a hard time deciding if he should ask Mr. World for the information. But after a few seconds of silence, Snape finally looked at Mr. World and spoke softly. I would like to learn about that information too, Mr. World. Snape said with slight annoyance in his tone that hinted at his unwillingness to do such a thing. Both Mr. Devil and Dominic looked at Snape as if they were seeing a new person altogether, and Sirius looked at him with some interest too, but given how he'd realized that this place wasn't a dream anymore, he remained silent, opting not to speak out or react in any way. Loki casually flicked his finger and set up a shadowy veil around Mr. World and Mr. Moon as they looked at each other, analyzing each other to learn any information they could about the other's state of mind. I didn't think you'd be interested in these matters, Mr. Moon. Mr. World started. Snape looked at him scrutinizingly but then spoke as he did in classes, with a strong sense of pride and authority. I am simply learning about it since the matter has piqued my interest, Snape responded, not giving out any more clues about the situation, but Loki couldn't help it and laughed mentally. Seriously? Why did he speak about the spectator pathway spheroid in the earlier meetings then? That clearly gave away his allegiance. Asterisk psi asterisk whatever. Time to gauge the situation and cast a net. On my quest to learn more about Voldemort, I recently encountered a village whose residents were being sacrificed with the help of a demon. Snape frowned when he heard that, but Loki didn't stop there. According to my knowledge about mysticism and the criminal pathway, the ritual for advancing to the next sequence requires one to use the sacrifices of a large number of people. Snape's frown deepened, but he said nothing else. That was only until. The more intriguing thing about the situation to me were the coincidences that happened around the case, the failure of the Unspeakables in catching the incident beforehand, the large number of similar incidents happening all around Britain with no one to oppose them. The strange spies in the White faction that are being ratted out and killed because of these incidents. It was almost as if someone imagined these cases into reality. Snape's eyes widened. Something big is going on, Mr. Moon. Something is being orchestrated behind the scenes. It is almost as if someone plans on using this incident to stir up a divide in the wizarding world by forcing the Beyonder world to take a stance. Someone is preparing the world for a ritual of some sort. Loki concluded. The gears in Snape's head turned for a while in the extended silence. He did this. Does he plan to involve Potter in this? In the ritual for him to advance to sequence 0? Or was it he who wants to advance to sequence 2, Bloody Archduke? Snape's frown deepened. And after a few more seconds, he spoke calmly. Is it possible to know more about this ritual? Loki looked at Snape for a while before asking. It is possible. But I'd like to know more about something else too. What is it? I'd like to know more about what the White Lord plans to do in the near future. Snape frowned when he heard that, since it meant that Mr. World had broken through his disguise at least partially to know that he was close to Dumbledore to be able to keep an eye on him and his moves. As they waited for a few more seconds in the deafening silence of the Sapphire Castle, Snape finally spoke. "I can't tell you about everything." Mr. World only smiled and nodded with joy. "That's all right. I only want to know about anything that would threaten the children of the wizarding world. I hate it when someone uses children for their own plans, you see." Snape felt a slight sense of companionship with Mr. World, but he kept these feelings out of his next lines. "I will pay you with the information about his moves when you give me information about the ritual." Mr. World just nodded and Snape continued. "I can pay you for the information you've given me today. How much do you expect? You could give me other similarly valuable information or pay me 300 galleons. Snape looked annoyed but didn't say much as he simply nodded. "I'd like you to oversee our transaction, my lord." Loki nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the veil covering the two of them vanished, revealing them to everyone else. With the dealings finished and no one else talking about anything, Loki decided to end the gathering and spoke calmly. "If that is all, we can return for the meeting next week." Everyone stood up at that and bowed deeply. "By your will." Loki looked at them all and nodded softly before severing all their connections so that they'd leave except Hermione, since she'd given him a hint that she wanted to stay back. "Honored Mr. Error, could you please guide me so that I can gain power faster?" Hermione said with a deep bow. Did she get scared after learning that Voldemort's planning something? But there's only one way for a Beyonder to get stronger. Waking up on her bed, Hermione recollected everything that happened in today's meeting. "Based on what Mr. World said, it seems like you know who is planning something new. I should warn Harry about it so that he is on the lookout for any strange things happening. Didn't he tell me during summer that his scar hurt quite a bit after a strange dream? Perhaps that's related." Hermione frowned and then looked at her hands under the moonlight. Her mind lingered on the words Mr. Error had spoken. There's only one way for a Beyonder to become stronger. That is to digest their potion by acting and advancing through their sequences. "But how can I digest my potion faster?" Hermione asked. "You could try to do as your potion says, become the apprentice of a high-sequence Beyonder. I'm sure Hogwarts has several of them around." Hermione clenched her fist as she made up her mind. "I'll ask Professor McGonagall to take me in as an apprentice. Perhaps I can tell her I'm a little scared from the last mission and wanted to become more reliable and stronger so that others can depend on me. I was practically a tag-along on the last mission. Sigh asterisk. What a strange world I've stepped into." Chapter 298, First Order. Waking up early the next morning using his alarm spell, Loki sat in his bed for a while as he tried to recollect exactly why he'd woken himself up so early in the morning. Yeah. I need to make that sacrifice to Mr. Devil. Loki slithered out of his bed and enclosed his room in a wall of spirituality, after which he set up an altar to pray to himself and performed a sacrificial ritual to send away the small ordinary-looking copper locket he'd crafted last week. If Mr. Devil truly is who I think it is, then the locket will make sure I'm notified of whatever he uses this trinket for, but if it isn't our dearest Dada Professor, I guess I can just divine about what the item was used for in the Sapphire Castle. That being said, I should learn more about him. I'm pretty sure Adam probably has something planned for him, like the other Dada Professors before him. With his preparations done, Loki performed the ritual but changed the line that pointed to his sacrifice a little. "I pray for the Lord to help sacrifice this mystical item made for Mr. Devil and help notarize the transaction with your mystical powers." Once the ritual ended, Loki quickly performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual and responded to his own pulsating crimson star, which he used to create a door to the real world and pick up the locket using his astral body. With that done, Loki conjured the scene of him praying on his knees, which he blurred a little to prevent anyone from finding out who it was, and threw it at the crimson star representing Mr. Devil. In another part of the castle, a person was suddenly woken from their slumber as a crimson light covered their vision, followed by a grey fog which led up to a giant man sitting atop the world in his stone chair looking down upon him. The man almost pulled out his wand and cast the killing curse because of the shock, but managed to regain his senses at the last moment as he realized that it was Mr. Error who was looking down on him. Soon his vision transformed and he was shown a person kneeling on the floor while praying to Mr. Error so that he could deliver an item to him. "What do I have to do?" Crouch thought as soon as he saw the copper necklace on Mr. World's altar. And as if knowing his thoughts, Mr. Error responded. "Set up a bestowment ritual for me." Mr. Devil immediately nodded as the grey fog left his vision and sent him back to his room without anyone else in the castle realizing otherwise. Mr. Devil immediately shuffled around the room and gathered materials for the ritual to set up an altar, upon which were 3 candles that varied greatly from each other. Lighting up the candles one after another using his spirituality, Mr. Devil knelt on the ground in a prayerful position as he spoke with some reverence. I pray for the power of errors. I pray for the power of the grey fog. I pray for God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to bless me with the item Mr. World has prepared for me while taking away the payment that I have to make for him. Fireflower, a herb that belongs to the mysterious, I pray for you to bless my incantation. Boggart dust, a powder that belongs to the mystical, I pray for you to bless my incantation. Kneeling on the floor, Mr. Devil held his position for a while when all of a sudden he saw the flame of his candles change color and turn a mysterious royal blue before a mysterious door appeared on top of his altar. The door had a swirling symbol with several clocks embedded within it glowing on its face. There was a subtle chime of bells that rang before he could react as the doors opened. Inside his view fell on the spirit world from which it slowly rose as he spotted powerful spirits until his eyes fell on the 7 lights that ruled the spirit world. But his view did not stop shifting even then as it rose even further until it was going through a thick gray fog which slowly gave way for a man dressed carefully holding a thick silver gold cane, wearing gloves, with the gray fog covering his face on which was a simple golden monocle to expose his features. He nodded softly and an item that Crouch Jr. recognized as the copper chain on Mr. World's altar fell onto his altar before the door closed and vanished like it was never there. Inside the Sapphire Castle, Loki became dumbfounded. No way. It really was Professor Moody. I mean, it isn't that shocking. But surely everyone else has noticed that it isn't the same person, right? Wouldn't Professor McGonagall have already divined about it? Or did you know who used some special means to prevent anyone from finding out? He can't be the same person, not unless Adam was using the same plot from the first year. So given that he's using Polyjuice Potion, I should try and figure out who he truly is. At least I'll know who to keep a lookout for in case he tries to ever do something without changing his appearance. Now that I think about it, the Marauder's map, I should have just used that since the beginning. But Loki's mind soon drifted to something else that had taken up a lot of his mental space recently. He looked at the card of blasphemy in his hands. Pouring some spirituality into it, Loki flipped it to the 5th page and looked at the ritual required to advance to the next sequence, Sequence 5 Dream Stealer. You need to simultaneously appear in the dreams of at least 1,000 people. If it was a slow process where I just needed the number, I could have done it with Sunny's help by putting a few people to sleep each day and then appearing in their dreams, but simultaneously. Sunny can't put 1,000 people to sleep at once. Loki then turned to the Darkness Pathway Blasphemy card and looked at it with a frown. There's this ritual too. You must cause a spirit much more powerful than you to fall asleep due to your abilities. Loki frowned as he read the ritual that Sunny was currently stuck on. It's been a year since Sunny's been searching for a target for his ritual in the spirit world, but he hasn't come across anyone who he could capture. Do I just use the object for a miracle and be done with it? But I don't think the price of such a wish would be low. I'd probably need to fulfill hundreds of other wishes before I could make such a large-scale wish. I could target only muggles for my wish and lower the cost a little, but for Sunny it'd still be expensive. Even the Demon of Wishes had to lose all his eyes to be able to only counteract a lava attack from a Sequence 5 Abyss Pathway soul. I guess I can work on fulfilling the wishes, but along with it also search for a different way in which I can achieve the ritual conditions for both me and Sunny. Chapter 299, Arrival. Loki looked at Moody with a calm look on his face, thinking about various other things while he was teaching them about the various dark curses and their counter curses. What did he do with the original Moody? With his eyes mindlessly following Moody as he performed another dark curse on a poor spider that had become the scapegoat of the scenario, Loki remained focused on his thoughts. Do you see how the spider clenches up and tries to rip its eyes out? Moody said, pointing at the spider that was frantically running around its little glass cage using all possible means to force out all its eyes. Loki wanted to stop the inhumane torture of the little creature, but doing so would have gotten him kicked out of class like all the other students that tried to do so before him. So Loki just sat in his seat, observing the now twitching dead spider that had torn away its own head because of the compulsion from the charm Moody cast. This is what a fully powered conjunctivitis charm can do, Moody said, looking at all the students with his macabre smile. While a normal casting of the charm powered by the simple intent to hurt your opponent's eyes will only make them swell a bit due to irritation or bleeding blood vessels, the intent to really hurt someone can allow an opponent to force you to rip your eyes out. The class only half heard him since everyone was still traumatized by the painful dying squeals of the spider that was just killed before them. To your luck, the counter jinx to this charm is simple and easy. You've got to expel your spirituality in the shape of a flower with the chant, Soul Floss, in a nice and confident tone like you mean it. Everyone shivered a little when he said that because they all thought back to the last class when he'd made them all perform a small dance by using the Imperious Curse. Even Draco had a frown on his face. Harry Potter. You're first. Moody shouted and the class began. Harry stood up with slightly shaky legs, wondering if his already bad eyesight would just become worse with what was about to be done to him. Standing in front of the class with his wand out, Harry looked at Moody with full focus, not wanting to be jumped with the curse when he least expected it. Constant vigilance. Good. You're learning. This is go dash. Furca oculus. Moody barked at the end of his sentence, catching Harry off guard. But surprising everyone, Harry reacted quickly, Soul Floss. An invisible shield rippled over Harry's eyes as it clashed with the purple blob of light that shot off the end of Moody's wand. Both Harry and Moody supplied spirituality to their spells for a few seconds, sending colorful sparks all around the class for a bit before Moody retracted his spell. Good, good. At least no one will be able to blind you soon. Moody said with a nod. Soon students were called to the front of the class one by one, with none of them having to face the spell at the intensity Harry did. The last student to be called was Loki. Moody said with a slight annoyance in his tone. "Greetings, Professor," Loki said with a sweet smile while looking at Moody as if he were a kind old man who was waiting to cross the street. "Are you sure you can still cast the curse, Professor? You don't need to pity me, you foo-dash." Loki wordlessly waved his wand and conjured the invisible shield in front of his eyes that clashed with Moody's spell work and blocked it from striking his eyes. As Moody held the spell, Loki spoke calmly as if he wasn't worried about being attacked at all. "I didn't mean to pity you, Professor. I was just wondering if you really even knew how to cast the curse at all. I mean, none of the students you tried the curse on ever failed to block you." The air in the room turned tense and Loki felt Moody's spell work strengthen for a second before he pulled it back and stopped attacking Loki. Trying to distract your opponent while trying to curse them yourself is a fantastic method to use to take down the opponent. Well done. Class ended with that and Loki walked along with the remaining students to the Transfiguration Courtyard since it was October 30th and the other schools were arriving at Hogwarts today. Waiting with all the students in the courtyard, Loki looked onward at the empty castle grounds, wondering how the students from the other schools would arrive. Fleur was a part of Beauxbatons, right? Will she be arriving to participate in the tournament too? But just imagining her doing something for the satisfaction of an audience feels wrong. She'd probably ask them to shut up to let her focus on the competition instead of thanking them for their cheers. She's rude. Look. Soon in the distance, a student spotted a flying carriage and Loki along with the rest of the students followed and found a large white carriage driven by a man, pulled along by Abraxan horses invading the Hogwarts airspace. The carriage, pulled by 14 white, winged horses, descended towards the Transfiguration Courtyard and soon came to a stop with Hagrid guiding them like the flag men on a tarmac. While Hagrid was busy calming the horses and talking to the carriage driver, the carriage door opened and a flurry of girls dressed in satin silk knee-length dress skirts emerged out of it. After them walked out a half-giantess who was so tall, even Dumbledore with his strange stiff pointy flat hat reached only till her waist. The students were already whispering about her amongst themselves and Loki managed to catch a few of them in spite of tuning them out in search of Fleur. Is she related to Hagrid? No way. Hagrid didn't even look at her. Perhaps she met with an unfortunate magical accident like Hagrid when she was a child. Possible, but I already feel like shipping them. No way, no way, one's the headmistress of a world-renowned school while the other is what? A man who holds keys. Suddenly Loki's eyes locked with a girl who was apparently also searching for him. Fleur. Loki called out softly with a smile and waved his hand, but Fleur just turned her head away instantly and looked elsewhere. Who's she? Hermione asked as she saw Loki look at the extremely beautiful girl and wave his hand at her. Oh. She's a Vila. Her name's Fleur. Vila. Like in the World Cup. Ma'am. Loki nodded while Hermione frowned. Good evening, Madame Maxime. I hope you've had a comfortable journey here. Greetings, Dumbledore. It is my pleasure to be here. Tell whoever will take care of my horses that they like brandy and fire whiskey. I'm sure Hagrid will do a fine job at it, you needn't worry about them. I see. Just as the conversation between Madame Maxime and Dumbledore came to a close, a student shouted from the other end of the Transfiguration Courtyard, "Look. The lake's rippling." Chapter 300, Baby Steps. The mass of students suddenly shifted from one side of the grounds to the other, peering through the windows built into the open corridors in the direction of the Great Black Lake. Under everyone's persistent vision, a dark black pole broke the surface of the waters. Following it, the pole grew, thickened, and rose until it revealed the observation deck, and then the mast, along with the several feet tall ship, was tossed out of the waters like the dive of a whale. The ship landed back into the water with a heavy splash, sending waves of water swimming to the edges of the lake, letting everyone watch in awe how the boat, which was wet and was apparently just acting as a submarine, slowly dripped water from all its holes before it came to a still on the surface of the Black Lake. The ship slowly swam to the edges of the lake before a thick wooden plank fell out of its side and formed a bridge to land. Everyone saw with excitement several students leave the ship without even a single trace of water on them. Look. Victor Crumb. He was part of Drumstrang. Of course, you doofus. Behind the students was a tall, lanky man with the beginnings of a flowy beard like Dumbledore, walking while holding a thick cream-colored staff while he wore a warm-looking furry Russian hat. Loki looked at the two headmasters that had arrived and felt a little silly. They're definitely not as strong as Dumbledore. Madame Maxime might be close, but Karkaroff is definitely not. He feels like he's weaker than Snape even. When Karkaroff arrived near Dumbledore and Madame Maxime, they spoke to each other softly, and once they were all done, the headmasters began to lead the students to the Great Hall. While the Hogwarts students sat in their rows, the other students joined in and made themselves comfortable at the tables of their friends. But something strange happened when the Beauxbatons joined the Ravenclaw and the Drumstrang joined the Slytherin. Fleur stood up from her table with some disgust, looking at the boys on the Ravenclaw table, and moved to sit beside Loki, who was laughing at her while she did so. Arg. Stop laughing. Fleur complained angrily, whispering into Loki's ears while she maintained the smile that made her look pretty and infallible. Loki just laughed harder but managed to cover his mouth in time to stifle it as his shoulders trembled. Can't you tone down your aura of beauty down? Loki asked, wiping away the tears that had emerged from laughing so hard. HMPF. I'd die before I did such a stupid thing. Then I guess you're going to have to learn to deal with teenagers treating you like some sort of divine specimen. I don't care for it. Fleur relaxed a little when the focus of the boys went from her to Loki, but then shivered immediately after when she found the other girls from all the tables glaring at her. What in Zehe world? Why are those little girls glaring at me for sitting beside him? Miss, you're so pretty. Fleur heard a girly voice from beside Loki and she looked at her. My name's Astoria. Welcome to the Slytherin table. Do you prefer something to eat? I can ask the elves for you. The little girl appeared to be extremely happy at having gotten a chance to talk to Fleur, so Fleur responded calmly. I would like to have your onion soup, please. French onion soup? Astoria asked just to confirm, and Fleur nodded, oui. Astoria then, to the surprise of many students, including some Hogwarts ones, knocked on the table and spoke the name of the dish she wanted to appear, French onion soup with a little salt, please. The next second a bowl of French onion soup appeared on the table along with a salt shaker. Astoria then turned towards Fleur while passing the bowl over to her using her wand, but she suddenly paused. Oh. Silly me. I forgot to add a little bit of salt. Huh. Fleur became a little confused. Did the meaning get lost in translation? Even Loki was looking at her with some confusion. Astoria then picked up the salt shaker and started to add some salt into the soup. Shake, shake. Shake, shake. Shake, shake. Astoria then made eye contact with Fleur and... Shake, shake. Shake, shake. Do you want some more salt? N dash. Loki picked up a goblet filled with water since all that salt was making him a little thirsty. Shake, shake. Shake, shake. Shake, shake. Oh, let me just add a little more for extra help. Astoria said cheerfully. Shake, shake. What are you doing, Tori? Loki asked with a slightly confused look. Oh. Don't worry. I just want her to die after eating this so that Sis doesn't have extra competition. There was pin-drop silence for a few seconds on the table before Loki nearly spit out the water he was drinking while laughing hard. Daphne hid her face behind her hands and banged her head on the table. Tracy burst out laughing with Loki as the two of them were looking at the seemingly innocent Astoria. Fleur was annoyed, but she didn't say much else since she could see that Astoria was only joking. Hee, please don't be so serious. I was joking. Astoria said as she knocked on the table and ordered another French onion soup. But she paused while handing the bowl over to Fleur as she asked, or was I? The dinner was smooth after that, with Fleur incorporating herself into Daphne's clique after Loki introduced her to all of them. While Fleur spoke with everyone else at the table, Astoria secretly whispered her question to Loki. You're not into her kind, are you? I mean, you do know that she was a boy before, right? Loki laughed and patted Astoria's head while whispering back into her ears, I dunno, you tell me, is Daphne better than her? Definitely. Whatever she can do, Sis can do better. I can guarantee it. She's just a faker. Dumbledore then unveiled the Triwizard Cup and explained to everyone once again about the rules regarding those who could put their names into the cup. When will they give me my Order of Merlin medal though? I thought they'd do it at the opening ceremony. I guess they're going to do it sometime later. The dinner ended smoothly with Loki skipping out on going to the dungeon since he preferred the room of conveniences instead. Once there, Loki pulled out Nicholas's book for him about rituals and began to read it to design a ritual that could fulfill his demands of a new spell in his mind. The problem is a big enough sacrifice that will let them agree to spend their spirituality for such a thing. Preferably the sacrifice is something that can continuously give them a profit over time so that they don't lose much and see this more as a transaction that they can support for their own benefits in the long term. I could just steal their corruption to help them slowly regain sanity, but I haven't found a way to keep myself anonymous yet. I need to study several normal spells and pick out all the common circuits in those spells so that I can analyze which parts of them relate to anonymity. I have another idea about all this, but I don't know if it'll work. Loki played with the ring of harvest that was on his finger as he thought if his new idea would work. As long as the target of my ritual is defined, and can't reject me, I can appropriate the system of magic for those other than a true god, can't I? I mean, isn't it mostly like summoning a spirit messenger? As long as I use the right incantation, I can easily pinpoint the right person and make him bless the spell instead. It should be worth it, since if I can make something like this, I'm sure the spells that require a true god to bless them would just be a little more complicated.